Little Urwa, watch the fire. The pig stomach chicken needs to cook for 2 to 3 hours, enough time for her to go up the mountain and water the fields. Recently, the family has been processing apricot preserves, which requires a lot of firewood. Although Danny, Little Urwa, and Lady Foam go out every morning to gather a bundle, it still can't keep up with the consumption. After watering the 3 acres of land, Lin Weiwei carried back 2 dried, fallen tree trunks from nearby mountains, each as thick as a water bucket. When she carried one on her shoulder down the mountain, villagers at the door, eating rice from bowls, saw her and widened their eyes. Any of those dried logs, 2 grown men would struggle to carry, but she easily handled 2 alone, almost forcing the men to give up. The village's second fool, after she was no longer considered foolish, the elders often said, "You're really useless, better off being as silly as Lin's second girl." The resentment was strong. The dried logs were too thick and long to carry into the yard, so Lin Weiwei simply chopped them outside the gate and stacked them in the shed. Others might take a whole day to split these 2 logs, but Lin Weiwei, quick as chopping tofu, finished in no time. Lady Foam watched and kept praising, "Xiao Wei is so capable. She seems to have endless strength. She alone can probably do the work of 3 adult laborers." Ms. Huang looked worried and said, "She is still so young. She doesn't know to save some strength when working. I'm really afraid she might hurt herself from exhaustion." I told her not to work so hard, and she agreed nicely. But as soon as I turned around, she went back to doing whatever she was doing. "You have a good point to worry. I'll help you talk to her next time," Lin Weiwei said. Her height and build often made people forget her age and gender. She was just a girl, only about 13 or 14, doing work that adults usually do. Thinking about it made her feel sad. If old Lin were still alive, he would never let a young girl carry the family's burden during hard times. Pig stomach chicken is ready. Lin Weiwei happily lifted the lid of the clay pot, and a strong aroma spread out. She scooped out the pig stomach, removed the string, and filtered the soup. She cut the pig stomach into strips, tore the chicken into pieces, and put everything back into the soup. She added goji berries, brought it to a boil again, and seasoned it with salt, cooking wine, and 5-spice powder. She tasted a piece, crisp pig stomach, tender chicken, rich and delicious broth. The flavor was excellent. Lin Weiwei's cooking skills in her past life were just average, but here, it felt like she had a special gift. She thought maybe her space powers helped a lot. She served a bowl to her mother and Aunt Fong, saying, "Mom, Aunt Fong, this soup can help restore energy and strengthen the stomach. Eat more." She also handed a bowl to Jiang Mofin. Jiang Mofin didn't seem pleased. "I'm in good shape. My blood and energy are fine. I don't need a supplement." Lin Weiwei smiled and looked at him. "This dish also helps stop stomach pain and treat stomach issues. Last night, I saw you holding your stomach, trying to bear the discomfort. A healthy stomach keeps a person strong. You're still young, so don't let stomach problems catch up with you." Jiang Mofin looked at the hot pig stomach chicken soup, feeling that this dish was made especially for him because Fat Girl saw he was uncomfortable and made it for him. In her past life, he was alone at this time, with no one to make him a warm bowl of pig stomach chicken soup. Later, even with power and status, stomach problems kept bothering him. He guessed that even if he hadn't been executed, he might have died from stomach illness. "How is it? Are you touched? Do you think I'm gentle, talented, kind, and good at managing the house?" "I'm so kind and excellent." Lin Weiwei took a sip of the sweet and fresh soup, praising herself like a flower. Jiang Mofin looked at her and suddenly felt no more emotion. "Lin, Air and I, are you here to tease me? You're the best at ruining the mood. You don't even need a wall to lean on, you're just that good at messing things up." Lin Weiwei was used to not getting responses from him and continued, "This dish can also include dried vegetables or mushrooms to absorb the meat flavor, making the broth sweet and clear. If you add meatballs, chicken offal, or bamboo sausages, the soup will taste even richer and more delicious." Little second baby blew on the chicken soup and took a sip, looking enchanted. "Second sister, have you ever eaten pig stomach chicken before?" Lin Weiwei shook her head and said, "How could I eat alone? My instinct tells me that doing so would taste better." "So far, my instincts haven't been wrong." Big sister Jean scoffed softly. But, as the saying goes, mouths that eat others' words are short, and recently, she had rarely argued with Lin Weiwei. Mainly because she couldn't win, and every time she got so angry she huffed and puffed, so she learned her lesson. A pot of pig stomach chicken with 5 adults and 1 child, finished so completely that not even the soup was left. After eating, everyone sat in the yard, peeling apricots and chatting. "By the way, didn't Little Wei say she was going to Jingyan County to buy grain? When do you plan to go?" Mrs. Feng casually asked. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, "I just delivered over 80 jin of goods to Uncle Tian, so I probably don't need to go to town in the next couple of days." "Maybe. I can leave tomorrow?" "No need to rush. You've been running to town for 2 days straight. Why not rest at home for a day, and then make plans?" Mrs. Feng agreed, intending to persuade the girl, and naturally wouldn't go back on her word. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "These 2 days I'll just be using the ox cart back and forth, so it's not tiring. I'll fix up the cellar later to make room for storing grain." Seeing her energetic look, Jong Mo-hun couldn't help but admire. This girl seemed to have endless energy. What moved him even more was her positive, sunny attitude toward life, as if any hardship was nothing to her. The young girl continued, "This year's harvest will definitely be reduced. If we think of buying grain in Jingyan County, others will too. It's better to buy grain early. If we have grain in hand, we won't worry." Huang looked at her worriedly. "Jingyan County is over 100 miles away. You've never traveled far before. If you get lost or meet bad people, what should we do? If I don't know the way, I can ask. As for bad people, I don't know who will outsmart whom at that time." Lin Weiwei playfully rolled up her sleeves and flexed her muscles. Huang quickly held her hand. As a girl, how could she just casually show her arm? There was also a young man her age here. Jiang Mo-hun calmly said, "I'll go with." Second girl.
"No."
"Never do that." Lin Weiwei quickly waved her hand. "It's over 100 miles. I can barely push the cart myself, let alone with you. Do you want to wear me out?" Jiang Mo-han's face suddenly changed. "Who do you think you're looking down on? I don't need you to push. I can walk on my own."
"Come on, stop it."
Lin Weiwei had no intention of giving him any face. "It's only about 30 miles of mountain road to town, and you want to ride a bullock cart back and forth. Walking a few steps feels like pulling yourself out of water. You'd better stay at home studying and not cause trouble, okay?" Carrying a load of grain on a cart for over 100 miles and making her push it back, no wonder she'd be exhausted. But she had her space cheat device, so she wasn't afraid. If the little scholar followed her, how could she use her special powers? You don't understand kindness." Jiang Mo-hun was so angry it hurt his stomach. Lin Weiwei showed no sign of backing down. "If you follow, I won't go. Let's see who can outsmart whom." Huang Shi thought for a moment. "How about I ask Uncle Deshwan if he's going?" "Mother, even young eagles have their day to spread their wings. Don't always treat me like a baby, okay?" Lin Weiwei swung her arm at Huang Shi. Huang Shi looked worried, her whole body saying, "I don't trust this." "That's settled. I'll go myself." Lin Weiwei decisively made her choice. The next morning, just before dawn, Jiang Mo-hun got up. He decided that no matter what the chubby girl said, he would follow. He didn't believe she could tie him up or stop him. He stood in front of Lin's house for a while, listening carefully until he heard movement inside, then knocked on the door, which was slightly ajar. He had a bad feeling. When he pushed the door open and looked inside, he saw Lin Danny washing her face with water in the yard. He noticed 2 bamboo baskets in the yard, each filled with freshly picked apricots. He clenched his fan tightly. This bratty girl probably didn't sleep all night. At dawn, she had already picked the apricots. He then placed the ladder against the wall and looked into the neighboring field's yard. Sure enough, the repaired cart was gone. The Tian family had moved to town and the key was given to Lin Weiwei. All the valuables inside had been taken, leaving only some heavy, old furniture. Jiang Mohan clenched his teeth silently. This Lin Ernyang dared to sneak away on her own, thinking her strength alone could make her fearless? Little did she know, evil people's tricks are endless, and brute strength alone can't protect her. This person has been walking for a long time. Now it's too late to chase after her. All we can do is pray for her safety and smooth journey. At this moment, Lin Weiwei is comfortably riding in a cart heading toward Jingyan County. She is quite lucky. She stored her cart in her space and didn't go far before encountering a bullock cart delivering firewood to Fulai Town. The road to Fulai Town overlaps with the one to Jingyan County for a stretch. An elderly driver kindly invited her to ride along. "Young man, where are you headed in Jingyan County?" the old man asked with a strong regional accent. It's obvious he's also escaped from somewhere else. Lin Weiwei shyly smiled, lowered her head, and tugged at her worn-out clothes. She hesitated and said, "My family has run out of food. I heard Jingyan County wasn't affected by the disaster, so I'm going to borrow some grain from relatives and see if I can hold out until the harvest." The old man shook his head, his wrinkled face full of wind and frost. He sighed. "Hold out until harvest? What's the use? The crops in the fields are all dried up. How can the government come to collect taxes without grain?"
Sigh.
This world, it's not peaceful for even 2 years before it falls into chaos again. Lin Weiwei talked with the old man about their village's situation. It's not as good as Shirley Go. Shirley Go is at the foot of the mountain, where they can gather some wild vegetables now and, come autumn, find mountain goods to exchange for grain. Rumor has it that the court is sending grain to the northwest disaster zone, hoping it will reach them soon. At the fork in the road, she bid farewell to the old man. The remaining 70-some miles took her half a day to walk. Alas, transportation mainly relies on walking, communication on shouting, security on dogs, heating on shivering, digging on hands, farming on oxen, lighting on oil, and entertainment is basically non-existent. Why did I end up in such a harsh world? Even with all her strength, she nearly broke her legs. Lin Weiwei looked far at the city gates, searching for a hidden spot to take out her cart. After thinking for a moment, she also took out a leg-bound roe deer and a basket of ripe wild apricots. She placed them on the cart and pushed it toward Jingyan County city gate. When she arrived at the gate, she was stopped by a well-dressed young nobleman. "What's this? Didn't I hear that entering Jingyan County requires paying a toll?" "No, the person collecting entrance fees should be a city guard, right?"
"Kid,
"I want that roe deer." The nobleman threw a silver piece, signaling his attendants to take the prey. Today, he went hunting and boasted to his friends about eating wild game. But as luck would have it, he didn't catch any prey. When entering the city, he encountered someone selling a live roe deer. What a coincidence. Lin Weiwei caught the silver and looked embarrassed as she stopped the young man in fine clothes.
"Sir."
The young man in fine clothes turned away impatiently.
"What?"
"Too little? You should ask around. I'm not someone to mess with. Trying to cheat me? No way."
"No."
"My roe deer is for trading for grain, not for sale." Lin Weiwei pretended to be silly. The young man frowned. "Didn't I give you silver? Are you stupid? Can't you buy grain?" Lin Weiwei shook her head blankly.
"No."
"My dad said the roe deer is for trading for grain. If I can't get grain, I'll get punished at home. I'll return the silver and take back my roe deer." She then snatched the roe deer back from the servant's hand. The servant was taller than her by half a head and looked strong but only in appearance. Surprisingly, she managed to take the roe deer from him. The servant was stunned and looked like he couldn't believe it. He didn't believe he was careless just now, which is why she took his prey. He stepped forward and put his hand on Lin Weiwei's shoulder, but she gently struggled free.
"Huh?"
The servant tried to push her. Lin Weiwei blocked him with her arm, and he felt a huge force push him back. He staggered a few steps. "Don't come closer. I don't want to fight. I'm strong, and if I hurt you, I won't have money to pay," Lin Weiwei said simply.
"Huh?"
The young man in fancy clothes watched her from his horse, looking down at her. He spoke kindly. "Kid, not bad. How about being my servant?" Lin Weiwei looked at him cautiously, shaking her head like a rattle. My dad said anyone trying to take me away is a bad person. I won't sell the road, dear. Some villagers watching the scene laughed loudly. Foolish kid, do you know who he is? He's the son of the county magistrate. Follow him, and you'll eat well and live happily. The young master of Zhang's family in our village also fooled Little Flower like that. Lin Weiwei's guard was even stronger now. You are holding me back. How can I suddenly produce food out of nowhere for you? Anyway, I can't let you go until I get the food. Lin Weiwei stubbornly said. The attendant, helpless, led the horse ahead. Lin Weiwei grabbed his clothes with one hand and pushed the cart with the other, following closely behind. Many curious villagers also happily followed, making lively conversation for their leisure time. With the county magistrate's son's attendant leading, Lin Weiwei's purchase of grain went smoothly. The grain prices in Jingyan County had also risen, but not by much. Unlike Renan Town, where prices change almost daily. Fine flour was 15 coins per jin, white rice 23 coins per jin, cornmeal and coarse grains 10 coins per jin. The prices in Renan Town were now twice as high as here. Lin Weiwei bought 500 jin of flour, 200 jin of rice, and 500 jin of cornmeal, spending a total of 17 taels of silver. This cart of over 1,000 jin of grain would cost less than 30 taels in Renan Town. Saving over 10 taels of silver this way, she thought this trip was worth it. She happily pulled her mountain-like cart into a quiet alley. She crossed her arms and leaned diagonally against the grain, seeming to wait for something. Suddenly, she spoke. Come out. Following me secretly all the way, just waiting for me to be alone? Now's the chance, so stop dawdling. The attendant who had just taken her to buy grain, along with 2 thugs from the city, each holding a stick, swaggered toward her, walking like ducks. Making me lose face in front of the young master. You won't leave here whole today. The attendant sneered, swinging his thick stick. Lin Weiwei calmly took a wooden stick from the cart, weighed it in her hand, and said with a smile, You're ashamed because you're useless. I advise you kindly, better leave quietly. Otherwise, you'll be losing more than just face. They who had taken the attendant's silver eagerly responded, Little brat, not much older than us, but you talk big. You've angered Brother Liu, and today, don't expect to walk away easily. Sorry, I don't like to walk sideways. Lin Weiwei made a baseball player's stance, waving her stick. Since you like to walk sideways, then as you wish. After saying that, she quickly stepped forward, flicking her stick at the closest hand. He felt a sharp pain as if his hand was torn, and the stick flew out of his grip, soaring over the alley wall and disappearing without a trace. The followers and the Gao raised their sticks high and rushed toward Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei quickly grabbed the stick from the follower and blocked with her other hand. The Gao's palm went numb, and he almost dropped his stick. Lin Weiwei gently squeezed, and the follower's stick snapped into 2. The follower's eyes widened in shock. His stick was as thick as an adult's arm, yet this little brat broke it so easily. If it had hit his arm, the follower froze in fear. What terrible consequences might follow? Trying to run? Lin Weiwei noticed the follower's fear and smiled coldly. It's too late now. She deliberately grabbed the follower's collar and lifted him high above her head, then gave a sly smile at the Gao. The Gao was stunned and screamed in fright, as if a ghost was chasing him. He ran away madly. Lin Weiwei then looked at the who was holding his torn right hand. The was almost scared too. What kind of people did Brother Liu offend? Holding a big person like a chicken, as if he was carrying a small chick. Such strength wasn't normal. Could he be a martial arts master? Brother Liu, you really hit a hard target this time. I can't help you. The stiffened and forced a smile at Lin Weiwei. Then, watching the fleeing figure of the Lin Weiwei clicked her tongue and said, What kind of friends are you making? No loyalty at all. Hero, spare my life. I was blind and foolish. Great hero, you are magnanimous. The follower was being choked by his collar and gasped for air, like a salted fish hanging up, begging bitterly. I've seen people like you before. In front of the strong, you're just a coward. In front of the weak, you turn into a fierce dog. I already warned you. Offending me means more than just losing face. Lin Weiwei decided to act like a heroine. Hearing this, the follower thought she was going to kill him. He immediately wet his pants, dripping down his legs. Lin Weiwei quickly threw him far away, like a torn sack. I almost dirted my clothes. The follower fell heavily to the ground, his chest in pain. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. He struggled to crawl for a while but couldn't get up. Lin Weiwei walked over and looked down at him from above. Today, if it had been someone else, not only would you have been beaten, but even a cart of rescue supplies might not have saved you. How could I forgive you? Great hero, spare my life. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to steal food. Please, hero, spare me. The attendant struggled on the ground like a scabby dog, trying to get up. Lin Weiwei stepped on his leg and said, "If you really dared to harm someone's life, would you still be alive now? Someone here. The servant next to the magistrate's son has been kidnapped by bandits. Please help." The voice of bandit came from the alley entrance. Lin Weiwei frowned slightly and gently tapped his legs with her toes. The attendant let out a deafening scream, and in pain, he fainted from his broken legs. The Yamen officer called by Bandit B heard the noise and hurried over. A group of people quickly blocked the already narrow alley entrance. Lin Weiwei took back the cart, her figure flickered, and she entered the space. Inside the space, wheat was forming heads, and corn had grown taller than a person. On the other side of the spiritual spring, rabbits hopped around on the grass, while deer and roe deer wandered leisurely, treating each other as peers. A gray wolf was lying by the spring, listening to the sounds. When it heard movement, its ears twitched, and it looked at her with half-closed eyes before lying down again. Request failed. No, I was worried about getting thirsty while reading, so I brought my own food, Jiang Mohan stubbornly said with a soft heart. Lin Weiwei seemed to see through everything and chuckled. How long have you been waiting here? Did you come specifically to meet me? And you say you're not worried about me? Jiang Mohan's mouth was even more stubborn than a duck. You're overthinking. This small grove is cool and quiet, perfect for reading. Ha! The dishonest little scholar is really adorable, who would walk 20 miles out just to read. And it's on her way back? Seeing through but not saying it outright. If she kept pushing, the little scholar might get embarrassed and angry. If he stopped caring for her, it would be a loss. Lin Weiwei smiled slightly, lowered her head, and bit into the sweet apricot. So delicious. After eating the lovely apricot sent by the little scholar, Lin Weiwei felt energized. She gathered her strength and pulled the cart into the village, into the forest behind. Now, with many eyes and ears in the village, if people saw how much grain they bought, and if future disasters worsened, some might come to borrow grain or sell their sympathy. If there were 1 or 2 malicious people in the village, besides the 2 little scholars, most were women and children, she had to be careful. Lin Weiwei looked at the grain in the forest and told the little scholar to go back first. Only at night did she carry the grain into her cellar. Over 1,000 jin of grain, plus what she had bought gradually before, her family was well off. They could eat for 4 or 5 months without worry. In the evening, in the Jiang family's small courtyard, Lady Feng was sewing a light green dress under the lamp. Although the fabric was just plain cotton, her skillful hands made the intricate embroidery of entwined branches, making the dress look very special. Jiang Mohan put down his book and glanced at the dress she was working on. The pattern and color clearly looked like something a young girl would wear. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Whose dress is that? Why are you so focused on it?" "Made for Xiao Wei. She's a young girl, and she often wears her father's old clothes that are turned into boys' clothes. It's not a big deal. Yesterday, someone from the village went to town, so I asked them to bring back some fabric to make her a new outfit." Lady Feng finished embroidering a leaf and cut the thread. Jiang Mohan helped her with the thread and frowned slightly. "Did she tell you some kind of story to make you so interested in her affairs?" "The mischievous girl, with quite a bit of cleverness. She's trying to manipulate things subtly, maybe even planning to influence his mother?" "How can you talk like that, child?" Lady Feng glared at him. Xiao Wei is a kind girl. Not to mention, she carried you back from town when you were hurt, and she's been helping us make dried fruit, earning over 10 silver coins in just a few days. What's wrong with making her a dress? If you want to thank her, just buy some fabric and give it to her. Let her mother make her a dress. I think you're starting to treat her like a daughter. Jiang Mohan took the needle and helped Lady Feng thread it. Lady Feng looked at him with a half-smile. Xiao Wei is diligent, kind, and simple. I wish I could exchange you for a daughter from the Lin family, though I worry they wouldn't want to part with her. Mother, you've started teasing people too? Jiang Mohan thought to himself, blaming Lin Weiwei. Surely she's the one who taught him. It's true. Proximity influences character. Honestly, Xiao Wei is really a good girl. Honor, you shouldn't dislike her just because she teases you sometimes. She's only 14, and it's normal for her to be lively. Unlike you, who always looks so serious, you're not cute at all. Lady Feng chuckled, teasing her son. Jiang Mohan looked helpless. Mother, when did I ever pick on her? Tell me, am I so incapable of arguing with her? Or fighting? Do you think I'm the kind of person who resorts to violence? The one who minds is the one who controls. If I wanted to hurt someone, I'd use my brains, not fists. Lady Feng smiled and said, she's just a girl recovering from a serious illness. Why are you so cautious around her? She couldn't possibly eat you up, could she? Or are you worried she's interested in you and might force her way in? Mother, is that something a mother should say? Jiang Mohan felt it was necessary to separate Lady Feng from the mischievous girl. She had been too influenced by her, daring to say anything. Are you shy? Lady Feng suppressed her laughter. All right. I won't say more. You don't need to worry too much. Just because she likes teasing you and flirting with words doesn't mean she has a crush on you. Don't always guard her like a thief. Indeed, she had raised him since he was young, and her sharp eyes couldn't miss his little thoughts. But thinking carefully, without some skills, a teenage girl couldn't protect the young master in such chaotic times. Mother, don't worry. I have my own plans, Jiang Mohan replied casually. Lady Feng no longer persuaded him. She sighed and said, Xiao Wei is also not an easy child. A young girl, taking on the family's livelihood. She traveled over 200 miles back and forth, walking all the way while pushing heavy grain. You haven't seen her feet. Blisters have soaked her shoes. Aunt Lin from the Lin family was so distressed she kept wiping her tears. Jiang Mohan's heart moved. No wonder she was walking so slowly yesterday. The blisters on her feet had burst, and each step was like dancing on a knife's edge. Her resilience and strength were truly touching. Late at night, the tired Lin Weiwei lay on the grass in the space, her feet in a pond formed by the space's spiritual spring, sighing comfortably. The burning pain in her feet instantly disappeared, and her wounds felt cool. When she took her feet out of the spring, her injuries looked less fierce. She went to the spring source, looked at the bubbling water, and used a clay jar to collect some. She dipped a piece of cloth into the water and pressed it on her wounds. Sure enough, the spiritual spring water from the spring's mouth worked even better. Her blisters could heal in just 2 days. But she still felt a bit regretful. Other people's space springs could even turn people into bones and flesh, but hers was a bit weak. Still, it was better than nothing. One shouldn't be too greedy. If the Great Crossing Master got angry and took back her spiritual spring space, she'd be worse off. She curled up with the wild wolf Gray and slept soundly for the night. Maybe it was psychological, but Lin Weiwei felt more relaxed than sleeping outside. Unsurprisingly, she woke up late. Mrs. Huang had already prepared breakfast. Lin Danny and Xiao Erwa had cut grass to feed the rabbits, more and more rabbits, and just relying on the young worker Erwa wasn't enough. Before going to Lu's family to learn weaving, Lin Danny would help cut a big basket of grass. Lin Weiwei stepped out of her room. Lin Danny was about to leave. She pouted at Lin Weiwei, saying, "You're so lucky, sleeping until now, and only waking up now." Lin Weiwei yawned and rubbed her eyes. "Next time you go to Jingyan County and bring back more than 1,000 jin of grain, then you'll understand what it feels like to be lucky." Big Sister Lin. Bringing back over 1,000 jin of grain? She had only pushed an empty cart for over 100 miles, which was already tough enough, let alone hauling that much grain. Who do you think everyone is, with the same strength as you? Lin Big Sister learned her lesson and avoided arguing, so she wouldn't get so angry she stomped her feet or be seen as a joke. Madame Feng came from next door, holding a bowl of fragrant pea pudding. Xiaowei, are you up? Why not sleep a little longer? Lin Weiwei dipped her small toothbrush in green salt and said while brushing her teeth, I haven't been to the town for 2 days. Our apricot preserves should be almost sold out. I'll carry some peach preserves to the town later to see how they're doing. Madame Feng smiled and said, Your brother Mo Han went out. You've been tired for 2 days, so just rest at home. Little scholar? Lin Weiwei mumbled while rinsing her mouth. Can he handle it? He's a boy, and you can do it. Why can't he? Don't say that in front of brother Mo Han. Men dislike others saying they can't do something. Madame Feng winked at her. Aunt Feng, is it really okay for you to say such ambiguous things to a 14-year-old girl? Lin Weiwei smiled innocently and sweetly. I'm just worried about tiring out the little scholar. I didn't let him carry much, only 30 jin. Isn't that enough for a ox cart? You really shouldn't worry so much, Madame Feng said, tapping her little forehead and handing her the pea pudding. This is Aunt Feng's homemade snack. Try it and see how it tastes. Lin Weiwei wiped her face with a damp cloth, took a piece of pea pudding, and put it in her mouth. Sweet and refreshing, melts in the mouth, and tastes wonderful. Aunt Feng's skills are good enough to sell in the town. Madame Feng smiled and said, It's not as good as you say. My skills are far from what Shui Yu makes. It's barely edible. After breakfast, Lin Weiwei, who couldn't sit still, carried a bamboo basket into the mountains. The village's team gathering wild vegetables no longer needed her to lead within her safe zone. Over the past 2 days, she had gone to Jingyan County and still owed Lu's family 2 baskets of wild vegetables. As usual, Lin Weiwei set up her traps first, then looked for a valley with plenty of wild vegetables, pulling them into her space. On her way back, she also found 2 lonely wild peach trees, quickly gathering the ripe peaches from them. Carrying 2 wild rabbits, she returned home as the sun was setting.
Mom.
Tonight, we'll have braised wild rabbit. Lin Weiwei hadn't even entered the door when her voice reached out. Xiao Erwa ran over from the backyard, seeing the lively rabbit in her hands, and tried to grab it. Don't eat it. Keep it to raise baby rabbits. Lin Weiwei held the rabbit up high, and the little fellow, jumping, couldn't reach. She pinched Xiao Erwa's cheek and asked, What do we do when the rabbits grow up? Sell them for money. Xiao Erwa was determined to make a living by raising rabbits. Lin Weiwei teased him. When you sell the rabbits, what will you do with the money? Buy grain and meat. Xiao Erwa remembered the sweet and sour ribs from last time. During the 2 days his second sister was away, they ate preserved pig's head from the cellar. Mom didn't use much oil or meat when cooking, so it wasn't as tasty as second sister's cooking. If he earned enough money, he could eat meat freely without being stingy. Money from selling is for buying meat, but it's better to kill the rabbit and eat it directly, Lin Weiwei said with a smile. Xiao Erwa eagerly replied, That's different. If we kill it, it should be after it has a litter of baby rabbits. Killing the babies now means no more rabbits. The little guy was quite clever about saving money. Lin Weiwei pinched his small face again, then placed the 2 rabbits into separate rabbit pens, waiting for them to get used to being in the cages. She took out a dead, stiff rabbit from the basket, skillfully skinned it, removed the internal organs, cut it into pieces, and marinated it with salt and cooking wine. Where is Mom? I haven't seen her. Xiao Erwa picked some wild vegetables, chopped them up to feed the chickens, and said, Mom said she went to the field to look around. While washing her hands, Lin Weiwei glanced at the side of the tub and noticed the water bucket and shoulder pole were missing. An ominous feeling arose, and she hurriedly asked, When did she leave? How long has she been gone? Xiao Erwa thought for a moment and said, She left after lunch. Before he finished, Lin Weiwei ran up the mountain quickly. Huang Shi leaned against a large tree, sitting on a stone, her face pale and breathing heavily. A few days ago, she had been gathering wild vegetables daily and didn't feel very tired, thinking her body was almost recovered. But just after fetching water 2 or 3 times, she couldn't hold on. Feeling chest tight and short of breath, weak all over, she couldn't even stand up. Her broken body had become the biggest burden at home. She took 2 doses of medicine every day, costing dozens of coins. Thinking about her daughter's bloodied feet, she felt she might as well be dead to avoid burdening her children. Huang Shi's consciousness gradually blurred, and her body slowly slid down the tree trunk, lying on the ground. When Lin Weiwei found her, she was already unconscious. When she woke up again, the whole family was gathered around her bed. Dr. Liang had just finished checking her pulse and was discussing medication with Lin Weiwei. Little second girl sighed like an adult, saying, "Mother, I told you not to go to the fields, but you insisted on being brave. Now look, you've overworked yourself and fallen ill. Dr. Liang, is my mother all right?"
Lin asked nervously, wiping her tears.
Dr. Liang looked at Mrs. Huang and said, "She's fine, just exhausted." He gave Lin Weiwei a quick look, and she followed him out of the main room. Dr. Liang no longer kept it a secret and told Lin Weiwei, "Your mother's body was already weak, and now she's overworked. To fully recover, we need to change her medicine. If we keep using the old recipe, I can only guarantee her 5 more years of life." Lin Weiwei hurriedly said, "Then please, Dr. Liang, prepare a new prescription." Dr. Liang sighed and said, "This new medicine includes 2 quite expensive ingredients. Ordinary families might not afford them." "Which 2 ingredients?" Lin Weiwei asked. Besides the income from selling dried fruits, she still had 100 taels of silver saved from selling a lynx. No matter how expensive, she wanted to cure her mother's illness. She was grateful to have a mother's love and didn't want to become an orphan again. Ginseng and deer antler velvet. The ginseng should be over 20 years old, and the deer antler velvet should be 2 bars long. For the new treatment, which would last a year, just the ginseng and deer antler velvet would cost over 100 taels. Although Lin and Iyer was capable, 100 taels was an astronomical amount for ordinary people. Dr. Liang shook his head silently. "Besides these 2, I have all the other herbs," he said. If Lin and Iyer really wanted to help her mother recover, she would try to save wherever she could. Orphans and widows were not easy to support. Lin Weiwei went back into Mrs. Huang's room. Mrs. Huang looked at her with guilt and said regretfully, "Iyer, I've caused you trouble again. Knowing I caused trouble, but you still run off to fetch water and work in the fields? Even if the crops in our land are made of gold, they're not more precious than your health." Lin Weiwei poured her a cup of warm water and helped her drink it. Dr. Liang said that if she hadn't kept taking her medicine these days and had been eating and drinking well, her mother might not have waited for her to come looking. She might have passed away. Lin Weiwei felt that this was probably because she had been cooking with water from the spiritual spring in her space every day. Although the spiritual spring water in her space wasn't instant magic, it was very good for the body. Huang looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head and softly saying, "I saw you were too tired, and your feet had no good flesh left. As a mother, how can I not feel sad? I just wanted to help lighten your load. I didn't expect my body. Mother really is useless. Mother, just rest well and take care of yourself. That's enough to help me. Look, if you keep taking your medicine for another 3 or 2 months, your health will be fully restored. Now, it needs to be extended to a year. We agreed that during this year, you will take your medicine obediently and take good care of yourself. No more acting on your own, okay?" Lin Weiwei sighed silently and spoke softly. Huang lowered her head, wiping tears, feeling she had been a burden to her daughter. Lin Weiwei felt helpless inside but told many playful stories to comfort her. Having a sensitive mother means needing careful care. After leaving Huang's room, she saw the young scholar in the moonlight in the yard, standing tall like a graceful jade tree. Jiang Mohan was holding a small ointment jar about the size of a ping-pong ball, hiding it in his sleeve. He asked hesitantly, "Andy, are you feeling better? You're back? Did everything go smoothly?" Lin Weiwei's delicate face, illuminated by the moonlight, looked especially fair and smooth. Jiang Mohan hesitated for a moment and comforted her. Yes. Dr. Liang's medical skills are quite good. You don't need to worry too much. Thank you for your concern. My mother just needs some rest, and she'll be fine. As Lin Weiwei headed to her room, she saw the young scholar still standing in the yard and casually asked, "Do you have something else?" "This is the ointment I bought from town. It's very effective for treating wounds. Here, take it,"
Jiang Mohan said, awkwardly.
Lin Weiwei looked at him with confusion. "Wound medicine? I haven't been hurt?" "Ahem." Jiang Mohan cleared his throat, tossing the pot onto Madame Foam. "My mother said your foot was scraped, so I brought some wound medicine from town. Here, remember to apply it twice a day, morning and evening." After saying that, he shoved the jar into Lin Weiwei's hand and hurriedly left. "TSK. Giving me medicine is just giving me medicine. Why be shy? Just admit you care about me, will you?" Lin Weiwei mumbled softly, watching his back. As Jiang Mohan stepped out of the door, he twisted his ankle. He hated how good his hearing was. "If I meddle in things again in the future, I'll regret it," Jiang Mohan thought bitterly. The next day, before dawn, Lin Weiwei went up the mountain. Over the past month, she had been running around the mountain, knowing well where the deer herds appeared. Quietly hiding in the deer's usual path, Lin Weiwei gently touched the gray wolf, Hui Hui, lying beside her. "It's all up to you now." Although she was strong, catching a spotted deer alive wasn't just about strength. As she finished speaking, a group of spotted deer carefully approached from nearby. Lin Weiwei's hiding spot was a common route to the water source for the herd. She examined the herd with a critical eye, took her time, then pointed at a handsome male deer and said to Hui Hui, "See that one? It's time to test your skills. You need to catch it alive.
Go."
Hui Hui lazily glanced at her, then made no move. As the herd slowly drew closer and Lin Weiwei could clearly see the patterns on the deer's coat, Hui Hui's muscles tensed. Its sharp eyes swept away the previous indifference, locking onto the target. Choosing the best moment and distance, Hui Hui suddenly pushed off with its powerful hind legs and charged toward the spotted deer Lin Weiwei had indicated. The herd scattered quickly, but the deer Lin Weiwei had her eye on was soon caught by Hui Hui, who bit its neck and pressed it to the ground. Lin Weiwei ran swiftly over, helping Hui Hui hold down the struggling male deer. She tied the deer's legs and praised Hui Hui by patting its head. Hui Hui turned its head away, and she missed. The antler velvet was ready. As for ginseng, Lin Weiwei had a 100-year-old plant in her space. Such old ginseng was usually kept by wealthy families for survival. There must be more ginseng deep in the mountains, and she planned to explore further. After wandering over several hills with no luck, Lin Weiwei sat on a large rock, munching on a homemade egg pancake and drinking some spring water. She looked at the majestic Hui Hui and said, "Hui Hui, wolves and dogs are both in the canine family, so your sense of smell should be sharp too, right?" Hui Hui looked at her with a mix of disdain and annoyance, as if feeling insulted that she compared it to a dog. Lin Weiwei took out a 100-year-old ginseng wrapped in birch bark from her space and placed it under Hui Hui's nose. "Since you think you're better than a dog, it's time to prove yourself. Smell this. And remember the scent.
Got it?
If you find it, come back and call me." Hui Hui gave her a dismissive glance. Humans who push their luck really do treat it like a dog. But since she had saved its life, it would help her, at least for now. Hui Hui sniffed the ginseng lightly a few times, then suddenly darted into the nearby trees. Its injured leg had healed quite well after a few days in the space. In the forest, there was plenty of food and drink, and everyone grew strong and healthy. Their bodies were especially agile, and their movements quick and lively. While Lin Weiwei was full and resting on a stone, stretching her legs and taking a nap, the wild gray wolf returned. It pawed at the lazy girl in front of it, looked at her with dull blue-gray eyes, and signaled her to follow.
"Hey,
did you really find it?" Lin Weiwei jumped up from the stone, stretched lazily, and followed the gray wolf into the dense woods. The forest grew darker and more mysterious, with tall trees reaching into the sky and their canopies blocking the sunlight. Outside, the sun was blazing, but inside the woods, it felt a little cool. Gray, do you remember the way out? I think I've lost my sense of direction, Lin Weiwei said as she moved through the trees behind the wolf. She looked up at the treetops but couldn't tell which way was the right one. The gray wolf turned its head to look at her, and Lin Weiwei saw a look of disdain in its eyes. Don't you just rely on your animal instincts? What's there to be proud of? Suddenly, the gray wolf stopped, its blue-gray eyes fixed on a direction in the forest. Its muscles tensed, and it bared its sharp teeth. Lin Weiwei tensed up and looked in the direction it was staring. Oh no! A wolf pack! She couldn't believe it. She had encountered a wild wolf pack. What's the scariest thing in the forest? Not tigers or bears, but groups of wild wolves. If they get surrounded, there's no way out. Only waiting for death. Gray, run. Run now. She cursed. Behind them, another wolf pack appeared. She was cursed. They were definitely surrounded by wolves. Gray, you're one of them. Communicate with them, negotiate. I could exchange too. No, 3 roe deer for my life. Ask if that's okay, Lin Weiwei said, her back to the wolf, looking cautiously at the pack behind her. She never thought she'd trust a wild wolf enough to turn her back. The gray wolf's eyes darkened with hatred, staring fiercely at the strongest, most majestic wolf in the pack. That wolf had black and gray fur, a strong build, and fluffy hair. It had a healed scar from its forehead to below its right eye. Clearly, it was the alpha wolf. The black wolf looked at the defeated subordinate with arrogance, sneering at Gray, and then at Lin Weiwei behind him, as if mocking their downfall, how they had fallen so low, to be allied with humans. Lin Weiwei seemed to sense something. Gray, is that your enemy? She sighed deeply, feeling that the path to peace was blocked. She had no choice but to fight with all her might. Quietly, she watched the wolf pack and counted in her mind. Wow, there are at least 20 or 30 adult wolves. If they all attacked at once, her 100 pounds would be no match, and she might lose her life here. The gray wolf stepped 2 paces toward the alpha wolf and let out a long howl. The alpha wolf looked at it dismissively, clearly not considering this defeated subordinate as a threat. It responded with a commanding howl, full of authority. The wolf pack retreated slightly, eyeing Lin Weiwei greedily, as if she were a juicy, delicious steak on a chopping board. The gray wolf faced off against the alpha wolf, eyes full of fierce determination. Both wolves prepared to attack, as if searching for the other's weakness. Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes, understanding a little now. This was the start of a wolf-king contest. Gray, keep going. I believe in you. Worried that Gray might be distracted, she silently cheered it on in her heart. Gray, Gray, our lives are in your hands. Go, defeat the alpha wolf, lead the pack, become a true king. This is the moment to decide success or failure. While she was praying earnestly, Gray was the first to attack. The 2 wolves tumbled, snapped, and fought fiercely on the open ground. The alpha wolf moved quickly, with sharp teeth and claws, every lunge and bite extremely tricky. Gray was agile, like a silver lightning bolt dodging and darting. The alpha wolf launched fierce attacks again and again, but each time missed, gradually losing patience and revealing more openings. Gray saw its chance. With claws sharp as blades, it suddenly reached for the alpha wolf's eyes, making a sound like breaking the air. The alpha wolf had been hurt before and twisted its body midair, turning its head sharply to avoid the deadly strike. Angrily, the alpha wolf opened its big mouth and bit toward Gray's neck. Gray kicked off the ground with its hind legs, moving sideways perfectly to dodge. The alpha wolf missed, and before it could settle, Gray charged forward, trying to pin the alpha wolf down. The alpha wolf rolled on the ground a few times, struggling to escape. In her heart, Lin Weiwei secretly thought that Gray, having been trained with space water, was well taken care of. Her prey had not been wasted. Now Gray was gaining the upper hand, and victory was only a matter of time. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise breaking the air. She hurriedly lunged forward, and behind her, she heard the sound of tearing fabric. She rolled onto the ground and, from the corner of her eye, saw a young, proud gray wolf land at her original position. Its claws still held a piece of her clothing. Young people don't follow the rules. Attacking her unexpectedly. What kind of hero is that? Lin Weiwei just stood up when the gray wolf lunged at her again. The other wolves, distracted from the fierce fight between the Wolf King and Gray Gray, turned their attention to her and slowly circled around. What's the matter? Do they think she's an easy target? They're wrong. She's a tough, prickly persimmon. She quickly shifted to the side, aiming carefully before the gray wolf landed, grabbing its neck for like holding a chick, lifting it in her hand. The gray wolf struggled hard, but its strength was no match for her. It was like a newly hatched chick in her grasp. She knocked on its head and said, "Be good, or I'll break your neck as easily as snapping a reed. Think carefully. Whose head is harder, yours or a wild boar's? Keep moving, and I'll make your head bloom." The gray wolf seemed to have been knocked out. Its eyes looked like they were spinning with tiny insect patterns. The wolf pack appeared to be frightened, stopping and watching her without advancing or retreating. Meanwhile, over with Gray Gray, the situation was settled. The alpha wolf was covered in blood, its neck torn open, blood pouring out. Now, it was pressed under Gray Gray, whose greenish eyes dimmed, and its body twitched slightly before going still. Gray Gray let out a long, commanding howl. The wolf pack gathered around it, respectfully welcoming the birth of the new Wolf King. Gray Gray walked over gracefully and proudly toward Lin Weiwei. She smiled brightly, threw the pretending dead gray wolf onto the ground, and took out spiritual spring water to clean Gray Gray's wounds. No, it should now be called the Wolf King, Gray Gray. The Wolf King stood motionless, allowing her to bandage its wounds. Most of its injuries were small cuts on the skin. After washing with the spring water, they stopped bleeding. Gray Gray let out a long howl to the pack, which quickly disappeared into the dense forest. The gray wolf she had caught earlier was limping but ran faster than anyone. Wow. When did humans become so strong? If you can't fight, better to hide. Gray Gray took a few steps in one direction, then looked back at Lin Weiwei. She hurried to follow. The Wolf King Gray paused in front of a familiar plant, his blue-gray eyes full of a desire for praise.
Wow.
Ginseng. Gray, you're amazing, almost like a drug detection dog. Lin Weiwei squatted down to dig up the ginseng. This plant was a bit smaller than the one in her space, but it was probably over 60 or 70 years old. Today was a lucky day. She had found both deer antlers and ginseng. Lin Weiwei gently patted Gray's head. "You are the hero. Tell me, what reward do you want?" The Wolf King Gray impatiently shook his head. How dare this human try to touch the Wolf King's head? He shook off Lin Weiwei's hand and darted away. On the way down the mountain, he kept a safe distance from her, worried she might try to pet him again. When they reached the path leading to the foot of the mountain, Gray stopped. Lin Weiwei looked at him, sensing something. "Are you not coming down the mountain with me?" "I guess so. Now that you're the Wolf King, the wolf pack is your home. All right, I'll come to visit you in the mountain sometime." Gray looked back at her deeply and then rushed into the forest. Lin Weiwei's voice echoed through the open woods. "Watch out for traps. Try not to hurt anyone, and don't get hurt yourself." Watching Gray disappear into the forest, a tinge of sadness rose in Lin Weiwei's heart, but she also felt blessed. Gray would return to his wolf pack eventually. She was just a passing visitor in his life. Sighing, she thought, no more pets to cuddle.
So sad.
In the forest, Jiang Mohan, who was reading, saw Lin Weiwei, lively and energetic as always, coming down the mountain looking dejected, like a defeated soldier. Anger rose in his heart. Who had bullied her? Seeing her torn clothes, his anger reached its peak. Who is it? He clenched his claws tightly. "Chubby girl." Jiang Mohan gripped his book, stood up from the stone, and called out to get her attention. Usually, no matter how hidden his reading spot was, this mischievous girl could always find him like a cat sniffing out prey. Today, what had happened to her?
Huh?
Little scholar? Lin Weiwei heard his clear yet magnetic voice and immediately felt excited. What a coincidence. Or maybe it's not just a coincidence. Tell me, Do you always appear on my way down the mountain to catch my attention? Jiang and Mo Han silently watched her, with a mischievous look, a bad smile, and teasing words. Still that shameless girl. He really wasted his worry. Wait, why does he care about her? There must be a misunderstanding. He is very protective of those he cares about. Even if he dislikes his pets, he wouldn't tolerate others bullying them.
Yes.
That's definitely it. Jiang and Mo Han flicked his sleeve. Since meeting this annoying girl, he's done it more times than in his previous life. That brat girl just knows how to make him angry. Don't move. Lin Weiwei's slightly nervous voice came. Jiang and Mo Han showed impatience on his handsome face. What are you trying to do now? He slowly turned around and saw the girl rushing toward him. This girl, who doesn't seem to understand shame, was already teasing him with words. Was that not enough? Now she wanted to touch him physically?
Oh. He understood now.
This girl must know he was powerful in his past life and is trying to him, hoping to become his perfect wife. That's why she saved him when he was hurt, tried to get close to his mother, and pulled her along to make money, so she wouldn't repeat her past mistakes. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He looked at her chubby little face with disgust. In his past life, he had seen all kinds of women, beautiful, delicate, gentle, charming. Could he be fooled by her little tricks? Jiang and Mo Han thought he saw through Lin Weiwei's plan, but how could he let her just pounce on him? Trying to use physical contact to make him responsible? No way. He took 2 steps back as Lin Weiwei's frightened expression appeared. But he was too slow. Lin Weiwei, with incredible speed, crashed into his arms, almost knocking him over backward. This reckless girl, doesn't she know how strong she is? She's trying to hit him hard enough to knock him out.
Ugh.
What bit him? You brat girl, are you biting? Jiang and Mo Han turned his head and glared at her. But he saw her small, white hand clutching a green, jade-like snake. A snake? Jiang and Mo Han's eyes widened. How could there be a snake? He had just sprinkled realgar powder nearby. Wait, he wasn't bitten by the girl, but by. Jiang and Mo Han's eyes rolled, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Weiwei, holding the 7-inch bamboo leaf green snake in one hand and wrapping her arm around the young scholar's waist to prevent him from hitting his head on the stone. Another bump might make him seriously hurt himself, squeezed the snake tightly, breaking it into 2 pieces. What should she do? What should she do? Is the toxin in bamboo leaf green so strong? Could it really be deadly for the young scholar? What should she do now? Oh, isn't this a common scene on TV? Out snake venom to save someone? Maybe the person will be fine? She hurriedly unbuttoned the young scholar's shirt to reveal his shoulder, which had been bitten by a snake, and leaned in to kiss it. Eye out the venom. Oh my, isn't that Lin's silly second girl? In broad daylight, how can she do such shameless things? She should be taken out and dunked in a pig cage. Sampeng Nyong, coming down from the mountain, heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing this scene, her eyes nearly popped out with excitement. She scrambled on her short legs and quickly ran toward the village. She had to tell the village chief immediately. Such immoral behavior must not be tolerated. That brat, daring to scare her and her precious son. This time, she wouldn't let her stay in the village. She would write her surname backwards. Lin Weiwei spat out the venom she had from her mouth onto the ground, rinsed her mouth with spiritual spring water, took a couple of sips, then washed the young scholar's wound with the spring water. Young scholar? Young scholar? Lin Weiwei patted Jiang Mohan's face. Seeing he still didn't respond, she became anxious. Could he really have been poisoned to death? She bent down. Princess carried the young scholar, and then, thinking about it, she picked up the dead-looking bamboo leaf green snake in her hand and quickly ran along the mountain path. Young scholar, hold on. We're almost at Dr. Liang's house. It takes crossing most of the village to reach Dr. Liang's. Many villagers working in the field saw Lin's silly second girl carrying the neighbor Zhang's child, rushing desperately toward Dr. Liang's house. What's going on? Did something happen to Zhang's child? Just now, Sampeng Nyong ran back shouting that the silly second girl did something inappropriate to Zhang's child.
Could it be?
Someone lost their life.
Huh?
Possible. Look at the size and strength of that second fool. Ordinary men can't handle that. Be more respectful, everyone. We haven't figured out what happened yet. You're accusing a young girl like this. Are you trying to force her to death? Think about who brought those wild vegetables into the mountains. Aunt Guahua, trembling with anger, almost couldn't hold back a headbutt. This girl cares most about her reputation. Maliciously ruining a young girl's reputation is like killing without a knife. And she's from the same village. She's not just a neighbor, she's an enemy. It's not us spreading rumors. If you want to find out, go talk to Sampang Nyang. The village men, idling around, dispersed awkwardly. Recently, Lin's second daughter has been leading most of the village women and young girls into the mountains to pick wild vegetables. The drying of vegetables at home has increased, and her worries about the drought have eased a little. Many families still feel grateful to Lin Weiwei. The gossip quickly stopped. Dr. Liang, please, save him. Lin Weiwei kicked open the door of Dr. Liang's house and rushed inside like a gust of wind. Dr. Liang's family, who were about to have dinner, thought bandits had come down from the mountain. The youngest grandson of Dr. Liang was so frightened that he dropped his bowl and chopsticks on the ground, smashing them into 2 pieces. Dr. Liang recognized Lin Weiwei's voice and thought Mrs. Huang's condition had worsened. He quickly stood up and came outside. He saw Lin's second daughter holding an unconscious, handsome young man, pacing nervously around him, talking incoherently. Dr. Liang, quick. Save him. A snake. The young scholar was bitten by a snake. It's this one in my hand. Please check if there's still hope. Dr. Liang was dizzy from her frantic movements and hurriedly said, Stop spinning around. Bring him into the West Wing, so I can treat him.
Oh.
Okay. Lin Weiwei took a few steps east, realized she was going the wrong way, then turned back and rushed into the West Wing. Carefully, like handling a fragile treasure, she gently laid the young man on the bed in the West Wing. This is the snake, bamboo leaf green. It bit his shoulder. How close is the shoulder to the brain? If the poison reaches his brain, he might become a vegetable and never wake up, Lin Weiwei said nervously while Dr. Liang checked his pulse, pacing back and forth behind him. Enough.
Stop moving.
Jiang Tongsheng is fine. Dr. Liang finally took his hand away from Jiang Mo Han's pulse. He thought it was nothing serious, just a bite from a bamboo leaf green snake. How can he be fine? He was bitten by a snake. If he's okay, why is he unconscious? Lin Weiwei didn't believe it. We need medicine. Any amount of silver is fine, as long as it can save him. The young scholar aims to become a top scholar someday. If his brain is hurt, what will happen? Dr. Liang looked at her with both frustration and amusement, saying, Am I a doctor, or are you? I said he's fine, so he's fine. Bamboo leaf green snakes aren't very poisonous, and that small one you have, about a foot long, has even less poison. Most of the venom was out, so he should be okay without medicine. But why is he still unconscious? Lin Weiwei asked, relieved but worried as she looked at Jiang Mo Han, whose eyes were tightly closed and who was completely unaware. Based on his pulse, he was greatly frightened before falling into a coma. Dr. Liang looked at the bamboo leaf green, about the thickness of a finger, then at Jiang Mo Han lying on the bed. His suspicion made him feel a bit amused. Lin Weiwei held back her laughter for a moment before bursting out loud. Are you saying this little scholar fainted because of a snake? Oh my, this is hilarious. The young scholar who always looks serious and stern, afraid of snakes. Such a cute contrast, isn't it? When Jiang Mohan woke up from his coma, the first thing he heard was Lin Weiwei's carefree laughter. Before he could complain, her words made him so angry he almost turned over. What's so funny about being afraid of snakes? Many people are afraid of snakes. There's nothing to laugh about. Laugh all you want. Don't make me laugh so hard I lose my jaw. Jiang Mohan was so embarrassed he wished there was in the bed for him to hide in. No, he couldn't wake up now. He'd be teased to death by that mischievous girl. Maybe he should just pretend to still be unconscious. To be safe, Lin Weiwei asked Dr. Liang to prescribe some medicine to clear the snake poison, then bent down to carry the little scholar back home. Jong Mo-hun, being carried like a princess, felt like dying. He had been carried and hugged so many times, and that mischievous girl would surely use this to force him to marry her. Humph, she's got the wrong idea. He saw through her plan long ago. Let her try. Her plan will fail. When Lin Weiwei reached her house with the little scholar in her arms, she found the door crowded with villagers. The voice of Sampeng Nyong, sounding like a chicken being strangled, came from inside. Didn't you see? The fool from the Lin family tore open Jiang Tongxing's clothes and was biting him. TSK, I wouldn't even dare to look at that scene twice. Fellow villagers, there's no one in our 10 miles gully as shameless and lewd as that. Making love in broad daylight would get you thrown into a pig cage. No way, Xiao Wei wouldn't do such a thing. Mrs. Feng helped the fainted Mrs. Huang and glared fiercely at Sampeng Nyong. How much hatred does Xiao Wei have for you to ruin her reputation like this? It's crazy. Sampeng Nyong looked proud. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I fake it? If you're defending her, do you already know about the affair between the fool and Jiang Tongxing? You're the one having an affair. Your whole family is having an affair. Lin Weiwei's voice sounded from behind the crowd. The villagers parted to give her a path. She carried the little scholar into her yard confidently. Sampeng Nyong widened her eyes and said excitedly, Look. Still holding him. Oh, Jiang Tongxing's body is so weak. He's been ruined like this. The poor young scholar froze completely, trembling with anger and frustration. Lin Weiwei knew he was awake, and her heart eased a little. She even felt like laughing. Did the young scholar hurt her? Stop. Must not laugh. This is in front of everyone. She should give him some face. That guy is very proud and cares about reputation. Lin Weiwei forced herself to hide her smile and walked up to Madame Feng. She said, Aunt Feng, the young scholar was bitten by a poisonous snake while reading in the woods. Don't worry, I've already out the poison and taken him to see Dr. Liang. After taking 2 doses of medicine, the remaining poison will be gone. Her words clearly explained. 1. She pulled up the young scholar's clothes and leaned on his shoulder to out the poison. 2. She was holding him because he was still unconscious and the poison hadn't fully left his body. 3. She had Dr. Liang's testimony. If you don't believe, go ask him. Most villagers listening believed her. Lin's silly second girl was understandable, but they trusted Jiang Tongxing's character. They thought it was more believable that the two were just together in the woods than that Lin Ernie had done anything wrong. Besides, a recently awakened fool who knows nothing about romantic affairs? Did the 3 fat woman's big mouth ever keep quiet? She's gone too far this time. Just then, Huang, who had been slowly waking up, heard her daughter's words. She struggled to stand and said, Quick, put Honor on the big brother's bed. Second brother, go light the fire and boil the medicine. Lin Weiwei carried the young scholar toward the east room, then looked back at the 3 fat women.
Don't go, she said.
Let's talk properly later.
What are you talking about?
Are you afraid I'll do something to you? The 3 fat women glanced nervously at the stone table in the yard. Her eyes panicked, and she moved her feet as if to leave. Madame Feng worried about her son and saw that the 3 fat women showed no remorse. She was angry and said, Did our Lin Weiwei kill your parents or dig up your family's grave? Why are you ruining her reputation? The things you said are pushing a young girl to her death. The 3 fat women stubbornly caused trouble, raising her chin. Who is the second fool of the Lin family to you? Why are you defending her? Do you love her so much you want to marry her? Anyway, your son's clothes are already torn off her, and they've been close enough. Lin Weiwei put down the young scholar and came out of the east room. Hearing this, she took a few steps toward the 3 fat women. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she looked down at the thin, under 5-foot woman. Without saying a word, her imposing presence overwhelmed her. The 3rd fat lady is both fierce and timid, taking 2 steps back and trembling as she says, What? What are you going to do? An idiot is about to kill someone. Master, come quickly and save me. Lin Weiwei quickly grabs her collar. She sees the third fat lady's feet lift slightly off the ground, raised above her head. Does she want to throw her to her death?
Stop.
Her mouth is always full of nonsense. She can't keep her mouth shut. Ernie, for the sake of our neighbors and villagers, please forgive her this time. I promise I will watch her and won't let her bother you again. I apologize on her behalf. The third fat man's father steps forward to try to grab Lin Weiwei's arm, but she gently shakes him off, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Lin Weiwei snorts heavily. She is spreading malicious rumors and slander. I don't mind. At worst, I won't marry anyone for the rest of my life. Jiang Tongsheng wants to take the imperial exam for scholar and top scholar, and his reputation must be spotless. If you ruin his future, I will make your whole family pay the price. The third fat lady's legs flail in the air. I'm just helping you. Think about it. You used to be a fool, and in the future, you won't marry into a good family. Why not make the best of a bad situation? While you're having skin contact with her son, settle everything. Skin contact? If I throw you into the pig pen and press you against the pig, do you think you'll have to marry a pig as a sow? Lin Weiwei looks like she thinks this is a good idea. Jiang Mohan, lying in the east room, suddenly feels uncomfortable. What does she mean? Does she think he's like a pig? Can I now go around telling people that Lu Lihua has a unique taste, doesn't like her own man, and prefers to be with a boar? Lin Weiwei presses her further. The third fat lady's face turns purple like an eggplant. She kicks her legs wildly like a hanging ghost. What boar? There are no pigs in our village. If you want to slander me, you better have someone believe it. That's easy. I know where wild boars are. I can go catch one and bring it back to satisfy your special preference. How about that? Lin Weiwei waves the third fat lady like she's holding a gray wolf on the mountain, swinging her hand with the pig. Hearing a tearing sound, the third fat lady's collar shows torn marks. She quickly stops struggling. Being lifted so high, falling down is no joke. If Lin's second fool causes her to break an arm or a leg, and she claims she fell by herself, she won't gain anything. It's just not worth it. The third fat lady grits her teeth and asks, "What exactly do you want?" To admit your mistakes, apologize sincerely to the person involved, and pay me 5 taels of silver for defamation and damage to my reputation. Not letting Sanpong's wife bleed a little. She doesn't even know what pain is. Lin Weiwei hates people like that. She's like a fly, just bothering others without biting or causing trouble. 5 taels of silver? Why don't you go rob instead? Sanpong's wife's voice is shrill and sharp, like a screeching chicken. Lin Weiwei slightly smirked, showing a mischievous smile. I see you have no real intention to apologize or compensate. Fine, then just wait to sleep with the wild boar. If the wild boar gets too aggressive and hurts you, don't say I didn't warn you. Sanpong's husband remembered that she once killed a wild boar with her bare hands. Though no one in the village saw it, with her strength, catching a wild boar alive wasn't impossible. If his wife really gets forced onto a wild boar by those 2 fools, she might not die, but could be seriously injured. And if gossip spreads about what those 2 fools said, how could their family still have a good reputation? Apologize? We will apologize and even kneel for you. But this 5 taels of silver, our family is almost starving, we really can't afford it. Sanpong's husband looked desperate, begging earnestly. Lin Weiwei tilted her head and looked at him. Isn't your family raising 2 sheep? Just use 1 ewe to settle the debt. Hearing this, Sanpong's wife felt like someone was cutting her flesh, and she started howling loudly. Heaven's curse! Are you a robber? Whoever dares steal my sheep, I'll fight them to the death. Fight to the death. You also have to be qualified for that. Lin Weiwei, impatient with her flailing, climbed up a ladder and hung Sanpong's wife on the branch of the tall persimmon tree in the yard. Don't move around or you'll fall and get hurt. I won't be responsible for that. Sanpong's wife vaguely heard the tearing sound of her clothes as she hung on the branch, glancing down. So high. If she falls, it could easily break her arms or legs. Kill a person, and it's just a matter of a head being cut off. No sheep, but a life is at stake. Sanpong's wife was confident that Lin Weiwei wouldn't dare to kill her, and she boldly declared. Lin Weiwei sneered and said, "Kill you? The authorities would come after me. Not giving the sheep is fine. If you ruin my reputation, all your clothes and let all the men and boys in the yard see whether your skin is white and smooth or not." The village chief couldn't listen anymore. What's the difference between that and demanding her life? Lin Weiwei's smile faded. Did those words she said leave me any way to survive? If I had come back a little later today, she might have driven my mother to death. Just because she wanted to come to my house to take advantage and didn't get her way, she's acting like a mad dog, biting and clawing at me. Villagers, think carefully. Isn't there anything about your family that would make her jealous? Don't you have a daughter or a young daughter-in-law at home? If you don't teach her a lesson now, who knows what she might say next time? Spilling dirty water on someone? Third sister's wife often offended people because of her rude words. Many families in the village have been spoken about badly, openly or secretly. One young wife was caught by her and spread rumors about her having close contact with a man, which caused a lot of gossip in the village. The young wife was so embarrassed she didn't dare go outside for a long time. Seeing this, villagers no longer felt sympathy for third sister's wife. In Shirlily-go, more than 10 families are outsiders. The village chief couldn't show obvious favoritism. He looked at third sister's father and told him to quickly pay a sheep to settle the matter. The family's ewe, though a bit thin, could still be sold in town for 3 or 4 taels of silver. Third sister's wife originally planned to keep it until New Year's to sell for a good price. She didn't want to give it away easily. All right, I understand your choice, Andy. You'd rather show your backside to everyone than give up a sheep. I'm not after a few silver coins either. We all want to teach you a lesson. Lin Weiwei rolled up her sleeves, stepped onto a ladder, and started to untie third sister's wife's belt. Some villagers watching, especially the more daring ones, stretched their necks and widened their eyes, eager to see if her backside was really white. Third sister's wife saw everyone's reactions clearly. She knew she was scared. If she was humiliated and had her pants pulled down in front of everyone, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. She cried and begged, "You're trying to kill me. Lin Ernie, you're so cruel. You're trying to ruin me. But you spread those dirty words about me. Weren't you trying to ruin me too? Rumors are more dangerous than tigers. Next time you gossip about others, think about whether karma might come back to you," Lin Weiwei said as she finally untied her belt. Her large pants were about to fall.
Stop. Please stop.
"We'll pay. The sheep will give it to you." Third sister's father, proud of his reputation, cared about his family's honor. No matter how many faults his wife had, she was still his wife, and they had 3 daughters and a son. If she was humiliated in front of everyone, how could his children hold their heads up? Third sister's wife held her pants with both hands, swaying in the wind like a ghost hanging, crying as if she had lost her own mother. "My sheep. That is the sheep I worked hard to raise for over half a year. Spring, go bring our ewe here." 3 Fat Dad looked very tired, as if all his energy had been drained. Lin Weiwei saw the sheep being brought over and asked the second boy to take the sheep to the backyard. She picked up 3 Fat Mother, jumped down from the ladder, and threw her onto the ground as if discarding something dirty. "All right, now apologize." My sheep, my sheep." 3 Fat Mother fell to the ground, crying sadly. Her face was covered with tears and snot, leaving no room for sympathy. 3 Fat Dad, worried about causing more trouble, quickly pulled her up and kept bowing. "It's all my wife's fault. I will watch her more carefully in the future, so she doesn't go around talking nonsense."
Come on.
"Wife, say you're sorry."
Sheep.
My sheep." 3 Fat Mother, weak, leaned on her husband, muttering softly. Lin Weiwei thought it was enough. She believed 3 Fat Mother would remember this lesson for a lifetime. "Let's go. Remember to do good deeds in the future, so karma doesn't come back to you or your children." After 3 Fat Dad helped his wife away, the villagers, seeing there was no more excitement, started leaving. From then on, Lin Weiwei's reputation as a formidable person spread throughout the village. Even tough women like 3 Fat Mother had suffered losses in her hands, and they no longer dared to provoke her. Mother, this little you is already pregnant. In a couple of months, we'll be able to drink sheep's milk. Lin Weiwei happily petted her prize. Huang sighed and said, I've told you many times, be careful with your words and actions. On the surface, it looks like you gained something, but you actually lost a lot. Lin Weiwei tilted her head in confusion. Mother, what did I lose? Women, reputation is the most important. Once your reputation spreads, your future marriage prospects will be affected. The marriage of her second daughter had become a worry for Huang.
Hey.
Mother, you think too much. Xiao Erhua said that if I can't get married in the future, he'll take care of me. Lin Weiwei happily spun around the little you, excited. Hearing this, Xiao Erhua nodded quickly. Yes. I raise lots of rabbits, sell them, and use the money to support my sister.
Then,
what if your wife doesn't want to take care of me and kicks me out? Lin Weiwei started teasing again. Xiao Erhua frowned, unhappy. If she doesn't want to, I'll send her back to her family. From the start, I said if she didn't want to marry my second sister, I wouldn't agree to this marriage. Lin Weiwei held the little guy's face and kissed him affectionately. Second sister didn't raise you in vain. Tonight, I will make you ginseng chicken soup. Mrs. Huang helplessly shook her head, looking at the mischievous brother and sister. What ginseng chicken soup? Don't change the subject. Ernie, are you really not planning to get married? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Mother, don't worry so much. Just focus on taking good care of yourself. I don't need to worry about my marriage. Think about it. We've only been making candied fruit for a few days, and we've already earned over 10 taels of silver. When the apricot candies are finished, we'll make peach candies, and in autumn, there will be all kinds of mountain goods and nuts. If we count it up, earning over 100 taels of silver in a year is easy. When the time comes, you can say that I have a lot of dowry to give away. Who would not want to marry my daughter then? Mrs. Huang thought carefully and realized this made sense. She was planning how much silver to save to marry off her daughter. She looked at her daughter and said, From now on, the money from selling candied fruit will be kept by me. You spend too freely, and the silver will disappear quickly.
All right.
From now on, the family's silver will be kept by you. Lin Weiwei cheerfully agreed. By the way, I need to see Dr.
Liang.
I have a wild chicken in my basket that Danny has prepared. When I return, I'll cook it for soup. Ginseng and deer antler chicken is very nourishing. Mother and the young scholars should drink more. What ginseng? What deer antler? Danny, you bought more things again? Those are expensive. Can we really afford them? Mrs. Huang was worried when she heard this. Lin Weiwei grinned confidently and said, Don't worry, Mother. I didn't spend any money. As soon as she left the house, she headed to Dr. Liang's home. Under the cover of night, she carried the captured spotted deer on her shoulder.
Dr.
Liang, Dr. Liang. Lin Weiwei saw the shaky gate of Dr. Liang's house and shyly shrank her neck. She promised herself she would help fix the gate tomorrow. Dr. Liang, reading a medical book under the oil lamp, looked helpless. What's wrong again? Didn't I tell you? Jiang Tongsheng is fine. When he stepped out of his room, he saw Lin Weiwei standing in the yard, smiling at him while carrying a spotted deer. Was she bringing him a gift? Dr. Liang, look at this deer's antlers. Are they usable? Lin Weiwei put down the spotted deer. The tied-up deer kicked its legs. What's she going to do? Just give it to her quickly. Dr. Liang leaned in to examine the antlers on the deer's head, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Good, you're lucky. This is the first harvest of the second batch of deer antlers, the most effective medicinal part of deer antler. Lin Weiwei nodded slightly, took out a rough-edged chopping knife, and pointed at the head of a spotted deer. She asked, Dr. Liang, where do you think is the best place to cut the deer antler? Dr. Liang pointed to the base of the antler and looked at her movements with curiosity. He asked, Are you planning to harvest the antler from a live deer? Yes. Cut the antler, raise the deer, and when the antler grows back, I can harvest a second time, Lin Weiwei said as she swiftly cut. The dull knife in her hand seemed to become a sharp, precise tool, easily cutting the antler with smooth, even cuts. The deer didn't even realize its antler was being cut off. Using the same method, Lin Weiwei cut off another antler. She asked Dr. Liang for some hemostatic powder, sprinkled it on the cut, and then took some grass, placing it near the deer's mouth. Dr. Liang's mouth twitched, especially when he saw the relaxed deer calmly eating grass. It was the first time he saw someone harvest deer antlers this way. But this method wasn't suitable for everyone, since not everyone had the strength of Lin's second sister. Dr. Liang took the antler from Lin Weiwei. One is enough. Forget it, I'll prepare it for you, so you don't ruin it. He used fire to burn off the fur on the antler, scraped it clean with a blade, then let Lin Weiwei slice the antler into pieces and soak them in alcohol. Soak for 3 days, then steam and dry it, and it will be ready to use. Now that we have the antler, we just need ginseng.
Huh.
Lin Weiwei brought out the ginseng she dug up today and handed it to Dr. Liang. Coincidentally, I just dug this out this afternoon. Do you think it can be used? Since the wild animals on the mountain have become more aggressive, no one has dared to go into the mountains to dig ginseng for years. The price of ginseng has gone up. I must say, you're very lucky. You even found a 60-year-old ginseng. If you buy this in a pharmacy, it would cost several hundred taels. Dr. Liang was so excited about good medicine that he didn't want to put it down. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "It's just luck, pure luck." Dr. Liang laughed and said, "Take it home, dry it over low heat, then slice it when you need it. One thing I can't do alone." "Please, Dr. Liang, help me prepare it," Lin Weiwei said sincerely, returning the ginseng to him. "My mother needs it for her health." Seeing her honest and generous attitude, Dr. Liang was very pleased. "All right, since you trust me, I will help you prepare both the deer antler and the ginseng. Don't worry about other medicines. I have plenty here." After bidding farewell to Dr. Liang, Lin Weiwei turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She turned back and asked, "Can I cut some ginseng stems to make soup for my mother and the young scholar to help strengthen their bodies?" Dr. Liang smiled and said, "Ginseng helps boost energy, which is good for your mother's condition. But Jiang Tongxing should drink less, to avoid overdoing it and causing a nosebleed." Lin Weiwei carried the ginseng stems home and rolled up her sleeves to start cooking. She made ginseng chicken soup, which had no medicinal taste. The soup was delicious, with tender chicken meat, and she finished the whole pot. Lying weakly on the bed, Jiang Mohan drank a bowl but still felt unsatisfied. Usually, the annoying girl would add more soup and rice for him, but she didn't mention refilling his bowl this time. Was she angry? Did he do something to upset her? Jiang Mohan was holding a plate of tomato scrambled eggs over rice, lost in thought. Before being bitten by the snake, he hadn't said anything, right? But the girl was teasing him, saying he was waiting on her on purpose, less narcissism, who was waiting for her. After being bitten by the snake, he fainted. No, maybe it was because of him that the third ant poured dirty water on him, making her upset and taking it out on him.
Oh.
He was more wronged than Do-yi. But since she was called that way, it was probably because she saved him, and it was right for her to be angry at him. He seemed to owe her a favor again. Favors are favors. He would repay her someday. Don't think he would be coerced into marriage because of this. Lin Weiwei didn't expect that just following Dr. Liang's advice to give the young scholar less chicken soup would lead him to imagine so much. At this moment, she was finishing dinner and helping the little lamb and the plum blossom deer repair their pens in the backyard. Now, Lin's backyard had become a small farm. There were more than a dozen rabbits, 3 laying hens, a pregnant young sheep, and a recently shaved muntjac. Luckily, the backyard was big enough. Originally, besides the rabbit hutch, there was also a pigsty. There were only 3 young hens lazily digging and wandering in the pen. Now, the pigsty was divided into 3 small areas, one for chickens, one for sheep, and one for the plum blossom deer to rest. The muntjac was initially a bit droopy, but after Lin Weiwei fed it some water and replaced its grass with fresh greens from the space, the little creature quickly became lively. With fresh food, the muntjac adapted well and didn't panic or try to escape from the unfamiliar place. After eating and drinking enough, it strolled gracefully in the 7 or 8 square meters of yard, exploring its new territory. She kindly stuck her head into the sheep pen to greet her new neighbor. In Lin Weiwei's space, there are also 2 deer. She plans to take them out sometime and raise them together in the backyard. Unfortunately, the backyard isn't very big, or else raising deer for their antlers could be a good way to get rich. Little second baby smiled so much that his eyes nearly closed into slits. Second sister, are these male or female deer? If they're female, that would be great. They can have lots of little deer. When the fawns grow up, we could sell them for a lot of money. Lin Weiwei was amused by the little kid. Deer don't reproduce asexually, so whether it's male or female, they can't have babies on their own. But she didn't want to explain animal breeding to him. Instead, she encouraged him, "Good. Your job is to take care of the fawns. Our family's future depends on your hard work, little second baby." The little boy straightened his chest with a sense of mission, nodded firmly, and patted his chest loudly, promising, "I will take good care of the rabbits, sheep, and deer. Make them grow fat, so we can sell them for more money." This little money-minded kid has gone straight for the cash. The next day, before dawn, Lin Weiwei got up again. After a quick wash, she carried a bamboo basket and headed up the mountain. She wanted to sleep in a bit, but life didn't allow it. She was used to this early start and late return routine. In her previous life, to get into her dream university, she woke up before dawn every day, then faced a busy day of classes. In the evenings, she worked part-time to earn money and support herself. Getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep a night was already enough for her. The hardest part wasn't her body, but her lonely, exhausted heart. Like a drifting duckweed, she was aimless and uncertain about her future. Fortunately, heaven pitied her. In this life, she gained the family love she lacked before. For her caring mother and adorable little second baby, she was full of energy, even if she was a bit tired. Now, she had food, a dried fruit business, and regular income every few days. She no longer worried about her mother's medicine. Everything was moving in a good direction. She believed things would get better in the future. Lin Weiwei confidently waved her arm at the sky. Yesterday, Jiang Mohan, who had rested in Lin Xian's house. That brat, why does she always seem so full of energy? It's as if life's hardships can never break her strong back or take away her bright smile. She always makes people see hope and light. Little scholar, waking up so early? Does the wound on your shoulder still hurt? Does anyone feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Weiwei cheerfully greeted the young scholar. Early in the morning, she saw someone so beautiful it looked like a fairy from a painting, which made her very happy. The young scholar was truly eye-catching. Speaking of the wound on his shoulder, Jiang Mohan felt uncomfortable all over. Before he fainted, that warm, soft feeling seemed deeply imprinted in his mind. His gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Weiwei's lips, small, delicate, pink, like the cherries he loved to eat in his past life, with a tempting fragrance. He turned into the house and knocked his head hard, questioning himself. Was he crazy? Did he really find that girl's lips tempting? Had his eyes been fooled? That girl was rough, not pretty at all, and acted like a man. How could he think she was tempting? Lin Weiwei was used to the young scholar's cold attitude. She knew he was angry again for some reason. Such a spoiled young master. Unpredictable mood swings. They went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, hunt game, and gather wild apricots. On the way down, Lin Weiwei carried a bamboo basket full of wild apricots on her back and held a basket of vegetables in her hand. By then, it was already bright, and smoke was rising from every household in the village. The breakfast at home was made by Mrs. Huang, millet porridge, scallion pancakes, and pickled cucumbers. Lin Weiwei noticed her pancake had eggs in it, unlike the others. She split her egg pancake in half, gave one part to Mrs. Huang, and stuffed the other half into the young scholar's hand. Eggs are nourishing. You're both sick and injured. Eating something good will help you recover faster. I'm healthy and strong, so it would be a waste for me to eat it. Big Sister Lin pouted and whispered, "One pancake is enough for one meal. You're making 3, and you still talk about wasting food?" Mrs. Huang gently tugged at her daughter's sleeve, signaling her not to speak carelessly and cause another argument between sisters. She smiled and said to Lin Weiwei, "You're busy all day long. If you don't eat well, how will you have the strength?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine." Lin Weiwei rolled a salty, crispy cucumber in her scallion pancake and ate quickly. After running up the mountain, she was really hungry. Mrs. Feng frowned slightly and silently ate her pancake, seeming to be lost in thought. After breakfast, she said to Lin Weiwei, "I have something to tell you. Everyone please sit down first." Originally planning to pack the apricot preserves and get ready to leave, Lin Weiwei obediently sat down when she heard this. Mrs. Huang glanced at her. She had never seen her listen so well before. "Little Wei, every day you get up early to go up the mountain, then deliver goods to the town, and in the evening you go to water the fields. If you keep this up, even a strong person can't handle it." Mrs. Huang listened to Lady Feng and nodded firmly in agreement.
Anyad
"Is really too hardworking. It's all because of my weak body. I can't help much, and I keep holding my daughter back." Lady Feng stopped Lin Weiwei from speaking and continued, not to mention whether it's tiring or not. Before dawn, wild animals are active, and at night, going up the mountain to fetch water isn't safe either. "I think, for delivering goods to the town, you shouldn't go." "Who else will go if I don't?" "The young scholar? He's on the road most of the day."
Does he still study?
Lin Weiwei looked at her family members, weak, small. As for Big and Iyer, she's only focused on learning to weave cloth to make money and argues with her, so I can't count on her. Lady Feng had already made up her mind. "I'll go. Look, the dried apricots at home are already about 500 or 600 jin. I make some in the morning and some in the evening, enough to supply the town snack shops." "No, that's too hard. Aunt Feng, your body isn't strong either. What if you get sick from overexertion?" Jiang Mo Han moved his mouth, but was stopped by Lin Weiwei from speaking. Lady Feng explained, "Isn't there a bull cart for the round trip to the town? If you're worried about tiring me, just help me deliver to the fork where the bull cart stops. When I get to the town, I'll give the driver 2 copper coins to deliver it to the snack shop. There are assistants to unload. What's there to tire me? Besides, in the morning and evening making dried fruit, your mother and Big and Iyer can help too. I can help light the fire." Little second boy raised his hand to show off. Lady Feng patted his head and smiled. "Yes, little second boy can help too. It seems busy, but it's not as tiring as you think." "All right, it's settled." Lin Weiwei looked at her with an unshakable look and wanted to persuade her again, but a glance from the young scholar stopped her. Jiang Mo Han knew that once her mother made a decision, if she didn't try, she wouldn't change her mind. Worried, Lin Weiwei said then, "Aunt Feng, try delivering for 2 days first. If it's too tiring, don't push yourself. Don't end up like my mother, getting sick from exhaustion." Mrs. Huang, who was caught in the crossfire, sighed. Lady Feng smiled and nodded. "I have a plan." After sending Lady Feng to the place where the bull cart was waiting, Lin Weiwei still felt uneasy and insisted on going with her, just to get familiar with the delivery process. A bullock cart entered the city, costing 5 coins. When it returned, it still cost 5 coins. The round trip cost 10 coins, but most people were reluctant to spend money and walked into the city themselves. Only vendors like them, who carried heavy goods, had to pay 5 coins for a ride. There were only 5 or 6 people on the cart, but the goods were piled high like a small mountain. Lin Weiwei and her friends couldn't fit their baskets anymore, so they had to hold them on their laps. At the city gate, Lady Feng discussed with the old man driving the cart, offering 2 more coins to have him deliver the goods to a snack shop in the east of the city. The old man happily agreed, not hesitating to accept the extra coins. "Uncle Tian, the dried apricots are here. Quickly send someone to pick them up." Lin Weiwei jumped down from the cart and called out to the shop. The young clerk inside the snack shop hurried out politely to help carry her baskets inside. Lin Weiwei spoke to the clerk confidently. "Brother Niu, from now on, Aunt Feng will deliver the goods. She's not strong enough to carry them herself, so I hope you don't mind helping out a bit more." Niu was an honest and simple young man. Hearing this, he nodded happily, "No problem." Lin Weiwei entered the shop and saw Uncle Tian talking with a young man dressed in blue brocade, seemingly discussing shop matters. Could this young man be the owner of the snack shop? She didn't approach, but looked at him carefully. He wore a dark blue brocade robe with subtle patterns, a deep blue belt around his waist, and a fine sheep fat jade pendant hanging from it. His hair was black and smooth. Beneath his sword-like eyebrows, his eyes were like peach blossoms, full of charm and sometimes teasing when he looked at people. His nose was high, lips moderate, and he wore a dazzling smile. Young, handsome, wealthy. A typical wealthy and handsome man from ancient times, Lin Weiwei thought. Are you the girl who supplies us with dried apricots? The blue-robed young man seemed to have been told something by Tian Fugui. His peach blossom eyes turned to her as he slowly approached. Lin Weiwei nodded politely and said shyly, "We not only have dried apricots, but the first batch of peach preserves will be ready tomorrow. I wonder if this young master is interested?" Tian Fugui took the opportunity to introduce her. "Second sister, this is our Master Ning." Lady Feng suddenly spoke up. "The young master of Ning from Hezhou Prefecture?" Hearing this, the blue-robed Ning young master carefully examined the rough-clad woman in front of him. Seeing her poised and eloquent, he didn't dare to underestimate her and quickly replied, "I dare not. We are just a branch of the Ning family from Hezhou Prefecture." Lady Feng nodded understandingly. During the most difficult time when the current emperor was rising to power, the Ning family in Hezhou Prefecture used their entire clan's strength to gather enough grain and supplies to last a year for the army. After the emperor ascended the throne, he granted the head of the Ning family the title of Yongning Marquis, awarded countless treasures, and personally inscribed a plaque with the words "Loyal and Brave Beyond the Clouds," which now hangs in the Ning family ancestral hall in Hezhou Prefecture. The Ning family status in Hezhou was unmatched, and they were very influential at that time. Lin Weiwei had long suspected that Lady Feng was not an ordinary person. She was elegant in speech, proper in manners, and had a refined presence. Before the chaos, she might have been a noble lady. Could it be that this young scholar was a noble son fallen among common folk? If they truly lost contact with their family due to the chaos, why didn't they return to their hometown to find relatives? Why settle in this 10-mile gully? What kind of magic does this place hold that allowed the mother and son to settle here and stay for over 10 years? Or did their relatives perish in the chaos? "Miss Lin, you mentioned dried peach. Do you have some samples with you?" Young Master Ning looked at Lin Weiwei with a gentle smile. His smile was warm and sincere, like spring breeze. Lin Weiwei took a paper-wrapped piece from her bamboo basket and opened it to show young Master Ning. "These samples are still a bit moist. If left to dry in today's weather for another day, they will be just right in texture tomorrow." Young Master Ning took the paper-wrapped package and carefully examined a piece of dried peach. Its color was bright and attractive, clear and shiny like high-quality amber. He sniffed gently, and a sweet aroma filled the air, tempting the appetite. He pinched a piece and tasted it, sweet and sour, mouth-watering. Excellent, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Truly top-quality candied fruit. "We've known each other for a long time, so I trust the quality of your dried fruit. As usual, 350 coins per gene. How much you have, I'll buy it all." Young Master Ning's straightforwardness was something Lin Weiwei appreciated. Usually, peaches cost less than apricots, so she thought they might try to lower the price. But surprisingly, Ning didn't care about a few small differences in price. Lin Weiwei nodded with satisfaction. "In a few days, blueberries should be ripe. Do you buy dried blueberries?" "May I ask what blueberries are?" Ning asked curiously. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and explained, "It's called shandu persimmon here. There are two types, candied blueberries soaked in sugar syrup and dried blueberries. They can be eaten as snacks or used in desserts." The Ning family had a rule. When their children turned 16, they would be given a small amount of money to go out and experience the world. This was to select the most talented among them to inherit the family business. Ning Dongsheng was originally an overlooked son in his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to a small town like Renan to do business. Due to a lack of funds and experience, Ning Dongsheng Snack Shop has limited products. It can make some small profits, but he can't expect to stand out among the younger generation. His aunt has passed away, and his maternal older sister, who is married, has been very caring. She lent him her dowry, which allowed him to open a second shop in the county town. Currently, the biggest problem with his shop is the limited variety and insufficient supply. This year's severe drought has caused many fruits to be scarce or poorly harvested. Candied fruits and dried nuts have sharply decreased in both quantity and quality. Fortunately, the villagers from Shirley Go, led by Steward Tion, can produce high-quality dried fruits, which temporarily eased his urgent needs. When he heard that shandu persimmon could be made into dried fruits and candied snacks, and that these snacks could also be used to make desserts, he quickly saw a business opportunity. Miss Lin, if your dried blueberries and blueberry candies taste as good and high quality as before, we would be very interested. Could you send some samples of the blueberry desserts? Desserts? Our home is far away, and it takes 1 or 2 hours just to get there. Sending them over would likely result in poor taste or spoilage. Lin Weiwei explained that making desserts takes too much time and effort, and the main problem is soft, sticky desserts are hard to transport. I can rent a room in town for you to make blueberry desserts, Ning Dongxing offered. Although he hadn't seen the desserts Lin Weiwei mentioned, his intuition told him they wouldn't be bad. Lin Weiwei smiled apologetically and refused. My mother is weak, and my younger brother is still young. I can't leave them alone. Besides, mister, Ning hasn't even seen the desserts I mentioned. Maybe you'll be disappointed.
Then
We'll wait for the sample desserts to arrive, and we can discuss further, Ning Dongxing said with a smile, no longer insisting. He's a clever person. Lin Weiwei thought to herself. Dealing with smart people, especially honest and clever ones, doesn't require much talking. It's easier. Today, Lin Weiwei came to town with Aunt Feng. She politely declined Steward Tion's generous invitation, bought some pork ribs and meat, and was about to head to the city gate. When passing by Drunken Immortal Tower, the shopkeeper recognized her and warmly came out to greet her. Young brother, it's been a while since you brought us game. The animals in the mountains are getting harder to hunt, aren't they? Lin Weiwei smiled at him and said, Uncle Wang, don't you come here every day to deliver game to your restaurant? Wang the hunter is truly skilled at hunting. The traps he set each day yield some catch. The trap locations are in areas where no large animals have been seen recently, so he only needs to go in the morning to collect the prey, not staying in the mountains all day. This reduces the danger quite a bit. Lin Weiwei thinks that, due to the severe drought this year, people's lives are hard and the restaurant's business is not good either. Wang Uncle's catches should be enough to supply the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Recently, she has stored most of her hunted animals in her space. If the drought continues, these will be vital food supplies. The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion heard this and quickly said, most of the animals Wang the hunter brings are common prey. You know, besides wealthy families with lots of money, who else would bother to come to the restaurant? The wealthy young men are tired of eating ordinary game. If you can get something like a wild boar or fierce animals like bears or tigers, price won't be an issue. When the manager mentioned bears, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but think of that timid black bear she saw, so scared it ran away at the slightest sign of her. If she could catch it, it might be worth a lot of money, right? But that thought just flashed through her mind. That black bear, like Grey Wolf, was quite clever, and she couldn't bring herself to hurt it. She smiled and shook her head, saying, Uncle Manager, those fierce animals you mentioned are the most dangerous prey. Even if they see them, they'll only run away. No matter how high the price, I might not be able to get them. Do you agree? The manager looked at her and smiled. Others say it's impossible to get them alive, but I believe you. But little brother, how many people can carry a wild boar weighing hundreds of jin alone? Tigers and bears are rare in the deep mountains. Wild boars shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Here's an idea. If you can catch a wild boar, I'll pay you 30% more per jin. How about that? Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, I'll go into the mountains tomorrow. Whether I can catch a wild boar depends on luck. The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion nodded and said, Then I'll be waiting for your good news. On the way back, Lady Feng was worried and said, Are you really planning to go into the mountains to hunt wild boars? Are you joking? Aunt Fong doesn't see you as an outsider, but I have to advise you. Don't think that just because you're strong, catching a wild boar once makes you invincible. Remember, drowning is what those who can swim do. Lin Weiwei nodded obediently, showing she understood. Aunt Fong, I know you mean well. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Miss Fong knew that Lin Weiwei looked cheerful and carefree on the outside, but she was actually quite calculating inside, so she said no more. She smiled and said, I didn't expect you, little girl, to be quite good at business, and you even brought us a new customer. But I've never made dried persimmons from these mountain persimmons before. All kinds of dried fruits and candied treats are pretty similar. If it doesn't work out, we can try a few more times. Anyway, blueberries don't cost us anything. If it really doesn't work, we can turn them into blueberry jam and keep it for baking. Lin Weiwei said casually. Miss Fong looked thoughtful and chuckled softly, yes. When autumn comes and the weather cools down, we can make pastries and sell them in town. Didn't young Master Ning say? As long as it tastes good, he'll buy it all. Lin Weiwei linked her arm with Miss Feng's and grinned. The big mountain behind our village is full of treasures. In autumn, we can make wild grape wine, wild pear syrup, and pear candies. There are also pine nuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, and other nuts. We won't have to worry about money in the future. I just wish we had 2 more hands so we could work faster. A smile couldn't help but appear on Miss Feng's face. When trouble first appeared, the more silver she had, the more secure she felt. She was truly tired of the days when she had to split her money in half just to get by. Little Wei, you really are our little blessing. Miss Feng gently stroked the girl's soft hair, feeling quite touched. Lin Weiwei grinned. Aunt Feng, we're each other's blessings. Without your skill in making dried fruits, how much could those mountain apricots and wild peaches sell for? Rich people don't care much about these things. Ordinary folks are barely able to fill their stomachs, so they wouldn't buy these wild fruits as snacks. Miss Feng really cherished this girl and couldn't help but say, Little Wei, if I had a daughter like you, I'd probably wake up laughing every day. Lin Weiwei joked, Aunt Feng, don't even think about competing with my mother for a daughter. Believe me, she'd drown you in tears. Thinking of Mrs. Huang often crying, Miss Feng chuckled. To avoid being swept away by her mother's tears in the middle of the night, I'll just keep that in my heart. Lin Weiwei grinned mischievously. Aunt Feng, don't even think about having a caring little daughter-in-law like me. But you can ask your young scholar to work hard and find a suitable daughter-in-law for you. Miss Feng's heart moved slightly, and she sighed quietly. Sigh. With Brother Mo Han's cold and indifferent attitude, he doesn't seem interested in anyone. I wonder if he'll ever find a wife. Without saying anything else, just your little scholar's face alone can make many young girls fall for him. Aunt Feng, you might not know, but the little scholar reads every day and never stays in one place, or else the next day he'll be surrounded by a group of young girls staring at him, Lin Weiwei said exaggeratively. Aunt Feng thought about this girl, who always stared intensely at her son's face until his ears turned red. She smiled and asked, and what about you? Are you one of those who watch from afar? I sit close to the little scholar every day, watching him as much as I want. Why bother joining the crowd? Lin Weiwei said proudly. Aunt Feng liked her honest and natural personality, especially because this girl often made her cold and seemingly emotionless son get angry and even lose his temper. Isn't that a sign that one thing can influence another? They chatted and laughed as they returned to the village. Xiao Erwa, carrying a basket of rabbit grass, was already waiting at the village entrance. When he saw Lin Weiwei, he ran happily over like a dog greeting its owner. Second sister, you're back? Are you tired? Did you buy meat? Xiao Erwa circled around Lin Weiwei, excited as if he had a tail wagging. Lin Weiwei teased him on purpose. No, I didn't buy any. If you're craving meat, the rabbits in the backyard rabbit shed are quite fat. We can slaughter one tonight for a hearty meal. Hearing this, Xiao Erwa immediately said, I don't crave meat. Mother said that in this hot weather, eating light is better. Second sister's braised eggplant is tastier than meat. Let's have that tonight? Lin Weiwei grinned happily. You're such a cheapskate. You raise so many rabbits but don't eat them. Save them for the new year? Xiao Erwa chuckled foolishly. Second sister, when the rabbits have lots and lots of baby rabbits, so many that the rabbit shed can't hold them, then we can slaughter some or sell them. If we eat them now, how will they have babies? Lin Weiwei gently poked his chubby nose and smiled. Don't worry, I won't eat your rabbits. Look, I bought ribs and meat, and tonight I'll make yam and rib soup. Second sister bought more meat and ribs again. Mother will start nagging about your big spending, Xiao Erwa sighed like a little adult. Lin Weiwei pinched his chubby face and said, money isn't just saved, it's earned. We should eat well and keep our bodies strong. If you get sick once, think about how much money you'll spend on medicine and how much meat you could buy instead. Xiao Erwa nodded seriously. That's right. Instead of buying bitter medicine, it's better to eat meat and build up our health. My daughter's illness is because she refuses to eat. She starves herself. Madame Feng smiled as she watched Lin Weiwei coax her younger brother. But her words were not entirely wrong. Anything eaten cannot be considered waste. Back home, Madame Feng rested briefly before starting to make dried peaches. Lin Weiwei went to the mountains, carried back a basket of wild peaches, and then helped wash, peel, and cook the peaches. Even Lin Danny came back early to lend a hand. Mrs. Huang couldn't do heavy work, but helped with pitting the peaches and lighting the fire. The group worked for over 2 hours before finishing processing more than 100 jean of peaches, which they hung out to dry in the yard. That night, under a clear moon and gentle breeze, Lin Danny suddenly woke up from her sleep in the main room where Huang was sleeping. She listened carefully, hearing scratching and knocking sounds coming from the backyard. She remembered the rabbits, sheep, and chickens she raised there. Could it be burglars? Their family lived at the village entrance, and they were all women and children. What should they do? A shadow of fear darkened Lin Danny's heart. She looked at Huang, who was sleeping beside her. Her mother was not in good health, taking medicine daily, and she couldn't afford to be frightened now. Then it hit her. Ernie was strong. With her around, dealing with 1 or 2 burglars shouldn't be a problem.
Right?
The knocking continued. Lin Danny got up from the Kong, slipped on her shoes, and hurriedly ran to the west room where Lin Weiwei was sleeping. Lin Weiwei was awakened by the knocking. She opened the door with some annoyance, still groggy. Seeing her sister bothering her in the middle of the night, she said impatiently, "Why are you knocking at my door so late? If you don't give me a good reason, I might just hit you. Our backyard has been broken into." Lin Danny almost cried. What should we do?
What?
Lin Weiwei's sleepiness instantly disappeared. She went outside to the yard, grabbed A, and said, "What to do? Fight him. Make sure he never comes back." With confidence, Lin Weiwei headed toward the backyard. Lin Danny hesitated for a moment, but also grabbed a pole and mustered her courage to follow. Hearing Lin Weiwei's footsteps, the scratching outside the broken wooden door in the backyard paused and then started again. "Who's there?" Lin Weiwei clenched her and asked in a low voice. A deep, short wolf howl came from outside. Lin Danny's hand dropped the pole to the ground.
Mom.
A wolf. It's a wolf. Lin Weiwei recognized the sound as that of the wild wolf Gray. The howl was distinctive, especially near the end, with a slight change in tone. She turned around and signaled Lin Danny, who was sitting on the ground with weak legs, to be quiet. Don't shout. Be careful not to wake up mother and little second baby. What's there to be afraid of with a wolf? Lin Danny's voice trembled as she said, "One wolf isn't scary, but what if it's a pack? I heard from Sun area that in Nanshan village, a family was attacked by 3 wolves in the middle of the night, and all 5 family members were bitten to death." Stop. Don't scare yourself. There are no wolf packs. Outside, there's only 1 wolf. As she spoke, Lin Weiwei placed her hand on the door latch. Lin Danny's voice was trembling with fear. "What are you doing? Don't open the door. If a wolf comes in, it might leave soon. Think about mother. Think about second baby."
Lin Arniar.
Her eyes widened with terror as she watched Lin Weiwei open the back door. Her suddenly raised voice sounded especially harsh in the quiet night. From inside the main house behind her, Huang's voice was heard. "Danny? Why aren't you sleeping? Why did you run to the backyard?" A gray head peeked through in the back door, with bright blue eyes that looked like two ghostly flames in the night, staring fixedly at Lin Danny. She looked so frightened she turned pale. Wild Wolf Gray. No, Wolf King Gray. Aren't you supposed to be cuddling your little she-wolf to sleep? Why are you running to my house to scare people in the middle of the night? Lin Weiwei crouched down, gently patting the wolf's head as she saw Danny nearly faint. Wolf King Gray disdainfully withdrew its gaze from Danny. Then, it dragged a large deer, bigger than itself, inside from outside the door.
Oh.
Is this for me? Lin Weiwei, feeling a bit touched, hugged Gray and rubbed her face against its neck. Wolves truly are animals that know gratitude. She had saved it, and now it was bringing her prey as a thank you gift. Lin Danny, trembling, slowly got up from the ground and watched from afar. It was truly strange, since falling into the water pool from the mountain, she felt as if a divine spirit had possessed her. She wasn't stupid anymore. She kept coming up with new ideas to make money. Now she could even tame wolves. Maybe she was possessed by some spirit from the mountain? But if it was a spirit, she had never hurt anyone and had been caring for her family. Their living standards had been rising rapidly, such a spirit, even if there were more of them, she wouldn't mind. Lin Weiwei played with Wolf King Gray for a while and then began inspecting the gift it had brought.
Wow.
A big, fat deer. Gray's eyes were quite good at choosing. It selected a mature deer about a year old, at the best time for tender, delicious meat. This deer probably weighed at least 200 jin, worth quite a bit of silver. Lin Weiwei praised the Wolf King Gray repeatedly. The new Wolf King looked at the happy human in front of him with a cold gaze. TSK, such a prey makes her so excited. She's easy to take care of. Knowing that your mountain is facing a drought, and considering that you once saved this Wolf King, I'll reluctantly agree to be your caretaker. But only every few days, one prey at a time. Lin Weiwei didn't realize she was being supported by the Wolf King like a pet. To reciprocate, she brought a bowl of space water to Gray. Watching it drink most of the water gracefully, hope the mountain won't run out of water. She's so thirsty. Gray happily licked the space water. Feeding this human female isn't without benefits. At least now and then, it can drink the special water she provides. It can feel the benefits of this water. Without it, its wounds wouldn't heal so quickly, and it might not have been able to take revenge and become the Wolf King so fast. Should I bring this human female into the mountains to raise? Then I could drink this water every day. Gray glanced at Lin Danny. No, forget it.
She has her own tribe.
Bringing her into the deep mountains might not suit her. If she dies from being raised here, I won't be able to drink this water anymore. After drinking his fill, Gray shook off the human female's messy fur, turned to look at her, then darted out of the backyard and disappeared into the mountains. Mrs. Huang lit her oil lamp and entered the backyard. Seeing Lin Weiwei there, she asked in surprise, "You two sisters aren't sleeping late at night? What are you doing here?" Lin Weiwei helped her arm and smiled. "Mom, do you remember I once saved a gray wolf? It healed and became the wolf pack's king. Wolves are grateful animals, and it's bringing us a gift of thanks."
Look.
Mrs. Huang, under the moonlight, saw the still bloodied deer and said in shock and doubt, "I told you, girl, how bold you are to let a wolf in here. What if it was another wolf?" Yes. After the Wolf King left, Lin Danny came back to life. If it was another wolf, it could have harmed our whole family. Lin Weiwei retorted, if it was another wolf, it wouldn't be a deer on the ground, but some wild wolf that suddenly appeared. I may not have many skills, but I can definitely kill a lone wolf. Lin Danny pouted. "Mom, look at her. She's so reckless. Who's the older sister anyway? Sister should act like a sister, not always have a sharp and harsh expression. It's as if someone owes you money." Lin Weiwei easily lifted the deer and put it into the cellar. The next morning at breakfast, she animatedly told the story of the Wolf King's kindness. Xiao Erwa listened with great interest and even complained that big sister and second sister didn't wake him up, causing him to miss the chance to meet the Wolf King. After complaining, he ran into the cellar to look at the deer again. When he came back, he looked at Lin Weiwei with bright eyes and asked, "Second sister, should we sell the deer to make money, or keep it to eat ourselves?"
Eat, eat, eat.
I knew you'd want to eat. What's wrong with that? But be careful not to get too fat. Lin Danny pinched his chubby face. Huang thought for a moment and said, "It's hot, and meat doesn't store well. Maybe we should sell it." Second sister, what do you think? Lin Weiwei remembered the dried meat she had eaten in her past life, made from deer meat. It should taste even better now. She rubbed Xiao Erwa's head and said, "I want to try making deer jerky. Tomorrow I'll ask Uncle Tion in town if he'll buy it." She peeled the skin, removed the bones. Deer tendons, hearts, tails, and bones all have medicinal value. Lin Weiwei decided to send everything to Dr. Liang's house. Last time she prepared medicine for her mother, besides ginseng and deer antler, all the other herbs were from Dr. Liang. He didn't take a penny. She remembered this kindness well. The deer tendons were set aside to stew with peanuts and red dates at noon. Not only would it taste good, but it could also strengthen muscles and boost energy. The deer meat was chopped into filling, mixed with her special 5-spice powder, and made into thin, shiny slices of jerky. The jerky was thin, translucent, bright-colored, and shiny. It smelled incredibly delicious, making people drool. When bitten, it was dry, fragrant, fresh, sweet, and salty, with all 5 flavors present. The more you chewed, the more fragrant it became, leaving a wonderful aftertaste. Simply amazing. The first batch was ready. Lin Weiwei proudly brought it to the young scholar reading in the yard. "Little scholar, try it. Is it missing any flavor?" Jiang Mohan had already been tempted by the aroma of the jerky and couldn't focus on reading. He picked up a piece, brought it to his mouth, and carefully tasted it. Instantly, he was conquered by the fresh aroma of the deer jerky. Seeing Lin Weiwei eager for praise, he slowly said, "Delicate but not greasy, balanced salty and sweet, crispy yet slightly chewy. Very good. But people have different tastes, some prefer saltier, some milder." Before he finished, Lin Weiwei's iron sand palm slapped him, almost making him spit out the jerky. Jiang Mohan clenched his teeth inward, suspecting she did it on purpose. Lin Weiwei excitedly said, "Little scholar, your suggestion is excellent. We can make 2 flavors, one slightly salty and spicy, and the other honey-glazed." Without hesitation, after climbing the mountain to pick a basket of peaches and gathering 2 baskets of wild vegetables, Lin Weiwei spent the entire day making deer jerky. Near the village entrance, a dozen households were caught in a sweet but torturous dilemma. During the jerky-making process, the aroma was so tempting that it was almost unbearable for the villagers, especially the children, who hovered around Lin's house, refusing to leave even when their parents tugged their ears. By the end of the day, Lin Weiwei had made 30 jin of deer jerky. The next day, Madame Feng took all 30 jin to the town to deliver. However, she still felt a bit nervous because the price Weiwei set for the jerky was quite high. When Madame Feng arrived at the snack shop, Ning Dongsheng and young Master Ning were there. She weighed the dried peaches, paid the money, and then gathered her courage to speak. "Young Master Ning, I brought a new snack. Would you be interested in trying it?" Hearing this, Ning Dongsheng showed interest and said happily, "A new snack? Is it a pastry made by Miss Lin?" Madame Feng shook her head and took out a package of deer jerky wrapped in oil paper. "Weiwei accidentally hunted a deer yesterday and tried making some jerky. This one is spicy and flavorful. Please try it, young Master Ning." Ning opened the paper, revealing bright red, translucent jerky that emitted a rich, unique aroma. Before tasting, his mouth was already watering. He picked up a piece, took a small bite, and his eyes lit up. The taste was fresh and rich, with a pure aroma that greatly stimulated his appetite. Truly a rare delicacy. "I want as much of this deer jerky as you have." The most lacking thing in the county shop was a distinctive food that could catch people's attention, and now he had found it. Madame Feng smiled faintly and asked, "Young master, don't you want to ask about the price?" Ning Dongsheng replied without hesitation, "The price is negotiable. Deer meat is expensive, and with the secret recipe, It's definitely not cheap. The county isn't short of wealthy people. What's missing is a product that can truly impress them. Ning was confident that with the deliciousness of the deer jerky, even a high price would attract buyers. With some effort, it could become a must-gift for the wealthy. Currently, deer meat costs about 100 coins per jean. When made into dried meat, 3 jean can produce roughly 1 jean of finished product. With various seasonings, the cost is less than 400 coins. Ning Dongsheng immediately offered a very fair price, 600 coins per jean. What do you think? Madame Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Wei's bottom line was 500 coins, but Ning Gongzi's offer was a full 100 coins higher, so she agreed quickly. Madame Feng brought 30 jean of dried deer meat, which was exchanged for 18 taels of silver, plus today's 100 jean of peach dried fruit. When she returned to the Lin family and placed 53 taels of silver on the table, both Mrs. Huang and Lin Danny were stunned. The silver from the deer meat and the peach dried fruit, combined with the 13 taels shared from the peach, brought in over 30 taels in a single day, something they had never dreamed of before. Mrs. Huang's eyes reddened as she took the silver. Even when her husband was alive, their family had never been so well off. She casually handed over the less than 1 tael of broken silver to Lin Weiwei. Keep it. Buy some hairbands, beads, or flowers. Don't always dress like a tomboy. In the jealous and envious gazes of Lin Danny, Lin Weiwei took the broken silver, hurriedly stuffed it into her pocket, and rubbed the little second son's head. Little second, what do you want to eat? Sister will buy it for you.
No need to buy.
The dried meat made by second sister is tastier than anything else. Little second wagged his tail obediently at his second sister. Lin Weiwei playfully pinched his nose. You sure talk big. Do you know how much meat 1 jean of dried deer meat can buy? 10 jean. Enough to buy 10 jean of pork, enough for our family to eat for several days. Seeing how big the 10 jean of pork was that her second sister gestured, little second opened his mouth wide and said repeatedly, Then I won't eat it. I'll save the money to buy meat, and everyone can share it. Madame Feng and Mrs. Huang, who were making dried fruit, smiled at the siblings' conversation. Madame Feng looked at the remaining deer meat and frowned a little. From what Ning Gongzi said, he plans to cooperate with us long-term.
But
where can we get so many deer? If we can't make dried deer meat, we can also make dried pork or dried rabbit meat. Lin Weiwei smiled with her eyes curved into little crescents. Hearing this, little second's eyes widened like a startled kitten. Don't you dare think about my rabbits. Lin Weiwei patted the back of his head. The few rabbits you raised? They don't even add up to enough for 10 jean of dried meat. If you give them all to me, I wouldn't even want them. Little second baby relaxed and mumbled, Big rabbits have babies, and when the little rabbits grow up, they have more babies. Soon, my rabbit team will grow to 100. Second sister, when that happens, you can sell rabbits or make rabbit jerky. Whatever you like. When you kill rabbits, don't cry, okay? Lin Weiwei teased him. Little second baby pouted and said, I won't cry. Raising rabbits is just for making money. Do you think I keep them just for fun? Madame Feng calculated in her mind. If she bought pork, it costs 50 to 60 coins per jean. Making jerky from 3 jean of pork yields 1 jean of jerky, costing less than 200 coins. Pork jerky can't be sold for as much as deer jerky. If sold at 300 coins per jean, she'd make a profit of 100 coins. Making 20 jean a day could bring in 2 taels of silver. But Lin Weiwei didn't think the same way. Wild boars in the mountains are almost overrun, often coming down to ruin crops and hurt villagers. If she could turn them all into pork jerky, it would also help solve the problem. The next day, after watering the crops, she carried her basket into the mountains. Lin Weiwei went into the mountains almost every day and knew the nearby peaks very well. She had already found a herd of wild boars in a valley, about 20 or 30 of them. Of course, she wouldn't bravely challenge the wild boars alone. Even tiny ants can bite elephants, so how much more dangerous are wild boars with their sharp tusks? In the valley, she dug a big trap, placing sharpened bamboo sticks inside, camouflaging it well, and adding wild fruits soaked in spring water. Then she quietly left. After picking wild peaches and gathering wild vegetables, she returned to find that 2 adult wild boars had fallen into the trap, thrashing around and breaking the bamboo sticks. These two were clearly the biggest and fiercest in the herd, or they wouldn't have rushed to grab the wild fruits at the front. It proved that being too aggressive isn't always good. Look, they even brought her wild boar jerky. The other wild boars, sensing danger, ran far away to find food elsewhere. But the 2 adult boars stared fiercely at her with their sharp little eyes, stuck in the trap, unable to move. She was strong, but not invincible. If the boars charged her with their sharp tusks, she'd be in trouble. Lin Weiwei quickly thought of a plan. She took a handful of wild fruits, washed them in spring water, and put one in her mouth. Both big boars' eyes focused on the fruit in her hand. She threw a trap into the ground, and both wild boars' eyes locked onto the wild fruit at the same time. The 4 small eyes stared fiercely at each other, alert and cautious. At that moment, it was as if time froze. After a moment, without knowing who moved first, the 2 wild boars suddenly charged at the fruit like crazy. During the fight, they pushed and bit each other. Normally, neither would admit defeat, and now they were even more determined to the fruit from each other's mouths. Eventually, it was no longer about the fruit. The 2 boars fought fiercely, refusing to back down until one of them was defeated. Soon, both injured and tired, they fell to the bottom of the trap. Not far from where they fell, the red fruit lay innocently on the ground. The 2 wild boars were carried back home in 2 trips. She deliberately avoided the village and took a route through the mountains behind her house. Huang Shi heard a knock on the backyard door. She carefully opened it and saw a large, moving wild boar covered in blood, almost fainting from shock. Madame Feng and Zhang Emo Han heard her scream and rushed into the backyard, just in time to see Lin Weiwei throwing the wild boar onto the ground. The blood on the boar stained Lin Weiwei's clothes. Huang Shi's face turned pale as she checked if her daughter was hurt. Lin Weiwei stood honestly to be examined, saying, "Mother, I'm not hurt. There's still another wild boar on the mountain. I'm going to carry it down."
What?
Another one?
How dare you?
If anything happens to you, how can I live? Huang Shi's face grew even whiter, and her eyes reddened. This girl was getting bolder. She couldn't let her keep doing this. Lin Weiwei was fearless of everything, except for Huang Shi's tears. She hurriedly said, "Mother, I didn't kill that boar. Look at the wounds on it. When I was picking wild peaches, I saw the 2 boars fighting for some reason. I just got lucky and took advantage of the chaos." Zhang and Mo Han examined the wounds on the boar and nodded. Indeed, these are bite marks from wild boar tusks. Sister Air and I didn't lie.
Sister Annie.
Little scholar, you're quite good at pretending in front of your mothers. When they're not looking, you call her chubby girl and stinky girl. Such a hypocrite. Well, if your values follow your senses, then even a handsome hypocrite isn't so bad. I'll go carry down the other one so the mountain beasts don't get to it first. Lin Weiwei didn't want to stay and listen to her mother's endless lectures, so she quickly slipped away. After lunch, while packing the wild boar, Zhang and Mo Han casually said, "You just mentioned yesterday that you lacked ingredients for making jerky, and today you found 2 wild boars. Isn't that a bit too lucky?" Lin Weiwei proudly replied, "Who do you think I am? I'm the lucky one. Honestly, I'm the favorite of heaven. If heaven doesn't favor me, who does it favor? Favorite of heaven?" Jiang and Mo Han could tell she was joking. He looked her up and down and said with a smirk, "If you reincarnate, you might get another chance. Little scholar, mind your manners. Be careful or heaven might punish you and give you a fierce wife who'll scold you all day long." Lin Weiwei was quick-witted and loved to argue. Jiang and Mo Han looked at her with disdain. "Is there a fiercer wife than you? Even wild boars aren't afraid of you. If I were that fierce wife, I wouldn't dare hit your beautiful face. Your face is too stunning to damage." Lin Weiwei loved teasing him about his looks. Jiang and Mo Han took a deep breath, almost crushing the book in his hand. "Do you think I can't handle you? Yes, you can. Just flash me a flirtatious look, and I'll be powerless to resist. Wanna try?" Lin Weiwei held a butcher knife, her hands covered in blood, and playfully aimed it at the young scholar, whose face turned pale with anger. In the kitchen, Mrs. Huang couldn't stand it anymore and was about to come out and scold her shameless daughter. Lady Feng smiled and stopped her. Just some teasing between kids. Don't interfere. Don't worry, Xiao Wei won't get hurt. Mrs. Huang thought to herself, I'm just worried that Jiang Tongsheng might get so angry that something bad happens. Lady Feng stood at the kitchen door, watching the children. Oh, Jiang Han's face was pale and trembling with anger. She'd never seen him like this before. Since he was about 7 or 8, he had looked mature and aloof, but now someone finally knew how to push his buttons. Lin Weiwei stirred up the young scholar's anger and then nonchalantly changed the subject. These 2 wild boars, at least 600 or 700 gene of meat. Just me alone. I'd be exhausted trying to make all the jerky before the meat goes bad. Tomorrow I'll go to town and buy 2 more flat-bottom pans. Jiang and Mo Han felt annoyed but didn't bother to reply. Lin Weiwei continued casually, Little scholar, do you need to buy anything? Make a list, and I'll bring it back for you. A list? Do you even know how to read it?
Jiang Montag coytly mocket.
Lin Weiwei washed her hands, leaned in, and pointed at the Analects in his hand, guessing and guessing, learning and practicing regularly. Isn't that joyful? Friends coming from afar, isn't that happy? The master also said, flattering words and false appearances are rarely kind. What's xian, 1 tone? It's xian, 3 tones. Jiang and Mo forcefully snatched the book. If Lin Weiwei hadn't let go quickly, the densely marked Analects would have been torn in half. Lin Weiwei deliberately argued, it's obviously xian, like fresh fish and lamb. A meal with fish and lamb. How could it not be fresh? Jiang and Mo snorted coldly. Besides eating, what else is in your mind? Also, you, the handsome guy. Lin Weiwei winked at him, easily provoking his anger. Jiang and Mo couldn't take it anymore, swept his sleeve and left the yard. That annoying girl. So irritating. One day.
Sigh.
Fight? That girl is strong. Scold? She's sharp-tongued. Tricks? Though her background is strange, she's not bad. Just not very likable. If he wasn't careful with his words, he might hurt her, and his mother definitely wouldn't forgive him. What could he do with her? Successfully making the young scholar angry, Lin Weiwei hummed a quirky tune and went to the kitchen door. Lady Feng teased, You won the argument. Are you happy? Lin Weiwei chuckled. And Feng, I made the young scholar so angry. Do you feel sorry for him? Why feel sorry? He can't even beat a little girl. Serves him right to be angry. Lady Feng added peeled peaches into the pot with a smile. If you're talking about feeling sorry, I feel sorry for you. When will you finish chopping all these hundreds of gene of wild boar meat? Back in her own yard, just a wall away, Jiang and Mo overheard clearly. Who is your real parent?
Ah.
Seems like neither. So, I came to find you. Not to ask for help. If you and your mother are willing to help, I wouldn't want you to do this hard work. Lin Weiwei looked at her 2 delicate, weak mothers. How could she let them wield big knives and work all day? Besides, someone still needs to make the fruit preserves at home. Jiang and Mo, behind the wall, sneered coldly, flattering words and false appearances. That girl is good at fooling people. Lin Weiwei continued, I want to hire someone. 30 won a day. Mother, Aunt Feng, do you have good candidates to recommend? Huang Shi was a bit worried about earning only 30 won a day. In the village, adult men working in town as laborers earned only 30 won for a whole day of hard work. Lady Feng advised her, dried meat treats are different from candied fruit. They don't depend on seasons. You can make them all year round. Relying on just Xiao Wei, who has to chop the meat and prepare it, is too busy for just 2 hands. Let me do some quick math. Hiring 1 person costs 30 coins a day, and if they can make 20 pounds of dried meat in a day, they can help you earn 2 more taels of silver. It's a good deal. When Mrs. Huang heard this, she said nothing. She also cared for her daughter. At only 14, her daughter already took on the responsibility of supporting the family, working from morning till night with no free time.
Sigh.
If only her father were still alive, that would be so much better. It's all my fault. I'm too useless. Lin Weiwei worked all afternoon and evening, making 30 pounds of wild boar jerky. Early the next morning, she personally delivered it to the town. Ning Dongsheng was already waiting at the shop. When he saw Lin Weiwei come in himself, his eyes lit up immediately. He warmly greeted her, asking eagerly, "Miss Lin, it's been a while since you came to town." Lin Weiwei's mouth twitched. "It's only been 2 days, not a long time. Little handsome guy, don't be so enthusiastic. The long time no see act is a bit much. Though you're quite good looking, you still fall short compared to the young scholar. Do you still have the deer jerky I sent yesterday?"
Haha.
Misunderstood again. It turns out his enthusiasm was for the jerky. Lin Weiwei placed the basket of candied fruit on the ground. The young shop assistant quickly weighed and calculated the money. She patted the basket she was holding and smiled. 1 deer, made into over 80 pounds of jerky. We sent 30 pounds yesterday, and there's still 50 pounds here. I brought it all to you. Ning Dongxing's smile grew even wider. Yesterday, he took the deer jerky home, packed in elegant gift boxes. Several regular customers who came to buy candied fruit and snacks tasted it for free and praised it highly. They bought 3 or 5 pounds each. The remaining 10 pounds or so were bought by old Master Gua's family, who are hosting a birthday banquet tomorrow. They said they would serve it to their guests. Old Master Gua has good connections in the county. When the time comes, influential families will come to celebrate his birthday. Ning Dongsheng was confident in his deer jerky. Once they tasted it, they wouldn't forget it. After some inquiries, his snack shop's reputation was well established. But this jerky, only about 50 pounds. That's a bit too little. A trace of worry crept into Ning Dongxing's brow. He looked at Lin Weiwei and asked, "Will there be more of this deer jerky in the future?" "The deer jerky is gone." Lin Weiwei slowly shook her head. In Ning Dongxing's disappointed gaze, she said slowly, But what?" Ning Dongxing looked at her earnestly. "There is wild boar jerky. Yesterday, I caught a big wild boar with a trap and made 50 jin of wild boar jerky. I wonder if young Master Ning is interested?" Lin Weiwei smiled faintly, looking at the handsome and charming young Master Ning. After tasting the wild boar jerky, Ning Dongxing immediately decided, "From now on, send me all the jerky you make. Ning, will buy it all. The wild boar jerky is 500 coins per jin. What do you think?" The wild boar jerky sent today, in color, aroma, and taste, is just as good as the deer jerky, and it's even chewier, giving a special feeling when eating. Ning Dongxing has a feeling that his shop will not only gain a foothold in the county because of Lin's jerky, but will also become famous. In 3 years, at the family's new talent meeting, he will make the elders look at him with new respect and step on his proud older brother, who looks down on him. The young girl in men's clothes before him is his destined benefactor. Whether it's apricot, peach, deer, or wild boar jerky, even the best sweet shops in the city might not have such quality. And her blueberry pastries. He's quite looking forward to them. Someone like her must be befriended. Even if the price is a bit higher and the profit smaller, his sincerity must be clear to her. Lin Weiwei was very satisfied with the price. She happily patted Ning Dongxing's shoulder and said, "Young Master Ning, you are truly straightforward. I like dealing with people like you." Ning Dongxing grimaced when she patted him. This girl has such strong hands. After seeing Lin Weiwei off, Ning Dongxing increased Tian Fugui's monthly wages, telling him to work hard and promising to promote him to be the shopkeeper in the county store someday. Tian Fugui watched Lin Weiwei's distant figure and couldn't help feeling, "At first, I took her apricot jerky partly to repay kindness. Unexpectedly, my accidental actions made the master look at me differently." The young master said that Aaron I is his benefactor, but isn't she also his benefactor, Tian Fugui? Tian Fugui bought his mother's favorite pastry and also bought her a new set of clothes. His wife saw him buy so many things for the old lady and couldn't keep her smile steady. It's not that she's unfilial. With 5 children and 2 elderly people at home, they rely solely on her husband's wages. Now, the price of grain is soaring like a rocket. Children long for a piece of meat, but it has become a luxury, and their eyes shine with longing. You, on the other hand, buy expensive snacks for the elderly lady and just recently made new clothes from fabric. How can we go on like this? Tian Fugue saw his wife hiding in the kitchen, wiping tears, and knew what she was thinking. He went over and put his arm around her shoulder, telling her about today's events. Because of the meat jerky supplied by Ernie, the young master of the household gave me a 51 raise in my wages every month. Maybe soon I'll be promoted to be the main manager in the county, and my wages will go up again. Our life will only get better. Trust me. Tian Fugue's wife knew about the connection between the elderly lady and Lin Ernie. Her husband's future was bright, so compared to that, the snacks and fabric were nothing. She smiled through her tears. Fugue, Yadin hasn't been home for a while. Go and pick up your sister to come home for a few days. Grandma Tian appeared at the kitchen door. Tian Fugue's wife blushed and hurriedly freed herself from her husband's embrace, busy preparing lunch. Tian Fugue couldn't help but laugh and comfort his mother. Mom, how can a daughter who's married keep running back to her parents' house? It's not a festival or holiday. If we bring her sister back now, what will her in-laws think? Grandma Tian silently went back to her room, took the snacks Tian Fugue had just bought for her, and pulled her husband along. Yadin loves sweets the most. Let's take these to her and visit the village for a couple of days. Tian Fugue stopped his mother. Mom, I bought 2 portions of these snacks. One has already been sent to Shirley Go. This one is for you. Yadin has always been filial. If you take her these, she won't be able to bear to eat them. Yes, our Yadin is the most filial. Grandma Tian kept reminiscing about how her daughter, at just 2 years old, would stuff sugar into her mouth. Tian Fugue's wife sighed. Dear, do you think Yadin might have met a benefactor somewhere we don't know about, married, and now is living a good life? Tian Fugue thought back to the days when he followed his parents, struggling to survive during wartime chaos. During war, even a grown man's life was uncertain, let alone a teenage girl. He sighed deeply, hopefully. Lin Weiwei left the Ning family shop and found a quiet, deserted alley. She took out half a wild boar and carried it to Zue Xianlu. The shopkeeper watched as the clerk weighed the wild boar meat and asked cautiously, the remaining half of the wild boar. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Don't worry, I haven't sold it to anyone else. The people from nearby villages bought some, kept a little for themselves, and cured the rest into preserved meat to enjoy slowly. The shopkeeper happily paid her silver and promised that if she hunted any new and interesting game in the future, she should bring it to Drunken Immortal Pavilion first. The price could be negotiated, and she wouldn't be at a loss. In the past, when Lin Weiwei caught wild animals, she would go to the town to exchange them for silver. Now, with her dried meat business, just adding some seasonings and labor, she could earn at least twice as much. Selling hunted animals no longer attracted her much. After leaving Drunken Immortal Pavilion, she first went to the blacksmith shop to order 2 extra-large flat-bottomed pots, paying an additional 100 coins for urgent production, to be picked up in 2 days. Then she visited the pharmacy and the general store, gathering ingredients for 5-spice powder, and bought rice wine, soy sauce, and other seasonings, filling a large basket. On the return trip in the ox cart, a village auntie smiled and asked, Aaron, why are you buying so many medicinal herbs and rice wine? What are you going to do? Nothing special. My mother is weak, so these are for nourishing her. The rice wine, Dr. Liang will soak some medicinal herbs in it. Drinking it can ward off cold and dampness, strengthen muscles, and improve bones. Lin Weiwei made up a story easily. The auntie's eyes gleamed like a spinning wheel. What have you been making these days? The smell of meat is everywhere from morning till night. Hearing this, everyone on the cart looked at Lin Weiwei, eating meat every day. That's not very careful with life. These days, who still dares to eat much meat? Last time, I hunted a rabbit, but didn't want to eat it myself. I marinated it and traded it in the town for some grain. Lord Wang bought it, saying his young master liked it. Now, if I get lucky and hunt a wild chicken or rabbit, I'll marinate those too and send them to Lord Wang's house. Lin Weiwei spun her story effortlessly. Huang's cooking skills were well known in 10 miles around. Whenever there was a wedding or celebration, everyone asked her to help. Thanks to her cooking skills, she could support her 4 children and even send one to school. The auntie, both envious and convinced by Lin Weiwei's words, believed her. Back home, she saw Aunt Ho-Hot in the yard chopping wild boar meat with a large kitchen knife, while Mrs. Feng's gentle voice came from the neighboring house. It turned out that Mrs. Feng and Huang had moved their fruit preserve workshop to the neighboring yard and invited Aunt Ho-Hot, who had a good reputation and trusted character, to help at their house. Seeing Lin Weiwei come in, Aunt Ho-Hot hesitated slightly and greeted her. "Aaron and I are back. Was your trip to the town smooth today?" Lin Weiwei smiled and replied, "It went quite smoothly. Auntie, if you're tired, just stop and rest." Auntie Ho-Hot quickly replied, "What's tired? It's much easier than working in the fields. You're taking care of the villagers, helping out a bit, and no need to pay wages. This work is heavy, and after a whole day, my arms feel thicker. Also, this isn't a job you do for just a day or two. I can't keep bothering you all the time, Auntie. Family should settle accounts honestly, so you shouldn't feel embarrassed." Lin Weiwei walks into the kitchen, opens a bag of crushed spices, mixes them in a certain ratio, and puts them into a large jar about the size of a basketball. These will last for many days. She takes out 2 large bowls of chopped meat filling from the cellar, mixes in cooking wine, soy sauce, and various seasonings, then starts making dried meat strips. She spreads a thin layer of filling on oil paper, flattens it with a rolling pin, sprinkles sesame seeds, and slowly dries it in a frying pan over low heat. If only she could build a roasting oven, it would be much easier. A rich aroma wafts out, and Annie Ho-Hot finally understands why the Lin family always smells so tempting. Oh my! It smells so good, almost like a sweet torment. Auntie Ho-Hot, while salivating, alternates chopping meat with her hands. Lin Danny comes in carrying freshly washed clothes. She hangs the clothes in the backyard, wipes her hands, picks up scissors, and cuts the freshly cooked dried meat into evenly sized square pieces, placing them in a nearby basket. The family is busy making fruit preserves and dried meat, and one person is working as if they were 2. Lin Danny, from some point, shortened her weaving lessons to mornings. After finishing chores in the afternoon, she voluntarily helps out. Few children in the countryside are lazy. Lin Danny, not looking for trouble and working seriously, looks quite decent. Weiwei can't help but tease her, saying, "Look, guess what I bought in town this time?" "Humph. What did you buy?" "It's not for me, so why are you showing off? Are you proud of having money?" Lin Danny isn't interested, lowering her head to add firewood under the frying pan without even lifting her eyelids. "This pearl flower cost me 50 coins. This ugly thing isn't cheap at all." Weiwei flips the dried meat with one hand and waves a light blue pearl flower in front of Lin Danny with the other. Lin Danny snappily replies, "You bought something ugly? You've got money to burn, huh? Mom gave you money, but you don't know how to use it wisely and buy useless things." "I didn't want to buy it either, but Mom told me to get some hair ribbons and pearl flowers. We have to listen to Mom and not make her angry, right?" Lin Weiwei inserted a decorative flower into her hair. "Look, does it look good?" Lin Danny rolled her eyes and glanced at the top of her sister's head. Suddenly, her gaze seemed glued to the flower, unable to look away. The beautiful flower had light blue beads forming a blossom, decorated with sparkling leaves. Elegant, yet playful. Even someone unattractive would look a bit better with it. Lin Danny sourly said, "Ugly people, even with a head full of jewels, still don't look good. Since we came from the same mother, if I'm ugly, does that mean you look good?" Lin Weiwei proudly shook her head, the flower on her head making a soft crackling sound. "9 sons of the dragon, each different," Lin Danny retorted, quoting something her younger brother once said. Lin Weiwei grinned and said, "Oh, which son of the dragon are you? A mythical beast?" Lin Danny didn't know what a mythical beast was, but her instinct told her that her sister definitely had unkind words. She retorted, "You're the mythical beast." No matter how beautiful the flower was or how much she liked it, what was the use? It wasn't hers. After finishing the meat jerky on the table, Lin Danny stood up angrily, planning to ignore everything and walk away. "Oh, I get it. You're not a mythical beast, you're a pufferfish. She was the type to get angry instantly. Don't go. I'll teach you how to make meat jerky. Do I need you to teach me? It's so simple. Even a fool could do it. Lin Danny deliberately emphasized the word fool. Lin Weiwei beckoned her with a finger. Come, little fool. Let me see you do it for sister. I've told you so many times. I am the older sister. Lin Danny puffed up again like a ball. Being the older sister means acting like one. You should worry about elders and care for your younger siblings. Have you done that? Lin Weiwei pointed at what she was working on. You want to be the older sister? Then prove it. Lin Danny pushed her away and used a spoon to spread the meat filling on oil paper, rolling it into thin sheets, then heating and shaping it in a pan, brushing on a layer of syrup. Not bad. You're almost as clever as I am. Make the syrup thinner, or it will stick together. Flip it quickly. Don't overbake it. Lin Weiwei gave instructions from the side. After a brief moment of chaos, Lin Danny became skilled at making it. Lin Weiwei patted her shoulder, took the flour out of her hair, and pinned it onto Danny's head.
Good job.
Keep it up. Lin Danny saw her turn and walk away, and couldn't help but frown, saying, You lectured me about making meat jerky just to pass the work to me and go lazy yourself? Lin Weiwei picked up 2 bamboo baskets and walked to the door, turning to smile at her. You think I'm like you, always trying to slack off. I don't go up the mountain, so where do the apricots and peaches for Aunt Feng's dried fruit come from? And your weaving lessons, Sai, I guess I'm just born to work hard. Lin Danny thought about how she really was busy all day long. Because of her constant efforts, the family's meals got better, and life became more comfortable. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ernie was no longer naive. This was a good thing for her and the Lin family. She touched the pearl flower on her head, feeling a mix of emotions. Was this pearl flower bought by that fool? That fool usually wore men's clothes, so when would he have a chance to wear a pearl flower? She also worried about her own feelings. Could the fool really be so kind as to spend a few cents to buy her a pearl flower? Thinking of that day, she saw the fool follow her up the mountain but deliberately circled around, successfully losing him. She originally wanted to scare him a little and then find him later. Who would have thought that the fool could run all the way up the mountain and fall into a water pond? Luckily, he fell into the pond. If he had fallen onto the rocks. Lin Danny shook her head as if trying to shake off her guilt. The pearl flower on her head made a crisp sound. She seemed to be angry at the meat filling, forcefully rolling out the meat jerky. Surely that fool thought the pearl flower was ugly and threw it to her. It must be so. Lin Weiwei took a basket of peaches from her space and went to the mountain valley where she had seen the wild boar. There were many edible wild vegetables in the valley, which was why wild boars gathered there. She checked yesterday's trap. Wild boars are not afraid of being caught. Even though it smelled like a dead wild boar inside, she covered it with soil and placed a wild fruit soaked in spiritual spring water on top, so wild boars still came for it. The trap had indeed been broken. Inside, a half-grown wild boar was squealing from hunger. Even though it was only half-grown, it still weighed nearly 200 jin. Lin Weiwei jumped down, hit the little boar with a stone to knock it out, then threw it aside and fixed the trap again. The custom-made flat pan would be ready in 2 days. With the wild boar meat at home, and this one, she wouldn't have to worry about ingredients for jerky for a few days. This time, she didn't put bait in the trap. At sunset, when Lin Weiwei carried the over 200 jin wild boar through the back door, Aunt Gua was stunned. Oh my! The Lin family's second girl really can hunt wild boars. No wonder the rumors are true. I had only heard before that many people in the village didn't believe it. Today, after seeing it with my own eyes, I can't help but believe. Auntie, this is today's 30 coins. Lin Weiwei looked at the sky, counted the coins from her purse, threaded them onto a string, and handed it to Auntie Gua. Auntie Gua instinctively pushed the coins back. There's still some time before dark. We can still chop a few more pounds of meat. Lin Weiwei looked at Auntie Gua's trembling hands and forced the coins into her hand. You've worked hard today. I didn't explain clearly. In the morning at 8 o'clock, Annie should come over, and at 5 in the evening, you can go back. You have an hour for rest at noon. The landlord and gentry in the village often ask workers to start early and work late into the night. This Lin family is quite kind. Maybe they are worried about their relationship and don't want to offend. Auntie Gua shook her head firmly.
No, no.
Whatever happens, happens. I can't accept this 30 coins. Chopping meat is hard work. If you work too long and get tired, who will help us tomorrow? Not just you. If we hire others in the future, we will follow this standard. Today, you worked 2 extra hours, so this pig meat is your overtime pay. Lin Weiwei took a large half-pound of pork from the cellar and handed it to Antigua.
What?
30 coins a day, plus extra work and pork? Antigua suddenly felt her arms no longer ache and was full of energy. She looked at the wild boar Lin Weiwei had just carried back, hesitated, and whispered shyly, "Could I exchange the pork for pig's head or trotters?" Pork now costs 60 coins per gene, but pig's head and trotters are much cheaper. Half a gene of pork for a family of 10 or so, including adults and children, only makes a small portion on the plate. If she exchanged it for pig's head or trotters, the children could have a hearty meal. Lin Weiwei pushed the pork into her hand and took out a whole pig's heart, liver, and lungs from the cellar, stuffing everything into her hands. "Auntie, take these for your younger brothers and sisters to eat." Too much, too much. Antigua blushed. She shouldn't have asked for these. Wasn't it rude? She felt guilty for asking for things. The second girl, Rinny, was kind and paid high wages, and there were rewards for good work. She was greedy. Antigua felt like the pig's internal organs in her hand were a hot potato. She didn't want to hold them, but she didn't want to throw them away either. Lin Weiwei gently pushed her hand back and saw the person to the door. She smiled and said, "As you can see, today I caught another wild boar. These things are so many that we can't eat them all. If they spoil, it would be a pity. This time, I'm giving it to Annie to eat. From now on, let's follow the rules, okay?" The Lin family always exuded a tempting smell of meat, attracting villagers who were curious or eager. When they saw Andy Ho-Hot coming out of the Lin house, carrying pig offal, they looked on with envy, their eyes turning red. Sampang Lady was scolded by Lin Weiwei and dare not cause trouble for the Lin family anymore. However, dogs never changed their habits. Seeing Auntie Ho-Hot benefiting, she felt sour, like she had just fished out of a vinegar jar, and said resentfully, "Some people, when they're poor, don't try to get close. When they're successful, they come to flatter, eat and drink for free. Their faces are really thick." Auntie Ho-Hot was not someone easily manipulated. She snorted coldly and said, "I go to flatter because they're willing to give. Unlike some people who don't do their work or speak properly and have no shame in trying to get close to the Lin family." Sampang Lady was so angry she rolled up her sleeves, put her hands on her hips, and shouted loudly, "Zhang Ho-Hot, you're shameless to flatter others, but they treat you like a beggar and dismiss you with pig offal. Don't you feel ashamed? Yet you're proud of it. What are you so happy about? You've completely embarrassed old Lu's family. Andy Ho-Hot helped me for a day, and I gave her half a gene of pork and some offal. How is that shameful? Some people are so bored they spew nonsense all day, gossiping about others, and they don't feel ashamed. The reward Auntie gets from her labor and kindness, who does it shame?" Sampang Lady was reprimanded by Lin Weiwei and also lost a sheep. She had been upset for over half a month. She hated and feared Lin Ernie. Lin Weiwei's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, making her shiver. She turned around and saw Lin Weiwei leaning against the doorframe, looking at her with a half-smile. Sampang Lady didn't dare utter a word. She awkwardly moved her thin legs, as if a thief was chasing her, and quickly disappeared. The aunts and neighbors nearby, seeing this, burst into laughter. Sampang Lady was known for cursing everyone in the village, but when she saw Lin's silly second girl, she acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Truly, one thing overcomes another. All the aunts and sisters-in-law. Is there anything else? Lin Weiwei carried a water bucket, ready to go water the fields. A young wife who had gone with her to dig wild vegetables on the mountain approached with a smile and asked, "Ernie, are you about to go to the fields?" The girl is truly the most capable person in the village. Aunt Guohua's hands are full of pig offal. I think it looks like wild boar offal. Did the girl catch a wild boar again? Yes, a small wild boar was careless and fell into my trap. If my sister-in-law has no other business, I'll go to the fields. Lin Weiwei nodded to her. The young wife tentatively asked, "Does your family need help?" "I have nothing to do at home. If you need help, just call me." Other women and wives showed disdain. Everyone knew that your sister-in-law Wang San was lazy and liked to avoid work, even dodging her own chores, yet she still helps others? Probably because she likes the wild boar meat and offal she gets. Such shamelessness. Lin Weiwei, with her crescent-shaped eyes, politely declined, "There's nothing we need help with at home. Sister-in-law, if you have time, go into the mountains to dig some wild vegetables and dry them. It will add variety to our meals in winter." After saying that, she strode toward the fields at the foot of the mountain. Once she left, the young wife's face immediately darkened. She glared fiercely at the gossiping women and mother-in-law, then shook her handkerchief and left. Aunt Guohua returned home. Her 7-year-old daughter Lu Arya and 5-year-old son Tua Do saw the pork and offal she carried and happily ran over. "Mom, is this meat ours?" "It's sent by your second sister. Tonight, I'll stew pig offal soup for you all." Aunt Guohua patted her little son's head, smiling. The children cheered happily, like celebrating the new year. Little Tua Do danced around excitedly.
Oh,
"We have meat to eat. I'll tell Erwa tomorrow. We're eating meat too." Aunt Guohua remembered Erwa's chubby round face and looked at her own skinny son, feeling a lump in her throat. She hugged her children and choked up, "Yes, we're eating meat. Tonight, we're having a big feast." Lu Dechuan, exhausted from working in the fields, returned home. As he reached the door, he caught a strong smell of meat drifting from the yard. He stepped back and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was his own house. The family was almost out of food, so where did the meat come from? Was he imagining it because he was too hungry? "Father, there's meat. Mother cooked a lot of meat." Little Tua Do peeked out from the kitchen, his face greasy, smiling happily at him. Lu Dechuan put down his shoulder pole and water bucket, then went into the kitchen. He looked into the pot. Wow. It was full of pig liver, pig heart, and pig lungs. Usually, they only had such a feast during festivals. His wife was unusually generous this time. "Where did you get this?" Lu Dajuan picked a piece of pig's heart and put it in his mouth. It's been over half a year since he last ate meat, and it was so delicious. It smelled so good. Aunt Ho Hot went to help at the Lin family today. Lin Weiwei not only gave her 30 coins but also shared news about wild boar meat and pig offal, informing her husband. Lu Dajuan paused silently, then turned and left the kitchen. "Dinner's ready. Why are you going out?" Aunt Ho Hot asked as she saw him heading out with a pole and water bucket. Is there anything unclear about her husband's tools? Although she felt sorry for him, she understood that favors should be returned. The Lin family was generous to her, so she couldn't be unkind. And I was busy with 3 acres of land, which wasn't easy, so they should help where they could. Aunt Ho Hot's eldest son, Lian too, also followed his father out. "Mom, I want to help Dad. Please leave some meat in the pot for me and Dad." When Lu Dajuan carried his pole to the edge of Lin's fields, Lin Weiwei heard the noise and peeked out from the tall cornfield, smiling as she greeted him. "Uncle Dajuan, isn't your land already watered? Why are you coming back? You're watering such a big field alone. When will you finish? I'll help you and Dafu." Lu Dajuan jumped onto a wooden bucket and headed up the mountain. Lin Weiwei's smile froze. She quickly said, "Uncle Dajuan, no need. I almost finished watering." Lu Dajuan looked at the dry, yellowing wheat field and showed a simple, honest smile. "More people, faster watering. It's getting dark. As a young girl, it's not safe for you on the mountain." Lin Weiwei thought bitterly. "If you come to help, I can't openly use space water to irrigate the fields, so I have to do it more slowly." Sigh, they meant well, but their kindness only made things harder. Reluctantly, Lin Weiwei kept sneaking up the mountain and secretly used her space water to fill her water buckets when Lu Dajuan and his son weren't looking. They worked for nearly an hour before finishing the irrigation. On the way back, Lu Dezhuan was silent for a moment and then said, "Your corn is growing quite well. The stalks are thick and tall, and the leaves are lush. If this year's frost doesn't come earlier than usual, the harvest should be good." At first, when Lin Weiwei sparsely planted her corn, he and his wife didn't think much of it, believing the young girl was just fooling around. But unexpectedly, the growth was even better than when they planted it densely. Lin Weiwei explained, planting corn too close together makes the plants grow taller, with higher ears, but the stalks become thin and weak, and they are less flexible, making them easy to fall over. Also, pests and diseases are more likely to occur. It's not true that planting more densely always increases yield. Lu Dezhuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Your wheat is growing quite well. The harvest should be among the best in our village."
You're quite skilled at farming.
Since I have less land, I make sure to fertilize well and water thoroughly. Maybe that's why. Lin Weiwei smiled playfully, pretending to be naive. Thanks to the capable Aunt Ho-Hot helping with the meat jerky business, they earned over 20 taels of silver just from pork jerky each day. Wild boar meat is free, and after paying for seasonings, nearly all the earnings are pure profit. When counting the silver, Mrs. Huang often felt like she was dreaming. However, Lin Weiwei was still not satisfied. Making jerky kept her tied to the stove from morning till night. Even when Lin Danny came to help in the afternoon, she still felt there wasn't enough time. "Mother, I've brought back the flat-bottom pan I ordered today. I want to invite 2 more women to help at home. Who do you think has better character and cooking skills?" Lin Weiwei sat cross-legged beside Mrs. Huang, watching her happily count the silver. Mrs. Huang carefully stored the silver in a clay jar and hid it deep inside the Kong heating bed. Hearing this, she hesitated and said, "Inviting more help? Too many people might cause gossip, and if our skills are learned by others." "Mother, making jerky isn't complicated. It's easy to learn. The reason our jerky sells for so much is because of our special seasonings. Others can't copy them." Lin Weiwei was confident. The ingredients for her 5-spice powder were mostly just herbs and spices from the pharmacy. Who would think herbs could be used as seasonings? She smiled and said, "Besides, our jerky is made from wild boar meat. Do they have that? Buying pork is expensive, and it also affects the taste. If we can't sell at a good price, we won't make money. Maybe even lose everything." Mrs. Huang, who usually had little opinion, looked worried and said then, "Should we invite 2 more? But paying 2 helpers a day would cost 90 coins. If you can't catch wild boars later and have to buy pork, the costs will go up. Wouldn't that lead to a loss?" Lin Weiwei patiently calculated the costs. "Mother, lean pork costs about 50 to 60 coins per jean. 3 jean of pork can make 1 jean of jerky, so the cost for 1 jean is about 160 to 170 coins. If we invite 2 more people, we can make nearly 100 jean of jerky a day. Selling 1 jean of regular pork jerky at 300 coins, the profit from 100 jean is about 12 taels of silver. If no one is hired, I work from morning till night and can't manage everything, only making about 50 jean. Even with profits, I only earn 6 taels. Hiring someone costs 90 coins, but I would earn 6 taels more. So, is hiring worth it or not?" Mrs. Huang quietly calculated that hiring almost doubles the earnings. "In that case, paying 90 coins is quite worthwhile. If I hire someone, Lockhead Mother and Young Eva are good choices. Especially your older sister, Ya. I've watched her grow up. She's honest and hardworking. Her family is orphaned and poor, struggling to get by. We should help if we can." Mrs. Huang shook her head gently, understanding each family has its hardships. Ya lost her father at age 10. Not long after, her youngest brother was taken by a wild dog while playing at the village entrance. Her mother went blind from crying. She has 2 younger brothers, aged 8 and 7. At just 10 years old, she acts like an adult. Fortunately, in recent years, the weather has been good, and the harvests from the fields, along with gathering wild vegetables and fruits nearby, have helped them survive. Now, her brothers are old enough to help, and her blind mother can do some chores by feeling her way. But then came a drought. Most villagers' crops are hopeless now. Yave's family's 2 acres of land probably won't produce enough to pay rent. Every day, Ya and her brothers wake early and work late gathering wild vegetables. They've been eating boiled wild vegetables for days, and there's no rice left in the grain jar. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, "All right, I'll ask if they're willing later." Working 4 hours a day earns 30 coins, which only a fool would refuse. Especially Ya, who feels like she's been hit by a pie. 30 coins can buy 2 jin of coarse grain, enough for her family of 4 to have a full meal. After working for a few months and saving, they won't have to worry about hunger in winter. That afternoon, Lockhead Mother and Yan came to the Lin family. Lin Weiwei trained them on how to make dried meat. Honestly, it's not complicated. Mainly controlling the heat. Both women are used to cooking on stoves, and after a few tries, they got the hang of it. Lin Weiwei asked them to take turns chopping meat with Aunt Hua. Before, Aunt Hua had to chop nearly 200 jin of meat daily, and her arms were swollen. Now, with 3 people taking turns, they only do it once every 3 days, and Aunt Hua feels much easier. With 3 people plus an extra helper, Lin Danny, they can produce about 100 jin of wild boar jerky in a day. Ning Dongsheng opened a meat jerky sales route in the county. Not just 100 jin, even more than that wouldn't be enough for him to sell. However, he understood the value of scarcity and often displayed a sold-out sign for the jerky in a shop. The wealthy people in the county, the more they couldn't get it, the more they thought Ning's jerky was a special treat. Whether for giving as gifts or entertaining guests, it made them look good. Ning Dongsheng is now very popular in the county. People who invite him to eat, listen to music, or visit the brothel all want to build good relations with him, hoping to reserve jerky and quality dried fruits in advance for future needs. In the Lin family's yard, near the east wall, 3 simple wooden sheds were built, each holding a flat-bottomed pan. Sometimes, all 3 pans would be heated at once, filling the air with the delicious smell of jerky, so good that it seemed to linger for days. Villagers all knew that the Lin family was making a new kind of snack and selling it in the town. Everyone was curious. What was this tasty snack? Had the Lin family made a lot of money? Otherwise, why would they hire 3 helpers? Guahua Auntie and 2 others, Sua Tunyang and her friends, would leave the Lin family's house every day and often accidentally meet some close relatives or friends to ask about the Lin family. Some also wanted to know if the Lin family still needed help. Guahua Auntie and her friends had already asked Lin Weiwei about what could be shared and what couldn't. They understood the situation very clearly. Outside, they only said that the Lin family was making jerky, and after subtracting costs and labor, they could earn about 30 to 50 coins per jin. As for how it was made,
They kept quiet about that.
even when Sua Tunyang's sister-in-law asked, she only said, "Sister-in-law, I really can't tell you. I've signed a contract. If I share the recipe, I'd have to pay the Lin family 10 taels of silver. My daily wage is only 30 coins, so I'd lose my job. You have to compensate me, right?" Her sister-in-law laughed and said she was silly. "You're not working for them anymore. Why not team up with us? Think about it. If 1 jin of jerky earns 30 coins and we make 10 or 20 jin a day, we could make 5 or 600 coins daily. Why work so hard for just 30 coins? Sua Tunyang rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think the Lin family is fools? The recipe isn't hard, but the secret ingredients are. That's their exclusive formula. We can't do it. Why not try? Even if our jerky isn't as good, we can sell it cheaper. Maybe it will still sell well," her sister-in-law argued eagerly. The girl with the lock on her head remained firm. This dried meat costs over 100 coins per jin just for the raw materials. How many shops in town can afford to sell it? Those who can are wealthy families' masters, very picky. Sister-in-law, don't take my words badly. Wear shoes that fit your size, help out more at home, and stop thinking about crooked ways. The sister-in-law angrily returned home, crying to her mother-in-law, hoping she would persuade the girl with the lock to agree. But her mother-in-law was wise and simply said, "A daughter who leaves her family is like water spilled. I can't control her." During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the girl with the lock went back to her parents' house, bringing 20 jin of corn flour, 2 jean of pork, and a new set of clothes for her mother. Her family warmly welcomed her. Although her older sister-in-law was not very kind and had a sharp tongue, she couldn't do much to her. Every day, 2 or 3 pots cooked dried meat, and the neighbor's young scholar also boiled peach preserves, using a lot of firewood. While other families used 10 days' worth of firewood, the Lin family finished theirs in just 2 days. So, besides hunting wild boars, picking fruit, and gathering wild vegetables, Lin Weiwei also had the task of chopping firewood. Nestled against the endless mountains, wood was abundant. Branches broken by strong winds and fallen logs could be gathered without an axe after returning from the valley where they found the wild boar. Lin Weiwei cut off the excess branches, sorted them, and tied them with rope. She weighed them in her hand, too light. She then collected sturdy dry branches, stacked them into a bundle taller than a haystack, and carried it on her back, walking swiftly down the mountain.
Hey,
Young master, look. The firewood pile in front has grown legs and is walking. She heard a surprised voice behind her. Who the heck ever saw a firewood pile walk? Are you out of your mind? The sound of a cart grew closer, and Lin Weiwei moved aside.
Huh?
Young master, this firewood is really magical, even making way for the cart.
Huh?
It's actually a pile carried on someone's back. The foolish voice was full of disappointment. Disappointed? Well, if the firewood really turned into a spirit, it would be the first to drain you dry. Lin Weiwei calmly stopped and watched the cart pass by. The driver was a young servant, about 15 or 16, handsome but not very bright. Young master, look. It's a little girl. She doesn't seem very old, but she's quite tall. Are mountain girls all this strong? Carrying such a big pile of firewood as if it's nothing. Recently, the Huang family insisted that Lin Weiwei wear women's clothing despite her objections. Fortunately, the clothes they tailored for her resembled traditional Song-style trousers, which made it easier to walk uphill than wearing a skirt. So, the young servant could easily tell she was a young girl. Lin Weiwei didn't bother to show any other expression on her face toward the silly young servant. She looked over the carriage. The woodwork was good, and the embroidery on the curtains was delicate. The horses pulling it were tall and spirited. Clearly, the owner of this carriage was quite wealthy. Hadn't she heard that the villagers of Shirley-go had wealthy relatives? Or were they just tourists here for sightseeing? If so, it only showed that the young master was in a good mood, coming to visit this remote countryside. The curtain was pushed aside by a long, fair hand. Yes, clearly, someone used to luxury, not used to doing any work. Then, a handsome, gentle young man stepped out of the carriage. His smile was warm and made people feel like spring had arrived. But to Lin Weiwei, this smile seemed a little less genuine. Qing Yan, don't be rude. After scolding the young servant, the elegant young man bowed politely to Lin Weiwei. My servant was disrespectful. Please don't mind, young lady. No need to mind, Lin Weiwei replied softly. If she were her past self, she would have been dazzled by such a handsome, refined young man and would have looked at him more than once. But now, her appetite for such things had been spoiled by her little scholar. She just slightly smiled and responded casually. The elegant young man's voice was gentle like warm sunshine. May I ask, young lady, is this Shirley-go? Yes. Are you visiting a friend? Lin Weiwei slightly lifted the bundle of firewood on her shoulder. The young man's eyes shifted to the pile of firewood on her back and kindly suggested, young lady, maybe. You should put down the firewood, and we can talk more comfortably. No need, it's not heavy, Lin Weiwei politely declined his kindness. Do you know a scholar named Jiang Mohan? The young man asked with a smile that didn't fade, his bright eyes fixed on her. Lin Weiwei nodded and pointed to the end of the road. Follow this road, and the first house at the village entrance is Jiang Mohan's home. Thank you, young lady, the young man said politely and got back into the carriage. The young servant finally stopped staring at the pile of firewood on her back and drove the carriage toward the village. Lin Weiwei pouted. This pretentious scholar. He seemed humble and polite on the surface, but his disdain for her as a country girl was obvious. Compared to this fake, modest young man, she found the genuine, proud little scholar much more adorable. Carrying her firewood, she strode confidently toward the village entrance. Lin Weiwei arrived at her own door and put down the firewood. Since the door was too narrow, she couldn't carry the firewood inside on her back. Next door, a young servant watching the carriage approached her. Taking advantage of her distraction, he mimicked her, pulling on the rope on the firewood pile and trying to lift it with all his strength, yet it didn't budge. The servant, unwilling to give up, used all his might, risking his reputation and dignity, but the pile of firewood seemed rooted to the ground, unmoving. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Little second boy, carrying a basket of grass, came over and looked curiously at the young servant whose face was flushed from exertion. The servant forced a small smile and said, "Ah?
Oh,
I'm a friend of Jiang Tongxing's classmate from next door. I'm free, so I came to see if you need any help." Little second boy put down his basket and politely said, "Thank you, brother, but I can help my second sister myself." The little boy pulled out 2 thick sticks of firewood from the pile and huffed and puffed as he dragged them into the yard. He was a hard-working and thoughtful little guy. On his second trip back, Lin Weiwei stopped him and handed the basket to him. "Your rabbits must be hungry. Go wash the grass and hang it out to dry." When she mentioned rabbits, little second boy looked at the mountain of firewood with some worry. He wanted to help but also worried about the rabbits starving. His small appearance was truly adorable. A servant standing nearby suddenly opened his mouth wide in surprise.
wow.
"This little farm girl is really strong. She can carry 6 or 7 logs as thick as a man's thigh at once." The firewood blocked her view, but she showed no sign of difficulty. The servant secretly tried to lift 2 logs of the same thickness. It was very hard for him. Are people from the mountains so strong? He looked at Lin Weiwei moving the firewood into the yard with complex eyes and swallowed hard. Who would dare marry a woman like her? If she made a mistake, she might get beaten to the ground and unable to get up. Second near, Jiang Tongxing's classmate is visiting. "Go help Aunt Feng find her person in the mountains," Huangshi said as she wiped her hands and came out from Zhang's house next door. Seeing her daughter carrying the last bundle of firewood, she spoke. Lin Weiwei pointed at herself.
Me?
"Why do you think I can find the person? The mountains near the village are so big." "All right then." Lin Weiwei put down the firewood and obediently took on the role of messenger. She thought for a moment and followed the path she often took when going down the mountain, heading upward to look for her. As expected, in a quiet spot halfway up the mountain, I found the young scholar holding a book, but his eyes were not on it. "Why do you bring a book if you're just here to enjoy the view?" Lin Weiwei teased bluntly. Jiang Mohan glanced at her faintly, his gaze subtly scanning her from top to bottom, then quickly looked away. He said nothing, stood up, and with his hand behind his back holding the book, slowly walked down the mountain. Lin Weiwei's mouth twitched. This young scholar's cool attitude was back again. He was unapproachable. If he didn't want to talk, she wouldn't bother. She was used to it anyway. Someone claiming to be your classmate came to visit. He looks very friendly. Is he your good friend? With your bad temper, only someone patient enough could stand you. I didn't expect there's someone besides me who can tolerate your bad mood. Lin Weiwei followed behind the young scholar, mimicking his walk, one hand behind her back, head held high, like a proud little rooster. Jiang Mohan's jaw muscles twitched. Does he still call himself bad-tempered? Based on his past life, that girl must have died countless times from his temper. In these mountains, there are plenty of ways to make someone disappear quietly. Are all the students at your academy so good-looking? They could form a group and debut. They'd definitely be popular. Lin Weiwei pretended not to notice, but after a while, she felt exhausted from pretending. She slumped her shoulders and plucked at the grass, reaching out to tug at the hand behind Jiang Mohan's back. Jiang Mohan suddenly stopped. Lin Weiwei almost lost her balance, nearly crashing into his back. He turned to look at her for a long moment, so long that Lin Weiwei thought she had something on her face. She quickly wiped her face with her sleeve. Although she didn't understand what forming a debut group meant, she guessed the word good-looking was part of the idea. He snorted softly and said, Young lady, don't comment on a man's appearance without proper respect. This isn't a private place. Everyone knows what I look like. Do you think I need to pretend in front of you? It's tiring. I just want to be honest about myself. Lin Weiwei argued confidently. Talking nonsense. Jiang Mohan said sternly, leaving her with a final remark, then turned and headed down the mountain. His steps were slow and steady, as if he was accommodating someone. Behind him, Lin Weiwei plucked flowers, chased butterflies, and after falling behind a bit, she quickly jogged to catch up. Jiang Mohan returned home and saw Feng Qiufan sitting at his desk by the window, engrossed in a book he had annotated in detail. Next to him, there was a cup of clear tea and a plate of shiny, sweet peach slices. Brother Feng, when did you come back? Jiang Mohan's voice was calm, but his willingness to speak first showed rare warmth. Feng Qiufan put down his book, stood up, and smiled as he replied, I arrived yesterday. I heard about your situation.
How are you?
How is the younger brother's injury? It's almost healed. Thank you for your concern, Brother Feng. Jiang Mohan looked at the handsome, refined face before him, which still held a hint of innocence. For a moment, his shadow overlapped with that of the prominent, spirited, and rising marquis from his past life. Feng Qiufan sighed and said, This time, indeed, Xu Mei was too reckless. Xu Mei was Wu Bo's courtesy name. Jiang Mohan watched Feng Qiufan's seemingly sincere face. If he hadn't lived again and knew his true nature, he would have been easily fooled by his false appearance. On the surface, Feng Qiufan's words seemed to defend him, but in reality, they stirred up his hatred and dissatisfaction toward Wu Bo. In his past life, by this time, his mother had already passed away. He lay on the bed filled with anger, feeling helpless and full of hatred. Feng Qiufan's appearance at this moment, standing with him against Wu Bo, made him feel less alone. It planted the seed of hatred in his heart, which quickly grew into a relentless desire for revenge, becoming a machine that only wanted to punish his enemies at any cost. Calming himself silently, he raised his eyes to Feng Qiufan and said calmly, It's all in the past. There's no need to bring it up now. Although Feng Qiufan was surprised by his calmness and composure, he followed his words and said, You are generous, younger brother. There might be some misunderstandings. I will help you mediate and resolve them someday. Thank you, Brother Feng, but there's no need. We are not the same kind. It's better to keep our distance. Jiang Mohan sat down by the desk, pointing at the peach slices and said, Brother Feng, try these apricot slices. They are homemade. Please don't dislike them. Feng Qiufan entered and immediately saw the dried peach slices hanging in the yard. He didn't expect that Jiang Tongsheng, usually proud and aloof, would be involved in trade. It seemed he wasn't as noble as he appeared. Though he felt a faint disdain, Feng Qiufan, who was skilled at hiding his true feelings, couldn't show it. He pinched a piece of peach slice, tasted it carefully, and clapped his hands in praise, saying, Wonderful. The color is beautiful, clear as amber. The taste is sweet and sour, refreshing the mouth. Wonderful, wonderful. Dear brother, this dried fruit is of better quality than what I ate in the city of Fuqing. If Brother Feng likes it, I will bring a bag home for my family to try later. Jiang Mohan's lips curl into a slight smile as he takes a sip of tea. Feng Qiufan eats 2 pieces of dried fruit, then looks up at Jiang Mohan, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Mohan says, Brother Feng, if you have something to say, just tell me. Feng Qiufan thinks for a moment and then asks, I heard from Mr. Fan that you don't plan to take the spring exam next year? Jiang Mohan shows a sad expression and sighs softly. The doctor said I have a head injury and need to rest for a year or so. If not, I might develop dizziness and headaches. Feng Qiufan looks regretful and says, That's such a pity. You are the most promising student in our academy to win the top spot. I was looking forward to you bringing honor to our school. Brother Feng, please don't say that. Fuqing County is full of talented people, and I am just an ordinary student. I don't dare to hope for the top position. In his past life, Feng Qiufan was like that, seeming to trust and expect a lot from Jiang Mohan, but actually creating many rivals for him, making his progress in the academy difficult. Feng Qiufan didn't expect that after just 3 months of wandering outside, Jiang Mohan, who considered himself very proud, would change so much. Could it be that after being beaten badly, his character changed? Don't be modest, brother Jiang. Luckily, there are exams for 2 more years. If you miss next year, you can prepare well and surely top the list the year after. Feng Qiufan comforts the disappointed Jiang Mohan. He pauses and then says, Brother Jiang, since we are close friends, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. In the academy, Jiang Mohan was talented but came from a poor family. He was very frugal. His pen was almost worn out from use, but he still refused to buy a new one. His clothes, washed until they turned pale, he still wore. After class, he would secretly do some copying work at the bookstore to save money for writing supplies. He also cared a lot about his pride. If anyone offered to help him, he would feel deeply insulted, frown, slam the table, and refuse to speak to that person again. When Feng Qiufan said this, he was worried Jiang Mohan might get angry and drive him away. Since Brother Feng says so, I won't be polite. Do you think you could lend me some silver? I promise to return it in 3 months. Jiang Mohan spoke straightforwardly, seeming to have been waiting for this request. Feng Qiufan was speechless. No, something was very wrong. 3 months ago, Jiang Mohan, a young scholar, would insist he was fine even if his family was poor, refusing any help. He would never openly borrow money like this. He glanced at the pile of medicine packets on the table and understood a little more. Jiang Mohan had suffered a serious head injury and needed long-term medication. His family only had a weak mother, who, despite her shame, sold dried fruit to make ends meet. Still, they couldn't afford his daily medicine expenses. After some thought, Feng Qiufan guessed Jiang Mohan's hardship. To pass the imperial exam, he had to recover quickly. To heal and buy medicine, he needed money. Without silver, it was impossible. Even the proudest person had to bow to reality. How much does my brother need? Feng Qiufan looked at Jiang Mohan with some sympathy. Jiang Mohan sneered inwardly and spoke confidently, then I won't be polite. How about 300 taels of silver? 300 taels? What kind of medicine was that doctor prescribing to be so expensive? Was Jiang Mohan scammed by a dishonest doctor? Or maybe his injury was so severe he needed strong medicine. Feng Qiufan forced himself to hide his reluctance and pain, pulling out 3 silver notes, enough for most of his living expenses for the next 3 months. Lending them meant he couldn't enjoy social gatherings or drinks with friends freely anymore. Brother Feng, you're truly righteous. I promise to repay you within 3 months, Jiang Mohan said calmly, taking the silver notes and tucking them into his pouch. Feng Qiufan stared at his silver notes, but had to say, please use them freely, brother. No need to rush to return. By the way, I heard you have a fine jade pendant. Jiang Mohan lowered his eyes, and his faint smile faded. In his past life, during his hardest and most helpless times, Feng Qiufan was the only classmate who visited him. Back then, Feng Qiufan also offered to help voluntarily. Jiang Mohan urgently needed money to buy a simple coffin for his mother and bury her properly, but was too proud to borrow. He exchanged his family heirloom, the only proof of his identity, a jade pendant, for 100 taels of silver. The difference was, in his past life, he had offered the jade willingly. Now it was Feng Qiufan who mentioned it. This made Jiang Mohan wary. He took out the jade pendant and handed it to Feng Qiufan for him to admire. Jiang Mohan subtly tested him a few times, making sure Feng Qiufan didn't know its true value or significance. He suddenly remembered that Feng Qiufan had always liked antique jade and artifacts, perhaps just out of excitement for the hunt. Jiang Mohan watched Feng Qiufan's fondness for the jade piece and couldn't help but think of his past life. Was Feng Qiufan really visiting 10 Miles Gully just to help him? Or perhaps Feng Qiufan, who knew his true nature, understood that he would never accept sympathy or charity, and his real goal was to take the valuable jade pendant from his hands? Junior brother, your ancestors must have been either high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. Ahem. Feng Qiufan, Afraid of touching a sensitive topic, pretended to cough a few times and then continued. This jade pendant is made of fine warm jade, transparent and delicate. Wearing it for a long time can even benefit the body. The few pieces of warm jade I have are worth less than this one. If you're willing to sell, not just 300 taels of silver, but 3,000 taels would find buyers. Seeing how he openly admired the jade pendant, Jong Mohan became more certain of his earlier guess. He carefully took the jade pendant from Fong Chiofan and smiled apologetically. Mother said this jade pendant is meant to be a betrothal gift for her future daughter-in-law. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Brother Fong. Junior brother, please don't say that. I am not talented and certainly not someone who steals others' belongings, Fong Chiofan, only about 17 or 18, said this with a serious tone, but his eyes were glued to the jade pendant as if it were stuck there, reluctant to look away. Jong Mohan happily stored the jade pendant away. Do you like it? Even if you do, it's no use. It'll drive you crazy. Ahem. Be serious, calm, and steady. He must have been infected by that annoying girl. Miss Fong, you have visitors. My mother asked me to bring over a plate of dried meat. Even Prince Ning said that her dried meat was quite the status symbol in the county, suitable for entertaining guests. Jong Mohan's gaze passed through the window and landed on the tall, graceful girl in the yard, with a critical look. Tao girl is just Tao girl. Even dressed as a girl, she can't stay calm. But, to be fair, the girl has indeed lost weight. The clothes her mother altered half a month ago now looked a bit loose on her. Every day she goes hunting, gathering, and watering the crops. These are all physical tasks. No wonder she's thin. It's exhausting. But she's not starving, so why work so hard?
Huh.
Isn't this the girl who guided me earlier? So your families know each other. Fong Chiofan's face showed just the right amount of surprise. Nonsense. How could she give directions if they didn't know each other? Isn't this Feng's family just as silly as that girl? Are they all fools? Lin Weiwei looked through the open window at the desk by the window, where two handsome and elegant scholars sat. One was warm and gentle like spring breeze, the other was cool and clear like icy spring water. But she still preferred her neighbor, that proud, charming, and slightly stubborn young scholar. Jong Mohan's face showed more coldness. He was smiling at a stranger like a flower, almost showing his teeth, which was very improper and unrestrained. Fong Chiofan's eyes sparkled with interest as he waved his fan. Clothes made of rough fabric can't hide a strong aura, especially that smile, which makes it even more charming. I didn't expect to find such a wonderful person in the countryside. Brother Fong, it's not proper to judge a woman's beauty so lightly. Jong Mohan frowned and looked at Fong Chiofan coldly. This guy was quite scheming. Last life, he had taken 7 or 8 concubines, not afraid of wearing himself out. But wasn't he always fond of women with stunning looks and charming manners? Why is he now interested in simple, humble dishes? Lin Weiwei pointed at the meat jerky in her hand and made a gesture with her mouth to the young scholar. This is deer jerky. Am I generous or what? Deer jerky costs about 1 or 2 silver coins per jean in the county, and it's not easy to buy. Giving it to her classmates as a gift shows her good manners, right? You ungrateful little scholar, even frowning and glaring at me. Believe it or not, I'll turn around and leave with the jerky. Jong Mohan quickly stepped out of the room, almost snatching the jerky from her, and said indifferently, Thanks. Go back now. Fong Chiofan also came out, smiling warmly, contrasting sharply with Jong Mohan's attitude. Miss, nice to see you again. Lin Weiwei imitated his expression, showing a professional smile with 8 teeth. Yes. So, young master is a good friend of the young scholar. Sorry for the rudeness. Jong Mohan took a step aside, blocking their view, and rudely told them, Aren't you busy? Go back and do your work. Lin Weiwei curled her lips at him, showing her teeth and a big eye roll. What's your attitude? Giving you deer jerky feels like I owe you and I might as well feed it to the dogs. When facing Fong Chiofan, her expression suddenly changed back to a professional smile. I won't disturb your reunion with the young scholar. I'll take my leave now. Please, miss, go ahead. Feng Qiufan raised his eyebrows, with an even brighter smile in his eyes. Lin Weiwei turned away, her face instantly drooping, her cheerful crescent-shaped eyes rolling dramatically. Stinky scholar, just wait and see. Feng Qiufan looked at her lively back and chuckled softly. This young girl is quite interesting. She calls you little scholar. Is there a story behind that? There's no special story, just a nickname, Jiang Mohan replied, not wanting to dwell on the girl, and instead asked about his recent travels. Feng Qiufan sighed and said, the northern region is suffering from a severe drought. We're doing okay here. We had 2 rains in early spring. Many places haven't seen rain or snow since last winter. In the northwest's 2 prefectures and 6 counties, if the court hadn't sent relief in time, there would have been widespread hunger and people resorting to desperate measures. Jiang Mohan lowered his eyes and said, our Zhongzhou prefecture isn't doing well either. Besides Jingyan County, which received some rain after summer, Fuan County and Baoqing County are especially dry. Take Shirley Gully, for example. There's a mountain nearby with a never-drying pond. Villagers work day and night to fetch water and irrigate fields, but the harvest is expected to be only half of last year's. Other places are even worse. They might only get a tenth of their usual yield. Feng Qiufan looked worried and said, yes. If the court doesn't order a tax relief this autumn, many families might have to sell their children or parts of their land, and families could be torn apart. Is your family's grain supply enough? To be honest, Feng, I borrowed money from you to stockpile more grain. You know my family doesn't have good land, and now with rising grain prices, if it weren't for your kindness, I fear this winter. Jiang Mohan shook his head and sighed slowly. Feng Qiufan didn't expect Jiang Mohan to openly share his difficulties. For the proud young man he once knew, it was unthinkable. His gaze at Jiang Mohan carried some surprise. Jiang Mohan shook his head with a bitter smile. After a brush with death, I suddenly realized, compared to just staying alive, everything else is just illusions. Having a head injury was like taking a trip through the gates of death. Major setbacks that change a person's nature are not uncommon. Perhaps for Jiang Mohan, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Feng Qiufan looked at him with some consideration. In the academy, like how Mr. Fan admired Jiang Mohan, Mr. Du favored Feng Qiufan. Their mentor once analyzed Jiang Mohan's character, saying he was proud and solitary, with no family support, making it difficult for him to succeed in official life. Mr. Du truly regarded Feng Qiufan as a true disciple, teaching him everything he knew, including how to behave and how to serve as an official. Feng Qiufan was able to settle comfortably in the academy not only because he was generous and well-connected, but also because he was skilled at navigating social relationships and was very worldly wise. As they talked, it was already noon. During his travels, Feng Qiufan had visited many families. Most families in Liuligo only ate 2 meals a day. Today, feeling a bit bold, he was worried that the Jiang family might not be prepared, so he decided to leave early. At this moment, Lin Weiwei carried a plate of spicy shredded ears and a platter of marinated dishes into the yard. She said, it's mealtime now. Young master insists on leaving. Does he look down on our rustic rice wine and simple food? Last night, Xiao Erwa wanted to eat pig head meat, so Lin Weiwei had boiled 2 wild pig heads from the cellar. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, young Master Ning kept urging more dried meat. Aunt Ho-Hot and Yaoer had been working late for 2 consecutive days, so Lin Weiwei planned to give each of them 2 jin of pig head meat as a reward. Coincidentally, today the Jiang family had guests. 2 ready-made meat dishes were served. Feng Qiufan watched the young girl from the neighboring house curiously. It seemed their relationship was quite close. She didn't treat herself as an outsider at the Jiang family.
Could it be
that the girl was arranged to be the Jiang family's daughter-in-law? No wonder future wives are almost like part owners after all. No wonder Jiang Tongsheng often spoke up for her. Miss, you're being too modest. I just don't want to trouble Jiang Tongsheng, Feng Qiufan thought, his usual carefree attitude slightly subdued. Lin Weiwei, with her crescent-shaped eyes, smiled brightly and said, there's no trouble at all. The ingredients are ready. Does young master have any dietary restrictions? Feng Qiufan liked spicy food. Looking at the bright red, oily shredded ears, he secretly swallowed and shook his head.
No restrictions.
After Lin Weiwei left, Feng Qiufan looked at Jiang Mohan. In that case, I'll be bothering you then. Brother Feng has just returned from his travels and kindly came to visit. It would be rude for you to leave on an empty stomach, Jiang Mohan said with a faint smile, though inwardly he sneered. That meddlesome girl, you're so eager. When did I say I wanted to keep guests? In his past life, Feng Qiufan had taken his luck, and going hungry was the least of his worries. Lin Weiwei picked fresh vegetables from the garden, then stir-fried garlic eggplant, tomato scrambled eggs, and made a gourd soup. For a mountain family, 4 dishes and a soup, with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, was already quite a feast. While drinking strong liquor distilled from yellow rice wine, enjoying a unique marinated platter, tangy and sweet tomato scrambled eggs, and spicy crispy red oil pig ears, Feng Qiufan feels especially satisfied. After 3 rounds of drinks, slightly tipsy, Feng Qiufan chuckles at Jiang Mohan and says, "Brother, don't mind my blunt words. Are you and the girl next door?" "We are close friends of the family. I see her just as a little sister from next door," Jiang Mohan replies. "Is she good at cooking?" "She must have learned it somewhere," Feng Qiufan asks, taking a sip of gourd soup, which is clear yet flavorful with natural aroma. "Very good, very good." Seeing him constantly mention the girl next door, Jiang Mohan feels a bit annoyed and says, "Whether she learned it or not, how would I know?" "That's true. Besides studying, what else would you be paying attention to?" Feng Qiufan takes another sip of wine, exhaling a strong aroma. "Good wine. Too bad you're injured. When you recover, we'll drink 300 cups together." "Where did you buy this wine? It's so tasty." Jiang Mohan thinks, "I don't know where the girl next door bought her wine. Just drink yours. Why ask so many questions? That girl next door, she's probably old enough to get married, right? Brother, are you not interested in her?" Feng Qiufan, a little drunk, winks at him. "She's pretty, has a good figure, and is a good cook. She might not be suitable as a wife, but she'd make a good concubine." Jiang Mohan's mouth twitches. To take that strong girl as a concubine? How crazy must he be? Or does he think he's immortal? He imagines a chaotic scene in his backyard, with the girl causing trouble everywhere. "With no fame yet, I won't consider marriage for now," Jiang Mohan firmly says, very determined. Feng Qiufan glances at him, then raises his head and drinks again, shaking his head with a smile. "Getting married first, then building a career. Taking a concubine isn't the same as marrying, and you'd have someone to take care of you." Jiang Mohan asks back, "Aren't you also unmarried?" Feng Qiufan's smile deepens. "My mother has already chosen a match for me. Once I pass the imperial exam, I'll go propose marriage." He is the cherished jewel of County Lu's household, possessing both beauty and talent. Before reaching adulthood, he was already sought after by matchmakers, but all were turned away. Brother Feng is handsome and talented. He will surely meet your expectations. Jiang Mohan lowered his eyes, took a bite of a spicy snack, and hid his disdain. In his past life, Feng Qiufan, after passing the imperial exam, was engaged to County Lu's daughter. But when he used a jade pendant to be recognized by the Manhwa residents, was granted the title of Lu County Lord by the Emperor, and married an old official's daughter, he quickly sent a letter to his family to break off the engagement with Lu's daughter. That night, Lu's daughter, overwhelmed with despair, hanged herself. Meanwhile, this unfaithful man, Feng Qiufan, enjoyed fame and wealth in the capital, surrounded by beautiful women, living a carefree life. After a meal, Feng Qiufan was so drunk he didn't know how he was carried into a carriage by his servant, nor how he returned home. Summer ended, and the cool breeze blew through Wild Boar Valley. Lin Weiwei climbed a tall tree, watching the shrinking herd of wild boars with a worried expression. She had been in the jerky business for nearly a month, needing a wild boar every 3 days. Out of over 30 adult boars and nearly 20 young boars, the herd had been reduced by a third. They could only last another month or 2 before needing to find a new herd. Fortunately, Gray the Wolf King often sent prey to Lin's house, sometimes a deer, sometimes a reindeer or elk. Once, he even led a wolf pack to deliver a large moose over 2 meters long and weighing nearly 1,000 jin. That night, the wolves howled one after another, frightening the entire village into closing their doors. Villagers didn't sleep all night. The next day, the village chief led the young men with hoes and sickles to patrol the nearby mountains. They found large amounts of wolf droppings and bloodstains from the moose trailing down to the village. The villagers were terrified. Wolves had come down from the mountain and had even visited the village. The elders of Shirley Go remember clearly that over 40 years ago, a wolf pack once entered the village. Several households lost their entire families to the wolves. Even children and livestock were not spared. Anyone unlucky enough to be visited by wolves faced disaster and destruction. The entire Shirley Go was on high alert. During the day, no children could be seen playing in the village. Everyone was confined to their courtyards. The women going up the mountain to dig wild vegetables no longer dared to go out. The men watering the fields went in groups, afraid of being attacked by wolves if they were alone. Only the Lin family remained carefree. Lin Ernie went to the mountains early every morning and only went to water the fields after sunset when no one was around. Little Lin, holding his small sickle and wearing a tiny straw hat, happily went to cut grass for his rabbits. How could he not be happy? His beloved rabbits had babies again, and now there were over 40 in the rabbit house. The little ewe also gave birth to 2 lambs. Every morning, the second sister would milk the sheep, boil the milk with almonds, and share a bowl with their mother. Sometimes, the second sister would make double-layer milk pudding, milk and egg pudding, or custard buns. He had never tasted so many delicious foods in his life. Maybe the second sister was an angel from heaven, capable of transforming into all kinds of tasty treats. There was also a different character, Jeong Mohan, the young scholar. He left early and returned late, seeking a beautiful spot to read. He would sit there for most of the day, disappearing only at mealtime. Lin Weiwei teased him. "Do you still dare to go up the mountain? Aren't you afraid the wolves will see your small frame and chew on you like a rib?" Jeong Mohan glanced lightly and said, "With a big feast like you here, how would the wolves bother with my little meat?" Lin Weiwei was furious, making a teapot shape with her hands. "What do you mean? Are you calling me fat? Open your eyes and look. Do I have 3 layers of meat?" Whoever responds is the one talking. The young scholar had become quite skilled at arguing, sometimes winning a few rounds in their banter. "Have your eyes been blurred by the words in your books? Look at my waist, then my legs. Let's compare who has a slimmer waist."
Fine, you win.
With so much good food every day, do you feed it all to the dogs? Jeong Mohan quickly moved away, avoiding her as if she were a plague. His eyes widened in embarrassment and anger. "You, men and women shouldn't touch each other, and when you argue, you shouldn't just reach out. Remember, you are a girl." Got it. Got it. I just wanted to measure your waist with my hand. Why make such a fuss? Young scholar, share your secret. How do you eat so much but not gain weight? Lin Weiwei stepped closer and poked his waist with her finger. Jeong Mohan quickly dodged her, avoiding her like a disease. "I told you, don't touch me. Don't you have ears?
Come on, tell me."
"Don't be so stingy. I'll cook you sweet and sour crispy pork tonight." "Not enough? Add another pot of water for boiling sliced meat." The young scholar has a strong taste, loves meat, enjoys sweets, and is fond of spicy food. Jeong Mohan's heart moved slightly. He frowned and said, "There's no secret. It's just natural. I want to grow stronger, but I keep eating without gaining weight. Don't be so boastful." The sweet and sour pork is gone, and the boiled sliced meat is also finished. Tonight, we'll have mixed grain steamed buns with dipping sauce. Lin Weiwei proudly lifts her small head, her delicate nose almost touching the sky. She carries a basket of wild blueberries on her back and holds a bundle of firewood in each hand, walking quickly down the mountain. Only carrying a book, the young scholar behind her can't keep up with her pace. Jeong Mohan mutters behind her, "It's just a matter of waist size. Why make such a fuss?" He looks up at her figure ahead. tall and slender like a bamboo, no extra fat around her waist, long and strong legs. Isn't that good?
Healthy.
What's the secret to eating without gaining weight? Does it have to be a sickly body, so thin it looks like it could away? Suddenly realizing he's been staring at her for too long, he can't help but hit his own head with a book. The bratty girl may not seem very feminine, but she's still a young girl. Mustn't look at her improperly, mustn't.
Ha.
Caught a hard-working little second kid. Lin Weiwei tiptoes and gently kicks the little second kid's backside as he's bent over cutting grass. Almost kicked into the mud, the second kid rubs his not-so-sore and happily asks, "Second sister, what did you pick today?" Lin Weiwei puts down the firewood and stuffs 2 blueberries into the little guy's mouth. While blueberries, eating them often can improve eyesight, strengthen the body, and boost memory. When we go back, I'll make blueberry jam and blueberry yam cakes for you. The little second kid, like a hungry puppy, wags his tail quickly and coquettishly circles around his second sister. Jong Mo-hun feels quite speechless about this sibling pair, one holding a bone to tease, the other begging with various cute actions. But that bone does look pretty tempting. That bratty girl is good at sharing delicious food. She never hides her treats, even if she doesn't eat them herself. She'll save some for him. After a slight inner struggle, Jong Mo-han's resolve firmed. She's just coveting your talent and beauty. You absolutely must not let her succeed. On the way back, the basket full of grass is hung on her arm. Lin Weiwei feels like every time she goes down the mountain, she's a Christmas tree, covered all over. Big brother, you're back. Little second boy saw his figure at the door, like a small cannonball, rushing toward the slender figure. Lin Zian was knocked over by his younger brother. He tried twice to pick him up, but couldn't manage it. He pinched his younger brother's chubby face and said, "Second sister made you something delicious, and now you're turning into a little chubby kid. If you keep eating like this, I won't even recognize you across the street." Lin Zian was preparing for the imperial exam, and Jong and Mo-han recommended him to Mr. Fan. The young boy was diligent, hardworking, and willing to endure hardships. Even on rare days off, he stayed at the academy studying hard. Mr. Fan was very pleased with his effort. Although his foundation was weaker than Jong and Mo-han's, he was still considered talented. He decided to keep him nearby to guide him. Rumors in the academy said that Mr. Fan had given up on the injured Jong and Mo-han and was now planning to take Lin Zian as his personal disciple. In the past month, although he hadn't gone home, Lin Weiwei sent him meat pies, egg-filled pancakes, wild boar meat buns, and even fried meat sauce and steamed salted pork. Every time she visited, she gave him a few hundred coins. The young boy was well off. Besides improving the quality of his 3 daily meals, he sometimes used his extra money to invite close friends to a small restaurant for a good meal. He also shared the delicious food his second sister sent, especially the rich meat sauce, which he dipped with bread, much tastier than the dishes at the cafeteria. A jar of meat sauce, which could last 10 to 15 days, was nearly finished because a group of hungry classmates kept coming to share it. Lin Zian's friends, even more eager than he was, hoped his second sister would visit him. They all called her our second sister and didn't see themselves as outsiders. But they should look at their ages. Most are older than her. How embarrassing. Under his second sister's care, although he didn't seem to have gained weight, he had become thinner. He was almost as tall as Lin Weiwei, who was nearly 1.7 meters. Little second boy pushed away Lin Zian's hand, pouting and saying, "Second sister said it's good for kids to be a little chubby, so they don't get sick. Second sister can pick me up with one hand. Big brother, you're too weak.
Hey.
Grown up now. Know how to talk back." Lin Zian tousled his younger brother's hair, messing it up. Little second boy broke free and hid behind his second sister, sticking out his tongue at him. Second sister said that when relatives make mistakes in their words or actions, they must be pointed out, so as not to make bigger mistakes that can't be fixed. Everything you say is from your second sister. You like to take a little thing and treat it like a big rule. Lin Zian called out to her second sister, took the bundle of firewood from her hand, and struggled to carry it into the yard. Little second baby smiled and asked, "Brother, do you really think second sister is wrong?" Lin Zian glanced at him sideways. You've grown up and set traps for me? Second sister's words are always right. How can you doubt her? She loves you dearly and has raised you well, making you chubby. I'm not fat. Second sister said I'm cute because I'm white and tender. You and brother Emohan are too thin. Eating just plain food doesn't help you gain weight. It's a waste of food. Little second baby stomped his foot to defend himself.
Oh,
Did second sister say that too? Jiang Emo Han looked at Lin Weiwei with a calm expression, then turned to little second baby and asked softly. Little second baby looked guilty and said to Lin Weiwei, no. I misunderstood myself.
so.
What did second sister say that made you think that? Jiang Emo Han asked again gently. Little second baby, eager to avoid trouble, said, second sister didn't say anything. She praised brother Emo Han for being handsome, good at reading, and kind. But she didn't say anything or praise me. Kids shouldn't lie. Jiang Emo Han bent down and looked directly at the little boy. Little second baby touched his nose, not wanting to be like Pinocchio in second sister's story, and looked at Lin Weiwei for help. Lin Weiwei gave Jiang Emo Han another piece of firewood and sneered, Jiang Tongsheng, you're so old, bullying a 6-year-old kid. Does that make you feel proud? Little second baby, don't be afraid. What if he says you waste food? I have plenty of meat, vegetables, rice, and grains to feed you, but I haven't fattened you up, so what's wasted? If you keep bullying my brother, I'll feed you pickled vegetables and porridge 3 times a day. Jiang Emo Han finally understood what soft on the mouth means. If it had been the 15-year-old Jiang Emo Han in his past life, he would have been furious and left in a huff. Even if they invited him back for a meal with a big sedan chair, he wouldn't come. A real man can bend and stretch. When under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Only women and villains are hard to raise. Jiang Emo Han silently repeated these words in his mind, deciding not to argue with the bratty girl. He carried the bundle of firewood and walked into the Lin family yard as if nothing had happened. While Lin Weiwei was speaking, Lin Zian kept tugging at her sleeve, worried that Jiang Emo Han would get angry. Surprisingly, even though second sister's words were harsh, Jiang Tongsheng, who was usually proud and aloof, seemed unaffected. Jiang Tongsheng had changed a lot. Brother, don't worry. My second sister and brother Emo Han often tease each other, and we're all used to it. Brother, can you stay at home for a few days? Second sister will make lots of snacks, and they taste really great. Little Erwa is thinking to himself that since big brother is often away, second sister will definitely make him something delicious. He's young, so he can act cute and get some treats. Lin Zian notices his little plan, but doesn't say anything. He pats the little guy's face and smiles. I heard wolves have come into our village. Since our house is near the village entrance, backed by the mountains, and there's no man at home, how can we feel safe? I've taken a leave from the academy. With the autumn harvest break, I can stay at home for nearly 20 days. While they are talking, the 3 siblings have already entered the yard. Huang Shi, hearing this, looks worried and says, taking such a long leave might delay your studies. You should focus on studying and not worry too much. Even though the wolves howled loudly that night, no one in the village was hurt. Besides, if wolves really came into the village, you wouldn't be able to do much to help. Mom, are you looking down on me? Your son hasn't come back for 3 days of rest. Don't you miss me? Lin Zian covers his chest with a hurt look, like he can't heal without good food. Huang Shi rolls her eyes at her son. How could I dislike my own child? I'm just worried about your studies. Since the family situation improved and they no longer worry about food or drink, the usually quiet and gloomy eldest son has become lively and full of energy, just like a boy his age. It's really good. Lin Zian shows a small row of white teeth. Mom, don't worry. Mr. Fan said that with my current level, I should pass the imperial exam easily. But to become a scholar, I still need to work a bit more. Huang Shi doesn't want her son to feel too much pressure and quickly says, you're still young. There's no rush to become a scholar. Our family's conditions are good now, and we don't need that little bit of money from studying. Lin Zian washes his hands, picks a piece of dried meat from the bamboo basket, and tastes it carefully. Mom, do you know how much this dried meat sells for in town? 60 coins per 2 ounces. Half a jean. In ancient times, half a jean was 8 ounces, costs 400 coins. Lin Weiwei nearby comments with a sigh, "That's really unfair. Making double profit per jean. Business is truly cunning." Lin Zian finishes the piece in his hand and picks up another piece of dried fruit from the ground, stuffing it into his mouth. "Last time, Lianshu, remember the little chubby kid who shared a room with me? The one who called you second sister more affectionately than me. His relatives in the county sent him half a jean of dried meat. Lianshu brought it to the academy and shared a piece with each of us. If he knew that this was made by my family, he would definitely be excited to come back with me." Mrs. Huang hesitated and said, "If your classmates from the academy find out that our family makes dried meat, will they look down on you? We earn money with our own hands and skills. There's nothing to look down on. If anyone does, they're just petty and not worth my big brother's friendship. We should stay away from people like that," Lin Weiwei said as she carried the freshly made goat milk from the backyard. Lin Zian nodded, agreeing. "Second sister is right. If we're not the same kind, we'll eventually drift apart. Second sister, what are you planning to make? Do you need help?" While the aunts and Sistria are resting at noon, the oven is empty now. "I'll make some roasted goat milk for you. Using a frying pan to make dried meat is too slow." Lin Weiwei built 2 simple ovens with blue bricks and custom iron plates. One oven has 2 layers, allowing 2 pieces of dried meat to be roasted at once. The ovens are quite spacious, and each piece of dried meat is more than twice the size of those made in a frying pan, greatly increasing production and efficiency. The roasted dried meat tastes more fragrant and delicious with a slightly crispy surface compared to pan-fried ones. The process is simpler, just control the heat and flip once. With these simple ovens, Lin Weiwei can also experiment with new treats like small cakes or chicken wings, which are much more convenient. She took a ceramic jar, put in the goat milk, added almonds to remove the strong smell, and boiled it. After it boiled, she added sugar, egg yolks, and finely ground corn starch. She cooked it on low heat, stirring slowly. When the mixture thickened, she poured it into a shallow basin, chilled it in the cellar for half an hour, then took it out. She cut it into small pieces, brushed the surface with egg wash, and baked it in the oven for just over a minute. The baked goat milk pieces are golden, with a caramel-colored surface, soft and delicate, with a rich, milky aroma. Not only Lin Zian, who is still a child, but even Mrs. Feng and Mrs. Huang couldn't resist the temptation of the baked goat milk. They also have venison at home. Lin Weiwei made crispy venison rolls, braised venison tendons, and served them with cornmeal and plain flour pancakes. She prepared vegetable dips with wild greens and stir-fried some loofah. The soup was yam and rib soup. Since they started making dried meat at home, they couldn't finish all the offal, ribs, and large bones. The 3 helpers who came to assist also benefited. The house would fill with the aroma of meat every other day. Unlike before, when only during festivals could they enjoy some meat dishes. Lin Zian felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I'm not an outsider, and this is too much food." He thought his second sister felt sorry that he couldn't get good food at the academy, so she specially prepared this big meal for him. Little second boy ruthlessly exposed his feelings. "This is how we usually eat. You came back just to add a pair of chopsticks." Lin Zian tapped him on the head with the other end of his chopstick. "Can you not be so disappointing? Are you going to die if you say it's carefully prepared for me?" Second sister said, "You should be honest and sincere." "I'm just telling the truth. Why are you hitting me?" Little second boy pouted, pinching a piece of roasted goat milk and stuffing it into his mouth. Only delicious treats could soothe his little heart. Lin Weiwei saw this and pushed away his small hand reaching for more roasted goat milk. "Eat some snacks. Are you still hungry? Finish your meal first." Little second boy didn't dare disobey and argued. "Second sister, eating snacks can also fill me up. What's the difference from eating regular food? Snacks are sweet. Eating too many can cause cavities, and over time, stomach acid can rise and ruin your appetite. Kids who eat too many sweets can become dull-minded and not grow tall. Do you want to be a short, silly little kid?" Lin Weiwei rolled up a deer meat roll and handed it to him. Little second boy always believed what his second sister said. Plus, Mrs. Huang also chimed in, "Your second sister cares for you so much. If snacks were good, wouldn't she be willing to give you some? Listen to your second sister, eat more food, and enjoy the roasted goat milk as a dessert after your meal." Little second boy obediently nodded. "I listened to second sister. She's the best to me. Isn't your mother good to you too?" Mrs. Huang added, placing soft deer tendons on his plate and gently tapping his forehead, pretending to be displeased. Sweet-talking little second boy said, "Mother is also the best to me. Big sister, big brother, Aunt Fong, and brother Mo Han, they're all the best people." Little second boy is so happy. Such a sweet mouth, I wonder who you've been copying. Mrs. Huang chuckled softly and shook her head. After the afternoon rest, Lin Zian followed Jiang and Mo Han up the mountain to find a quiet place to read. When he encountered something he didn't understand, Jiang and Mo Han would explain it clearly. His explanations were simple and easy to understand, even better than the teacher's. Lin Zian gained a lot from the afternoon. That night, blueberry jam was cooked, and about 20 pounds of dried blueberries were baked in the oven. Early the next morning, Lin Weiwei made a pot of blueberry yam cake, a pot of creamy blueberry rice cake, and baked a pot of goat milk cake. They were layered in a bamboo basket, along with the dried meat and fruit she was delivering today. Whenever there was a new product, Lin Weiwei would personally prepare it herself. This time, she is selling dried blueberries and blueberry-flavored snacks. She believes that young Master Ning will definitely be interested. When she arrived in town, she headed straight to Ning's snack shop. As Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, whether visiting friends or entertaining guests, preserved fruits and meat jerky are very popular. There was already a long line outside the shop, waiting for her dried meat and preserved fruits. Tian Fugui had lost count of how many times he had come out to look around. When he saw Lin Weiwei, he quickly pulled her into the shop, efficiently weighed, sorted, and packed the goods to be sold at the front. Lin Weiwei took the money from Tian Fugui and asked, "Is young Master Ning in town? I brought dried blueberries and a few small snacks this time." "Yes, he's here." Tian Fugui's crow's feet deepened, and his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He told the temporary young helper in the shop to go and invite the young master over. Lin Weiwei took a small bamboo basket from the basket. The basket was very delicate, only as big as 2 adult men's palms, and inside were 2 pieces of blueberry yam cake, 2 pieces of roasted goat milk, and 2 pieces of blueberry rice cake with a milky aroma. "Uncle Tian, this is for Grandma Tian. Please bring it to her when you go home at noon." Lin Weiwei handed the small, exquisite bamboo basket to Tian Fugui. Tian Fugui hesitated for a moment before accepting it. "Let's go have lunch at home. Grandma Tian has been asking about you. I have some things to do later, so I won't go now. I'll visit Grandma Tian another day," she said. Meanwhile, Ning Dongsheng hurriedly came in from outside the shop, sweating slightly from the rush. Seeing Lin Weiwei, his eyes brightened a little. His gaze swept over the small bamboo basket in Tian Fugui's hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Miss Lin, I heard you brought some new goods?" Lin Weiwei nodded gently. "The blueberries from the mountain are ripe. I made dried blueberries, blueberry jam, and some blueberry snacks. Would you like to try some, young Master Ning?" She lifted the bamboo basket, and the fragrant aroma of roasted goat milk wafted out, followed by the sweet scent of rice cakes, the fruity aroma of blueberry yam cakes, blending together and making one's mouth water. "Dongsheng, what good things have you added to the shop today? It smells so good. Give me a taste of everything." A middle-aged man with a medium build and a round belly asked as he stretched his neck behind the counter. Ning Dongsheng looked at the delicate, tempting snacks in the basket and then turned to Lin Weiwei. She smiled and explained, "This is roasted goat milk, with a smooth texture and rich, milky flavor. This is blueberry yam cake, soft, sweet, and slightly. Additionally, there is a blueberry rice cake with a milky aroma, sweet but not greasy, and very tasty." Before Ning Dongsheng could speak, a middle-aged man spoke first. "Wow, this young man has a good way with words. He's making me drool just listening."
"Come on, give me 2 gene of that."
"Hey, fat guy. Look at your size. You should eat less sweets. Don't gobble up everything you like. Leave some for us. The man behind him, about the same age, seemed to have a close relationship with him based on their words. The chubby middle-aged man laughed. First come, first served, understand? Why are you late? If you keep talking, I might take it all and leave nothing for you. Ning Dongsheng quickly said, Uncle Zhong, Uncle Fong, these are just samples just delivered. We haven't agreed on the price yet, so I'm afraid today will disappoint you. The fat man was a regular customer at the shop and had some distant family ties with Ning Dongsheng's aunt. Hearing this, he took a piece of dried meat, squeezed into the counter, looked into the bamboo basket with an extended neck, and said dissatisfied, Aren't you paying enough attention to quality? Once you settle on the price, just give me a few pieces of each. That's enough, right? Ning Dongsheng looked helplessly at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, This dried blueberries, 5 gene of fresh blueberries make only 1 gene of dried fruit, and it has added sugar. The price is a bit higher than peach and apricot preserves. At least 400 won per gene. Dried blueberries can be eaten as candied fruit or used to make steamed cakes and desserts. Though the price was a bit higher, it was rare and tasted good, so it wouldn't be hard to sell. Ning Dongsheng agreed to the price. Compared to dried blueberries, he was more interested in blueberry jam and some fresh snacks. Blueberry jam costs 1 tael of silver per jar, about 2 jin or more. You can eat it directly or dilute it with warm water to make fruit tea. It's also great spread on steamed buns or other pastries. I put some jam in my blueberry yam cake. In summer, you can make blueberry smoothies, cool and delicious, and it helps beat the heat. After hearing Lin Weiwei's explanation, Ning Dongsheng and the fat man both swallowed their saliva at the same time. The fat man hurriedly said, There are 2 jars of blueberry jam here. Ning Xianzi, share one with me. I'm willing to pay double the silver for 1 jar. Ning Dongsheng gave him a calm look. And what about these cakes? Are they sold by weight or by piece? He tried each of the 3 cakes, and each tasted better than any dessert he had eaten before. Wealthy people are curious and willing to pay high prices, so there's no worry about selling them. Lin Weiwei smiled and shook her head, saying, These 3 kinds of pastries are too soft and sticky, easy to deform during delivery. In hot weather, they are also hard to store, so... Hearing this, Ning Dongsheng was not in a hurry, but the chubby man eagerly spoke first. What do you mean? Not selling the pastries? Then what samples are you bringing? Are you deliberately playing with my nephew Ning? Lin Weiwei's smile grew wider. Young Master Ning is very busy. How could I waste his time for no reason? I can't sell the pastries, but I can share the recipes. Ning Dongsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying you are willing to sell the recipes for these pastries? Hearing this, the chubby man took a piece of roasted goat milk from the basket, wisely turned around and left. You all chat. Ning, make sure to leave some samples for me. Ning Dongsheng invited her into the back courtyard of the shop. He prepared a pot of good tea for her and ordered some of the shop's roasted snacks. Lin Weiwei casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking and eating them, then straightforwardly said, The recipes can be sold to young Master Ning, but as for the price... Why has the 100-year-old shop remained successful for so long? Isn't it because of its secret recipes? Ning Dongsheng's initial business of roasted snacks was slow because he lacked unique recipes that could attract customers. He had visited many old shops before, but as soon as he explained his purpose, he was driven out. Stealing someone's secret recipes was like cutting off their livelihood. He was lucky if they didn't beat him up. Now, unexpectedly, the recipes for these 3 pastries fell into his hands, like finding treasure from the sky. Dried meat and candied fruits are good, but their making methods are controlled by others. The supply could be cut off someday. Over the past month, Ning Dongsheng was happy about the growing business, but also worried that his profits might suddenly disappear. Even though his shop in the county was much larger than those in town, he mostly stayed here, building good relations with the Lin family to maintain and strengthen cooperation. That was the key. Ning Dongsheng was grateful that the young lady of the Lin family was not someone who forgets loyalty for profit. The Wu family's preserved fruit shop once offered her high profits, but she refused, citing trustworthiness in business. But having your livelihood in someone else's hands feels terrible. He believed that with these 3 pastry recipes, he could definitely secure a place in Baoqing County's business world. He was determined to get these recipes. Ning Dongsheng sat up straight, looked seriously at Lin Weiwei, and cupped his hands. "I don't know, young lady. What is your asking price?" When Lin Weiwei was at home, she had already made up her mind. She only needed 1 recipe, and 200 taels would be enough.
What?
200 taels still seemed too high? Think again. Her recipe for dried meat could earn her several hundred taels in just 1 month. These 3 kinds of snacks, both in appearance and taste, are excellent and also new. If managed well, she could recover her costs in less than a month. If she had the time, staff, and a place, she wouldn't be so eager to give up the chance to make money. 200 taels?
Deal.
Ning Dongsheng finally relaxed. He was right, Miss Lin was so honest. How could she ask for an unreasonable price? His expected price was 1,000 taels for 3 recipes, but Lin's offer was much lower than he thought. Lin Weiwei looked at the sunflower seeds in her hand with some disdain. "Young Master Ning, your sunflower seeds are too plain. They're either sweet or salty, with no special flavor. You should think more and try different tastes." Ning Dongsheng smiled bitterly. "It's easy for you to say, miss. If good recipes were easy to find, everyone on the street would be making snacks. Do you have any suggestions? If you have a good recipe, I'm willing to pay a high price." Lin Weiwei thought for a moment. "I have a recipe for 5-spice sunflower seeds, but I haven't tried it yet. Miss Lin's recipe must be good. Please write it down and I'll buy it for 200 taels based on the snack recipe price," Ning Dongsheng said quickly. He was worried about delays, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival less than 10 days away. The sooner he got the recipe, the sooner he could make money and recover his costs. Lin Weiwei remembered her past work in a snack shop. She knew the process of making 5-spice sunflower seeds very well. She told Ning Dongsheng to write it down, and within a few words, she had earned 200 taels. As a traveler, her golden finger was just her experience from another life. She took the 800 tael banknote and casually put it into her pocket, but actually stored it in her space. It wasn't safe anywhere else. Ning Dongsheng saw this, but to her, it was just her generous act of helping out. Ning Dongsheng had heard about Lin Weiwei's background. All he knew was that her family had fallen on hard times due to war and ended up in a village near Renan town. She could make dried fruit, dried meat, and various snacks, even the recipe for frying sunflower seeds. Probably her family was quite wealthy before the war. As for why she didn't start a business making snacks or preserved fruits, it was because she wanted to take the chance to leave her merchant life and focus on educating her children for official exams. "I heard her younger brother is well loved by his teachers at the academy and is doing quite well in his studies. How could making a living ruin such a promising young talent?" Ning Dongsheng imagined in his mind why Lin Weiwei had so many clever ideas. After a few casual chats, Lin Weiwei learned from Ning Dongsheng that there was a house for sale at the dock. He hurried over because he had been delayed there. The dock? A house? As a young person in the 21st century with money and a love for property, she was deeply interested in real estate. Especially since she was an orphan, she dreamed of owning her own house. Near the dock, the land was likely good. Even if she didn't live there herself, it would be a good place for business or to rent out. She asked curiously, "Does Mr. Ning plan to buy it?" Ning Dongsheng smiled and shook his head, saying, "I was interested at first, but now I want to expand my shop and introduce more kinds of snacks first." Lin Weiwei understood his hidden meaning. He had enough money to buy the house at first, but after buying her recipe, he was a bit short on funds and had to give up. After leaving Ning's snack shop, she made a special trip to the dock. The houses for sale were 8 in a row. They were a bit old, but large and with a spacious yard, close to the dock. The owner had failed in business due to bad luck and planned to sell the house to move south to join his family. However, the owner didn't want to sell the houses separately. The 8 houses were priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Those with enough money to buy could ignore the rundown condition. Those interested didn't have enough silver to buy all 8. It had been over 2 months, and they still hadn't sold. Lin Weiwei patted her chest. She currently had about 800 taels of silver. She had been selling dried meat for over a month and had savings of 500 or 600 taels. Now she was thinking about how to persuade her mother to buy these 8 houses. In her eyes, these 8 houses were good commercial properties. With some repairs, they could be rented out for a good income. In the future, she could become a landlord, doing nothing but collecting rent and counting her silver. Feeling happy, Lin Weiwei returned home. Jiang Maxian saw her smiling brightly, with her eyes almost crescent-shaped, and asked, "What's the good news?" "You're so happy." "Good news, the best news ever." The young scholar, quickly, "Say something nice to please me. Make the older sister happy, and she'll help you earn big money." Lin Weiwei slapped him, almost causing Jiang Mohan to hurt himself internally. Jiang Mohan rubbed his sore shoulder, gritting his teeth and saying, "What kind of spell did you cast? Have you lost your mind?"
Come.
"Let me explain everything to you carefully." Lin Weiwei, feeling proud and carefree, reached out with her mischievous little hand and actually took the young scholar's hand. Jiang Mohan, as if burned by boiling water, quickly shook off her hand and angrily walked back to his own yard. Lin Weiwei followed from behind, noticing his ears turning bright red. "Oh, the young scholar is shy." Lin Weiwei followed Jiang Mohan into the neighboring yard. At this moment, Madame Feng and Mrs. Huang were making dried fruit. The apricots and peaches from the mountain had already been picked almost completely by Lin Weiwei. She stored a space full of wild berries, and every day she wandered up the mountain, bringing down a basket. At this time, the apricots had already fallen. However, Lin Weiwei, reasoning that the mountain's cool temperature meant some apricots ripen late, managed to convince herself. "Xiaowei is back. Was everything smooth today?" Seeing Jiang Mohan enter with a cold face, Madame Feng pretended to scold. "Hana, did you have another argument with Xiaowei? You're a man. You should be generous and let her have her way." Jiang Mohan's coldness deepened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Is he not already being considerate enough? He's too indulgent, and she's getting cheeky. Not only does she speak disrespectfully, but she even lays hands on him. Does she act so casually when doing business in town? The young master of the snack shop, apparently a young handsome face, though Jiang Mohan only heard the phrase young handsome face from Lin Weiwei and didn't understand its deeper meaning, only taking it at face value. The young scholar, Ning Dongsheng, has skin just a little fairer than ordinary people, but far from yours. How dare you call him a young handsome face? Thinking about how the brat might have had physical contact with someone, Jiang Mohan's suppressed anger burned fiercely, like his own cat being tricked by someone with a fish, purring and rubbing against that person. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Lin Weiwei sensed the young scholar's fiery anger inside and quickly spoke to him. "Aunt Feng, you misunderstood the young scholar. We didn't argue. Young scholar, come over. I have something important to discuss with everyone." Madame Feng and Mrs. Huang paused their work and sat down in the yard. Jiang Mohan, with a long face, sat beside Lin Weiwei, leaning his back against her. Lin Weiwei shared her plan with everyone. Jiang Mohan suddenly turned his face and looked at Lin Weiwei with a strange expression. Finally, the fox's tail is exposed, isn't it? If he hadn't lived through this life again, he wouldn't have thought of buying a house at the dock, especially since those 8 houses are so dilapidated they can't be seen. Mrs. Huang hesitated after hearing her daughter's words and said, "Buying a house at the dock? It's busy there, isn't it noisy to live? Besides, our land is still in Shirley Go." Lin Weiwei gently shook her head and smiled, saying, "The dock isn't really suitable for living, but the large crowd there means plenty of customers. Think about it, if it were you, after drifting on the water for days, you'd want to get off the boat and relax, buy some local specialties, enjoy the local food. If we buy the house and fix it up, we could open a shop." Seeing that Mrs. Huang was still unsure, she added, "Mom, your cooking skills are well known in 10 miles around. Plus, I have a few signature dishes. If we open a restaurant, won't we have customers? Our dried fruits, meat jerky, jams. And in autumn, chestnuts, and hazelnuts. Aren't those special local products? Little scholar, what do you think? Lin Weiwei knew her mother was indecisive. Her little scholar had read many books and was well-informed, so he should be able to spot a business opportunity, right? Jiang and Mo Han looked at her deeply, his mind swirling with thoughts. This brat, is she really living this life again, just like him? Or is it really as she said, just because she saw the potential business at the dock? Why are you looking at me? Suddenly think I'm impressive and capable? Lin Weiwei playfully touched her face and raised an eyebrow. Jiang and Mo Han pondered for a moment and asked back, you want to open a restaurant, sell specialties, and change your career path? What about your family, son? Lin Weiwei was stunned. Yes, in ancient times, merchants had low status, and in some dynasties, merchant children couldn't take the imperial exams. She rubbed her small face, a bit frustrated, and said if we buy it and fix it up, we could also rent it out. A shop can earn over 10 taels a year, and the money kept at home won't produce children. After spending these days together and observing, the brat didn't seem to be deeply scheming or good at disguising herself. If her innocence and cheerfulness were just acting, then it wouldn't be a loss to fall into her hands. This girl probably just thought buying it would make money, not knowing about what was coming soon. Jiang and Mo Han looked at her and expressed his opinion. Even if you don't rent it out to others as a shop, you can rent it as a warehouse. Today, there is a severe drought in the northern region, even worse in the northwest. The water level in Liang River is dropping as it flows westward. Ships passing through must unload some cargo if they want to continue heading west. At that time, renting storage warehouses to hold the goods will become necessary. Lin Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up, like the brightest star in the sky. She couldn't help but raise her hand, intending to pat Jiang and Mo Han's shoulder. Jiang and Mo Han was startled and quickly moved aside, almost sitting on the ground. Lin Weiwei thought she was offering comfort and smiled so brightly her eyes nearly closed. Don't worry, I've loosened up. I won't hit you. Truly, as a scholar, your insight is beyond ordinary people. So, what do you think? The 8-room house. Do you plan to buy 2 of them? The owner of the house initially insisted on selling all 8 rooms together, not separately, which was why it hadn't sold for so long. Later, realizing it wouldn't sell, he split the property into individual rooms for sale. He borrowed 300 taels of silver from Feng Qiufan, planning to buy 2 of the rooms when the owner was willing to sell in half a month. Jiang and Mo Han looked at Lin Weiwei and then at Mrs. Huang. For a deal worth hundreds or thousands, was it appropriate for a young girl to be making the decisions? He couldn't help but suggest, why not call Zian over to discuss this together? Lin Weiwei suddenly understood. Yes. Our future head of the family should be involved in such an important matter as buying a house. Mother, I didn't think you'd forget to remind me. In the past 2 months, Lin Weiwei had been making all the family's big and small decisions, so Mrs. Huang was used to it. She smiled gently and said, Zian is still young and doesn't understand these things. You should be the head. But that's not right. Our eldest, who is 13, is almost a young man. He'll be the one to take charge after we establish the family. Buying a house is a big matter, and he should have a say. Lin Weiwei insisted on bringing over her younger brother, Lin Zian, who was writing essays next door. The second younger brother trotted along behind him. When Lin Zian arrived, he still had ink on his fingers. Hearing Lin Weiwei explain everything, he scratched the back of his head and said, Second sister thinks it's fine if we buy it. Lin Weiwei sat him down on a stool. According to the household register, you are the head of the family. Major decisions are up to you. So, as the head, do we buy this house or not? Lin Zian hesitated and asked, The house at the dock, the price shouldn't be cheap, right? It's not expensive, only 1,000 taels for 8 rooms, Lin Weiwei said confidently, sounding quite wealthy. What? 1,000 taels isn't expensive? Lin Zian almost jumped up from the stool. How can we afford so much silver? Mrs. Huang silently counted on her fingers. Most of the silver from selling dried fruit had been exchanged for grain and stored in the cellar in the backyard. Over the past month, after deducting daily expenses, they had saved about 600 or 700 taels from selling meat jerky and fruit. So, their family was actually quite wealthy? She hadn't realized before, and now she felt happy. But Mrs. Huang's expression quickly fell again, still far from 1,000 tales. Lin Weiwei pressed her younger brother back onto the stool. Don't worry about the silver, I'll handle it. Little second boy raised his hand to show himself. If it's not enough, we can also sell our rabbit. Would you be willing? Lin Weiwei tousled his soft hair. Little second boy clenched his small fist and said seriously, raising rabbits is to make money and help our family live better. Now is the time to sell them. When else would we sell if not now? Isn't your goal to fill the rabbit house? If you sell, when will you achieve your dream? Lin Weiwei teased him on purpose. Without hesitation, little second boy said, my biggest goal is to earn a lot of money so my mother, second sister, elder brother, and elder sister can have a good life. After selling the rabbits, they can be raised again. The money should be used wisely. Buying a house for second sister is the most important now. Lin Weiwei was touched but also found it a bit funny. How come it's about buying a house for me? It's for our family. Little scholar, how many houses do you plan to buy?
2.
Then the remaining 6, 3 for big brother, 3 for little second boy. What about second sister? Isn't she left out? Little second boy's eyes widened in disagreement. Madame Feng found it amusing and joined in teasing him. Second sister is a girl. She will get married someday. Everyone says a married daughter is like water spilled out. Giving her a house would just benefit outsiders. Outsiders? Second sister isn't an outsider. Little second boy was upset. He hugged Lin Weiwei's arm, his eyes starting to fill with tears. I don't want second sister to leave. She shouldn't get married. Lin Zian also frowned and said slowly, if second sister finds someone who truly loves her, her family will prepare a dowry when she gets married. A more valuable dowry means her in-laws will respect her. Out of my 3 rooms, I'll give one to second sister. Little second boy sniffed, rubbed his eyes, and said childishly, second sister, when you get married, take me with you, okay? I'll give you my shop as part of the dowry. His innocent words made everyone laugh. Jiang Mohan glanced at him with a smile in his eyes. He said, your second sister is lucky to be able to get married. If I also bring along this burden, I worry about her marriage. Mrs. Huang smiled, but looked a bit worried. Second girl, most of our family's money was earned by you. I can give you a room, but if I give it to you and not to your big sister, she might complain that I favor you. What are you doing? We haven't bought the house yet, and you're already worried about who gets what. That's unnecessary. Mother, I am your daughter, the older sister of the second and third children. The money I earn is for all of us. If I can earn enough for 6 rooms, I can earn enough for another 6 and more. Don't worry about such small money now. You'll worry about it later, Lin Weiwei said confidently about her ability to earn money. All right, stop talking. It's settled. Tomorrow the young scholar and the second child will go with me to buy the house. Big brother, bring our household registration. Let's see if we can also handle the house deed, Lin Weiwei decided immediately, not giving others a chance to speak. The next day, Lin Weiwei dressed as a man and found the house owner. Using her sharp tongue, she managed to lower the price from 960 taels, even though the owner was initially unwilling to budge. The owner was a man in his 50s. He shook his head and sighed. I've never seen your brother so good at bargaining. Jiang Mohan's face immediately darkened. I am the older brother. The owner looked at the 3 of them again and smiled.
Sorry.
All 3 of you are handsome. Your parents must be very lucky. Lin Weiwei stepped closer and said, both of these 2 are scholars. One is about to take the imperial exam, and the other will participate in next year's civil service exam. Jiang Mohan rolled his eyes at her. Are you talking about us? You're taking advantage of me again. The owner found it strange. These 3 young buyers were all very good-looking, each with their own charm. 2 of them looked scholarly, clearly from a family of scholars, while the third was eloquent and experienced. They didn't seem like ordinary people. Our family used to be poor. We couldn't afford to send all the brothers to school. Someone had to support the family, right? I sacrificed my own interests to help my brothers. I dropped out of school to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. No matter how hard or tiring it was, I held back tears and persisted just so my older brother and younger brother could study peacefully and bring honor to our family in the future. Lin Weiwei spoke passionately, almost moved herself. What a touching brotherly love. The landlord believed her completely, nodded his thumbs up, and patted Jiang and Mo Han on the shoulder, saying, "When you brothers succeed and become famous, don't forget the bond with your second brother." Lin Weiwei tightly pursed her lips, lowered her head, afraid she might laugh out loud. After registering the property at the government office, she flicked the deed in her hand and said happily, "Today I'm happy. I invite my older brother and third brother to the Drunken Immortal in for drinks. How about it? The play isn't over yet? Still want a drink? Do you think this is the oath of the Peach Garden?" Jiang and Mo Han put away his deed and rolled his eyes at her. "No alcohol, but we can eat food. We've been busy all morning. Aren't you hungry?" Lin Weiwei rubbed her empty stomach. "People need food. Skipping a meal makes you hungry. Eating is the most important thing in the world." Jiang and Mo Han turned back and glared at her again. "You bought 2 broken houses and don't realize your own worth? The Drunken Immortal Inn is not a place for someone like you to go." Lin Weiwei unhappily said, "What's that? Looking down on me?" I just... Lin Zian tugged her sleeve and said, "Second sister, forget it. The food at the Drunken Immortal Inn is too expensive and not worth it." "Big sister, you look down on me too?" Lin Weiwei pouted and complained. Jiang and Mo Han turned and hit her on the head with a fan. "It's not about who looks down on whom. It's about whether it's worth it. Spending a whole day's profit on one meal. Are you stupid?" Lin Zian nodded in agreement. Yeah. That one meal costs at least dozens of taels of silver. Almost enough to buy half a house. It's not worth it." Lin Weiwei covered her pounding forehead and muttered, You all look down on me. I'm so hungry." Jiang and Mo Han, with some helplessness, shook his head and said, "Let's go. Big brother will treat you all to a meal."
Great.
"Little scholar is paying. Big sister, we'll eat until we can't hold it, and maybe the little scholar will cry while clutching his purse." Lin Weiwei quickly took a few steps forward, shoulder to shoulder with a young scholar. Lin Zian was speechless. Was this how her second sister usually got along with Jiang Tongsheng? Jiang Tongsheng usually looked proud and cold, but in front of her, he was so easygoing and gentle. These two seemed like the happy enemies from stories.
No.
My second sister is close to Jiang Tongsheng, and they grew up together like childhood sweethearts. But maybe that's not quite right. Lin Zian stared at Jiang Mohan's beautiful face, feeling worried. Does the second sister like Jiang Tongsheng? Mr. Fan said that Jiang Tongsheng is not an ordinary person, and if the second sister falls deeply for him, she might get hurt in the future. Should he remind her?
Or
should he find out Jiang Tongsheng's feelings about her? But that might not be a good idea. Maybe he should ask his mother to arrange a marriage for the second sister early, to stop her from dreaming about him. Lin Zian slapped his head. How could he belittle his own sister? She is doing well. Someone like Jiang Tongsheng, who is cold and distant, is not suitable to be her brother-in-law. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his head, and his sister's voice came softly. "Why are you hitting yourself? You're not very smart, and if you hit yourself more, how will you pass the exams?" Yes. If only he were as clever as Jiang Tongsheng. He could have passed the scholar's exam earlier, and his sister wouldn't worry about marriage. If she waited a couple of years to propose, and he passed the imperial exam, marrying Jiang Tongsheng might not be just a dream. It's all his fault. He's too stupid. Noticing his mood was off, Lin Weiwei looked at the young scholar with concern. What's wrong? Has he been under too much pressure from studying lately? He looks as wilted as a withered vegetable. Jiang Mohan glanced at Lin Zian from the corner of his eye and said calmly, "Studying requires patience. With your current level, if there are no surprises, you should be able to pass the county and prefectural exams."
Oh.
So, it's exam anxiety. Lin Weiwei nodded knowingly and comforted him with a smile. There are many old scholars in their 30s and 40s. You're only 13 or 14. Next spring, just try your best. Whether you pass or not, you're still our pride. Lin Zian. He wasn't comforted at all. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Jiang Mohan. Brother Han, do you think I have a chance to become a scholar if I work hard in these 6 months? Jiang Mohan looked at him and said, if you study according to my method for these 6 months, with luck, you might just make it to the bottom of the list. Next year's imperial exams were marred by cheating scandals, and many students' scores were invalidated. Almost all the top 50 were disqualified. The students who ranked at the bottom of the list or in the top 10 of the secondary list got lucky and were promoted to the main list, earning the title of scholar. Lin Zian has a solid grasp of the 4 books and 5 classics, and memorizing poetry and prose should not be a problem for him. His weakness lies in essay writing. If he trains specifically based on next year's provincial exam questions, there is hope he can pass as a scholar. Recently, Lin Zian has been studying with Jiang Mohan every day. His admiration for Jiang Tongsheng grows stronger each day. No wonder the learned Mr. Fan treats Jiang Tongsheng with special respect. Jiang Tongsheng feels like a vast ocean, mysterious and boundless. His explanations often help him suddenly understand things clearly, something he doesn't experience in the academy. Jiang Tongsheng is not someone who speaks without thinking. When he says he has hope of passing as a scholar, Lin Zian is determined to give it his all and try his best. From now on, I hope Jiang Tongsheng can guide me more. Lin Zian clasped his hands and bowed deeply to him. He decided that before the county exams later this year and next year, he would stop going to the academy and study with Jiang Tongsheng instead, worried about delaying his progress. He hesitantly expressed his concern. Jiang Mohan said, "It's okay. My health is uncertain whether I can participate in the imperial exam next year. Besides, when I explain and help you solve problems, I am also learning and improving myself. It's not a waste of time. Brother Han might not take the imperial exam next year. Then I'll have one less strong competitor," Lin Zian said with surprise and a bit of joy. Lin Weiwei playfully tapped his head. "Silly kid, don't say such things out loud. Only we, the close friends, can get away with that. If it were someone else, they'd be giving you trouble." Lin Zian rubbed his sore forehead and shyly smiled. Jiang Tongsheng doesn't only focus on passing as a scholar. Lin Zian felt a headache again. If he wanted to keep up with him, he needed to work harder.
Here we are.
Jiang Mohan stopped in front of an unremarkable courtyard. Lin Weiwei followed behind him, entering the yard. She looked around curiously. It was a simple one-story house with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. The side rooms had tables and chairs, and the smell of delicious food wafted from the kitchen. It was surprising that ancient families also had small restaurants. "Is that Jiang Tongsheng? Long time no see." An older woman, slightly mature, came out of the kitchen. "Huzi, come out and help serve the guests." Jiang Mohan sat in the west wing and said to Lin Weiwei and her brother, "This lady, Sun Yangzi, has been raising 3 children alone since her husband passed away. Her cooking skills are quite good. To take care of her young children, she didn't want to work as a maid for a wealthy family. Instead, she opened a small restaurant in her yard to earn extra money. The place is close to the academy and most customers are students from there. Few people come to cause trouble." Mrs. Su smiled as she entered and said, "That's right. Thanks to the students' support, I can keep this small business running. What would young Master Zheng like to eat?" There's a large pond near Wuliing that dried up and villagers caught some fish to sell. I bought 2. Would young Master Zheng like to try one? Fish. Lin Weiwei looked interested. What kind of fish? Is it carp? Mrs. Su could tell from her voice that she was a young lady. She was surprised that 2 students from the academy would be with a girl disguised as a boy. She suppressed her curiosity and smiled. "Yes, one of them is a carp weighing about 1.5 jin. A carp of that size is perfect for making garlic fried fish." In her previous life, Lin Weiwei loved this dish the most. After coming here, a severe drought made it hard to find fish to buy. She didn't expect to find some today. "Can I see them?" Lin Weiwei turned to the young scholar and her older brother. "I'll cook something delicious for you later." Not only Lin Zian, but Jiang Maxian also felt excited. Anything she called delicious was sure to be fresh and flavorful. Lin Weiwei happily looked at the carp in the kitchen and asked Mrs. Su, "Can I prepare this fish myself? How much does it cost?" "I'll pay you a fair price." Mrs. Su was happy to hear she wouldn't need to cook it herself and that she would pay the full price. She agreed without hesitation. The carp was cleaned and rinsed, the tendons removed, and it was scored with a few cuts. Diced dried red peppers, minced garlic, sliced scallions, and were prepared. The fish was placed in a pot, cooked with cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, and slices for about 7 or 8 minutes. The seasoning sauce was poured evenly over the fish, with garlic spread on top. Remaining garlic and dried chili peppers were fried in oil until fragrant, then layered over the fish, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Mrs. Su, busy cooking nearby, couldn't help but glance over. The fish looked glossy and appetizing, with a bright red and white color. The aroma of chili and garlic blended perfectly. She was surprised at how delicious fish could be prepared this way.
Tada!
Lin Weiwei proudly carried her freshly made fish to the table. "Come, try my special dish, garlic fried fish." She used a piece of tender fish from the belly and placed it in the young scholar's bowl, then gave her brother a piece. She couldn't wait to start eating. One bite of fish, and the long-missed flavor brought almost tears of happiness. The way the mischievous girl eats makes others feel more tempted to join. Jiang Mo Han took a small taste, finding the fish tender, salty, slightly spicy, and fragrant. Even though he had tasted many delicacies in his past life, he had never enjoyed such delicious fish. Lin Zian looked at her second sister and glared at Jiang Mo Han with a frown. Oh no, the second sister was falling for it. She didn't give the first bite of fish to her brother, but instead offered it to an outsider. He felt the pressure on his shoulders increase. How could he surpass Jiang Tongsheng to give his second sister a chance to marry into the Jiang family? As the younger brother, he needed to work harder. How does it taste? Delicious, right? Lin Weiwei looked at him with a pleading expression, hoping for praise. Jiang Mo Han reluctantly commented, "It's okay." "Just okay?" "Little scholar, check your conscience and say it again." Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth, acting as if she would take away the garlic fish if he didn't praise her. Jiang Mo Han placed his hand on his chest, nodded seriously, and repeated, "It's okay." Lin Weiwei almost slammed the table in anger. All you do is make me mad." Jiang Mo Han shot her a glance. "Who's making whom angry? Speak honestly." Lin Weiwei snorted. "It's only because I have a broad mind and a generous heart. I don't bother with you." She took a piece of fish meat from the belly, removed the large bones, and proudly waved it in front of the young scholar before finally putting it in her mouth. Lin Zian felt a bit unwell, thinking, "Oh no." Second sister was deeply involved, while Jiang Tongsheng remained as calm and aloof as ever. He was very worried that second sister might be disappointed or hurt. Su Nyangzi's skill in making vegetarian dishes preserved the fresh taste of the vegetables, creating a unique flavor. Lin Weiwei, who didn't usually like vegetables, still ate quite a lot out of politeness. The meal was affordable: 1 fish, 3 vegetarian dishes, plus 2 steamed buns, totaling just over 200 coins. However, 200 coins was a significant amount for the Jiang and Lin families in the past. The young scholar was willing to spend money on a meal. Necessary social exchanges are still important, Lin Weiwei joked teasingly, which brought Jiang Mo Han back to memories of those difficult times. Although he was proud and reserved, he had made a few decent friends at the academy. Some friends from slightly wealthier families would invite him to Su Nyangzi's place to chat about poetry and paintings. Jiang Mo Han's personality naturally meant he wouldn't always be invited, as friends valued mutual courtesy and respect. For this monthly meal, he had to copy 2 more books and lie frugally for quite some time. Looking back now, it feels like a different lifetime. No, it truly is a different lifetime. Fortunately, his suffering began when he met that annoying girl. Everything changed after that. He was no longer lonely, no longer struggling in the cold, no longer losing friends over his eccentric personality, and no longer trapped in the pursuit of fame and fortune. Now, it seems that all these changes started the moment he was saved by that girl. Could it be that, as his mother said, she is a lucky star for the Jiang family?
F.
Her identity isn't a big problem, and approaching him wouldn't harm him or his mother. He wouldn't mind getting closer to her. Feng Qiufan's words flashed through his mind but were quickly erased. If he proposed to the girl to be his concubine, she would probably tear him apart. Little scholar, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said? Lin Weiwei almost slapped Jiang Mohan unconscious. Look at this strength. It's not to be taken lightly. Everything must be careful. Cherish life. Stay away from Lin Ernie. Jiang Mohan coughed a few times, annoyed, and said, "Just say what you want. Can you stop touching me?" Lin Weiwei raised her mischievous claws, smiling awkwardly. "Don't blame me. It moved on its own. Besides, I only moved my hand, not my foot." "What? Do you want to kick me again? Do we have some grudge?" Jiang Mohan glared angrily. Lin Weiwei chuckled foolishly, pretending to be innocent. "Little scholar, you look good even when you're angry. So captivating." "Shut up. Don't say such things again, especially to others. Remember that." Jiang Mohan scolded her angrily, looking furious. If you looked closely, his red ears betrayed his feelings. Lin Weiwei casually said, all right. How could I say that to others? Not everyone is as beautiful as you, like a peach blossom or a beauty capable of causing nations to fall."
You.
Are you trying to make me angry to death? The phrase like a peach blossom or a beauty capable of causing nations to fall describes women. If you don't know elegant words, don't speak carelessly. If he were to die young in this lifetime, it would surely be because the girl made him so angry. Lin Weiwei quickly stroked the little scholar's hair, who was getting upset. "Okay. I was wrong, isn't that enough? I really didn't mean anything bad. I just envy that you look better than me. If your face were on me, it would definitely be stunning, breathtaking, and capable of causing chaos in the country. Truly a disaster for the world." Behind the two, Lin Xian silently walked, unable to help herself, and covered her face. "Second sister, it's better if you don't explain. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Just shut up." Jiang Mohan snorted. "You? Still wanting to cause trouble? You're more like a troublemaker. Anyone unlucky enough to marry you will be slapped to death by you sooner or later. Can I be gentler next time?"
Don't curse myself like that.
Lin Weiwei felt confident in her control over her strength, sure she wouldn't cause such a disaster. But Jiang Mohan sensed something else. He turned sideways, pointed at her, wanting to scold her for having bad intentions, but seeing the crowd passing by, he pointed at her a few times, then flicked his sleeve and strode away. Sure enough, this girl had impure thoughts about him. Want to marry him? She should think about her own worth.
Hey.
Why are you angry again? I promise I won't hit you anymore. Is that okay? Lin Weiwei quickly ran to catch up. Is it true that beautiful people, regardless of gender, have such unpredictable tempers? Lin Xian followed behind, panting, "Second sister, this won't do. You're only pushing Jiang Tongxing further away."
Sigh.
Maybe we should spend every night teaching second sister some characters, reading books like The Female Rules and The 4 Books for Women to cultivate gentle and graceful manners. The three of them returned to the house they just bought. Lin Weiwei happily looked at her first piece of family property since arriving. In the future, she would earn even more for the family, so her brothers could study without worries. Little scholar, I plan to connect all 6 of our courtyards and turn the open space into warehouses. Reinforce the original walls and replace the tiles with green ones. Lin Weiwei, hands on her hips, proudly pointed at her growing empire. Jiang Mohan looked at the layout of the courtyard and offered a suggestion. We can build another row of warehouses in the front, leaving a passage for carts in the middle for easy access. That way, your original 6 warehouses will become 12. I was thinking the same. We really are on the same wavelength. Truly, clever minds think alike. Lin Weiwei's words about a shared understanding were cut off by Jiang Mohan's glare. Shy little scholar, such teasing. Let him off the hook, or he might get annoyed. If she keeps avoiding him, he might never see her stunning face again. Jiang Mohan snorted coldly, and ignore her. Because experience told him that if he responded now, he would fall right into the girl's trap. She might say something even more unreasonable if he did. Stop humming. How much silver do you still have left? Is it enough to rebuild the warehouse? If not, just speak up.
Don't be shy. We
Our two families, what's the big deal? Why do we need to be so clear about it? Most of the money for buying the house came from savings. Lin Weiwei sold some property for 800 taels, but she didn't spend much of it. The two houses cost 240 taels, and building the warehouse isn't complicated. It can be finished in a few days. The materials and labor would cost less than 300 taels, which Jiang Mohan borrowed from Feng Qiufan, so it should be enough. If it's still not enough, they have over 200 taels saved from selling dried fruit at home, so there's no need to borrow from others. However, he could tell from the girl's words that she was sincere, so he nodded and said, "If I need help, I will ask." That's right. People shouldn't lose their pride, but pride should be put aside when needed. Everyone eats grains, and it's impossible to stay spotless all the time. You're not planning to become a fairy, are you? Lin Weiwei smiled brightly, her eyes curved like a new moon. Humph. This girl was just naturally worried. Not only did she care about the Lin family, but she also looked after the Jiang family as if they were her own. She wasn't afraid of taking on too much responsibility and falling. Their Madame Feng at home already treated her like family, calling her Xiaowei and Erinai, caring for her more than her own daughter. How could someone act so improperly, speak so irritably, constantly comment on men's looks, yet still be so likable and hard to dislike? Jiang Mohan found a bricklayer in town and asked him to build the house. The work was a bit rushed, but finding any job this year was already good. The pay from the master was quite high, even more than what they earned carrying goods at the dock. The bricklayer first picked reliable workers from relatives and friends, then hired some laborers from the dock, saying they could start work the next day. Lin Weiwei thought about the venison and wild boar meat stored in the cellar at home, which would last 3 or 4 more days. She volunteered to stay in town and watch over the construction. Jiang Mohan glanced at her coldly, displeased. You've taken all the work, and now what are we men supposed to do? To keep an eye on things? Lin Weiwei winked at him. Jiang Mohan took a deep breath, silently warning himself not to get angry, or he'd be annoyed to death by the girl. He glared at her and said firmly, "I'll come over tomorrow." That's settled. That won't do, right? You still want to take the imperial exam. How can you delay the future of the young scholar? Lin Weiwei shook her head like a rattledrum. Jiang Mohan gently held her forehead. Stop. You're not dizzy, but I feel a little dizzy just looking at you.
It's settled then.
I admit you're capable, but you can't take all the responsibility on your shoulders. Learn to trust the people around you. They will be willing to help share the burden. Lin Weiwei's eyes welled up slightly, and she masked her small feelings with a bigger smile. I have strong strength. I can carry any heavy load. But this little scholar is so thoughtful and caring for me. I feel so touched. Jiang Mohan looked away from the moisture in her eyes and sighed softly. Silly girl. The Lin family is your home. Your mother, sister, and brothers are the closest people to you. You don't need to feel like you don't belong, nor do you have to work hard to prove yourself. In the past, you were foolish and only knew how to eat, but they never gave up on you, right? Lin Weiwei hurriedly turned her head aside, hiding the tears in her eyes. Turns out, the person who understands her best is the proud, aloof-looking, yet meticulous little scholar. Experiencing maternal warmth through the naive girl, she felt the warmth and happiness of family. But she's afraid these feelings are just illusions, fleeting shadows. When she wakes up, the bubbles will burst, and she will remain outwardly strong but internally insecure, an orphan with no sense of safety. Little scholar, don't think I didn't hear you trying to mock me. Lin Weiwei's voice was hoarse as she lightly sniffed, pretending to be cheerful. Jiang Mohan rolled his eyes at her. Dog-biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person. When did I mock you? You said I was foolish before, only knowing how to eat. Lin Weiwei argued confidently. Jiang Mohan hummed. Isn't that the truth? I was sick back then. How can you mock a patient? Lin Weiwei crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. Seeing her eyes darting around, Jang Mohan knew she was probably not saying nice things, so he wanted to stop her. Lin Weiwei touched her head and, looking love-struck, said, "But that head pat just now was so sweet and loving. Little scholar, you're so kind to comfort me, could it be? You like me?" Jang Mohan immediately turned away, without hesitation, and left, leaving behind. "I'm not blind." Young Lin Zian watched from the side, stunned. Who says they aren't a happy pair? Jiang Tongxing's attitude toward his second sister was unpredictable. If he didn't care about her, he wouldn't speak so kindly to comfort her. He might think of his second sister as someone special, but how could he say you only see clearly when you're blind? That really hurts. Also, does the second sister feel like she doesn't belong to the Lin family? She works so hard and tries so much. Maybe she's worried that her family will dislike or reject her. Who planted these thoughts in her mind? Do the villagers gossip behind her back? Before, when the second sister wasn't thinking clearly, he did have some small dislike for her, afraid that classmates would mock him for having a simple-minded sister, look down on him, or exclude him. Now, looking back, he knows that was wrong. And the eldest sister, she's always been annoyed with the second sister, trying to get rid of her as a burden. All these things probably made the second sister feel like she didn't belong. Second sister, actually, I've always been the real burden on the family. Lin Zian didn't know how to comfort her, so he spoke from his heart. When our father went missing in the mountains, our weak mother was the only one supporting us. As the eldest son, I couldn't help share the burden, and I even made you all pay a large fee for your education. But that's all in the past. Why bring it up now? Lin Weiwei gently patted the young boy's back. Second sister, let me finish. Lin Zian choked up a little and continued. If I had given up on studying and stayed home to help Mom, I wouldn't have spent the 20 silver coins Dad saved, and Mom's health wouldn't have worsened from overwork. She's been taking medicine to survive, and you, second sister, you wouldn't have had to go into the mountains to pick wild fruits and almost lost your life falling off a cliff. I don't see it as a curse, but as a blessing. My mind is clearer now. None of this is your fault. Besides, how old were you 5 years ago? A 7 or 8-year-old kid can't do much without studying. Lin Weiwei listened to Lin Zian's words and could imagine how much guilt and pressure this young boy carried inside. He was only 13, and in his previous life, he was just a first-year middle school student. Lin Zian's eyes were red. Lin Weiwei handed him a handkerchief and smiled. All that's in the past. The hardships you faced are like mud and thorns on the road to success. Be brave and walk through them, and your future will be bright. Lin Zian didn't want to dirty his second sister's handkerchief, so he dabbed his eyes with his sleeve and said, "Second sister, what you're saying seems straightforward, but if you think about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. This is called a heartwarming story. Ordinary chicken soup nourishes the body, but soul chicken soup soothes the mind. All right, big girl, don't be so heavy-hearted at such a young age. Feel free to focus on studying. Our family can support 10 students like you without any trouble. Don't be stingy with your pocket money. If you want to buy a book but don't have enough money, just tell your second sister. She is the second wealthiest person in this family after our mother, who manages the finances." Lin Weiwei proudly patted her chest and said. Lin Zian knew that their mother sometimes gave their second sister some small amounts of money to buy ingredients and spices. He wasn't jealous, but he was curious, so he asked, "Second sister, how much silver do you have? Do you have 20 taels?" Lin Weiwei looked at him and smiled mysteriously. "More than you can imagine."
Oh.
Second sister, do you secretly hide silver? Since their family runs a meat snack business, and she sometimes delivers wild boar and deer meat to the town Zue Xianlu, she often has contact with money. She might secretly keep some, so she has quite a bit stored away. Lin Weiwei beckoned him over and whispered in his ear, "Do you know how much silver I made from selling my pastry recipes last time? 200 taels for one recipe."
Wow.
Selling 3 kinds of pastries earned 600 taels? That's more than what our family makes in a month from dried meat snacks. Lin Zian's eyes widened. Clearly, second sister is the richest in the family. Lin Weiwei waved her hand at him. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Selling recipes is just a one-time deal. Our main source of income in the future will be the dried meat snacks. Although she said to be discreet, her smiling face showed she wasn't really hiding anything. Lin Zian thought quickly. Second sister, your sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and today's garlic fish, they all taste amazing. Your cooking skills are way better than Madame Sue's. Do you think someone would pay a high price to buy these recipes? Lin Weiwei nodded approvingly and said with a smile, recipes. Our town only has the Zue Xian Lu restaurant with some strength. Without strong competitors, the owner of Zue Xian Lu might lower the price. Plus, we're just ordinary folks. We don't know if their background is strong or their character is good, so we shouldn't reveal our cards easily. If there's a good opportunity in the future, we can go to the county or the prefecture to explore. Lin Zian stared at her in surprise. Second sister, you're so clever. Sometimes I can't help but wonder in my heart, are you really my second sister? Jiang Mo Han, hearing this, looked at Lin Weiwei and waited to see how she would respond. Lin Weiwei showed no unusual reaction. She patted Lin Zian on the back of his head and chuckled softly. Who else could I be but your second sister? You are only 13 years old and already able to take the exam for young scholars. My sister is smarter. It's hard to understand, isn't it? I can only say our family has good bloodline. No one is foolish. Lin Zian touched the back of his head and smiled, saying mother said the most like dad in looks is second sister, and the most like dad in brains is me. What do you mean? Are you saying I look ugly? Lin Weiwei raised two eyebrows, handsome with a bit of heroism, even more manly than Jiang Maxian and Lin Zian. Lin Zian hurriedly shook his head. Our dad has clear skin, handsome features, and a commanding presence. Mother said that before he married, he was just like the current brother Han. Every girl in the village wanted to marry him. But he chose her instead. Lin Weiwei stared at his handsome face for a long time and said wistfully, handsome and heroic. Those words are praise for men. But if used to describe a girl, it just makes her seem like a tomboy. Looks are not enough. Temperament helps. Your features are fine, but you could learn to be gentle and calm, aiming to be a graceful lady, Jiang Maxian suddenly said. Lin Weiwei shrugged, looking relaxed. Can a gentle and graceful lady really make a living? If I become a shy little lady, our family will be starving. If you're not a lady, then so be it, just as long as I can fill my stomach. And isn't Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? Let's prepare some ingredients to make mooncakes. What flavors do you like? Lin Zian remembered the last time he ate mooncakes was 5 or 6 years ago, when their father was still alive. Excited, he asked, second sister, aren't mooncakes just with white sugar filling? Are there other flavors? Lin Weiwei asked the shopkeeper to weigh 20 jin of the best flour and smiled as she explained. The most famous mooncakes are Beijing style, Su style, and Cantonese style. As for flavors, they're sweet, salty, sweet-salty, and spicy. Fillings include 5 nuts, red bean paste, rock sugar, sesame, and ham. The crusts are divided into 3 types: dough skin, mixed sugar skin, and flaky crust. Jiang Maxian couldn't help but turn to look. Her description of mooncake varieties was more diverse than what he had eaten in his past life.
Could it be?
In her previous life, she was from a noble family?
No.
No noble daughter would be like her. She would have been sent to the family temple and never allowed to see people again. Lin Zian widened his eyes, looking at her with admiration. Second sister, you're amazing. Let's try making all of them. Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him. In such a hurry, we can't prepare all ingredients. We shouldn't be too greedy when making food. This year, let's make 5-nut mooncakes, red bean mooncakes, and ham mooncakes. Next year, we can try other flavors. We should leave some surprises for the future. The shopkeeper listened and couldn't help but speak up. The Su-style and Cantonese-style mooncakes you mentioned are from the south, right? Can you make both? Not really. I was just joking with my little brother. Don't take it seriously. Sorry if I caused any trouble, Lin Weiwei said with a shy smile. Jiang and Mo Han noticed that the mischievous girl wasn't always just carefree. When facing strangers or people she didn't like, she still smiled, but her eyes didn't show true happiness. Only with people she trusted did she show her usual cheerful smile, like the sweet smile she had this morning after eating roasted goat milk. Lin Weiwei prepared all the ingredients for making mooncakes. She tugged on the sleeves of the little scholar and the big kid and left the grain shop.
Wow.
Did you see the shopkeeper's eyes? They looked like a hungry wolf. We almost couldn't get out, she exclaimed. Lin Zian teased her. You're overreacting. The shopkeeper was just stunned like me. If you admit you can make mooncakes, what can he do? Kidnap you? That's not necessarily true. My sister has a treasure chest here, full of silver coins. Lin Weiwei pointed to her head. Call her the treasure girl. The three of them took a cart, chatting and laughing as they headed back to Shirley Go. As soon as they entered the village, they saw Lu Wazi wandering at the village entrance, occasionally taking deep, satisfied breaths. Uncle Wazi, why aren't you working in the fields? Lin Weiwei greeted him kindly. Lu Wazi was a well-known troublemaker in the village, lazy and idle, not doing any honest work. He was around 27 or 28 and still hadn't married. His mother was worried and had gray hair, still supporting her troublesome son. Though he was a troublemaker, Lu Wazi never caused trouble for the Lin family. Before, it was because they were poor and not worth bothering with. Now, it was because Lin Weiwei had saved him from the bear-like man. He couldn't repay her with evil. Was that even a person? Lu Wazi first smiled at Lin Weiwei, then looked worried and said, Why aren't you working in the fields? All the crops are dead. They can only be used as firewood now. Do you think everyone is as strong as you? Even the bear-like man is afraid of you. Why don't you say you're too lazy to work? Lin Weiwei pointed out bluntly. Lu Wazi argued. The drought is getting worse. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. The harvest isn't enough to pay the rent. Sai, I don't think I can survive. Does your family still hire workers? Uncle doesn't have much, just some strength. Lu Wazi rolled up his sleeves, but with his thin arms and legs, he had no convincing power at all. My family doesn't have much work right now, but the young Master Ning, who works with me in town, he's the rich uncle's boss, just bought a few houses that need fixing. He wants someone to watch over the construction schedule. If I do a good job, I can earn $30 a day. Lin Weiwei gave Jiang and Mo Han a questioning look. They've already spent hundreds of taels of silver. Jiang and Mo Han isn't worried about the 30 cents a day for labor. But if he hires someone, it has to be someone reliable. Lu Weizi's reputation in the village isn't good, and he's not very honest. Can he do the job? Lu Weizi looked like a dog that saw a bone, almost wagging his tail at Lin Weiwei. $30 big a day. Not just watching the schedule, I'd even be willing to help fix the house. Dear niece, please help me talk to young Master Ning. If I get the job, I promise I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Lin Weiwei stopped smiling and said seriously, Uncle YZ, I can recommend you to young Master Ning. He said that if you supervise poorly and something goes wrong, causing delays, it won't just be about losing your pay. You'll have to compensate for his losses. You know how big businessmen work. Even one day of delay means less profit for him. You'll have to pay for that.
Huh?
I have to pay? What if he deliberately keeps the schedule tight, so I can't finish? Or if I do finish, but he refuses to pay, looking for excuses? Lu Weizi hesitated, wanting to back out. Lin Weiwei pouted and said, Businessmen value honesty. Young Master Ning is a good person and he wouldn't cheat you out of your money. If you do a good job, he might even give you a bonus. 30 cents a day can buy 2 jean of coarse grains. With some wild vegetables, it can fill your stomach and save some for winter. Lu Weizi gritted his teeth. He agreed. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, Young Master Ning will go to the county tomorrow. He's leaving this task entirely to me. Tomorrow we'll go to town and sign a work contract. Then you can start right away. Uncle YZ, this is a rare good job. You won't need to do much work. Just keep an eye on the bricklayers and make sure they don't cheat or slack off. And don't be too harsh on them. Knowing what his job was, Lu YZ confidently said, Aaron and I, don't worry. I don't have many skills, but if anyone slacks off or tries to cheat, I'll catch them for sure. Uncle will never embarrass you. Lin Weiwei and Lu Weizi agreed on the next day's trip to town, then entered their own yard. Lu Weizi was so happy, he jumped 3 feet high on the spot and excitedly ran home to share the good news with his mother.
What?
No work, just watching those workers and you get 30 coins a day? Are you joking, Mom? Such a good job. Why isn't everyone fighting to get it? Is it really your turn? Be honest, have you been up to some sneaky tricks again? Lu Weizi's mother raised her shuttle and swung it toward him. Although Lu Weizi was a bit of a troublemaker outside, he was a very obedient son. He didn't dodge when his mother hit him. He covered his head and took a few hits, then hurriedly explained, Mom, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask and Ir. She introduced me to this job.
Aniad.
The second girl from the Lin family? His mother paused her hand in midair, doubtful, and asked again.
Yes.
You know, her family makes dried meat, which they supply to a wealthy merchant in town. The merchant bought several houses and needed help with repairs and renovations. He couldn't find enough workers, so he asked and Ir to help him look out. and Ir is kind and knew our family was in trouble, so she gave the job to her son. Lu Weizi's mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. His mother looked at her son in shock, her brows furrowing. No, you know what kind of person you are. If you delay the big master's work and it gets blamed on and Ir, she was just trying to help, and you'll end up blaming her. You should quit this job.
Mom.
30 coins a day. If you weave cloth all day, your waist will hurt, your back will ache, and your eyes will get blurry. How much money can I make? I just want to help you out a little. Lu Weizi tried to flatter his mother and gave her a back rub. His mother's eyes welled up with tears. You can say such words, and even if I am tired, it's worth it. Try this job first. If you really can't do it, quit immediately. Don't let it affect and Ir. We still owe her a life. Lu Weizi put on a more serious face, no longer joking around.
Mom.
Don't worry, I won't let you, or and Ir down. Jiang Mohan followed Lin Weiwei into the yard. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't hold back and said, It's fine to have someone supervise the construction. I don't oppose that.
But.
Do you think Lu Weizi is capable of being a supervisor? Human nature is complicated. There are no truly bad people and no truly good people. Some people just lack the opportunity to climb out of the abyss. I know Uncle Weizi has many flaws, but he also has some strengths. I want to give him a chance and see if he's willing to seize it. Lin Weiwei is not worried at all. At that time, the labor contract states that wages are paid every 10 days. If he doesn't do well, we can deduct his wages. At most, it will just delay the project a few days. Jiang and Mo Han looked steadily at the young girl in front of him. Her clear eyes shone with a special light, and her smile was especially charming, like a bright sunflower always facing the sun, smiling brightly no matter good or bad times. She carried a resilient and optimistic spirit that influenced those around her. At that moment, he suddenly didn't want to question her background anymore. No matter where she came from, his instinct told him that this kind-hearted, slightly naive girl wouldn't hurt him, or anyone else. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you dazzled by my beauty? Lin Weiwei held her face and made funny faces at him. Jiang and Mo Han chuckled softly and looked away. Are you mistaken about your appearance? Honestly, you're still far from being a beauty. Shallow. Haven't you heard that inner beauty is the real beauty? Call me the kind little fairy. Lin Weiwei giggled, her eyes like crescent moons, playful and lively. Jiang and Mo Han looked her up and down with a look of pity. Which fairy likes to wear men's clothes? That just proves I'm one of a kind. Lin Weiwei proudly raised her little tail. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't help but tease her. Someone like you, it's really hard to find a second one in the world. TSK, can you please change your tone when you say that? It sounds like I'm weird. Lin Weiwei complained. Second sister, what does weird mean? Lin Zian quietly watched their back and forth and finally found a chance to speak. An unusual, beautiful flower. originally used to describe a person who is unconventional and full of personality. Lin Weiwei activated her online encyclopedia mode. Lin Zian widened her eyes. That's a good word. But later, the meaning of the word changed, and it was used to describe actions outside normal thoughts and behaviors, things hard to imagine. Lin Weiwei frowned. Jiang Mo Han's lips curled slightly. Weird is definitely a word created for you. You're the weird one. This should be a lively, youthful age, like the rising sun. Instead, I spend my days feeling old and dull. Only when I argue with me do I feel a bit of young energy and vitality. Truly, a strange and unique person. Lin Weiwei crossed her arms, ready to fight like a little rooster. Jiang Mohan waved his folding fan and poked her forehead. This is called being mature and steady. Do you think everyone is like you, bouncing around like a grasshopper? Aunt Feng. The young scholar hit me. Lin Weiwei rubbed her forehead hard. Her fair forehead turned red immediately. She looked at him with a sad, tearful expression. Aunt Feng, carrying washed blueberries, just saw Jiang Mohan put away his fan. She noticed Lin Weiwei's slightly swollen forehead, looked around, and threw her basket aside. She picked up a piece of firewood and swung it at Jiang Mohan's leg. Little Wei, you always speak without thinking. You're a grown man and you get hit a few times and you lose 2 pieces of flesh? If you can't argue, you should reflect on yourself instead of resorting to violence. Hitting a little girl, are you still a man? Aunt Feng scolded loudly, not giving Jiang Mohan a chance to explain. Before she finished, his leg had already been hit several times. Lin Weiwei froze. She didn't expect gentle Aunt Feng to hit him so hard without holding back. She hurried forward, grabbing the firewood from Aunt Feng's hand. Aunt Feng, stop hitting. His head isn't fully healed yet. Don't cause more harm. It's fine. I'm hitting his leg, far from his head. Aunt Feng tried to take back the stick, but her strength was no match for the young girl. Eventually, Lin Weiwei took the weapon away. She placed the stick under the oven and looked at the young scholar's leg with some guilt. Are you stupid? Don't you know to hide when you're being hit? Are you satisfied now? Isn't this what you wanted? Jiang Mohan moved his injured leg lightly and deliberately limped toward the door. Lin Weiwei went to help him but was pushed away ruthlessly. She tried again, only to be pushed aside. After several tries, she finally supported him into his study. Seeing the leftover medicine from his previous injury, Lin Weiwei knelt down and rolled up his pant leg to apply medicine. Jiang Mohan hid his leg under the desk. Men and women shouldn't be close. You go out. I can put on the medicine myself. All right, stop being so dramatic. You're not a delicate young girl afraid of people seeing your legs. Lin Weiwei grabbed his ankle and rolled up his pant leg. She winced. It's all scraped, with blood marks. Aunt Feng was too harsh, wasn't she? Jiang Mohan pulled his leg back, but it seemed like it was clamped in iron, unable to move at all. He could only give up. He hummed and asked, "Who is the main culprit?" "It's my fault, I apologize. I was just joking, I didn't think Aunt Feng would take it seriously. I'll go explain and apologize to her later." Lin Weiwei carefully used some water from her space to clean his wound and then applied medicine. As she looked down, she missed the little scholar's ears turning red. After applying the medicine, Lin Weiwei looked up and saw the little scholar turning his head toward the window, still upset. She cautiously said, "Later, I will prepare a nice meal to apologize to you. I want to eat bo xiaogong, clay pot deer treasure, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and honey-glazed barbecue." "Just these," Jiang Mohan said with a reluctant look, as if he was forgiving her. Lin Weiwei hesitated a little. These dishes all take some effort to make, and the little scholar really knows how to pick dishes. Just bo xiaogong, most people don't even know what it is. Luckily, in her past life, she loved studying food and had worked in a hotel kitchen, so she wasn't stumped by this dish. Bo xiaogong basically means rabbit hot pot. She wandered up the mountain, brought back 2 fat wild rabbits, actually stored in her space. Sigh. The rabbits at home, Xiao Erwa guarded like his life depended on it, not letting anyone touch them. The rabbit meat was sliced thin, boiled briefly in a clay pot, then dipped in a special sauce, so fresh and tasty. The sauce was the key, made from chives, mustard flowers, scallions, cooking wine, sesame oil, and more than 10 ingredients, creating a fragrant, irresistible flavor. Jong Mohan's dipping sauce had a lot of chili oil, making his mouth red and shiny, like he had applied lipstick, making his look even more striking. Lin Weiwei thought this meal was worth it. Didn't expect you could make bo xiaogong. I want to know, what else can't you do? Jong Mohan took a piece of honey-glazed barbecue. This dish he saw in a travel book in his past life, said to be popular in the southern border areas. He's curious what other surprises this girl has for him. Lin Weiwei picked a piece of deer tendon for him, raising an eyebrow. As long as you like it, I will overcome all difficulties and do my best to make it for you. Do you feel touched? Jong Mohan. In front of so many people, this girl really doesn't know how to be shy. Look at Huang Auntie's hesitant expression when she opens her eyes, and your eldest sister's rolling eyes almost reaching the sky.
Huh.
Lady Foam, your excited look is a bit too obvious. Your son was teased, and you look like you're just watching the fun? Lady Foam, worried about causing trouble, said to Huang. Sister-in-law, look at these two young children. The boy has feelings, and the girl is interested. Maybe we should become in-laws? Huang hurriedly replied, your Mofin is kind, good-looking, and educated. My second daughter isn't a match for him. Mother, how can you belittle your own child like that? I'm not worse, am I? Lin Weiwei helped her mother serve food. Eat more, dear treasure. It's very nourishing. Big brother, you should eat less. Lin Zian silently put down his chopsticks, feeling sad as he watched his second sister keep serving dear treasure to Jiang Tongxing. She's saving some for outsiders? Typical favoritism. What's that look? Boys have strong yang energy. Eat less, dear treasure, to avoid getting too restless and having trouble sleeping at night. Lin Weiwei glared at him. Young boy, don't be unkind. All right, no need to explain. Explaining is just making excuses. Do you still need to hide your feelings for Jiang Tongxing? You're almost forcing him to marry you with your fists. Huang looked worriedly at her daughter, hesitant to speak. During the meal, everyone felt anxious, and even the best dishes tasted like chewing wax. Before bed, Huang called her second daughter into her room and cautiously asked, Ernie, tell me, what are you thinking? What do you mean? Lin Weiwei was confused by her mother's sudden question. Do you have feelings for Jiang Mofin? Huang asked carefully. Next to her, Lin Danny snorted and said, that just proves the saying, a toad wants to eat swan meat, not knowing her own worth. Big sister. Huang scolded her sharply. Lin Danny looked at Lin Weiwei and said defiantly, Mother, you can't keep spoiling her. Jiang Tongxing isn't just about looks. He's going to take the imperial exams to become a scholar or a top official. Ernie can't even read, has been foolish for years, and is very strong. Do you think Jiang Tongxing would like her? If she doesn't see her true self now, she'll regret it later. Her words, though blunt, were true, and that was what Huang was worried about. Lin Weiwei chuckled as she watched them. When did I say I want to marry the young scholar? You all act like I must marry him. Stop being stubborn. If you don't want to marry him, why are you always bothering him? If you really have no feelings for him, then don't get too close to avoid gossip. Lin Danny looked at her with disbelief. Lin Weiwei pouted and said, if he's talking behind my back, let him say what he wants. I can't just avoid Aunt Feng and the young scholar out of fear of what others might say. Will they not be allowed to eat at our house anymore? I can't say that.
Or,
you go tell them? Who said they can't come to eat here? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Danny became anxious. After all, Aunt Feng had taught her embroidery for a while. How could she say something rude? Ernie was too cunning. Lin Weiwei spread her hands and said, look, we're eating together. I can't just sit at a different table from the young scholar, right? Since we're eating together, I can't deliberately avoid talking to him. He's so proud and sensitive. If he senses my distance, he definitely won't come to our house again. If he doesn't come, will Aunt Feng still come? You're just causing trouble between our two families. Lin Danny was led astray by her words. After thinking carefully, she realized it made sense. But wait. When did she say she wouldn't let her talk to Jiang Tongsheng? I only asked you not to get too close to Jiang Tongsheng. Lin Danny angrily swung her arm and sat on the bed. Lin Weiwei said to Mrs. Huang, I just treat the young scholar like a younger brother. Look, I often teased Awa and Erwa too. Don't worry, mother, I won't get hurt. It was impossible not to like the young scholar. With such good looks and long-term contact, as long as he's not very bad, according to the principle of attraction between genders, she would develop some good feelings. But she wasn't love-struck and knew life wasn't like a fairy tale. With his effort and talent, he would have a bright future. She was just a small farmer girl from the mountains. There are so many sparrows in the world. Only a few can turn into a phoenix.
Sigh.
The thought of such a handsome person being taken by another woman in the future. It really didn't feel good. That night, Lin Weiwei slept poorly, dreaming all night about the young scholar proposing marriage. When he did, she went to cause trouble in the wedding chamber. The red silk curtains, the red candles, the groom in red, lifting the red veil, she couldn't see the bride's face. She didn't sleep well, her mind was foggy. She made breakfast in a daze and ate it half asleep. Jiang Mohan saw the dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but ask, Did you sneak around last night? Lin Weiwei covered her mouth and yawned lazily, saying, In the entire 10 miles gully, only our family keeps a few chickens. Who would I steal from? Last night I had a bad dream, so I'm a bit tired. Yes, she was talking about you, little scholar. You are the biggest nightmare of my life. Jiang Mohan carefully thought about what had happened over the past 2 days. Was there anything unusual? The careless girl was lively and bold, not the type to have nightmares. Could it be that she was just too tired lately, or feeling unwell?
Don't go to town today.
Rest at home. I'll take Lu Wazi with me, Jiang Mohan said as he lowered his head to sip some porridge. It wasn't cooked enough, so he didn't do well today. Lin Weiwei waved her hand and said, It's okay. I'll lean against the bamboo basket on the ox cart and take a nap. When I get to town, I'll be lively again. Lively? Do you really think you're made of iron? Don't forget, I also have a share of the houses at the dock. Jiang Mohan awkwardly expressed his concern, though his words sounded unpleasant to Lin Weiwei. She yawned again and said, Knowing you're there, don't worry. I don't mean to take everything for myself. Jiang Mohan looked at her with wide eyes. Did he really mean that? The careless girl didn't seem to understand what people said. If he was feeling unwell, he should rest at home for a day. Without her, he wouldn't be able to manage things. Why are you angry again? You saw for yourself. I didn't cause trouble today. He was the one who got angry, Lin Weiwei said innocently.
Yes.
I caused my own trouble. Jiang Mohan took a few deep breaths and turned to leave the house. If he kept facing that careless girl, he might get so angry he'd get sick. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not recognizing a good person. Lin Weiwei carried 100 jin of dried meat and 50 jin of dried fruit, then wrapped the remaining scallion pancake in oil paper before leaving. The little scholar was really something. No matter how angry she was, she still wanted to fill her stomach. Lu Wazi was already waiting at the village entrance. When he saw Jiang Mohan leave the village first, he stretched his neck to look behind the little scholar. Are you alone? Where's the second girl from the Lin family? Jiang Mohan glanced at him coldly and continued walking out of the village. His sharp, slightly icy gaze made Lu Wazi shrink his neck. Jiang Tongxing's presence was as intimidating as meeting the county magistrate. Turning around, he saw Lin Weiwei coming out with big baskets. Lu Wazi hurried to meet her, smiling as he took the bamboo basket from her hands.
Give this to me.
I'll carry it for you. 50 jin of dried fruit was quite heavy for Lu Wazi, who almost never did physical work. However, to perform well in front of Lin Weiwei, he clenched his teeth and carried himself all the way to the place waiting for the ox cart. He climbed onto the ox cart and rested for a long time before feeling alive again. Wiping the sweat from his face, he grinned at Lin Weiwei and said, Second young lady, you really have it tough. If I were you, I'd buy a cart first thing, so I wouldn't have to carry over 100 jin of goods every day back and forth.
Yeah.
Why didn't she think of that? Lin Weiwei patted her thigh, We'll check out the cattle market in town later. If we can't buy cattle, a mule cart will do too. After the few houses were built, they'd need to rent them out, and someone to look after them regularly, right? With more trips to town in the future, having a cart would be much more convenient. Lu Weizi's eyes twitched as he moved closer to the old man driving the ox cart, calling him uncle and watching his every move closely, asking a few questions now and then. Lin Weiwei exchanged a glance with Jiang Mohan. Lu Weizi was quite good at reading the situation. Not to mention, he could handle errands well. Before reaching the town, Lu Weizi had already learned how to drive the ox cart. The last 10 miles were all driven by him. The old man also learned from Lu Weizi that they bought the cart. He wouldn't compete for work with him. If he wanted to drive, he could, and the old man could relax. Lin Weiwei slept all the way into the town. As usual, they paid the old man 2 coins and asked him to drive the cart all the way to the entrance of Ning's Snack and Preserve Shop.
Wow.
The signboard has changed. Lin Weiwei saw the brand new sign Ning's Pastry and Preserve Shop and smiled at young Master Ning, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Ning. Your business has expanded, thanks to Miss Lin's support." Young Master Ning bowed slightly and smiled at her. "You see, we have a young Master Ning and a Miss Lin. It feels a bit distant. I'm a few years older than Miss Lin. If you don't mind, just call me Ning third brother." Young Master Ning is the 3rd son in his family. Lin Weiwei nodded. Just as she was about to call him Ning third brother, a cold voice interrupted her. "That's not appropriate." Young Master Ning looked at the handsome man standing in front of Lin Weiwei. Even as a man, he couldn't help but praise his appearance. His flowing scholarly robe and aloof bamboo-like demeanor made it clear he wouldn't give other men a chance. "This is..." Young Master Ning leaned forward slightly, looking at Lin Weiwei with curiosity. Lin Weiwei gently pushed the young scholar aside, causing the other to frown and turn his gaze back. She smiled and said, "This is my neighbor's older brother. You know, scholars often have a bit of naivety." Jiang and Mo Han looked at her with clear disapproval. "Are you calling being polite to other men naive? You little girl, Ning family is a merchant family, and merchants are naturally calculating. You, a simple girl with no tricks, are easily fooled into forgetting who you are." Although Ning Dongsheng is young, he has good judgment. He can see that this young scholar is not ordinary and naturally avoids conflict. He clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Sorry, I didn't think carefully. Please don't mind, Brother Lin and Miss Lin." It's okay. Lin Weiwei chuckled softly, then was glared at again by the young scholar. She widened her eyes and glared back. "What? Who has bigger eyes? I'm not much worse than you." Ning Dongsheng raised an eyebrow. A poor scholar and a neighbor's farm girl. There's something between them. Lu Weizi, standing honestly outside the shop, was anxious, scratching his head. "When will they talk about my matter? Will the young master agree?" "Oh, I'm so nervous." Lin Weiwei, from the corner of her eye, saw Lu Weizi circling outside the door. She said to Ning Dongsheng, "Ning, young master, may I speak with you privately?" Originally, she was about to call him third brother Ning, but the young scholar glared her down again. Lin Weiwei took out a flaky 5-nut mooncake she baked for Xiao Erhua last night, broke off a piece, and handed it to Ning Dongsheng. "Try the taste." "Is this mooncake?" Ning Dongsheng looked at it. It seemed quite ordinary on the outside. When he took a bite, he noticed it was different from traditional mooncakes. The crust was crisp and flaky, crumbling easily, and the filling was fragrant and crispy. It wasn't as sweet and greasy as sugar mooncakes, and the filling was richer and more flavorful than usual 5-nut mooncakes. Without hesitation, Ning Dongsheng took out 200 taels of silver and said, "I want this recipe."
"Ah,
"No need. Since you've bought so many of my recipes, this one is a gift for you." Lin Weiwei looked at the silver, feeling a bit reluctant. But sometimes you need to give a little to get more. Long-term cooperation requires some sweeteners. Ning Dongsheng was amused by her reluctant little eyes. The girl's clothes didn't look like she came from a wealthy family. 200 taels was a lot. Even for a rich family in town, they wouldn't easily refuse. In this regard, the girl was truly admirable, At least she wouldn't easily break their promise for more profit. He still insisted on giving the silver to Lin Weiwei. He was confident that with this recipe, he could earn double or even more profits during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The holiday was coming soon, and the young girl should buy new clothes, some rouge, powder, jewelry, and so on. After leaving Ning's shop, Lin Weiwei carefully stored the banknotes and sighed. Young Master Ning is really honest. Everyone says they don't want his money, but he insists on giving it. Jiang Mohan snorted coldly and said, businessmen chase profit. If he's willing to spend 200 taels of silver to buy your recipe, it means your recipe can bring him more benefits. If you didn't get some reward, why would he foolishly bring good things to you next time? Lin Weiwei tilted her eyes and looked at him curiously, asking, little scholar, do you have a grudge against young Master Ning? Jiang Mohan, who am I doing all this for? That carefree girl, without his attention, would soon be left with nothing. Watching the young scholar walk away gracefully, Kong said, little scholar, why are you angry again? Are you a pufferfish? Jiang Mohan turned back coldly, his eyes without any smile. I'm not angry. What am I angry about? This has nothing to do with me, and it's not my concern. Why should I bother being the bad guy? His anger was rising inside him. He didn't know what was wrong with him. When he saw the girl laughing and chatting happily with Ning, almost like siblings, he felt an urge. Make Ning's business fail. Make him disappear forever. But he was also worried she wouldn't find a good partner and might rush into a worse deal with a more cunning merchant. He was always cold-hearted and ruthless. When did he become so sentimental? Hey, are you really angry? Little scholar, I was wrong. I know you're doing this for me. Worried I'll get hurt. I'm not ungrateful. I remember it all. Jiang Mohan sneered coldly. Do you care? Do you have a brain? I've told you many times to keep your distance from men. And you? Do you just ignore it? You're innocent and naive, but doesn't Ning Singa understand? He's just a merchant. How could he? Lin Weiwei nodded sincerely at his words, acting like a bowing insect. She didn't necessarily agree with his ideas, but she could feel that he was changing. Before, he seemed indifferent to everyone except Madame Foam, like an observer watching life pass by without caring. Now, although his temper was worse, he had learned to care awkwardly for others. She was happy even when scolded. Jiang Mohan's expression eased slightly, and he frowned. Forget it. Talking too much is useless. You should do it yourself. Little scholar, don't be angry. Later, I'll make you some snowskin mooncakes. I promise you've never tasted them before. Lin Weiwei knew the little scholar liked sweets, but disliked overly sweet pastries from the market. That guy is very picky. Jiang Mohan replied coldly, treat me as a test subject, and after it's successful, you show it off to your young Master Ning?
Tease it.
The recipe costs 200 taels of silver, and you give it away just like that? I didn't know you, Lin Ernie, were so generous.
Ugh.
Here we go again. The little scholar and young Master Ning must have bad luck together. Lin Weiwei quickly said, I didn't really intend to give him the recipe. It's a tactic to retreat to advance. I only make snowskin mooncakes for ourselves, not to exchange for money. Is that okay? Anyway, recently she earned a small amount of silver from young Master Ning, and there was no urgent need for money at home. Although Jiang Mohan still had a blank expression, Lin Weiwei keenly sensed that his mood suddenly shifted from gloomy to bright. Sigh, June weather. Little scholar's face changes so quickly. Lu Yz, who was following closely behind, was good at reading people's expressions. Now he dared to speak, second niece, about my matter. Lin Weiwei finally remembered he was there and nodded at him, saying, young Master Ning agreed to let you try for 2 days. Uncle YZ, do your best. Lu Yz nodded excitedly and promised, don't worry. I won't embarrass you, niece. The three of them arrived at the dock. Lu Yz looked at the row of 8 large courtyards, asked about the price, and exclaimed, young Master Ning is really wealthy. If these broken-down houses were in our village, no one would buy them for 100 taels. 1,000 taels of silver. TSK. People are foolish and have too much money. But he didn't dare say that out loud, since these people were now his benefactors. Lin Weiwei introduced Lu Yzi to the lead mason. From now on, just find him if you have any problems. She then said to Lu Yzi, get familiar with your work with Uncle Wang first. Can you keep accounts? Keep accounts?
With a pen?
The characters recognize me, but I don't recognize them. Lu Yzi scratched his messy hair and awkwardly said with a smile. Afraid that Lin Weiwei wouldn't use him, Lu Yzi quickly added, I'm pretty good at bookkeeping. When I gamble, I remember exactly how much everyone owes me. Never missed a cent. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Lu Yzi chuckled nervously. It's just for fun. Please don't tell my mother. If she finds out, she'll break my legs. Knowing that gambling gets you beaten and you still do it? Lin Weiwei pursed her lips and said, Lu Yzi said, was there nothing to do before? Now I have a proper job. I can't go gambling just because I wanna, right? Lin Weiwei warned, young Master Ning hates gamblers. There are many ways people in town try to get others to gamble. If you pick up bad habits and he looks down on you, don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Yzi patted his chest and said, you underestimate Uncle Lu Yzi. I can see through all those sneaky tricks. Whether I can do it or not, just watch my performance. Lin Weiwei gave him some simple calculations and Lu Yzi stammered them out. Even though he was slow, he got all the answers right. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, I'll teach you a special way to count, so even if you can't read, you can keep track of money. Lin Weiwei taught him Arabic numerals. Lu Yzi looked at them and found it easy. Soon he memorized the numbers from 1 to 100 and could even write them on the ground with small sticks. Lin Weiwei then wrote a few addition and subtraction problems within 10, and Lu Yzi stumbled through solving them. Lin Weiwei praised him, not bad. You have potential to be a great steward. Keep working hard, and you won't be worse than Uncle Tian in the future. Hearing this, Lu Yzi was overjoyed. Really? Niece, you're not just trying to make your uncle happy, are you? That guy Fu Gui has been in school for years. Can I take his place and become the head of the Ning family shop? He was quite ambitious, already thinking of replacing Tian Fu Gui. But having ambition isn't a bad thing. It must be matched with the ability to achieve it. If you're just a pile of mud, no one can help you stand tall. Lin Weiwei reiterated his job responsibilities to make sure he remembered, then left him at the construction site to watch over things, and went to the cattle and horse market with the young scholar. On the way to the market, Jiang and Mo Han couldn't help but ask, are the numbers you taught Lu Yzi made up by you?
Guess.
Lin Weiwei winked playfully. Jiang and Mo Han traced one of the Arabic numerals with his hand, which looked like a very advanced counting method. If it really was something the girl came up with, he truly admired her intelligence. If not, where did she come from? This time, it wasn't suspicion or caution, but curiosity. By noon, the market was not crowded. There were only 2 or 3 oxen, looking very thin and unappealing. There were about 7 or 8 mules, all sterile and unable to breed. This thing, it's not as hardworking as a cow, eats quite a bit, and can't have calves. Ordinary people would rather spend more silver to buy a cow than choose a horse or mule. Lin Weiwei asked about the price. The few cows were thin and old, yet their prices were shockingly high. The cheapest cost 30 taels of silver. A strong horse or mule only needed 18 taels. Lin Weiwei confidently chose a dark red mule. Though called a mule, it looked very much like a fine horse, with a strong, well-shaped body, smooth muscles, gentle and clear eyes. Very to her liking. She negotiated the price down to 16 taels and bought a cart too, spending a total of 20 taels. She drove the mule cart back to the dock, already evening. Lu Yzi saw the cart and almost couldn't take his eyes off it. Whether in ancient or modern times, men share a common obsession with carts. For ordinary folks, a mule cart is as impressive as a luxury car. Second niece, you really bought a cart? Is that a mule? Looks even stronger than a horse. Who picked it?
Good eye.
Lu Yzi circled the mule cart a few times, gently stroking the shiny mane of the mule. Lin Weiwei climbed onto the cart and smiled at Lu Yzi. Yzi uncle, stop touching it. You might get a chance to get close to the mule in the future. Now, it's time to test your driving skills. Lu Yz happily sat on the yoke, lightly shook the reins, and shouted, "Go." The big reddish-brown mule flicked its tail and stepped forward steadily toward the city gate. Outside the gate, Lu Yz pulled the reins hard, and the mule started trotting, much faster than the ox carts in the neighboring village. "Slow down, slow down." The wheels of ancient carts were made of wood, with no shock absorbers. Lin Weiwei was jolted so badly she almost fell onto the young scholar. Oh my, going faster almost made her internal organs shake out. Lu Yz looked proud, as if driving a high-end sports car. Honestly, when a lazy person takes things seriously, they can look quite capable. Although he was new to driving a cart, he did it confidently. After getting used to it, Lu Yz controlled the speed well, and the cart moved smoothly. The mule cart entered the village, and children playing at the entrance gathered around. Little Manhwa was always playing with friends, never without a basket and a shovel. He was in charge of feeding dozens of rabbits in the backyard. The people on the cart are my second sister and brother Mo Han. Little Manhwa saw the figures on the mule cart and proudly straightened his chest. He ran toward the cart on his short legs, eager to get closer. His good friends played with him, following behind, curiously observing the tall mule. Lin Weiwei gently lifted the small second child onto the cart. "Little second child, what have you been doing at home today?" The second child, eyes bright and mouth wide in a big smile, looked around at the envious children. He touched here and there on the mule cart and said happily, "Today I cut 5 baskets of rabbit grass, caught grasshoppers and bugs for the hens. Big brother also taught me 10 characters. Lunch was made by big sister, and it's not as tasty as second sister's cooking." "Little second child, aren't you afraid your big sister will hear what you're saying?" Lu Yz waved to villagers from afar, worried they might not notice he was driving the cart. The second child made a funny face. "I'm just telling the truth. There's nothing I shouldn't say." "Second sister, big brother said you made fish in town for him. I've never tasted fish before. I wonder what it's like." "Stop pretending to be pitiful. With this drought, the streams and rivers are dry. Where am I supposed to find fish for you?" Lin Weiwei pinched the chubby face of the little guy. Finally some flesh on him. She felt proud. Lu Yz looked back at the siblings, smiling happily. "There should be some at the dock. If second niece plans to buy, I'll help you keep an eye out tomorrow." Hearing this, the bright-eyed second child looked at Lin Weiwei with hope. Those pitiful puppy eyes made it hard for her to refuse. She nodded and said, "If I find about 2 gene of carp, I'll buy a few and keep them in water. Fresh meat is more tender." Lu Yz drove the cart to Lin's house, looked inside, and saw the yard filled with dried fruits and preserved snacks. He chuckled and said, "Second niece, your family seems busy. Since you're not home, I'll take the mule and horse to your place. I promise to take good care of them and serve you well." "All right, then I'll trouble Uncle Weizi," Lin Weiwei said happily. She was glad he was willing to help. She thought Lu Weizi was helping out to thank her for introducing him to a good job, but Jiang Maxian quickly saw through it and said, "It's just to satisfy his vanity." Lin Weiwei looked back and saw Lu Weizi already leading the mule, bragging to the villagers. "Of course, young Master Ning thinks I'm clever and capable, so he's very satisfied with me. Not only did he make me the overseer of building his house, but he also gave me a cart with mules." "What? You think this cart belongs to the Lin family? Do you know how much silver this mule cart costs?" "Over 30 taels. The Lin family works hard every day, but earns just enough to get by." "Let's talk about the meat jerky. Do you know how much the pig prices are now? They have risen to 30 coins. Pork has even gone up to 50 or 60 coins. It takes about 3 to 4 pounds of pork to make 1 pound of jerky, and the cost alone is 200 coins. Although jerky sells quite well in town, and people are eager to buy, most of the money goes to the trading shops. The Lin family only earns about 10 or 20 coins per pound. After paying the workers who help out, they probably can't even afford a carriage in a year. Moreover, Lin's wife is still taking medicine. According to Dr. Liang, it contains ginseng and deer antler, which are very expensive. Even if the Lin family is selling jerky and dried fruit, they still owe Dr. Liang money for the medicine. I am very pleased with Lu Yizi's explanation. During a drought year, when others can't even afford to eat, she keeps bringing home lots of silver every day. No wonder she is being watched. Her family, including the young scholar and his mother, has no grown men at all. If one day she isn't home and the hungry villagers come to take her away, it would be terrible. Sure enough, the second-rate troublemaker, who used to be close to Lu Yizi, asked suspiciously, "Does the Lin family still owe silver? They're always smelling of meat." The women in the village say Lin's family eats meat every day, every meal. Even the helpers often carry meat home. This was Wang Lizi speaking. Lu Yizi knocked the reins on his head and glared with his small, beady eyes. "Do you believe what I say, or those gossiping women? The reason the Lin family smells of meat is because they're making jerky. Who doesn't need meat to make jerky? They're taking meat home because they don't have enough money to pay wages, so they use meat to settle debts. Use your brain a little. Does the Lin family really have no money?" Wang Lizi asked doubtfully. Lu Yizi stared at him.
What?
"You've heard so much and want to do what? Are you planning something shady? I advise you to stop. Lin I is strong enough to scare off a bear. With your build, she could pin you down with just one finger." Wang Lizi squinted and sneered. "Even tigers take naps, sometimes. Lin I isn't always at home either." Lu Yizi pointed at him with his finger. "I just told you to use your head, but you're being foolish again. Look at me, do you know why I found a good job in town? Why I have a carriage to ride? It's because I has connections in town. If you don't try to flatter her and instead keep hitting on her family, aren't you being stupid? Brother Lu, do you mean? I can also help me find a job? I also want to be as impressive as you, commanding a group of people and having a carriage to drive." Wang Lizi, Lu Zhuzi, and Li Zhenju, who often play cards with Lu Yizi, all squeezed in front of him, smiling flatteringly. I said that opportunities belong to those who are prepared. Look at me, it's because I often stay near the Lin family's door, helping to chase away those with bad intentions, that I am so proud today. If you want to succeed like me and find a job in town, you should show your best and not think about the Lin family. Lu Yizi knew that as long as he kept these few people steady, there wouldn't be many in the village who could cause trouble. Jiang Mohan looked at Lin Weiwei and whispered, "You didn't miss your guess. Lu Yizi does have some cleverness." Lin Weiwei grinned. "People in the mountains are simple. No matter how bad they are, how much harm can they do? As long as you give him hope, he might surprise you. You're teaching him accounting and arithmetic, so are you planning to let him run the dock business?" Jiang Mohan in his previous life had mostly seen dark and evil sides of people. He naturally lacked trust. Is Lu Yizi trustworthy? Lin Weiwei shrugged. "It depends on how he performs. If Lu Yizi can pass her test and handle things well, what's the harm in entrusting him?" Early the next morning, Lu Yizi arrived at the Lin family with a mule cart. While helping to carry goods, he said, "Who's delivering today?" Lin Weiwei took 2 fragrant sesame crispy cakes, handed them to him, and climbed onto the mule cart. "These are fresh from the oven this morning, still warm. Eat them while hot." Lu Yizi pretended to refuse, but then shoved them into his mouth. "Smells so good. Did you put pork fat inside?" "Yeah, your family makes dried meat, so you must have plenty of lard. Crispy and fragrant. Your skills could open a bakery in town. Thanks for what you said yesterday in the village. This is a small gift for you." Many families in the village only eat 2 simple meals a day. Being able to enjoy crispy cakes made with white flour and pork fat is almost more luxurious than celebrating the new year. Lu Yizi had only eaten a bowl of wild vegetable porridge this morning. He ate the crispy cake eagerly and said, "It's just a small favor. To be honest, many people in the village are eyeing your family. I've been hanging around your door recently, just watching out for Wang Lizi and the others. But it's nothing serious. If it weren't for you saving me from Xiong Xiezi, I wouldn't be alive. And you also introduced me to a good job. It's only right that I say a few words and do some things for your family. Brother Yizi, heading to town? Can you bring my sister-in-law along?" Mrs. Sampang was leading 2 goats ahead. When she heard the sound of a cart, she stopped, smiled, and asked. Lu Weizi knew that Mrs. Samthang didn't get along with the Lin family and spoke in a formal tone. Of course. 2 big coins. Mrs. Sanpong's face changed, and she raised her voice. Old Nyo Tu only charges 1 big coin to take someone to town. We are villagers. Is it right for you to charge me 2 coins? If it were just you, I'd charge only 1 coin. But you have 2 goats, and my cart is brand new. If it gets dirty, I can't explain to my boss. Maybe you should walk to town yourself, Lu Weizi said softly, flicking his willow switch, and the cart started moving forward. Today, Mrs. Samthang went to town to sell her goats. If she walked, she'd reach the town by noon, but she didn't know when she could sell the goats. If she couldn't return the same day, staying overnight in town would cost her several coins. She wanted to bargain with Lu Weizi again. If someone else were there, they might feel embarrassed and pay less or nothing. But Lu Weizi was known in the village as a tough man, with a skin as tough as armor. If he got angry, he might just leave. Mrs. Samthang clenched her heart and gave Lu Weizi 2 coins. Lu Weizi said to her, "Sit in the back and watch your goats. If you try to on my cart or pull my cart, you'll have to pay extra." The front of the mule cart was the most comfortable, the back was bumpier. Mrs. Samthang reluctantly said, "I paid for this, so why can't I sit in front? The animals want to pull, and I can't stop them." Lu Weizi crooked his mouth and said in a strange tone, "You can't stop them, but you could hold them back. This is a new cart worth a few taels of silver. Can you afford to get it dirty?" Besides Mrs. Samthang, 2 other women from the village also went to town. Mrs. Samthang was rude and sharp-tongued, so she didn't have many friends in the village. The 2 women sided with Lu Weizi. That's right. This is his boss's cart. If it gets dirty, he'll be responsible. It's only the first day working, and if the boss gets upset, can she keep her job? Exactly. Next time, if you want to buy some needles or a thread from town, just ask, Lu Weizi said, flicking his willow switch, a little dissatisfied. When he returned home at night, he planned to make a whip from some rope, imagining how impressive the whip's pattern on old Nyo Tu's back would look. The cart moved much faster, and in just over an hour and a quarter, they reached the town. At the city gate, 3 passengers were let off. Lu Weizi hurried the cart toward Ning's shop in the east of the city. He handed the 4 coins he received for the ride to Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei waved her hand and said, "You worked hard driving today. Keep the money for lunch and buy 2 steamed buns." Lu Weizi grinned happily and replied, "Thank you, Auntie. You're so generous. No wonder Ning Dongjia chose to do business with you." When they arrived at Ning's shop, Lin Weiwei waved to Lu Weizi and invited him inside. She said to Tian Fugui, "Uncle Fugui, from now on, Uncle Weizi will deliver the goods. Please keep the accounts clear. I'll come to settle the bill every 10 days. Lu Weizi pointed to his nose and asked me, "Are you sure you want me to help deliver the goods? What's there to worry about? Or do you not want to? I won't let you work for free. I'll pay you 10 coins a day for your hard work. How about that?" This way, neither she nor Annie Fong would have to run to the town every day. They could save time and make more dried fruit and jerky to earn extra silver. Lu Weizi hurriedly said, "Forget the money. You found such a good job for me. Helping out a little and not charging you? That's not right. I'm just worried I might not do well and mess things up for you. Just deliver the dried fruit and jerky to the shop. Uncle Tian will handle weighing and bookkeeping. What could go wrong? Come on, Uncle Weizi. Be confident and show your big managerial spirit." Lu Weizi chuckled foolishly. The title of big manager was something he boasted about in the village. In reality, his job was just running errands and doing chores. He scratched his head and said, "All right. If you trust me to deliver, I'll give it a try. But I can't take the money. Delivering to the town isn't just a one-time thing. If you don't take money, how can I keep bothering you in the future?" Lin Weiwei's words implied that even after the work at the dock was finished, she still wanted him to deliver goods to the town. Did that mean the Lin family would have worked for him every day, so he'd always have money? Lu Weizi quickly straightened up, pounded his chest, and promised, "Don't worry. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly." Watching Lu Weizi drive off with a mule cart, Tian Fugui looked a bit uneasy and said, Can we really trust this guy? It's not just about him secretly taking some jerky, especially since it's so expensive. If he steals a little every day, he's probably done sneaky stuff before. So I'll ask Uncle Tian to help me keep the accounts detailed, Lin Weiwei said cheerfully. The opportunity was there. Whether she could seize it depended on how Lu Weizi chose to act. It proved she was right. The villagers all clearly felt that Lu Weizi had changed. In the past, he wouldn't wake up until noon and was too lazy to do anything, relying on 4 sticks to support himself. Now, he gets up before dawn every day, drives a mule cart to Lin's house to pick up goods, and delivers them to Ning's shop in town. At the dock, he carefully watches the bricklayers, even personally purchasing bricks and materials. 10 days later, in the evening, Lu Weizi returned from town, and his mule cart stopped in front of Lin's house. He took out a notebook and handed it to Lin Weiwei. Lin Zian curiously leaned over to look. The pages were densely filled with strange symbols drawn with charcoal, making his eyes feel dizzy and unable to understand anything. Lin Weiwei casually flipped through it. Besides the Arabic numerals she taught him, there were some strange symbols. Lu Weizi took a water scoop and gulped down some cool water. Lin's water was sweeter than mountain spring water. He pointed at a shape like a peach and said, "This stands for dried fruit." The 10 numbers after it are the daily count sent over, reported by Lao Tian after weighing. When you settle the bill at the shop tomorrow, bring this along. Pair them up. This square represents meat jerky. I've already noted it down. After a pause, he pointed at the messy numbers below and said, "These are records of the bricklayers working. Lao Zhang worked for 10 days, Lao Ding only for 8 days, and Xiao Zhang." Jiang Maxian listened with curiosity and took the notebook. Besides Lu Weizi himself, probably no one else could read this rough, bound notebook. After looking through it, Lin Weiwei sighed softly. She took a stack of paper from Lin Zian's room. Each sheet had a table drawn on it, showing delivery records, with columns for dates, types, and weights. The building project table listed dates and the workers' names represented by symbols. Lu Weizi couldn't write, but he cleverly replaced each bricklayer's name with a corresponding symbol. For example, Lao Zhang was a pair of open wings, Lao Ding was a nail, and Xiao Zhang's wings were slightly smaller than Lao Zhang's. Lu Weizi received 2 bound notebooks, his eyes shining with joy. "Second niece, you're so clever. I only need to fill in the numbers each day. Who worked how much and how much wages they should get. It's all clear at a glance. Why didn't I think of this before?" Jiang Maxian took the notebooks and flipped through them. "It's not just you who didn't think of it. This bookkeeping method is simple and convenient. If used in the Ministry of Revenue, it would be twice as effective." Wait, he was just a poor scholar now, not a high-ranking official who could control the court. He couldn't manage it even if he wanted to. However, Baoqing County Magistrate is honest, upright, and fair. If he were to organize and submit this bookkeeping method, then poor students from humble backgrounds often face difficulties in official careers after passing exams. One reason is lack of connections. Another is lack of reputation. If this method helps them gain fame, it could be very helpful for their future official paths. In his past life, he would have definitely chosen to do this without hesitation. But this idea was thought up by that mischievous girl. Jiang Mohan, although often critical of Lin Weiwei and dismissive of her, clearly understands that one reason his current situation is so different from his past life is because of this unpredictable girl. In his previous life, he was all alone, sick in bed, suffering from headaches and inner torment. The root cause was that after being hit on the head by Wu Bo's men, he didn't get medical help in time. After his mother passed away, he had no money to treat himself and could only leave it to fate. Now, after just collapsing, he was taken to the clinic and food was brought to him regularly. Because of her, his mother didn't have to travel far to neighboring counties to sell handkerchiefs and get exhausted in the wild, risking being attacked by wild animals. Because of the fruit preserves business he did with that mischievous girl, they earned enough money for him to seek medical treatment. In less than 3 months, he had almost recovered, and he no longer experienced dizziness or excruciating headaches like in his previous life. It must be said that both his recovery and the changes at home are partly thanks to that girl. If he took credit for her efforts again, wouldn't that make him ungrateful and worse than the wicked Lu? Lin Weiwei saw Lu Weizi off and noticed the young scholar staring at her blankly. She waved her hand in front of his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?
Don't look at me like that."
I might think you like me."
"Yes."
"I like you," Jiang Mohan said calmly as Lin Weiwei's surprised expression widened. "I like your bookkeeping method."
"Can you stop panting when you talk?"
"You scared me." Lin Weiwei patted her chest and took a deep breath. "About the charts I drew. I've never seen anyone else's ledger. How do you all keep your accounts?"
"We?"
Jiang Mohan silently chewed on those words, becoming more suspicious of her background. From her manner and the subtle hints she dropped, it seemed she might not be from this world. He looked up at the sky. Impossible. How could such an unreliable little fairy exist? Jiang Mohan said to Lin Weiwei, "Your way of keeping accounts is quite convenient. If it were widely used, it could help many people. Would you like to promote it?" "Of course. I have no reason not to," Lin Weiwei replied casually.
"Then
I'll help you organize it and have Mr. Fan recommend it to the official. Maybe there will be a reward," Jiang Mohan said. After saying this, he felt like a burden was lifted from his shoulders, and he felt more relaxed. Lin Weiwei was about to nod when she suddenly shook her head like a rattledrum. "No. I'm just a farm girl who can't read or write. How could I make a statistical chart? It might cause suspicion. Maybe you, the young scholar, should promote it in your name. You're more well-known, and it would be more convincing. How can I take credit for your work?" Jiang Mohan frowned tightly. He had just made up his mind, but the mischievous girl was trying to change it again. Lin Weiwei patted his shoulder. "Young scholar, can you be less stubborn? Who's who here? There's no need to talk about taking credit. Even if I did, I'd be happy to let you take it." Big Sister Lin came in carrying a basket of rabbit grass, just overhearing her last words. She blushed with anger. "Lin Nyang, do you have no shame? If this gets out, how can we face others?" "Young scholar, she's insulting me." Lin Weiwei, tired of explaining to Big Sister Lin, pouted and whined to the young scholar. Jiang Mohan's eyes sharpened, and he coldly said to Big Sister Lin, "You don't know the full story, so you jump to conclusions, spreading rumors and insulting her. Xiao Wei is your sister. When she succeeds, you succeed. When she suffers, you suffer. Instead of supporting her, you're throwing dirt on her. She makes good food every day, yet she's feeding you ingratitude." Lin Weiwei secretly clapped for him inside. The young scholar's scolding was so handsome. He was full of boyfriend charm. Sadly, such a handsome young man might be taken away by someone else's pig.
"Ah!"
Her motherly heart was aching, sour and sour. Big Sister Lin's eyes turned red from the scolding, and she angrily said, "Because she's my sister, I only teach her when she says or does wrong. If Jiang Tongsheng truly cares for my sister, he should stay away from her and not always hang around her. Do you know what people outside say about Nyang? They say she doesn't know her place, always following Jiang Tongsheng around, dreaming of being his wife. It's like a toad wanting to eat a swan. A toad that doesn't want to eat a swan isn't a toad with high ambitions." Lin Weiwei thought it was not embarrassing at all. What they said wasn't true, so why get angry? Feeling upset and unwell, who is responsible? Just shut up. No matter how ambitious you are, you're still a frog in a muddy pond. Swan meat? You can only dream about it. Lin Danny angrily shouted at her. "You're wrong. I'm not a frog. I'm a little ugly duckling." Lin Weiwei said she had mistaken the breed. Lin Danny rolled her eyes. At least she knew her own ugliness. "Don't look at me now, being different from other ducks, looked down upon, bullied. One day, I will become a beautiful white swan and make you look up to me." Lin Weiwei did a graceful ballet pose.
"Dream on."
Lin Danny gave her a dismissive glare. Lin Weiwei turned around and met a pair of strangely emotional eyes. She chuckled and shamelessly said, "Little scholar, I've noticed you always secretly watching me."
"Could it be
You have a crush on me? That you love me but find it hard to say. Jong Mohan withdrew his gaze, his poker face showing no emotion. Who has a crush on whom? Just now, he was thinking about eating swan meat, and now she wants to turn into a swan to stay with him, even biting back. That girl's nonsense is endless, and arguing with her would just be a waste of time. The next day, Lin Weiwei went to town with Lu Yz, first settling her 10-day bill at Ning's shop. The accounts from Tian Fugue's side matched Lu Yz's records perfectly. Then they went to the bank to exchange silver for a string of copper coins, and to the dock to pay the workers for their 10 days of work. Lu Yz, holding 400 coins, felt very complicated. Proud, excited, and a bit unreal. He grinned widely and said to Lin Weiwei, "Second niece, young Master Ning trusts you a lot. He even entrusted you with paying the workers. Ning's shop in the county is very busy now and can't come out. I must thank young Master Ning for his kindness." Lin Weiwei checked the progress of the house construction. With Lu Yz always watching and the bricklayers working hard, it wasn't easy to find work, but they were very diligent. It should be finished in about half a month. At the dock, someone was selling fish. Lin Weiwei thought they looked fresh, so she bought a few large ones to keep in a water bucket and a few small ones to toss into a quiet spring nearby. When they grow big, she can fish them out to eat, and the meat will be even fresher. Waiting for Lu Yz's evening meal cart, Lin Weiwei carried the fish and returned to Shirley Go. At noon, her sweet and sour fish dish received high praise from Xiao Erhua. She also made boiled fish. Although the little scholar didn't say it aloud, his unwillingness to stop eating with his chopsticks showed how much he liked it. After lunch, Lin Weiwei cautiously entered the mountains. In early autumn, wild fruits were plentiful, including late-ripening wild peaches and blueberries, ripe wild grapes and pears, and soon-to-mature pine nuts, hazelnuts, and wild apples, an endless treasure trove. Lin Weiwei noted down the locations of the new wild fruits she found and the red pine forest, then slowly moved deeper into the woods. Since Gray, the wild wolf, became the Wolf King, Lin Weiwei felt more secure in the mountains. She could freely enter and leave the wolf territory. While picking blueberries in a forest, she met an old acquaintance, a big, dark, strong bear. At first, the bear didn't notice her, busy stuffing blueberries into its mouth. Lin Weiwei was happily surprised to see a cute little bear playing happily at its feet. It's said that mother animals protect their young fiercely. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to leave and give this mountain to the bear family, the bear had already spotted her. The black bear supported itself with its hind legs, stuffing blueberries into its mouth as if frozen in place. Its shiny black eyes showed a deep, bone-chilling fear. Lin Weiwei touched her nose. So it noticed her? Fine, she was ready to fight. She stepped out of the bushes, kicked her legs, turned her neck, and assumed a boxing stance. The black bear staggered back 2 steps, then suddenly dropped to all fours, wishing it had more legs to run faster. It quickly disappeared into the bushes, gone without a trace. As it ran away, its little cub, accidentally kicked during the escape, sat dazed on the ground. Huh? What just happened? It fell, then got up and saw that its mother was gone. It called out foolishly, its bright eyes curious as it tilted its head and looked at Lin Weiwei. The little creature was about the size of a 1-month-old puppy. It was not afraid of people and wobblingly approached Lin Weiwei. She looked down at the tiny thing rolling at her feet, crouched, and gently grabbed it under the armpits, lifting the little black bear up. The cub didn't resist at all, blinking its black eyes and softly calling out to her. Lin Weiwei took a peach from her space and placed it in the bear's paw. The little one curled up happily in her arms, nibbling on it with tiny milk teeth. The peach, washed in her space, was even sweeter. The little creature chewed happily, savoring every bite. Poor little fellow, your mother abandoned you. Come with me? The tiny creature is so small that if I leave it alone in the woods, unless the mother bear comes back to find it, it won't survive. It's still a living being. However, I hope that unreliable mother bear will remember her abandoned baby, overcome her fear, and come back for it. Oh, What a shame. I've given that black bear a psychological scare. Lin Weiwei continues picking blueberries. Near the deep mountains, blueberries ripen later. The ones on the outer edges are either picked clean or have rotted on the ground. It's a pity. She tries to pick as many as she can, even if it's a bit harder, to make dried blueberries or blueberry jam. These are valuable. The little bear obediently plays at her feet, occasionally reaching out its tiny paw to ask for food. It looks silly, but its mouth is quite picky. It refuses to eat blueberries directly from the tree unless they've been washed with water. Most of the nearby blueberries are picked. When Lin Weiwei is about to leave the mountain with the little bear, a movement comes from the bushes nearby. A dark head cautiously peeks out from the leaves. When it sees Lin Weiwei watching, it quickly pulls back. Soon, two furry paws emerge from the bushes, holding a large beehive. The hexagonal cells are dripping with honey. Wow, this bear must have dug up a wild beehive. Are they planning to exchange honey for the baby? Lin Weiwei lifts the hostage towards the black bear and points at the beehive in her hand, signaling, "Deal." No need to help the mother bear raise her cub, and she gets a big hive for free.
Why not?
The mother bear seems to understand her meaning. Its small, shiny black eyes light up instantly. It cautiously steps forward a few steps, not daring to get too close to Lin Weiwei, and places the hive on a stone between them. Then it quickly steps back a few paces, its little eyes eagerly watching the cub in Lin Weiwei's arms. Lin Weiwei doesn't make things difficult for it. She steps forward, places the cub on the stone, and picks up the hive. Just as she's about to back away, the little bear hugs her ankle. It also extends a tiny paw, asking for some food. How clingy! Its mother is coming to pick it up, so it should go with her quickly. Lin Weiwei tucks a peach into the little bear's paw, then pulls back her ankle, picks up the basket full of blueberries, and heads out of the mountain. The black bear quickly snatches the wobbly little bear and runs deep into the forest, as if fleeing for its life. The little bear's paw tightly held the peach that Lin Weiwei had given him. Howl, a long wolf howl came from nearby. It was the voice of the Wolf King, Hui Hui, loud and steady, with a sense of authority. Lin Weiwei walked toward the sound and soon met the wolf pack. Hui Hui, what are you all doing here? Did you catch a big prey? Lin Weiwei curiously stretched her head out. The wolf pack parted to make a path wide enough for one person. In the center was the Wolf King Hui Hui, who turned his head to look at her, then resumed a cautious stance, staring in a certain direction. Lin Weiwei looked where Hui Hui was watching. There was no prey, only a living person, a person who was about to die. The person wore a black outfit, clutching a long sword with its tip dripping blood. The strong smell of blood radiated from him, which probably attracted the wolves. Luckily, it was Hui Hui's pack, which wouldn't attack humans on purpose. If it had been other wild animals, they might have turned into bones by now. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but his face was pale, lacking any color. Blood was still at the corner of his mouth, adding a broken look to his handsome face. He reminded her of the hero from the drama Mountain Lord she watched before crossing over. She was a fan of the couple in that show in her previous life. When the man saw her, a flicker of surprise crossed his already dazed eyes, and his tense body relaxed a little.
You.
Lin Weiwei was about to ask who he was, but she saw the man in black sway and then completely fainted. Lin Weiwei walked over, gently nudging the unconscious man with her toe, but got no response. Carefully, she crouched down and reached her hand toward his nose. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her wrist tightly. What? He was almost dead, yet he was pretending to be unconscious. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Lin Weiwei didn't struggle. She pointed to the bamboo basket on her back. I'm a villager from the foot of the mountain, gathering wild fruits. The man's gaze drifted to the wolf pack behind her, an ordinary farm girl? How do you explain that? I once saved the Wolf King. I nursed his injuries for a while, and he recognizes me. Otherwise, how could I, a helpless little farm girl, dare to go into the mountain alone? Lin Weiwei waved at Hui Hui. Hui Hui stepped closer and squatted beside her. Lin Weiwei gently stroked Hui Hui's smooth, shiny fur. The aloof Wolf King kindly licked her hand in return. Lin Weiwei poured space water from her bamboo tube, feeding it to the Wolf King, and said, "You did very well. Eating people happens only once or countless times. Facing such bloody food, you didn't bite or attack, and you even restrained your pack. Later, I will reward you with a space rabbit." Bloodied man in black. Lin Weiwei avoided the black-clad man's gaze, took out 2 dead roe deer and a few wild rabbits from her space, and threw them into the wolf pack. "To reward you all, there's not much food. One wolf can try a few bites and enjoy a little feast." She poured space water into a hollowed-out stone. The wolf pack ignored the prey and fought over the water, drinking eagerly. Her goal was to make the wolves understand that if they didn't eat people, there would still be food, including the space water they loved. Over time, they would develop the good habit of not attacking humans first. Lin Weiwei gently rubbed the Wolf King's ears and returned to the injured man.
Do you
"Want to drink some water?" Black-clad man Li Qing. Was this bamboo tube just used to feed the Wolf King? He and the Wolf King are treated equally. Should he feel honored? Lin Weiwei held a handful of hemostatic herbs, crushed them with a stick. She looked at the black-clad man and asked, "Will you take it off yourself, or should I help you?" Li Qing knew she was there to help him heal. At this moment, staying conscious was already difficult. Sitting against the tree trunk, his vision was darkening, and dizziness struck him repeatedly. He barely audible said then, "Please, miss." Lin Weiwei unbuttoned his clothes, acting naturally and openly, as if he wasn't an adult man but a wooden carved statue.
Ow.
"You're lucky. You almost got hurt in a vital spot. You've lost so much blood, I don't know how you've managed to hold on. If I hadn't met you, your life would have been lost in these mountains. Probably only the wolves would have helped you carry your body away," she muttered as she cleaned his wounds and applied hemostatic herbs. Li Qing whispered, "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? After escaping, I might kill you to hide my trail?" "Kill me? You have to have that ability," Lin Weiwei said, slapping a stone beside her. She watched happily as the stone cracked into several pieces.
See that?
"Your head is tough, but the stone is tougher. Miss, do you practice martial arts? I wonder who your master is?" Li Qing thought about his current situation and cautiously asked, "Having strong strength is natural. I haven't learned any martial arts." Lin Weiwei finished bandaging his chest wound and looked at his pants. "Are there any other injuries?" Li Qing's face was pale, but a faint blush appeared. He tightly held his waistband with one hand. "No other injuries. What kind of person is this? Are women always so fierce?" Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes inwardly. "Why protect so desperately? Do you really think I want your pants?" If it were a young scholar, maybe she would. If the young scholar knew what she was thinking now, he would definitely scold her with a serious face. She looked like a pure, restrained young deity. It's getting dark. Are you healing in the cave or coming back with me?"
Hey.
No response. Lin Weiwei pushed the man in black.
Well.
He didn't faint earlier, but now he does? You can't just leave him in the mountains to be eaten by wolves. Even if Gray and the Wolf King wouldn't bother with him, there are other wild animals in the mountains. Saving people is the priority. Lin Weiwei resigned herself and carried him on her back. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already very dark. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and the moonlight was bright, illuminating the way down the mountain. When they were about to turn into the mountain path, a faint movement suddenly came from the roadside. Lin Weiwei stopped, thinking maybe the blood smell from the man in black attracted other wild animals. In the moonlight, a graceful figure like a bamboo shoot stepped forward under the moon. The mountain wind lifted his clothes, and his hair fluttered in the breeze. His flawless features looked like a fairy exiled under the moon, elegant and seemingly flying. "You're drooling." A weak male voice came from beside her. Lin Weiwei snorted. "Your life is almost gone, and you still have time to tease others? If you make me angry, believe it or not, I'll throw you on the ground." "Second sister, who are you talking to?" It turned out that not only the young scholar was waiting by the roadside. Lin Zian stepped out from the shadow of the trees. Lin Weiwei strode toward the young scholar, tilted her head playfully, and smiled. Young scholar, are you waiting for me? The moon tonight is so beautiful that it makes me think of a poem. The moon rises over the willow top. People meet after dusk. Jiang Mohan seemed not to hear her. His gaze swept past the face on her back. He paused. Li Qing? Why is it him? In his past life, Li Qing was saved by him. Under his guidance, he avenged his big revenge, and from then on became his loyal subordinate. In the end, he sacrificed himself for him, suffering countless arrows through his heart. By the way, it was probably about 2 days after in his past life. He endured a headache and found Li Qing on the roadside near Xiaozhong village. Li Qing was badly injured and close to death. His rescue was not just out of kindness, but also because he wanted to find a ready protector and enforcer for himself, who was weak and helpless. Later, he gained power and status. Li Qing trained a loyal secret guard for him. Kidnappings, assassinations, family exterminations. He had taken many lives but never complained. Li Qing often said he owed him a life. Ultimately, he repaid that debt with his own life. Thinking about it, Li Qing didn't owe him anything. Rather, he owed Li Qing a lot. When he was tied outside the palace gates and facing death, he reflected on his life. Li Qing was one of the few people he felt guilty about. At that moment, he thought, if there is an afterlife, he hopes Li Qing never met him. Unexpectedly, heaven heard his wish. This life, it was a stubborn girl who saved Li Qing. That's good too. Li Qing would repay kindness with gratitude. The stubborn girl was straightforward and careless, but kind and gentle inside. This time, Li Qing should stay away from trouble and live peacefully. Li Qing looked at Lin Weiwei, then at Jiang Mohan, and with a light cough, he said, So, it's the goddess's love, and the Prince of Xiang is unintentional. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll make sure you never speak again in this life. The dead don't speak, and Lin Weiwei regretted saving him a little. Lin Zian frowned and stared at Li Qing for a long time before asking Lin Weiwei, second sister, who is he? He doesn't look like a good person. Little brother, how can you judge a person by appearance? Li Qing, now a bit stronger, struggled to get down from Lin Weiwei's back. He was the young master of the Linghu sect, famous for his chivalry. How could he not be a good person? Lin Zian confidently said, You're dressed in night clothes, clearly involved in shady dealings. Your sword has blood on it. I bet it's human blood. You must have some legal trouble. You're badly injured, probably from fighting fiercely with someone. Li Qing covered his wound, staggering slightly. Little brother, you're mistaken. The black clothes don't necessarily mean night attire. The blood on my sword, how do you know it's not the blood of a villain? And the injuries could be from escaping under attack. Lin Zian was speechless. Lin Weiwei quickly intervened. Enough. Are you still not satisfied with your injuries? Stop arguing with the kid. Big brother, let's do a good deed today and help this guy down the mountain. Second sister, what if he's a bad person? Won't we be inviting trouble into our home? Although Lin Zian said this, she obediently helped Li Qing onto her arm. Li Qing leaned most of his weight on Lin Zian. How could a weak, delicate boy support a tall, strong man like him? Soon, they both tumbled into a nearby valley. Lin Zian quickly grabbed Li Qing's waistband with one hand and gently lifted him up. The young scholar nearby also took the chance to help Lin Zian. Li Qing, who was shorter and a girl, was lifted like a chicken chick, and his face darkened. Does he care about face? Jiang Mohan supported his arm and signaled Lin Zian to help the other side. Li Qing's expression improved a little. I didn't expect this young master to look cold and distant, but actually be kind-hearted. Thank you. Jiang Mohan glanced at him. In his previous life, Li Qing followed him and was very gloomy, even more silent than him. He didn't expect that now Li Qing might be quite talkative. Could it be that the girl saved a fake Li Qing, or that Li Qing's true nature was hidden? Since rebirth, he saw everyone as if they had been reborn. Could this be a side effect of rebirth? The villagers in the mountain village worked from sunrise to sunset. When they returned to the village, it was already dark. They didn't meet anyone along the way. Lin Weiwei didn't know Li Qing's background and was worried that enemies might follow clues to find them. So, she didn't keep him at her house but arranged for him in the empty courtyard of the neighboring Tian family. Well, maybe it wasn't much different. Dinner was cooked by Lin Danny. She hadn't learned Huang's cooking skills at all and was far behind Lin Weiwei. The food was just edible, but the taste, well, hard to describe. In her previous life, Lin Weiwei was just happy to fill her stomach and had no right to complain. She ate 2 large bowls of mixed noodles with salted vegetables. Seeing the young scholar only manage to eat 1 bowl and then put down his chopsticks, she asked in surprise, "That's all? Will you be full?" Jong Mo-hun watched her gobble up the noodles with a complicated look in his eyes. He said calmly, "Eat less tonight for health." Lin Weiwei nodded. After filling her stomach, she took a wild chicken from the cellar, prepared it, and started making soup, adding a few slices of ginseng. Jiang Mohan's lips curled slightly. What a good girl. She has a conscience. Knowing I wasn't full, she secretly prepared more food for me. At this moment, his mood became more complicated. This girl was deeply attached to him. How could he explain things clearly to her? While waiting for the chicken soup to be ready, Jong Mo-hun didn't return to his own courtyard after dinner. Instead, he pretended to help Lin Zian with his homework. The rich aroma spread through the yard. Jong Mo-hun guessed the chicken soup was almost done, patted Lin Zian to rest for a while. He sat confidently beside Lin Zian's desk, waiting for that tall figure to bring the chicken soup over. After waiting for a while, Lin Weiwei indeed came out of the kitchen carrying the chicken soup, but she didn't come this way. Instead, she left the yard. Jong Mo-hun couldn't sit still. He went outside and followed her. The girl was carrying his chicken soup to the neighboring yard to deliver it to a stranger they had rescued from the mountain. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to push the door, she noticed the movement, looked over, and asked, "Why did you come out? Is it for that person?" Jong Mo-hun asked knowingly. Lin Weiwei nodded. "He's badly hurt, lost a lot of blood. Saving people is risky, sending a Buddha to heaven. Sigh, I really am a kind little fairy. Being kind is good, but can she not be so shameless? Always trying to boast her looks, as if she's a fairy. It's getting late. You two are alone. Not suitable to stay inside together." "I'll go with you," Jong Mo-hun said calmly. 2 men and a woman. This seems even less appropriate. Lin Weiwei didn't dare say that aloud. The young scholar might get angry. She smiled sweetly and said, "You're so thoughtful. Then I'll trouble you." Her serious tone made Jong Mo-hun feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with her? Isn't she sick? Is she hiding something bad? Lying quietly on the kong, a traditional bed, Li Qing was lost in thought. Suddenly, his nose twitched. What a wonderful smell.
Whose chicken soup is this?
People still drink chicken soup these days? Their family must be quite wealthy. Aren't they afraid of being targeted when disasters come? Is he dead? Lin Weiwei's voice came in. If not, get up and drink the chicken soup. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Who is this girl? She's kind-hearted but not afraid to speak her mind. Be careful, she won't find a husband later. Wait, what did she just say? Drink chicken soup? Could it be that the soup was specially made for him? He retracted all the bad things he just said about her. This girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. She'll surely marry a good husband in the future. Lin Weiwei placed the chicken soup on the bedside table and reached out to check his forehead temperature. I haven't touched it yet, but I was pushed back. A slender hand replaced hers, covering Li Qing's forehead. You're not running a fever. Jiang and Mo-hun nodded slightly at Lin Weiwei, then said to Li Qing, "Can you sit up? Do you need me to feed you?" Li Qing, holding her wound, sat up and took the chicken soup from Lin Weiwei's fingers. She blew on it carefully and sipped it slowly. Heroes in the martial world are not as delicate as you gentle scholars.
Huh?
There's ginseng in the soup? Li Qing couldn't hide her surprise. This girl is so honest. She's so sincere to a stranger, not only killing a chicken but also adding ginseng to the soup. That ginseng must be quite old and expensive. She owes a big favor. Lin Weiwei squinted her moon-shaped eyes and smiled warmly. The wild chicken was caught in the woods, and the ginseng was dug from the mountains. It's not worth much. Of course, if you insist on thanking me, I'll reluctantly accept. After all, the hardest part is the favor, isn't it? The leftover soup was from when she prepared medicine for her mother. She still had a ginseng root over 500 years old, kept for future needs. However, the ginseng used was at least 60 or 70 years old, plus the spiritual spring water, enough to nourish the body. The person's vitality is strong. They won't die easily for a while. Li Qing finished every drop of the chicken soup. Who made the soup was skilled. It was very tasty. The medicinal flavor of the ginseng blended perfectly into the soup, not awkward at all, but adding a special taste. Seeing her finish the soup, Lin Weiwei shook the medicine bottle in her hand. Your wound needs reapplying medicine. Go out. I'll do it. Jiang Mo Han took the bottle from her hand and signaled her to leave with his eyes. Fine, she thought, going out. She's seen enough of men's figures. He's quite well built. Jiang Mo Han unbuttoned Li Qing's shirt and washed off the herbs on her wound. Just like in her past life, the injury was near her heart. But in her previous life, when she saved him, the wound was already rotting, and he had a high fever. He almost didn't make it. He sprinkled medicine on the wound, realizing that the medicine he had was left over from when he injured his head. It wasn't much, and Li Qing's wound was deep and large, so he poured all the remaining powder on it. Neither of them was very talkative. Without Lin Weiwei chattering, the whole process of changing and bandaging the wound was like a silent play, with no conversation.
Is it done?
I'm coming in now. It seems Lin Weiwei is quite punctual. Just after Li Qing's wound was bandaged, she was quietly murmuring in the yard. She placed a jar on the table within easy reach of Li Qing and said, "This is hot water. If you're thirsty at night, you can drink it. Rest early." Then she turned to Jiang Mohan and said, "You didn't eat much noodles at dinner, and there's chicken soup in the pot. I'll serve you a small bowl of wontons." Jiang Mohan was waiting for this. Lin's cooking skills are really hard to swallow, and he wondered how he managed to eat that half bowl of mixed noodles. Truly, luxury makes it hard to return to simplicity. Lin Weiwei cut a piece of pork into filling, took a ladle of white flour to make dough, let it rest for a while, then rolled it into thin sheets. Second sister. Lin Xian heard the noise, got up from the Kong, and walked to the kitchen door. Sure enough, Jiang Tongsheng was inside. Her heart was really biased towards her younger sister. She hadn't eaten much at night either. Why only prepare a special dish for Jiang Tongsheng? I'm not asleep yet. Studying is hard. The midnight snack is almost ready. Come and have a bowl of pork-filled wontons. Lin Weiwei scooped out the wontons from the pot and placed them into a bowl with chicken soup. Second sister, there's me too. A small head peeked out from the kitchen door. Little second child, wearing only shorts and a red embroidered apron with a pattern of 5 poisonous insects, grinned at her. Lin Weiwei smiled and shook her head, saying, "Big brother, go deliver a bowl to Mom. I wonder if Aunt Feng has slept. Little scholar, you take a bowl to Aunt Feng." Fortunately, she had made enough filling, so each person got a bowl, with some leftovers. On the Kong, Lin Danny, pretending to sleep, smelled the fragrant chicken soup and wontons, her nails almost bleeding as she clenched her palms. Everyone else had their share, but she was left out. Lin Ernie. Only you. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Weiwei carried the last bowl, pushed aside the big girl with messy hair, and said, "Stop pretending. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it away."
Who spoils you?
"If you don't go out to eat, someone has to bring it in for you." Danny couldn't hold it anymore. She got up, lowered her head, took the wonton, and started eating without raising her head. Turns out, her second sister hadn't forgotten her after all. She was overthinking. But if she had to ask big brother and second brother for food in the kitchen like a shameless person, she really couldn't do it. When second sister was still naive, she didn't like her and wished she wasn't a burden to them. Now that she's no longer naive and is becoming more capable, she increasingly doesn't know how to feel about her. "Remember to wash the dishes after eating." Lin Weiwei turned to her and said, "Good night, then spoke to Mrs. Huang. Mom, rest early. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Mushroom chicken porridge with 3 kinds of steamed buns. How about that? Anything is fine. Keep it simple. I worked late into the night today, so I want to sleep in tomorrow. Mrs. Huang felt sorry for her daughter. The family's business makes money, but it's busy, especially for the second daughter, who has no free time all day. Look, the chubby little girl has now become quite thin. Okay, Mom. Good night. Lin Weiwei hugged Mrs. Huang and gave her a sweet smile. Big sister Lin got off the bed with a bowl in her hand, muttering softly, "You're already so grown up, and still want Mom to carry you? Do you think you're still a little kid?" The second little girl nearby defended herself. "I stopped letting Mom carry me a long time ago." Sister is shy, acting cute with Mom, just like a little kid. Mrs. Huang pinched her little one's nose and said with a smile, "Tomorrow I'll tell your sister what you said. Maybe she'll make you some snacks to eat." The second little girl quickly begged, "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken badly about sister behind her back. Don't tell her, I won't do it again." Back in the West Wing, Lin Weiwei heard laughter from the main room and smiled genuinely. It's so nice to feel at home. Walking into the kitchen, Lin Danny felt unhappy. She looked at the messy pots and bowls on the stove, and her small feelings of warmth instantly disappeared. "Lin Danny, this is for you." Giving her a bowl of wontons was probably just to make her wash the dishes, right? The sun finally cooled down from the summer heat, and the mountain breeze became refreshing. On Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Weiwei gave her aunt and sister-in-law a day off to help around the house. Early in the morning, she started working busy. Second sister, will you make mooncakes with red bean paste today?" Little second girl kept circling around Lin Weiwei like a clingy puppy. Lin Weiwei dabbed a little flour on her nose and smiled. "Yes, with 5 nuts, red bean paste, jujube paste. All kinds." She was making mooncakes under the persimmon tree, wearing a long moon-white dress. Jiang and Mo Han sat nearby, holding a book. Watching her put mooncakes into the oven, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He kept glancing around her line of sight, subtly reminding her, "Did you forget something? Little scholar, stand to the side. Don't get your new clothes dirty." The little scholar looked very handsome in his moon-white clothes. If he wore women's clothes, he would be even more dazzling than a fairy under the moon. But she thought, wearing white, he must look even more ethereal. Jiang and Mo Han sat back down under the tree, looking a bit unhappy. What happened? On such a festive day, who made our young master angry? Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Be happy, don't keep a serious face. I'll make you some snowskin mooncakes. Lin Weiwei comforted the delicate young scholar in a soothing tone, like calming a little child. The coldness around Jiang and Mo Han seemed to lessen a bit. Could the problem be with the snowskin mooncakes? Young scholar, what filling do you like? Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered her promise to make him snowskin mooncakes and not sell the recipe to Lord Ning. Sure enough, when the young scholar is in a bad mood, it's probably because of herself. Saw the any kind. Jiang and Mo Han finally looked at the book in his hand, a nice smile appearing on his face, clearly in a good mood. Men's hearts are like deep waters. Lin Weiwei, while making the snowskin, said, "Then I'll make red bean, pork floss, black sesame, and ham fillings.
Some salty, some sweet.
There's bound to be one you like." Jiang and Mo Han's smile grew more obvious. Lin Weiwei focused on making the snowskin. She mixed glutinous rice flour, sticky rice flour, and wheat starch in certain proportions, kneaded them with goat milk, steamed the mixture, then cooled it in the cellar with ice cubes. Little second kid asked confusedly, "Aren't we making mooncakes? Why is there a pot of batter?" Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "That batter is the snowskin." Huang, who was helping with the fillings, laughed and said to little second kid, "She knows what she's doing. You, don't cause trouble." After working most of the day, the fragrant flaky mooncakes finally came out of the oven. Each with one of the 4 fillings, wrapped in oil paper and delivered to the helpers at home, Auntie Ho-Hot, and Sister Soa. Besides mooncakes, each family also received a gene of wild boar meat. Festivals should have some meat, after all. Lu Yizi's family received double portions, one for Lu Yizi and another as a festival gift from Da Nir to Lu Yizi's mother. The pork was about 2 jin. Thinking for a moment, Lin Weiwei packed another festival gift, 2 jin of mooncakes, 8 pieces, and 2 jin of pork, and asked Lin Ziyan to deliver it to Dr. Liang. Dr. Liang's medical skills are quite good, and Huang's health improved thanks to his prescriptions. When their family was in hard times, they owed him quite a bit for medicine, but he never pressured them. After delivering the gifts to families they were close to, Lin Weiwei took the cooled snowskin from the cellar and started making mooncakes again. Lin Weiwei felt a bit nervous. She had only tried making this once before, and she failed. She couldn't guarantee she wouldn't make a mistake this time either. She spread a layer of peanut oil on her hands and the cutting board. She took some of the rice flour dough, pressed it flat on the board, and wrapped it around red bean paste. She squeezed the edges with her thumb and forefinger, slowly sealing it. After sealing tightly, she rolled it into a small ball and placed it into a mold her little helper carved for her. When removing the mooncake from the mold, she held her breath and gently tapped the mold. The smooth, white mooncake slowly slid out and landed on a plate.
Wow.
So beautiful. It looks like a pure white flower. Suddenly, 3 heads appeared beside her. The smallest belonged to little second boy, who exaggerated his praise enthusiastically. Lin Zian's compliment was more elegant, pure as jade, clear and translucent, like flawless ice in winter. No wonder it's called snow skin mooncake. Although the little helper didn't say anything, his eyes showed his satisfaction and admiration. Feeling more confident, Lin Weiwei made mooncakes with black sesame filling, pork floss filling, and ham filling. The pork floss was made the day before from wild boar meat, with just the right balance of salty and sweet, very tasty. Little second boy liked to sprinkle pork floss on plain porridge, enough to drink 2 bowls. He wasn't afraid of filling his belly. One black sesame mooncake wasn't quite right in shape. Lin Weiwei broke it into 4 pieces. She handed the first piece to the little helper and then popped one into her mouth, sweet, fragrant, and delicious. The remaining 2 pieces were quickly snatched away by little second boy. Lin Zian grabbed him by the collar. "You little rascal, when did you learn to eat alone?" "I didn't eat alone. The other piece was for Mom to try." Little second boy struggled, and the 2 mooncakes in his hand were squished into a messy shape, unrecognizable. Seeing this, Lin Zian let go and crouched beside her second sister, watching over her. "Second sister, can we eat now? Do we need to bake them again?" The outside rice skin and the filling inside are already cooked. After removing from the mold, they can be eaten directly, Lin Weiwei said, becoming more skilled. Soon, the cutting board was filled with beautiful white mooncake flowers. Lin Zian asked again then, "If we just wrap the filling in the rice skin without using a mold to shape it, would it still be edible?"
Of course it would.
Lin Weiwei handed him a freshly wrapped ball. "The taste is the same. But, you see, color, aroma, and flavor. Missing any one of these makes it imperfect. Since it's a festival today, everything should be perfect and beautiful." Lin Zian looked at the beautiful, white, flower-shaped mooncake on the cutting board and then at the round object in her hand. She felt no appetite at all. She picked up the mold her second sister had put down, but it made a crooked, misshapen flower that even revealed its flaws, which caused Xiao Erwa to laugh mercilessly. Lin Weiwei counted and found there were 20 snowskin mooncakes. She carried them to the cellar. "These taste better when kept cold." Second sister, Xiao Erwa is the best. Today, he cut 2 baskets of rabbit grass and caught bugs to feed the chicks. Shouldn't he be rewarded with a snowskin mooncake? Xiao Erwa, with his short legs, eagerly followed behind Lin Weiwei like a little tail. Lin Weiwei turned her head and glanced at Jiang Mofin. Jiang Mofin quickly looked away and pretended to read his book. Lin Weiwei smiled slightly and said to Xiao Erwa, "If you want to eat a snowskin mooncake, you should ask Brother Mofin. I promised these to him a long time ago." Although Jiang Mofin still looked at his book, his brow relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This girl actually remembered what she said. He thought she was just saying it to comfort him. Xiao Erwa looked at Jiang Mofin and then at his sister, pouting his lips like a little pig. They're right. Second sister is almost part of the Jiang family now. When she sees good things, the first person she thinks of is Brother Mofin. Lin Zian frowned and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone is spreading dirt on second sister, and you don't scold them back? Instead, you tell second sister about it at home. Second sister has spoiled you. Big brother, don't you think second sister is too good to Mofin? She treats him better than us, her brothers. We're her brothers, after all, her real family. Xiao Erwa pouted his lips like a little pig. Lin Weiwei sighed, looking conflicted and hesitant. Finally, she seemed to make a decision, clenched her teeth, and said, "It's time to tell you the truth, actually. You're not our mother's biological child. You were found on the run when our family was fleeing. You were so weak like a sick kitten and couldn't even cry. Mother's soft heart made her take you in." Xiao Erwa's mouth slowly opened wider, and his eyes turned red like a little rabbit, tears gathering inside. Second sister, you're lying. I'm your real brother, not found. I didn't lie to you. Lin Weiwei saw Mrs. Huang come in through the door. If you don't believe it, ask Mom. Mom, Xiao Erwa wants to know how he came here. Mrs. Huang smiled gently, like most mothers do, and gave the usual answer. How else could he have come? It was picked up by the roadside. Wow, now he really hit a hornet's nest. Little second child opened his mouth wide, showing his tiny tongue inside his throat, crying loudly, I didn't pick it up. I am the biological child. I don't believe it. Boo-hoo, wow, Mrs. Huang was startled and looked at her son and daughter. What's wrong? Mother, I'm not your biological child. Then, whose child am I? Little second child sobbed loudly, still eager to find out the truth. Lin Weiwei put the mooncake into the cellar. Just as she came out, she heard this and casually said, Did you hear? It was picked up from the roadside. Who knows who threw it away? During the escape, many children were abandoned. Our mother is kind-hearted and can't bear to see your life be wasted on the road. Little second child rubbed his eyes, sniffling as he looked at Lin Weiwei. Second sister, maybe you were also abandoned by your family and picked up by our mother? They all say you look more like big sister and big brother than me.
Oh.
Now you're looking for allies? So? You want me to be also picked up so you can feel better? Lin Weiwei started preparing dinner ingredients. Little second child sniffed again. Second sister, we both were picked up. We are. Kindred spirits. When I grow up, I will treat you well. Please be nice to me now, Wah. We're both poor kids no one wants. The little boy felt more and more sad and started crying loudly again. Mrs. Huang couldn't help but laugh and cry. She hugged the little boy. Silly boy, do you believe everything others say? You are all my children, no matter what. Tears welled up in little second child's big eyes. But second sister said I was picked up, and so did mother. You're not others. Mother and second sister are just joking with you. Mrs. Huang wiped the dirt off her son's face with a handkerchief. The little fool believes everything. Lin Zian pointed to his head and smiled. During the escape, second sister was like that too. How would she know you were picked up? Little second, you should think before you act. Little second child blinked. Right. Second sister is silly. If she were to be abandoned, it should have been her. I am so adorable, smart, and capable. Any family with a son like me would cherish me. How could they be willing to abandon me? Second sister, I think. If anyone in our family was picked up, it must be you. You eat a lot and your mind isn't clear. Your parents disliked you and abandoned you. Our kind-hearted mother picked you up. Mrs. Huang patted his bottom. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Weiwei sighed sadly and choked out. You found out. Yes, I was adopted. Aunt Feng, would you be willing to take in this lonely little girl who has no one to care for her? Aunt Feng, who had just come in from outside, was surprised at first but quickly responded, Of course. Lin Weiwei said to little second boy, Since I was adopted, I won't be a burden to the family. I will go serve Aunt Feng as her daughter. From now on, I won't be your second sister anymore. She then covered her face and cried sadly. Little second boy tilted his head and looked at her.
Are you
Going to be a child bride for brother Emohan? Mom, what's a child bride? Go away.
Who's a child bride?
Little scholar isn't even married. If he waved, plenty of girls would be happy to be his wife. He doesn't need to adopt a child bride, Lin Weiwei said, holding up the fish she had packed. I'm now Aunt Feng's daughter. Mom, I'm going home to cook. Aunt Feng, joking, said, go ahead, don't get tired. Mom will feel sad for you. Lin Weiwei glanced at little second boy and deliberately said, from now on, I will only cook for Mom and brother Emo Han. Because they don't mind that I'm silly and they didn't mind that I was adopted. Little second boy grabbed her sleeve and, with bright rabbit-like eyes, said, Second sister, I didn't dislike you. You're not adopted. Who would bring home a fool to be a burden? You must be Mom's own child. Before, Mom wouldn't even eat much, saving food just for you, making you chubby and healthy. You're saying I didn't dislike you? That I'm silly and fat? Our sister-brother bond ends today. Today, I will enjoy this squirrel fish all by myself, Lin Weiwei said angrily. Aunt Feng, helping to wash vegetables, smiled and said, Aunt Feng doesn't dislike you. From now on, you'll be part of our family. Come on, let's go home together. Little second boy tightly hugged Lin Weiwei's leg. Second sister, don't go. I apologize and promise I won't say those things again. Second sister, you're not fat at all. You're beautiful. You're the smartest person in our family, even better than Big Brother. Lin Xian, who was caught in the crossfire, remained silent. Lin Weiwei gently struggled, and little second boy held on even tighter. She smiled and patted his head. Holding onto my leg, how can I cook? Or are you planning to let Sister Did do the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner tonight? Little second boy, looking terrified, quickly let go. No, I won't let Sister Did do it. If she does, we won't have a good festival. In the kitchen, Lin Danny is lighting a fire. She holds a fire-starting stick, stands at the door of the kitchen, with one hand on her hip, and points at Xiao Erwa, saying, You ungrateful little. Wasn't I the one cooking in the house before?
I didn't see you die from that.
Look at you, so useless, only good at praising others' stinky feet. Big sister, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. You need to recognize yourself first, highlight your strengths, and avoid your weaknesses, so maybe you shouldn't cook anymore. It's a waste of food. Xiao Erwa sticks out her tongue and makes a face at her. Lin Weiwei laughs loudly. If that's the case, then you, big sister, don't have to do anything in the future. Whatever you do, it just exposes your flaws. Lin.
Neat.
Have you laughed enough? Lin Danny searches her mind for a long time, but can't find what she's good at. Does this mean she's truly useless?
No.
She can't let Lin Ernier lead her astray. She also contributes to the family. Besides learning to weave at Lu's house, she spends the other half of her day doing laundry, sweeping, gathering rabbit grass, helping make dried fruit and meat jerky. She's never idle. When Ernier was foolish, she was the one handling everything inside and outside the house.
But
now, compared to Ernier, what she does seems insignificant. Once she learns to weave more cloth to help with household expenses, her family won't always praise Ernier. In the past, Ernier was not only a burden to the family, but also caused trouble for her marriage. Now, Ernier makes her look useless. This girl was born to be her rival. Laughing and chatting, dinner is ready. When the dishes are set on the table, Xiao Erwa takes a deep breath of the delicious aroma, looking enchanted. So much good food. Not even during New Year do we have this many dishes. Exactly. Huang Shi looks at the table full of delicacies, braised pork, squirrel mandarin fish, wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, cumin deer meat. Many dishes she's never even heard of, let alone tasted. When the man was still around, during festivals, they only bought a pound of meat, and the whole family was satisfied. Husband, do you see? The family is doing well, don't worry. This is the first festival I've celebrated soberly since I woke up. Lin Weiwei raises her homemade grape wine. Our dried fruit and jerky business is getting steadier. The house at the dock is almost finished, and our days are getting better and better. They will only get better in the future. For now, and for the future, let's toast together. Everyone raises their cups. Xiao Erwa's cup contains juice squeezed by Lin Weiwei herself, and her small voice is especially clear. Cheers. Lady Feng raised a glass of sweet grape wine, smiling gently and lively. This one, I must toast to Xiao Wei. 3 months ago, honor was hit on the head, my embroidery was rejected, and I don't have many skills. It looked like my daughter and I would have to survive on nothing. Lin Weiwei joked happily. Aunt Feng, you're wrong. Where does the northwest wind come from in May? Yes. If Xiao Wei hadn't helped me make dried fruit, we wouldn't even have the northwest wind to drink. Every day, Xiao Wei finds new ways to make delicious food for us. Thanks to her, Honor and I are in good health. It's all because of Xiao Wei. She looked down at Mrs. Huang and said with a smile, those jokes just now, I didn't mean them as jokes. I really want to bring Xiao Wei home and hide her away as my daughter. My second sister belongs to me. No one can take her away. Little second baby put down his chopsticks, clutching his sister's hand tightly, afraid someone might hurt her. Lady Feng chuckled softly, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Sister-in-law, raising a child alone isn't easy. Honor is talented and doesn't require me to worry about his studies, but his personality back then. I was really worried he'd become more lonely and proud. Being too strong can break easily. Luckily, Xiao Wei has tempered his temper, and now I can finally relax. Jiang Mo Han's eyebrows twitched. His change of personality is because he's lived again and sees things clearly, right? How does this connect to that bratty girl? Our good days are thanks to Xiao Wei. Lin Weiwei quickly stood up, holding her wine cup nervously. Aunt Feng, don't say that. Your good days are earned by your hard work. Even I have benefited. Without your skill in making dried fruit, those mountain fruits would still be hanging on the trees, feeding the birds. Xiao Wei, stop flattering me. I know my own heart. You can make jam, bake delicious pastries, and also make simple dried fruit? Enough said, everything speaks for itself. Lady Feng cheerfully drank her wine and praised, good wine. Even more mellow than the tribute wine from the western regions.
Wow.
Aunt Feng has tasted the tribute wine from the western regions? Lin Weiwei looked amazed. Lady Feng waved her hand and smiled. The tribute wine isn't something small folks like us can drink. Just seeing it from afar and smelling it is a luxury. This is just a simple wine, but once the wines in the cellar are ready, their quality will be better than this. Lin Weiwei took a sip of her drink. It's just grape juice with a hint of wine, far from real brewed wine. Madame Feng smiled and said, since Lin Weiwei didn't seem to take credit, she wouldn't mention it again. Then Aunt Feng will look forward to tasting the fine wine from your cellar. By the way, do you plan to brew and sell this wine yourself, or sell the recipe? Lin Weiwei smiled and replied, no rush. I'll wait until I figure out how to preserve the wine long term. Our family isn't short of silver now. Mrs. Huang nodded along, feeling exhausted herself and not wanting her daughter to repeat her mistakes. Heir and I is busy every day, and earning enough silver is hard. Counting the silver she has, it's enough for her eldest son's exams next year. Jiang Mo Han lowered his eyes and took a sip of wine. The brewing technique for this wine only entered the Central Plains from the western regions 30 years later. The Ning family became the richest in the capital thanks to this fine wine.
Could it be?
This stubborn girl is from the Ning family? No. Ning's business never involved women. Could Lin Weiwei actually be a man reborn? That doesn't make sense either. Gentlemen avoid the kitchen, so if she were from the Ning family, how could she have good cooking skills and make some rare desserts? Her background is even more mysterious. No matter who she is, for now, she doesn't seem to have much impact on his family or his future. Let's watch and see. With her around, she won't cause any trouble. Watching both families gather together, lively and celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Mo Han felt a bit dizzy. Last year at this time, he was barely holding himself up, mourning his mother after her funeral, lying alone in bed. The neighboring Lin family had just held their funeral too. Lin Zian had dropped out of school, and the siblings were full of uncertainty about the future. Through the mist of food and laughter, this scene felt so unreal. Was his previous life just a dream, or was he currently still dreaming? Suddenly, he saw Lin Weiwei slap her head, pick some dishes from each plate, serve a bowl of soup, and wrap some mooncakes to take away. He instinctively stood up and silently followed her. Lin Weiwei pushed open the door to the room where Li Qing was staying. Li Qing, half leaning on his pillow, weakly said, "If I didn't know better, I'd think you hate me. You think it's too easy for me to die, so you saved me just to starve me again? Sorry. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I was busy preparing for the celebration and forgot about you. Are you hungry? First, have some soup." Lin Weiwei put down the soup and vegetables. When she turned around to serve rice again, a bowl filled with white rice was placed beside her hand. Lin Weiwei looked at the young scholar with a sweet smile, her eyes curved happily. However, Li Qing's gaze was fixed intently on her, as if he was looking through her at someone else. "Can you eat by yourself?
Take your time.
I'll come to clear the dishes later." Lin Weiwei turned back and said to Jiang Mohan, "Let's go. Mother and Aunt Feng are waiting for us." Jiang Mohan watched Lin Weiwei's lively back, deliberately slowing his steps. After she left the door, he looked back at Li Qing and asked, "Are you from the Lingyang Li family?" Li Qing, who was lazily half lying down, suddenly crushed the mooncake in his hand into crumbs. His sharp eyes locked onto Jiang Mohan, and his right hand reached for the sword beside his pillow. He tried to act nonchalant and said casually, "The Lingyang Li family has been gone for a long time. Why would you think that? Just because I have the surname Li?" Jiang Mohan's expression was calm as he replied, "The Lingyang Li family is known for their righteousness and heroism, famous throughout the north. Heaven is blind. 12 years ago, one night, the entire family was wiped out in a fire that burned for 3 days. It's tragic that dozens of members of the Li family ended up as nothing but bones." Li Qing clenched his fists tightly but still pretended to be unbothered, sighing, "Yes, heaven is blind. Good people don't always get good rewards. I heard that a little girl from the Li family, just over 2 years old, secretly slipped out with her brothers a few days before the family was destroyed and was kidnapped. It seems the Li family still has descendants. If you think about it carefully, that little girl from the Li family is about the same age as Lin's second daughter." Jiang Mohan seemed to casually glance at Li Qing's expression. Li Qing suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly at Jiang Mohan, asking sharply, "Jiang Tongsheng, you seem to know a lot about the martial world stories. What do you mean by all this?" Jiang Mohan appeared not to notice his suspicion and continued, "Rumor has it that the Li family was wiped out by enemies who surrounded them, or that they blocked someone's path and were slaughtered. Unfortunately, only one fragile woman from the Li family is left, unaware of her own origins. Will the Li family ever get revenge for such a great wrong? What does this have to do with Jiang Tongsheng? I'm very curious. How does a scholar like you care so much about martial world affairs? Looking at your age, you don't seem to be connected to the Li family's destruction.
Could it be
that Jiang Tongsheng is related to the Li family?" Li Qing looked him up and down, surprised that their family had such striking relatives. Jiang Mo Han continued, "In the 86th year of the Qingli era of the previous dynasty, a major child trafficking case was uncovered in Zhongzhou Prefecture, rescuing a total of 46 boys and girls. Of these, 32 were taken back by their families, while the remaining 14 children, either because they were too young or for other reasons, could not find their biological parents." Despite the sharp pain from his chest wound, Li Qing sat upright and asked urgently, "What happened to those children? How were they taken care of?" "Some were adopted, but most were sent to the Child Welfare Bureau." Jiang Mo Han looked at Li Qing's anxious face. He still couldn't hide his emotions now, unlike in his previous life, when he always kept a serious, emotionless face around him. "Little scholar, what are you hesitating for? If you don't come back soon, all the dishes you like will be eaten by us. You'll only be able to lick the bottom of the plate." Lin Weiwei's voice came from the next room. After Jiang Mo Han left, Li Qing leaned back weakly against the pillow. In recent years, the northern region was plagued by war, with people displaced and only a few surviving. Even strong, capable men often didn't survive the chaos, let alone the children from the child welfare home. My little sister. That round, adorable, cheerful girl. It was his negligence that caused her to go missing. Although his parents didn't blame him, he begged to kneel at the ancestral hall and copy scriptures, hoping ancestors and Buddha would help find his sister. But his sister was never found, and the family faced a great upheaval. On the day their family was wiped out, he was kneeling in the ancestral hall and fell asleep from exhaustion. He didn't know when he rolled under the offering table, but by some miracle, the ancestors protected him and he escaped. He was awakened in the middle of the night by the cold, rubbed his eyes, and crawled out from under the table, only to be surrounded by a strong smell of blood. Outside the hall, there were corpses everywhere, blood staining the ground. The Leaf family had 17 members, 50 disciples, and over 100 servants. All lost in one night. A few days ago, his eldest brother had beaten him harshly because he sneaked out and lost his sister by not closing the door properly. His second sister was about to get married next month, waiting to be a happy bride. His caring mother silently shed tears over her lost daughter, but couldn't bring herself to blame him. His father, wounded by multiple stab wounds, protected his wife and children even at the cost of his life. The eldest and second senior sisters, even the new disciple who had just joined and was eager to become a senior brother, all gone. The joyful courtyard of the past was now silent, stained with blood and death. The fire was his doing, because he didn't know who his enemies were or if they were still nearby. It's not that he's afraid of death. He wants to keep this worthless life to find out who murdered his parents, older brother, sister, and fellow disciples, and to avenge them. From the messy state of the study and the parents' bedroom, which looked like it had been robbed, it seems not to be about seeking revenge. But what does the Leaf family have that others might covet? He couldn't bring himself to hide his family's belongings and worried that the villains hadn't found what they wanted. Frustrated, he set fire to destroy everything belonging to the Leaf family. Over the years, he trained hard and secretly investigated the truth behind the family's downfall. After 12 years, he finally uncovered some clues. Sadly, his enemies were very powerful, surrounded by many skilled fighters. He failed to assassinate them and almost lost his life. If he hadn't met that cheerful little girl, he might have already. He now knows who his enemies are and unexpectedly received news about his sister. As long as the mountains remain, there will be firewood. His top priority now is to heal his wounds and plan his next move. Li Qing quickly poured all the food and soup into his bowl, trying to eat. These 5-nut mooncakes taste just like the ones his mother made herself. For over 10 years, he could only taste this familiar flavor in his dreams. As he ate, tears streamed down his face. The little girl next door said she made them herself. She has big, smiling eyes like his sister. When she's not smiling, her eyes are round and very dark, and when she smiles, they turn into adorable little crescent moons. He secretly gave his sister a nickname, Little Crescent Moon. He wondered if he should ask if the girl was his real sister or if she'd get into trouble. Suddenly, loud knocking came from outside. Li Qing quickly grabbed his sword, forced himself to get off the bed, and hid behind the door. The little girl said the residents here had moved to the town and everyone knew this house was empty.
So,
The person knocking definitely wasn't from the village. Li Qing heard the door open next door, and the girl's sweet voice rang out. "Big brother general, who are you looking for?" "Grandma Tian from next door has moved to the town. If you're looking for them, you can go to Ning's shop in the town. Uncle Tian is the shopkeeper there." The person knocking was a young general. He looked at the locked door, then mistakenly approached the Lin family's door, holding a portrait of a masked man dressed in black, and loudly announced, "This person is a notorious river pirate, guilty of many crimes and blood debts. We chased him into the nearby mountains, worried that he might come out and cause trouble. Have you seen any suspicious people around the past few days?" Lin Weiwei carefully looked at the portrait. Such thick eyebrows and fierce eyes, but it didn't look like him at all. No wonder ancient detective work was so difficult. There must have been many wrongful accusations. She shook her head and said, "I haven't seen any strangers entering the village. Recently, Wolves have been spotted near our village. Our home is at the village entrance, and there are no adult men there. Maybe the general could ask around in the village? Who is it? A clear, gentle voice came from behind. Lin Weiwei turned to the young scholar and said, "It's the officer hunting the bandits. You must not go into the mountains to read books to avoid trouble. If you meet them, you, a gentle scholar with no strength, might get hurt or worse." The young general looked at Jiang Mohan briefly, then turned his gaze away and looked at the family having dinner in the courtyard. Besides a teenage boy and a small child, everyone else was a woman. Her suspicion grew. If you have any news about the thief, report it to the Zhongzhou Prefecture's loyal marquee house. If they catch the thief, there's a reward of 200 taels of silver.
Wow.
200 taels. Look at you, studying so hard. After all these years, you're still just a student. Practicing martial arts is better. It's good for your health, protects your family, and in critical moments, you can help catch thieves and earn that reward. Sigh, a scholar is truly useless. Lin Weiwei's eyes gleamed with greed, mixed with a bit of disdain. The young general showed a look of disdain, put away the portrait, and led his men toward the village. Lin Weiwei pouted and closed the door again. Jiang Mohan beside her said, "If you turn him in, there's a reward of 200 taels. 200 taels? That's a lot. It's just like a small snack recipe." Lin Weiwei proudly lifted her chin. "Am I someone who only cares about money?" Jiang Mohan added, "Aren't you afraid he's really a ruthless bandit? I can tell good from bad."
"I'm not blind," she replied.
"A murderer with bloody hands can't possibly have honest eyes." Jiang Mohan sat down slowly at the dining table and said, "Not all bad people show their true nature on their faces. Be cautious and don't trust others easily." "Got it, nagging guy." Lin Weiwei took a piece of crispy, tender fish with a sweet and sour taste and put it in her mouth. It was delicious. Jiang Mohan took a bite of the dish and asked, "Is this squirrel fish from Su Cuisine?" Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes and innocently said, "I don't know either. I found it by chance in a bookstore in town. I'm really talented. I made it so perfect on my first try. Big brother, because of you, the world is missing a great chef. That's a huge loss." Lin Zian looked up from his food and asked confusedly, "Me? Why, because of me. Originally, I wanted to open a restaurant at the dock. The braised pork, squirrel fish, and the boiled fish and braised hem you ate before, they would be perfect signature dishes. Plus, with all kinds of delicate snacks, our restaurant would definitely become famous. But unfortunately, since you're taking the imperial exams, my plan and dream are now ruined. All those good recipes are wasted," Lin Weiwei said regretfully. "Why do you say wasted? You can cook for your family," Lin Zian disagreed. "Plus, being a chef is so tiring. Washing and cleaning in the kitchen all day, you'll probably turn into a yellow-faced woman in no time." At this, he glanced at Jiang Mohan and continued, "Second sister, you're a good cook. You won't have trouble finding a husband in the future. Didn't you say? To win someone's heart, you first need to win their stomach." Hearing this, Jiang Mohan gave Lin Weiwei a faint look and then focused on enjoying her food. Lin Weiwei chuckled and said, "Of course I won't worry about finding a husband. When my brother passes the imperial exam next year, as his older sister, I won't have to worry about marriage. I cook depending on my mood, sometimes to make a lot of money, sometimes to cook for someone I like." Little Second Baby raised his tiny paw and asked, "Second sister, is Little Second Baby the person you like?" "Of course. Little Second Baby is so cute, sensible, and capable. Who wouldn't like him?" Lin Weiwei kissed the chubby cheek of the little guy, leaving a ring of oil. Little Second Baby looked very happy. His big eyes scanned the table and then asked, Second sister, is Brother Mohan also someone you like?" "Yes," Lin Weiwei answered confidently, without hesitation or shyness. "The little scholar is so handsome, and his face, it's breathtaking and tear-jerking. Who wouldn't like him?" The next moment, her hand was tapped by chopsticks. "Don't use idioms randomly. Fong auntie, look. The little scholar is bullying me." Lin Weiwei raised her hand, which left no marks, and complained to Madame Fong. Madame Fong raised her hand high and gently brought it down. I'll help you get back at him. Jiang and Mohan was patted a few times on the shoulder. Although the force was gentle enough to dust off a child's clothes, he wanted to say, who is really the biological one? Ahem. All right. Neither of us. After dinner, the family was enjoying the moon and eating mooncakes in the yard. They saw Lin Weiwei set up a ladder against the wall near Tian's house, climbing up like a monkey. She sat on top of the wall, pulled the ladder up, placed it on the other side, and jumped into Tian's yard. Hearing the noise, Li Qing, who was watching through in the window, teased her. Wow. With skills like that, you must often climb over walls. Who knew Miss Lin had this hobby? Lin Weiwei packed the dishes into a basket, shot him a sharp look, and said, the great bandit has no right to criticize others. Tell me, how did you offend those officials? Attempted to assassinate the Marquis and failed. Are you afraid? Li Qing's smile faded, leaving only deep resentment. What am I afraid of? Those officials aren't after me. After putting away the dishes, she left a pot of water for him and didn't bother with pointless chatter, climbing back over the wall the same way she came. Little Second Duck was squatting under the ladder, looking confused. Second sister, why didn't you go through the door? Are you afraid the officials who knocked earlier saw? Second sister accidentally lost the key to the neighbor's door lock. We haven't done anything illegal or wrong, so what are we afraid of? Kids shouldn't talk nonsense, understand? Lin Weiwei pinched his nose. Jiang and Mohan, who was giving Lin Zian poetry and essays, glanced toward Lin Weiwei. Outside, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. Lin Weiwei poked her head out. The group of soldiers seemed to have found nothing in the village and hurriedly left. Even on a festival, they have to work overtime. Nothing is easy. It's better to be a carefree rich person, more freedom and fun. Lin Weiwei locked the door and sighed. Jiang and Mo Han replied calmly, the ruined family of the prefect, the exterminated family of the county magistrate. If you're just an ordinary rich man without backing, you might attract trouble someday. That's true. Without power or influence, unfair treatment is everywhere. Our hope is all on you, little scholar. Keep working hard. I believe in you. Lin Weiwei patted his shoulder to encourage him. Zian finished a poem and handed it to Jiang and Mo Han for advice. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, second sister, whose family are you really from? Our relationship doesn't need to be divided into you and me. Lin Weiwei suddenly leaned forward and looked at the young scholar. She asked, when you become successful in the future, will your eyes grow to the top of your head and abandon us, your humble friends? Jiang and Mo Han slightly raised his chin, hands behind his back, giving her a proud and aloof look for her to understand. Lin Zian held his own poem, feeling dissatisfied. He said, second sister, do you really think I can't succeed? Why wouldn't I believe in you? But when it comes to talent, you're a bit behind the young scholar. You have to admit that, right? Besides, you're my younger brother. When you become successful, you'll still recognize me as your sister, right? The young scholar is different. If we don't keep in touch now and build a good relationship, it might look like flattery or trying to curry favor later, Lin Weiwei explained confidently. Lin Zian muttered softly, if I try to get closer now, isn't that also flattery or currying favor? This is called emotional investment. Sharing a meal makes us family. If we have any difficulties, wouldn't he help us? Lin Weiwei remembered the first time she saw the young scholar with his arrogant attitude, which was hard to judge now. Now his temper has softened, and he's become more down-to-earth. He probably wouldn't turn his back on us, right? Not long after the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was time for the autumn harvest. Aunt Ho-Hot, Sister Suado, and Yao worked extra days to save enough for 10 days of deliveries. After that, they started a 5-day autumn holiday. During the busy days, they worked from dawn until moonlight, but their wages were doubled, and they received half a gene of meat as a reward each day. Since helping at the Lin family, their meals had improved significantly. For example, Yao's family used to eat wild vegetables every day. Her blind mother and two younger brothers were so thin they looked like they might fall over. Now, even though 30 coins a day wasn't much, they could buy 2 jean of coarse grains. With the wild vegetables the brothers dug from the mountain, the family of 4 could fill their stomachs and save some for later. Yaoer was most excited about working overtime. The Lin family often gave a few extra coins or some meat, which they would stew with potatoes. The smell was delicious, and it saved rice and flour. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Lin family gave 4 mooncakes with different flavors. The family shared them, and the brothers said they'd never tasted such delicious treats. Not only them, but even Yaoer's mother, who had never bought a mooncake in her life, enjoyed it. They cut a jean of meat in half, marinated one part, and sliced the other to stew. The family had an unforgettable Mid-Autumn Festival. The other 2 families did the same. Before the holiday, Aunt Hohat carried her recent 10 days' wages and half a jean of wild boar meat wrapped in oil paper back home. When she heard the children discussing how to eat the meat today, she smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the harvest festival. This meat is to be saved for a special meal during the harvest. Eating something oily gives you more strength to work." Big Sister Lu pouted and said, "Don't we still have some dried cured meat?" "You're so greedy. Didn't we just eat meat a few days ago?" Aunt Hohat smacked her daughter. Lu Yaya rubbed her shoulders and mumbled softly, "Just 2 pieces of meat each, and that's called eating meat? I heard that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Lin family had chicken, fish, and meat for a meal. When can our family also eat big pieces of meat? When you can be as capable as Air and I, who can carry home a wild boar every few days, then you can eat meat whenever you want." Her older brother Silver Sickle teased. Lu Yaya stuck out her tongue and said, "Who do you think can smash a wild boar with one punch? Even you as a man can't do that, so why should I?" "Enough, you 2 siblings, stop arguing. Yaya, come help Mom cook. Silver Sickle, go sharpen the sickles." Aunt Hohat shouted at her children. The next morning, every household in 10 Miles Gully picked up sickles, carried shoulder poles, and sounded the horn for the harvest. The village chief and some elders were cutting wheat while shaking their heads and sighing. "This year's harvest is at most half of last year's. I heard that in Yunzhou to the west, because of the drought, they were exempted from field taxes." Village chief, our Baoqing County is also suffering from drought today. Has the court said they would also waive our taxes? The village chief shook his head, with deeper furrows between his brows. "I haven't heard anything. This year's harvest isn't enough to pay taxes."
Sigh.
"I don't know how many people will make it through this winter." The elders fell silent in deep quiet. After a long while, the village chief said again, "Our village is still better off. There are water ponds in the mountains, and if we work hard, we can still harvest some crops. I heard some villages' wells are almost dry, and even getting water is a problem. The crops in their fields are completely lost. Here, near the mountains, every family has stored some wild vegetables. If nothing else, they can dig up roots and bark from trees. They hope that next year, the weather will be kind and rain will fall more often." The elders sighed and shook their heads repeatedly. Lin Weiwei's land, closest to the mountains, has 3 acres. Half of it is heavy with golden, ripe wheat, unaffected by the drought. The other half is lush green corn stalks, full of vitality. Lin Weiwei is the main person cutting wheat. At first, she was a bit unskilled with the sickle, but she quickly learned the trick. She cut wheat so fast that she left everyone behind, far away from her. Lin Zian, silently glanced at her back. No need to compare with this strange girl. Then they quietly lowered their heads and continued to cut wheat. Jiang Mo Han's way of holding the sickle looked very awkward. He slowly picked up a handful of wheat and carefully cut it with the sickle. When Lin Weiwei reached the other side and came back, she saw that the little scholar had only cut about 5 or 6 meters. She giggled and teased little scholar, "Are you embroidering?" Not far away, Lu Dia was cutting wheat while secretly glancing at Jiang Mo Han. She couldn't help feeling sorry for Jiang Tongsheng. Jiang Tongsheng is used to holding a pen, not doing farm work. It's already good that he can help you. Why are you mocking him?
"Oh, little scholar, someone cares about you."
Lin Weiwei said with a mischievous smile on her face. Jiang and Mohan's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't hear her. He focused on cutting wheat, giving the impression that the wheat in his hands was like a timeless piece of writing, worth careful study and discussion. Lu Daya's face turned red to her neck. She grabbed a piece of dirt and threw it at Lin Weiwei. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Unexpectedly, the dirt missed its target and mostly landed on Jiang and Mohan.
Liu Daya.
Jiang and Mohan brushed the dirt off his clothes, without even lifting his eyes, and continued to cut wheat slowly. Lu Daya looked at his back, her eyes filled with deep disappointment. Jiang Tongsheng was still as proud and cold as ever, as if no one could catch his attention. "Ernier, is he like this at home too?" Lu Daya asked softly. Lin Weiwei wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and explained for the little scholar. He's cold on the outside but warm inside. He's a bit absorbed in studying and doesn't know how to get along with others. But once he's familiar, he'll be fine." Lu Daya stared at his back in a daze, then sighed deeply after a long time. "It feels like Jiang Tongsheng is a fairy in the sky. We mortals can only tiptoe and stretch our hands but still can't reach him." "Exactly. The first time I saw him was at night. I thought he was a fairy from the Moon Palace come to the mortal world." Lin Weiwei bent down, cutting wheat while smiling. "I was so stunned that the little scholar was so angry, he almost chased me away." "First time? Are you talking about the first time after you regained your senses?" Jiang Tongsheng. "So difficult to approach. How do you all get along every day?" Lu Daya asked curiously. "How do we get along?" "It's all about having a thick skin," Lin Danier snorted dismissively, showing a look of disdain. Lin Weiwei looked at her with a half-smile and said, "You can do it too. Why envy me for getting along well with the young scholar? Jealousy makes people look so ugly. I'm not like you, lacking self-awareness and insisting on being a toad." Lin Danier used to be a fan of Jiang Tongsheng's support group. But ever since Jiang Tongsheng fell into bad habits and got close to silly Ernier, she lost all interest. What's so good about being fellow sufferers with silly Ernier? One is sharp-tongued and mean, the other is arrogant and aloof, just like the dog from the same den, as Big Brother once said. They're all the same kind. Although Lu Daya, a supporter of Jiang Tongsheng, felt a bit jealous inside, she couldn't help but wonder how Jiang Tongsheng managed to get along with others. Is he really so proud that he ignores everyone, as Ernier said? Ernier, everyone in the village says that your families are already discussing marriage and you're about to become Jiang Tongsheng's wife. Is that true? Lu Daya's voice dripped with jealousy. The village's shining star, taken by a fool. She couldn't accept it. "Do you believe what the village gossip says?" "Daya, where did you hear that?" "I'll go ask her myself," Weiwei said. Although she admired the young scholar's looks, she wouldn't force him to be tied to her just for her own interests. If it got out that she was forcing him, and after he passed the exam, someone with bad intentions might abandon him, and that wouldn't be good. Hearing this, Lu Daya relaxed a lot. "See? It's all just rumors. Jiang Tongsheng, like a celestial being, couldn't be harmed by silly Ernier. If he were the granddaughter of the village chief or the daughter of Master Wang, maybe. But he's just a strong, simple-minded fool who is so poor recently that he couldn't even afford to eat. His mother is a healer, and although she looks okay now, she's definitely not as good as Jiang Tongsheng. Many young girls in the village aren't worse than her. There's no way she could be silly Ernier. Jiang Mohan has always been like a cold moon in the eyes of the village girls, distant and unreachable. Today, this bright moon unexpectedly shone on the Lin family's land, and she, like them, picked up a sickle to harvest wheat. Even the village's young girls, including the village chief's beloved granddaughter who was pampered at home and refused to go to the fields, surprisingly took up a sickle and went to harvest grain. Soon, Lin Dania noticed that although her own land was at the very back near the big mountain, little girls kept coming over to talk to her for various reasons. Some of them, usually indifferent to her, would still come over and try to chat. Wang Manyang, the granddaughter of the village chief, asked, Do you know how to harvest wheat yourself? And you're here to help us? If you hurt your hand or foot, whose fault would that be? Sure, your land is much larger than ours. You haven't even finished harvesting your own. We really don't need your help. Go back. Haven't you seen your mother's eyes nearly pop out? Miss Wang from the Wang family, dressed in beautiful clothes and fine embroidered shoes, with jewelry swaying on her head, came to bring us tea? We don't usually drink tea. It would be better to bring a pot of sugar green bean soup.
Din denne er rolt her.
When did these little girls become so eager and kind? It's all just because they want to get a better look at Jiang Tongsheng. Doanire, are you hot? Have some tea and rest a bit. This is good tea bought by my father in the city, said Wang Anqing softly, smiling charmingly. But you're talking to me. Why are your eyes looking at Jiang Tongsheng? Finally, after harvesting once, Jiang and Mohan, passing by the field, bent down without looking at her and slipped past Wang girl. Young scholar, take a break. Look at your delicate, handsome face. It's all red from the sun. Lin Weiwei straightened up, stretched her arms and legs, wiped sweat, and walked to a big tree nearby. Seeing Jiang Tongsheng put down his sickle and walk over without hesitation, Wang Anqing felt a little pleased. Blushing, she said affectionately, Jiang Tongsheng, have some tea to quench your thirst. I made it myself. Jiang and Mo Han walked past her without looking, as if he didn't see the teacup she was holding. He went straight to Lin Weiwei, casually took the bamboo tube she just opened, and drank from it loudly. Lin Weiwei smiled apologetically at Wang Anqing. Children just don't understand. Please forgive her. But in Wang Anqing's eyes, it looked like she was showing off. She was so angry, she almost threw her blue and white porcelain teacup at Lin Weiwei's face. What's so proud of? Her father said Jiang Tongsheng has a bright future. If it weren't for his health last time, he would have been a young scholar already. He will definitely pass the imperial exam in the future. You two fools, what's the use of grabbing him now? When Jiang Tongsheng soars to great heights, what will you have to do with it? Wang Anqing thought to herself, I am different. Although Jiang Tongsheng is very talented, passing the imperial exam is like crossing a narrow bridge with 1,000 horses rushing by. Some people never manage to succeed in their whole life. Her family is quite wealthy. If Jiang Tongsheng only becomes a successful candidate, her family can help him get a government position. Then she would become a lady of the official family. Lin Weiwei dampened her handkerchief and handed it to the young scholar. Wipe your face. She also casually picked up a straw hat and placed it on his head. Little second brother carried a basket, sweating heavily as he walked from the village. Lu Weizi was holding a sickle, staggering along. When he caught up with little second brother, he helped carry the basket. Second sister. Mother made green bean soup. Hurry and drink a bowl to cool off. Little second brother ran quickly to Lin Weiwei's side, blinking his big eyes and waiting obediently for praise. Sure enough, Lin Weiwei patted his sweaty hair and smiled. Little second brother is so capable. Is it hot? Are you tired? Not tired. Second sister and brother Mo Han, you two should drink too. Aunt Fong added rock sugar inside. It's very sweet. Little second brother lowered his voice, worried someone might overhear. Lin Weiwei poured a bowl from a small jar and took a big sip, still chilled. So refreshing. Jiang and Mo Han looked at Lu Weizi. What is this guy here for? His family's land has already been abandoned, right? Lu Weizi smiled at him. The bricklayer has gone back for the autumn harvest. I'm free. I thought since my second niece's family has few workers, I'd come help out. This job was arranged by his second niece. The carriage he took to town was also arranged by her. He didn't have to do heavy work every day and earned over 40 coins. Many villagers envy him. For the first time in his life, he felt proud and confident. It felt amazing. You could say that second niece is his benefactor. Lu Weizi may be a bit of a troublemaker, but he's loyal and grateful. Since her family lacks labor, it's only right for him to help. Lin Weiwei watched Lu Weizi's awkward wheat-cutting attempt, which almost cut his own leg several times, tearing a slit in his pants with a sickle. She couldn't help but cover her face. Uncle Weizi, The wheat in the field is almost all harvested. Go bring the mule cart over and help pull it back. Lu Weizi had never done farm work before. If he were truly capable, their fields wouldn't have been fallow for so many years. During wheat cutting, he was sweating cold. Hearing Lin Weiwei's words, he felt like he'd been given a lifeline. He dropped the sickle, shook his sore hands, and hurried to the village to fetch the cart. Farm work just wasn't his thing. Lu Weizi was driving the cart, bringing bundles of wheat back to the Lin family. Lin Weiwei noticed the helplessness of the young scholar being watched and quickly finished harvesting the remaining wheat. Mrs. Huang and Lady Feng, along with little Erwa, were collecting wheat ears in the field, determined to gather every grain. For ordinary farmers, each grain is precious, especially during hard years. A small handful of food can save a person's life. She glanced at the young scholar and her own big brother's face, both sunburned and red. Lin Weiwei hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with you. Go home, wash your face, and read your books." Xian Liang looked at Wang Monyang sitting on the ground resting. She wondered why she wasn't resting at her own land but sitting far away, clearly with other intentions. She also looked at Miss Wang under the big tree, sweating and still unwilling to leave. Her brother Emo Han's charm is everywhere. She worried for her second sister. His appeal is really strong. Jiang Emo Han frowned slightly, put down his sickle, and without looking at the two young girls, he slowly walked toward the village. Wang Monyang and Wang Anqing stared at his back, enchanted. Jiang Tongxing's walking style was so impressive. As Jiang Emo Han approached the village, he suddenly heard chaotic shouts. "Wild boar. Be careful. The wild boars are coming down the mountain." Then came women's panicked screams. Jiang Emo Han thought about the fragile bodies of Lady Feng and Mrs. Huang, who were in the fields. There were also many children around Erwa's age in the fields. He turned around quickly and ran toward the source of the noise. "Help! Save me! Help!" Wang's daughter, with her delicate makeup now full of fear and panic, shouted sharply, her scream piercing the air. 3 or 4 wild boars were coming down the mountain. One male boar, apparently startled by her scream, stomped its hooves and angrily charged at her, snorting wildly. Nearby villagers scattered in fear. Wang Anqing's tears started to fall. She ran to a sturdy villager from Shirley-go, shouting, "Help me! Stop the wild boar. I'll give my father 10 taels of silver." The villager looked at the wild boar, nearly as tall as a person, with gleaming white tusks flashing coldly. Its trembling steps made her feel uneasy from afar. 10 taels of silver were tempting, but nothing was more important than life. The villager turned and ran away. Wang Anqing felt hopeless. No matter which way she ran, the villagers would scatter and leave her. No one was willing to help. The sound of the wild boar's footsteps and grunts grew closer behind her. Proud of being a refined young lady, she always traveled in carriages and sedan chairs, but she was not very strong and couldn't hold on for long. Tears mixed with sweat blurred her vision, and her heavy breathing sounded like a bellows, with her lungs hurting almost to burst. She couldn't go on. She was about to give up. She, a spoiled girl from a wealthy family, why did she come to the fields and countryside? Jiang Tongsheng had never looked at her, so why was she still stubbornly clinging to him, risking her pride to get closer? When a person is near death, they often see things clearly, including their own obsessions. Wang Anqing felt her legs were as heavy as lead, and she couldn't move anymore. The wild boar behind her was getting closer, like death itself approaching step by step. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in her sight. Jiang Tongsheng? Had he returned to the village?
Could it be?
Could he be here to save her? Jiang Tongsheng, save me. In critical moments, a person's hidden strength can be triggered. Wang Anqing suddenly surged forward like she had been energized, rushing toward Jiang Mohan, who was hurrying over.
Wow.
Lin Weiwei quickly grabbed a child who was almost stepped on by the wild boar and handed him to his father, saying, "Watch the kid." Lin Weiwei then ran after the wild boar, feeling both angry and anxious. "Miss Wang, are you stupid? Don't you know that a scholar is useless?" Facing a wild boar, even the scholar himself might be in danger. How can he save you? Looking up, she saw that Miss Wang was getting closer and closer to the scholar. Behind her, the wild boar charged straight at them, crashing forward. Look, Lin Ernie is rushing in. Does she want to save Miss Wang? Isn't that stupid? That wild boar is so big, it could kill someone with one hit. Just now, Miss Wang was giving her the cold shoulder. Why is Ernie risking her life to save her? She's so kind-hearted. But kindness must be matched with strength. Risking your life to save someone, what a fool. Maybe she's not trying to save Miss Wang at all. Look over there, who is that? At this moment, Wang Anqing, seeing Jiang Mohan as her last hope, desperately lunged toward him. Jiang Mohan stopped and sidestepped. Wang Anqing fell heavily face down on the ground. The wild boar behind her was about to step on her and charge straight toward Jiang Mohan. Oh, Lin Weiwei, who was chasing after the wild boar and was just 2 steps away, shouted loudly. She stomped her foot on the ground and lunged forward, like a cannonball, landing on the wild boar. She tightly wrapped her arms around the boar's neck and her legs around its body. With everyone in 10 Miles Gully Village staring in shock, she shouted again, her face flushed red, and used both hands to choke the boar, making it gasp for air. The boar stopped chasing and desperately shook its head and body, trying to throw her off. Lin Weiwei, like an octopus, clung tightly to the boar, her arms straining, her teeth bleeding from biting so hard. She was also exhausted, feeling her insides churn from the wild boar's wild thrashing. She turned her head and shouted at Wang Anqing, who had fallen on the ground in shock. Get away. If the boar steps on you, you'll be done for. Wang Anqing was awakened by her shout and crawled forward on his hands and knees to safety. Only then did he realize he was safe, and he started crying loudly. Boo-hoo. That flash of Jiang Tongsheng made her realize completely. Unrequited feelings are bound to go nowhere. It's time to wake up from the dream. The wild boar, in a frenzy, rammed its tusks into a big tree, smashing the trunk with its thick legs. Oh no! The broken tree branch scraped a large tear in Lin Weiwei's clothes from behind. Lin Weiwei clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with her arms. With a loud, the boar's neck broke. Its huge body, like a wall, collapsed to the ground with a loud crash.
Ah!
Hiss! Lin Weiwei collapsed on the boar's back, panting heavily. The villagers of 10 Miles Gully stared in shock. Lin Er and I, who single-handedly broke the boar's neck. What kind of incredible strength is this? Still catching her breath, Lin Weiwei saw a pair of familiar black cloth shoes stop in front of her. She lifted her eyelids weakly and said, "Little scholar, step back a bit. Don't let this beast pretend to be dead and hurt you. Even with a broken neck, can it still live?" Jiang Mohan looked down at her from above. Lin Weiwei sat up from the ground and asked him, "Didn't you go back to the village? Why are you back?" Jiang Mohan glanced at her torn clothes on her back, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. He said calmly, "I heard someone shouting that the wild boar was coming down the mountain. I was worried about you all. Probably worried about Aunt Feng, right? With me here, how could the wild boar hurt her? You really underestimate me." Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered that there was more than one wild boar coming down the mountain. She quickly got up from the ground and ran towards another chaotic area. The other 3 were young wild boars, not yet fully grown. Although they had injured people, they were not deadly. One was caught by more than 10 adult men, another turned and ran uphill when it sensed danger, and the last one, panicked and frantic, ran wildly among the crowd like a headless fly. Most of the injured people had been bitten by this last boar. When Lin Weiwei arrived, she saw the boar charging toward a group of children. This animal seemed to prefer soft targets. Among the children was Xiao Erwa. Calm and brave, he held onto the old village chief's grandson, Wang Dongqiang, with one hand, and with the other, he grabbed a crying little girl, running toward the area with more adults. Suddenly, he saw his second sister running over in men's clothes. He quickly changed direction and ran toward her. To him, no place around his second sister felt safe. Lin Weiwei didn't stop beside her younger brother. When she reached the children, she saw the half-grown boar about to hit two kids. She grabbed one child, kicked the boar, knocking it to the ground. Leaving the two stunned children behind, she pressed down on the small boar trying to get up, picked up a stone, and struck it on the head. The scene instantly became quiet.
Wow.
A boar. My second sister killed it. Xiao Erwa clapped and laughed nearby. According to an unspoken village rule, whoever kills the game owns it. If it's a joint effort, they share equally. Among the group of crying children, Xiao Erwa's laughter stood out. The villagers who arrived thought this kid was very brave. Like his sister, he was daring and fearless. It's okay now. Go do what you need to do. Lin Weiwei patted Xiao Erwa's head and told the gathered villagers. Aunt Guohua said, "Second girl, you're amazing. You single-handedly took down two boars. You probably can't carry them all by yourself. Let Uncle De Xuan and brother Lian Tu help you carry them back." Lian Tu was her eldest son. The large boar was carried back by Uncle De Xuan and his brother. Lin Weiwei carried the huge male boar herself. The other half-grown boar was divided among several families who had surrounded it. Although the villagers admired Lin's family for getting two boars, they knew it was earned through strength. If it hadn't been for Lin Weiwei, who injured the Wang girl, that big male boar might have wandered into the village and caused trouble for many families. For rural families, this was just a small incident. The most important thing was still harvesting and planting. The wheat from the Lin family has been harvested. The mule carts carrying the wheat pass by other villagers' fields. The old village chief looks at the bundles of full, golden wheat on the cart and then at the wilted, dry wheat in his own field, sighing quietly. Lin's second daughter is strong and waters the crops often. Her harvest seems better than in previous years when the weather was good. Could it be that Lin's family planted a new type of wheat this year? Lu Fuxing is the cousin from Lu Wei's family. It's the first time he's seen his younger cousin work so hard. Lu Fuxing's wife rubs her waist and sees Lu Wei driving the mule cart. She smiles and asks, "Brother Wei, after you finish these trips, can we borrow your mule cart?" "Sorry, sister-in-law. This cart belongs to our other family. If it breaks down, I can't afford to fix it. You're only carrying a few bundles of wheat, so just take them back," Lu Wei replies. He doesn't get along well with his own relatives. When his father died, his mother, a single woman with a child, found it very hard. The relatives from his family didn't help. Instead, they tried to take their property. Only Lu Wei's mother was brave enough to stop them from taking everything. When Lu Wei was a child, Lu Fuxing, being several years older, often bullied him. He and other village kids called him a wild child with no father or mother, stole his things, and ignored him. Lu Wei remembers these wrongs clearly and doesn't lend his cart to Lu Fuxing, not even for fun. The Lin family was the first in the village to finish harvesting. She laid out her wheat at the village entrance. The weather has been good these days, and drying the wheat for a day should be enough to thresh it. Who told you to dry your wheat here? Don't you know the rules? This field is always used by our family first. Wang Man's mother crosses her arms and glares at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei responds politely, "Sorry, I didn't know there was such a rule. But your wheat isn't fully harvested yet. We're just borrowing the space for a day. We'll clear it out tomorrow." "No way. If you want to use the field, you'll have to ask my grandfather. But if you do, you'll have to wait until everyone in the village has finished harvesting, probably at least 10 days, Wang Man's mother says, looking pleased. Huang's wife, who is gentle and doesn't want to offend the village chief's family, tells her daughter, Xiao Wei, drying wheat in our yard is just as good. But how can it be the same? Although their yard is larger, it takes at least 5 days to dry and thresh all the wheat. 5 days lost means they miss out on earning a lot of silver. Lin Weiwei looks at the spread wheat in the field and frowns, saying, "Mother, isn't this field empty? I should talk to Grandpa Village Head. Talking to anyone won't help. If they refuse to lend, they just refuse." Wang Man's mother proudly lifts her chin. Lin Weiwei rolls her eyes and says, "Wang Xiaoman, don't act so proud. If Jiang Tongsheng saw your ugly face, what would he think?" Wang Man's mother's face changes, and she stomps angrily.
Idiot.
If you dare to speak badly of me in front of Jiang Tongsheng, I will make Grandpa kick you out.
Oh.
Wang Xiaoman, you're so mighty. Our household registration has been in Shirley Go for years, and even the county lord wouldn't dare to say he could kick us out. Do you think, in Shirley Go, Grandpa Village has more power than the county lord? Lin Weiwei looks at her with a half-smile. Her smile is too provoking, and Wang Man's mother's anger boils over. She snaps, of course.
My grandpa.
Shut up. The old village head, with his hands behind his back, walks over and scolds Wang Man's mother. How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to use my name to bully people or act arrogantly in the village. I was elected by everyone here, and I must act in a way that earns the trust of the whole village. Lin Weiwei quickly shows respect. Mother, I told you. Grandpa is fair and selfless. How could he let his granddaughter oppress villagers? Grandpa, don't be angry. Every family has a few bad seeds. Wang Man's mother feels wronged after being scolded by her grandfather. Hearing Lin Weiwei's words, she's so angry she almost pounces to tear her mouth apart.
Idiot.
Who are you calling a bad seed? Whoever responds is guilty. Lin Weiwei smirks, showing her usual teasing smile. You. Wang Man's mother has never felt so wronged. She screams and rushes forward to hit Lin Weiwei. But in front of Grandpa, what can her strength do? She can't even fight back. Stop. The village head pulls his granddaughter back sharply and says sternly, Go home. You can't help with anything, only causing trouble. Grandpa, it's clearly her. Wang Man's mother is suddenly teary-eyed. She stomps, covers her face, and runs home crying. She wants to tell her mother that Lin family's idiot is bullying her, and her mother should come and help her vent her anger. The village chief sighed and said, This girl has been spoiled by her mother. If only she could be as easy to manage as Aaron I would thank heaven. When had the village chief ever been so kind and gentle to the Lin family? What game was he playing now? Mrs. Huang dryly replied, The child is still young. She'll understand when she's a bit older. The village chief looked at the scattered wheat on the ground, bent down, picked up a stalk, rubbed it in his hand, and said slowly, Mrs. Huang, where did you buy your wheat seeds? Not only are the heads long and the grains large, but they also tolerate drought. If some hadn't died from the drought earlier, I think this year's yield would be much better than last year. Mrs. Huang also noticed that her wheat was growing better than last year. She credited this to air and eye watering diligently and said, These seeds are the same as everyone else's, bought in the town. The village chief felt she was not telling the truth. Outsiders always remained outsiders, never truly united with them. He gently shook his head and said, I've farmed all my life. Whether the seeds are the same or not, I can tell the difference. Lin smiled and said, Mother, I think our wheat seeds look a bit different from Aunt Ho-Hot's next door. Could it be that the grain shop really sold you two different kinds of wheat, mistaking a good seed for a poor one? Mrs. Huang looked confused and shook her head, saying, I'm not sure about that. Oh, right. When I bought the seeds, the clerk at the grain shop gave me the last bit left in the bag. The village chief saw that Mrs. Huang seemed honest and thought for a moment before saying, Aaron is right. This wheat is for communal use in the village. Since the others haven't harvested their wheat yet, you can use yours first. As for this year's taxes, do you plan to pay with wheat or money? Grandpa Village Chief, as you saw, our harvest is only about an acre, which isn't enough to pay the land tax. We can only pay with silver, Lin said with a smile. The village chief's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at her, saying, So, do you plan to sell the grain you harvested? Lin shook her head and said, This year's crop was poor. Grain shops buy cheap and sell high, so selling isn't profitable. Our family has many people. We need to store some grain for winter. Lin Weiwei calculated in her mind how much wheat seed her family needed. She said, We have 5 acres of land and need to keep at least 100 jin of seed. I don't know how much harvest 1.5 acres can produce. If the village chief needs only a small amount of seed, I can agree now. But if it's too much, We'll have to decide after threshing. The village chief was a skilled farmer. With a quick look, he could estimate the yield accurately. He smiled and said, "Your 1.5 acres can produce at least 500 jin. Ordinary seeds, even in good years, only yield about 200 jin per acre. That's why your seeds are so good. I don't need much. Just 5 acres worth, please." Some seeds produce good yields in the first year, but less in the second. The village chief's family has over 20 acres, and being willing to try new seeds on 5 acres shows they are brave. After harvesting, the wheat was left to dry in the sun for an afternoon and overnight before threshing. Lin Weiwei used a stone mill, turning it in circles on the ground. The mill pressed down on the wheat, cracking the shells, and the grains squeezed out. Even 2 grown men would find pulling the stone mill difficult. They needed to rest after about 15 minutes. Lin Weiwei held the mill with one hand, pulling it as if she was walking a well-behaved dog, looking effortless and relaxed. The villagers watching her, eyes wide, couldn't believe it. They saw that Lin's strength was even better than the village chief's oxen. In just a short time, she finished threshing. But winnowing is a skill, and since agriculture mechanization was already used in her previous life, Lin Weiwei couldn't manage it well. She watched as she blew the chaff away, leaving her face and clothes covered in dust and wheat husks. Many villagers laughed at her. Isn't Lin Ernyang supposed to be so capable? Why can't she do this? Lu Dazhuan stepped in, giving her some tips. Seeing she still couldn't master winnowing, he took the wooden fan from her and helped the chaff away. When Ho Hot-shin's family finished threshing their wheat, Lin Weiwei helped by pulling the stone mill. While others would spend a whole day on this task, she finished in less than half a day. The villagers who had been mocking her were now surprised and regretful. They realized winnowing was much harder than pulling the mill. The wheat was packed into burlap sacks, and the village chief used a large scale to weigh it. Surprisingly, it weighed 600 jin. The yield reached 400 jin per mu, even during a severe drought. If the weather had been good, the harvest would have been even better. The village chief regretted that he had ordered too few seeds. He should have planted all 20 acres. Even if it meant a smaller harvest, it would still be better than using ordinary seeds. "And please sell me the remaining seeds," the village chief couldn't help but ask. Lin Weiwei smiled politely and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, you're too late. Last night, Aunt Gua, Brother Sua, and Sister Ya have already reserved all the remaining seeds." Everyone could see that Lin family's wheat was high-yielding. Since these families had good relations with Lin family, they naturally wanted to reserve seeds, and it was hard to refuse. The village chief felt regretful, but said nothing more. In a year of severe drought, the news that Lin's wheat yielded 400 jin per mu spread quickly through Shirley Go. Many people wanted to buy or exchange wheat seeds from her. When they learned her seeds had already been exchanged, many regretted not thinking of it earlier. Some turned their attention to Lin's cornfield. Lin Anir was really skilled at farming. She didn't plant many corn seeds, but the growth was strong. The stalks were thick, the leaves broad, and it looked unaffected by the drought. Now, the corn had already tasseled, and each stalk bore several ears of corn. It seemed the yield wouldn't be low. If they couldn't get wheat seeds, they could probably still get corn seeds, right? Soon, the corn on that more than 1 acre field was reserved by villagers before it even matured. Lin Weiwei based the prices of wheat and corn seeds on the local grain shop's prices. Those who could pay used money to buy, and those who couldn't would write an IOU, promising to pay back with 2 jin of grain for 1 jin of seeds next year. After harvesting wheat, villagers usually planted vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. But this year, due to the drought, many might not even recover the seed costs. Even the old village chief hesitated about whether to plant or not. This year's harvest was poor. Many families in the village had already tightened their belts, relying on wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. In previous years, after paying taxes, they could save some grain to plant potatoes and radishes, enough to survive winter and the lean months.
But now, sigh.
No one knew how many families might have to sell their children or themselves, or how many would not survive the disaster year. While villagers hesitated, Lin Weiwei had already plowed the land. From the villagers' worries, Ing learned from Year. She frowned and thought hard all night, then found the young scholar. Young scholar, do you have any way to bring water down from the mountain? Jiang Mohan thought she was just trying to save effort, so he drew a picture of a water wheel he had seen in his past life. A water wheel draws water from the pond, connected by bamboo pipes to the fields. Yes.
Why didn't I think of that?
Young scholar, you're so clever. You can even draw a water wheel. Although she knew what a water wheel looked like and how it worked, it wasn't her strong suit. Jiang Mohan has been smart since he was young. He can memorize most of the texts others spend half a day studying after just 2 readings. The water wheel diagram is simple. It's a foot-powered type. In his past life, after passing the exams, he spent a few years working with an old craftsman in the area to develop it, so he remembers it well. He immediately set to work. After planting vegetables, Lin Weiwei rolled up her sleeves and started working, felling trees, drying them, cutting bamboo. She was very busy. She even neglected her own business and became a hands-off boss. Lu Dazhuan finally finished working on his own fields. Seeing Lin Weiwei carrying trees and bamboo down the mountain repeatedly, he thought she was building a house and brought his son to help. The village chief couldn't help asking her, "Aranire, what are you doing?" "Village chief, I plan to try making a water wheel to see if I can bring water down from the mountain," Lin Weiwei said. She didn't think there was anything to hide. If she succeeds, the whole village will benefit. Sure enough, the village chief was excited and said, "Aranire, you know how to make a water wheel?" "No, I don't." The village chief felt like he had been poured a bucket of cold water, so he was surprised she boasted about making a water wheel when she didn't know how. But then, Lin Weiwei continued, lifting his spirits again. However, the young scholar drew a diagram for making a water wheel. The trees on the mountain are free, and hiring 2 carpenters wouldn't cost much. The village chief hurriedly said, "If we build this water wheel, it will be a great blessing for the entire 10-mile valley. We can't let your family pay for it. Aranire, you just focus on fixing it. No matter how much silver it costs, our 38 households will share the expense." The village chief was very respected in the valley, and even a few troublemakers wouldn't dare to oppose him. After all, this was a big project to benefit the whole village. Luo Tu's father was the only carpenter in the village. Luo Tu learned from him for 2 years so he could make simple furniture. Learning that Lin Weiwei plans to build a water wheel, Sister Lockhead immediately called her husband back from town. These days, there aren't many jobs to be found in town. Lockhead's father couldn't understand the blueprints, so Jiang Mohan carefully explained each part to him. The water wheel, also called a dragon bone water wheel, has a simple structure. It uses wooden planks as a trough, with the tail submerged in water and the other end fixed to a wooden frame on the bank. When stepped on with a walking stick, the large wheel turns, causing the blades inside the trough to lift water upward, which then flows into connected bamboo pipes. For carpenters, the design isn't difficult, except for some technical details on the axle. Luckily, Jiang Mohan explained everything clearly and even made a small model with a carving knife. After 2 days of struggling, Lockhead's father finally understood. Lockhead happily followed Lin Weiwei to gather the bamboo she had cut down. He looked at her with admiration as she chopped thick bamboo stalks as easily as cutting sugarcane, then carried them down the mountain effortlessly. He had tested the weight when no one was around. 3 grown men probably couldn't lift such bamboo. Yet his younger sister Ernie could carry one on her shoulder and walk briskly along the mountain path. His childhood friend, Swan Meow, once overheard Sister Lockhead talking and came to tell him that his mother wanted Lin's second sister to marry Lockhead. He looked at him with pity. Swan Meow said that Lin Ernie could kill a wild boar with 1 punch. If Lockhead married her, their household would be chaotic, and she'd dominate him completely. If things went wrong, he might even get a few ribs broken. He also said Lin Ernie was a bit simple-minded, and their future children might be the same. 15-year-old Lockhead was starting to develop feelings for young girls. Miss Wang from the Wang family visited the village a few times a year. She was fair, beautiful, gentle, and charming. The young men in the village secretly regarded her as a fairy and only dared to look from afar. There was also the village chief's granddaughter. Big eyes, small mouth, tall and graceful. Everyone wanted to win her favor. No one knew who might be lucky enough to become her future husband. But Lockhead was different. Even if he looked good and dressed well, what was the use? Marrying such a girl meant she couldn't do heavy work or carry things. She would need to be well-fed and taken care of. His mother said he was too gentle and easy to bully. To support the family, he needed a strong and capable wife. Lockhead looked at Lin Weiwei again. Everyone agreed that Ernie was capable. She used to be a bit chubby, which was considered lucky. Now that she had slimmed down, with some effort, she looked just as good as the village chief's granddaughter. Putting aside her closeness with Jiang Tongsheng, he was still quite satisfied with her. Shut head, what are you standing there for? Open the bamboo, hollow out the joints, and make slots on both sections.
Can you do it or not?
The slots must fit tightly and not leak water. Lin Weiwei glared at Shut Head in frustration. What is this guy even here for? Not doing anything, just staring blankly. Are you slacking off? Shut Head finally snapped out of it, blushing slightly, and whispered, I've started learning to make buckets for my dad, so it should be okay.
Right?
Don't just think it. It must be certain there are no problems. Lin Weiwei said, a little annoyed. This guy acts like a little girl, blushing all the time. Okay. Shut Head picked up the machete, feeling unsure about how to start on the bamboo that was over 10 meters long. Lin Weiwei snatched the machete from him, told him to hold the bamboo steady, and then carefully cut from top to bottom, like slicing tofu. The part she cut off was slightly smaller, leaving a half bamboo with a large semicircular cross-section. Each bamboo was cut into these semicircular buckets, and after working for most of the day, Lin Weiwei finished dozens of them. She patted Shut Head's shoulder and said, the rest is up to you. Shut Head's task wasn't easy either. He had to clear out all the bamboo joints inside the bamboo and make slots to connect two pieces together. Lin Weiwei was busy too. She went up the mountain to survey, choosing the best route for the bamboo pipe, chiseling rocks, making supports, and cutting shrubs. It was a lot of work. She also had to dig trenches at the site. Since the old village had said to ask for help when needed, Lin Weiwei didn't hesitate to call on the entire village's young and strong men to dig trenches together. Digging trenches and building irrigation systems was a major project that benefited future generations. The old village had quickly gathered everyone and shared the plan to build water wheels, bring mountain spring water, and improve irrigation. The villagers were immediately excited. This year's drought was severe. The small river nearby had dried up, and the village's water well was almost empty. If there hadn't been a perennial pond on the mountain, the villagers might have faced water shortages like other villages. The pond was about 5 miles from the village fields, and carrying water in buckets took about 30 minutes each trip. A whole day of work could only irrigate about 2 acres of land, which was barely enough. Families with more adult workers could rotate the water carrying day and night, and this year's harvest was barely acceptable. In a family with fewer workers at home, they can only watch helplessly as their crops wither and die. Take the old Lin family at the village entrance as an example. When the foolish son was not yet clear-headed, only Mrs. Huang and her eldest daughter worked in the fields. They worked so hard they fell ill, but they only managed to save about 1 acre of crops. Later, after the second daughter became smarter and stronger, she made sure to water the crops every morning and evening, even when busy, to prevent poor harvests. Their seeds were good too, but unfortunately, they arrived late and were exchanged by the village chief and well-connected families. No one knows if the same seeds will be available next year. If they had a water wheel and dug channels to bring water to each farm, even in a drought year, they wouldn't have to worry about losing all their crops. Thinking about this, everyone in the village became very eager to build the channels. Of course, there are always some odd characters. Sanpong's wife remembers only the good things and ignores the punishments, then starts causing trouble again. Village chief, the government is calling people to repair the channels and roads, and they even provide 2 meals. The mountain goods here can be gathered soon. This year's harvest isn't good, so our family relies on gathering mountain goods to survive. The men and women at home have gone to help build the water channels. What are we supposed to do now? Just wait and suffer. Every time she causes trouble and tries to get benefits, a few older women follow her, hoping to get some advantage too. But this time, no one agrees with her. Sanpong's wife looked like a clown, becoming the focus of everyone's gaze. Those are the eyes of people who think she's foolish. Sanpong's father quickly pulled his wife back and slapped her. Are you crazy? Can't you see the difference? That work is for the officials. They give a couple of biscuits to motivate them. Building the water channels is for our own benefit. Who are you trying to get favors from? The village chief nodded and called out Sanpong's nickname. Lao Nian, you didn't mess up this time. What about the others? Do they have the same idea as Lao Nian's wife? Suddenly, the place was silent. The people standing near Sanpong's wife moved aside, afraid of being grouped with her as fools. After being scolded, she behaved herself, covering her face and lowering her head, not daring to speak again. The village chief snorted and said, "Listen up, everyone. Digging channels and improving water systems are big projects that benefit the whole village. All men over 15 must participate. If you complain about having too many people from your family or too few from others, that's your problem. If you disagree, you don't have to work. But don't even think about using the water from the channels." The old village chief's sharp gaze swept around the scene. Seeing that everyone had no objections, he continued, "Starting today, Lockhead Dad, Lockhead, Lu Dajwan, and Dafu, you guys help build the water wheel.
Dayong on Naryong, Gusheng, Armao, on Nadon, you all listen to Lin Arniar.
De Yong and Er Yong are the two eldest grandsons of the old village chief. They are tall and strong, able to do twice the work. Go Sheng and the others initially felt uneasy about listening to a young girl with blonde hair, thinking it was unfair. But when they saw that even the grandsons of the old village chief were being commanded by Er and Ir, they didn't dare to say anything. Their parents also gave them stern looks to behave. It's important to note that the idea of building the water wheel and fixing the ditches was first proposed by Jiang Tongsheng and Lin Er and Ir. Er and Ir is known in the village as a tough and clever person, a bit petty and vengeful. If she gets angry, she might refuse their family water from the ditch to irrigate their fields. What could they do then? The head of Lu's family in the village asked, "Let's not just talk about Renan town. Even the whole Fuan County hasn't heard of using water wheels to divert water. Can Jiang Tongsheng really make one?" They hadn't even started building yet, but they were already digging ditches. If the water wheel couldn't be made, wouldn't all their work be wasted? The old village chief, being quite old, had never seen a water wheel himself. He had only vaguely heard about them from refugees coming from the south. He hesitated and looked at the initiator of this plan, Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei smiled confidently and nodded firmly, saying, "Everyone knows who Jiang Tongsheng is, right? He's not the kind to talk nonsense. Since he can draw the design for the water wheel, he can definitely build it. Think about it, if the water wheel is finished but our bamboo pipes aren't set up and the ditches aren't dug, it would delay everything." Seeing that everyone was starting to believe, Lin Weiwei continued, "It's okay if you want to wait a few more days. But I won't share the pipes I've set up or the ditches I've dug with others. Now, families willing to grow vegetables have already planted their seeds. Once the ditches are dug and the water wheel is built, it will be perfect for irrigating the fields." Over the past few months, villagers have become tired of fetching water. Their shoulders are red, swollen, and calloused from carrying water, and even the soles of their straw sandals are worn out, needing replacement every few days. Digging ditches is hard work, but we have strength. Village chief, we trust you. Whatever you say, we will do. Yes. Just to be clear, water wheel didn't get built this time, but digging water channels still has benefits. During rainy seasons, they can drain water into the channels and store some for dry times. Farm work can't wait, village chief. Let's do it. Yes, village chief, you decide. Most villagers are hardworking and honest. Of course, there are exceptions, like the troublemakers who used to gamble and steal chickens with Lu Yz. One of them, Lu Erlai, saw that Lin family's dried fruit and meat snacks were doing well. He also looked down on their family, which was weak and vulnerable. One night, he climbed over the wall into Lin Weiwei's house. She caught him and beat him so badly he didn't recognize himself. She warned him, "From now on, if you see my mother, stay away. If I see you again, I'll break your legs." Lu Erlai, who was much shorter than Lin Weiwei, looked like a baby facing a martial arts master, completely helpless. He was scared and didn't dare to bother the Lin family anymore. But he was still angry inside and went around the village, saying that Lin's second girl was a fierce tiger mother and anyone who married her would be unlucky. Later, Lu Weizi found him, patted his shoulder, and sighed, "Brother, why did you have to pick a fight with my second niece? You've always wanted an easy job with no effort, managing a dozen people and earning money every day. Do you know who helped introduce her?" "Yes, that's right. My fierce tiger niece. Do you think your brain isn't working? Second girl is very capable now. She knows the boss of Drunken Immortal Tower and is familiar with the owner of Ning's shop. You wanted to work in town, right? Well, who has the connections in the village? Not the village chief, not Wang Yuanwei. It's my second niece. I think you should go apologize to her quickly. Once she's less angry, I'll help you talk to her. Maybe next time, you'll get a chance like me." After hearing Lu Weizi's words, Lu Erlai tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. The next day, ignoring his wife's protests and crying, he took the last bit of food at home and went to apologize at Lin's house. When Lin Weiwei saw him still dare to come, she immediately knocked him down. If he had delayed even a little, she would have broken his leg with one kick. She looked at his crying wife behind him, then withdrew her foot from his leg and snorted coldly, "If you want me to forgive you, that's okay. But you need to show real action."
What?
"What kind of action?" Lu Erlai asked weakly. "All right, I give you 10 days to clear your 2 acres of land, plant potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, and each day go up the mountain to pick a basket of wild vegetables. If you can do this, it shows you're sincerely trying to change. If not, as I said before, don't let me see you. Take your grain and get out of here." Lin Weiwei didn't make things difficult for him. But Lu Erlai is not an ordinary man. He never helps with farm work or chores. Asking him to clear 2 acres of land and plant vegetables in 10 days is almost impossible. He might lose his life trying. He wants to give up and do nothing, but then he thinks of Lu Weizi, who is even more lazy. Lu Weizi drives a mule cart to town every day and earns over a silver coin a month. Everyone in the village admires him and says, "A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold." Could Lu Erlai really be worse than Lu Weizi? No, he can't accept that. Not even risking his life is enough. He must fight for his pride and earn Lin Erlai's forgiveness. Everyone in the village can see Lu Erlai's change. He gets up early and works late in the fields, even finds time to go up the mountain with the village women to pick wild vegetables. After 10 days, he's lost a lot of weight and shed some skin, finally meeting Lin Erlai's demands. Lu Erlai's wife doesn't know how to thank Lin Erlai. When Lu Erlai took their last few pounds of grain to apologize at Lin's house, she was angry inside. But unexpectedly, Lin didn't take their grain and instead made her husband work harder. These 10 days, she felt like she was dreaming. If only her husband could stay like this forever, it would be wonderful. After finishing work in the fields, Lu Erlai, with blood blisters on his hands, decided to rest at home for a few days. No one would make him work again.
Master.
The village chief is organizing everyone to dig a water channel. Everyone from 15 to 50 years old must go. His wife carefully heated a needle with a candle and helped him pop the blood blisters on his hands. Dig a water channel? What does that have to do with me? Lu Erlai lay on the Kong like a dead dog. His wife whispered carefully. Lin's Erlai said they want to build a water wheel to bring water from the mountain pond to the fields. If there's a drought later, we won't have to carry water from the mountain. What? A water wheel? If they could bring water from the mountain, the older generations would have done it long ago.
Why wait now?
Just a fuss. Whoever wants to go can go. Lu Erlai thought to himself, Maybe he could secretly take some money from home and play a few rounds with his friends to relax. The second wife looked at him briefly, then lowered her eyes and whispered, "But..." The village chief said that families with working adults who don't dig water channels can't use water from the ditch to irrigate. Our fields are far from the mountain foot, so if... No need, I said no. We only have those 2 acres. Carrying water won't kill you. Wait, you just said. Who said we should build a water wheel and dig the ditch? Lu Erlai suddenly sat up from the bed, staring intently at his wife. The second wife thought he was about to hit her, so she quickly covered her face and cried, "If I don't go, I won't go. I can carry water. I can carry water. Can't I?" Lu Erlai quickly pushed her hands away and shook her shoulders. "You just said Lin Ernie suggested fixing the ditch, right? I didn't hear wrong?" The second wife nodded tremblingly, shrinking her neck and secretly glancing at the man with her eyes. Lu Erlai clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "That brat really wants to drive me crazy. I'm not doing this anymore. Do whatever you want." Then he forcefully hit the Kong. The second wife trembled all over and quietly stepped back, saying, Are you hungry? I'll go cook some porridge for you." Lu Erlai's family, like most in the village, only ate 2 meals a day. This bowl of wild vegetable porridge was only for Lu Erlai to enjoy alone at night. Even their 2 children didn't get this treatment. Lu Erlai tossed and turned on the Kong like a pancake, then suddenly sat up and muttered to himself, "No. If I don't go, that brat will surely pick on me. All my hard work over the past 10 days will be wasted. Ernie, that girl just loves to cause trouble. She can't even get water out. How can she face the villagers with her head held high?" The next day, Lu Erlai, exhausted, joined the team working on the water ditch. As soon as he stood firm, someone patted his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Lu Wai carrying a shovel. "Is this because your mother forced you to come? Are you planning to replant those few acres?" Seeing Lu Wai also digging the ditch, Lu Erlai felt a bit better. Lu Wai smiled and said, "What's the point of farming? It's exhausting, and you barely make enough to fill your stomach all year. I'm here to earn some favor with Ernie. Erlai, don't say I didn't warn you. Work hard and show everyone your change. A prodigal son returning is priceless. Next time there's a chance, I can also mention you in front of Ernie." Originally, Lu Erlai, who usually walked crooked and looked lazy, straightened his chest upon hearing the news. He carried his shovel proudly and joined the water ditch digging team. Lu Wazi quietly pulled him aside and headed toward the Lin family's fields. Lu Erlai showed a surprised expression. "Sure enough, Lu Wazi, when it comes to flattery, you are the best among brothers. No wonder Lin Nier recommended you to go to town for work. You still have a lot to learn." Lu Erlai spat on his palm, swung his shovel, and started digging vigorously. The water ditch wasn't dug randomly. Lin Weiwei marked lines with ash at each family's land based on the small scholar's drawings. Where to dig, how wide, and the direction, all had careful planning. Lin Weiwei watched the young scholar with sparkling eyes. Wow. This young man is truly blessed by heaven. Not only is he good-looking, but he's also so smart and knowledgeable. Amazing, my little scholar. Jiang Mohan tried to pretend to be calm and ignored her admiring gaze. Humph. Silly girl. Always thinking a fierce tiger is a sick cat. Now you see my real skills, huh? Ahem, it's just a small village water project. What's there to be proud of? In his previous life, although he was used by the emperor to eliminate enemies, he also accomplished some great things that benefited generations. Building a water ditch is nothing special. The village chief led all the young and strong villagers within Lin Weiwei's marked area, working enthusiastically. Of course, most villagers started digging near their own land, worried that if the water wheel was finished and bamboo pipes installed, their own water channels wouldn't be ready, delaying watering. Apart from the 6-year-old Xiao Erwa, the only other male in the Lin family was the 13-year-old Lin Zian. As the future pillar of the family, he couldn't rely on his second sister for everything. Even though he was young, he spontaneously picked up a shovel and joined the water ditch project. When he arrived at his own land, He saw two people, tall and short, digging with great enthusiasm. As he got closer, he carefully looked and couldn't help but remind them, "Uncle Wazi, are you digging in the wrong place?" Lu Wazi exchanged a glance with Erlai, learning from him. He wiped his sweat and smiled at Linzian, saying, "No, you're right. Nir is working hard for the whole village, cutting bamboo and installing pipes. We can't be unkind and leave her water ditch unfinished. Big brother, your hands are for writing, not for digging water channels. Go home and read your books. I'll leave this to Uncle E.G. Me too. I'm here as well." Lu Erlai quickly spoke up to show he was involved. The work is for two people, and it's not fair if only Lu E.G. gets to do all of it. Lin Zian also stuck his shovel into the ground, stepped on it hard, and flipped up a clump of dirt. He nodded to the two men and said, "Thanks, both of you. But my second sister said that studying should be balanced with rest. You shouldn't be a bookworm who doesn't understand farming." Lu E.G. hurriedly replied, "Your second sister is right. Just dig a few shovels to make it look like you're helping. Don't overexert yourself. The rest is up to us brothers." Lu Erlai kept digging and nodded as hard as he could. Lin Weiwei carried over a bamboo pipe and saw Lu E.G. and Lu Erlai. She smiled and said, "Hey,
Umkleyici, Lu Erlai.
Did the sun come out from the west today?" "Second niece, you're teasing me again. There's a saying that after 3 days apart, you see someone in a new light. Uncle E.G. isn't the same as before." Lu E.G. raised his high. When he got excited, he forgot himself. He held the two high, almost falling over. Lu E.G. staggered several steps before steadying himself. The villagers nearby, working on the water channel, all chuckled kindly. Lin Weiwei smiled the widest and said, "Uncle E.G., it's see someone in a new light, not goming," literally peeling eyeballs.
Well,
Now I can use idioms too. I guess I'll dig my eyes out to see better. Lu E.G. chuckled, "Second niece, stop teasing your uncle, E.G. You go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about your water ditch at home. Uncle E.G., Lu Erlai, you two should start digging your own water ditch first. Our village is one whole unit now. If even one part doesn't have water, it all won't flow." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but remind them. Lu E.G. grunted and kept digging, then nodded at her. "Don't worry. Even if I don't eat or sleep, I'll make sure the ditch gets dug. I won't hold everyone back." The old village chief came over, hands behind his back, to check on the work. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Second girl, you're right. We're all one community now. Everyone needs to work together. Those with more hands should help those with fewer. We must finish the ditch before the water wheel is set up." The village women brought hot water. Anyone thirsty could take a sip from the water ladle, and no one was stingy with a sip of hot water. Everyone thought as one, worked together, and the villagers of Shirley-go became closer than ever. In just 5 days, the water ditch was finished. The pipeline to the mountain was built a day earlier, just waiting for the water wheel to be ready. As expected, Lockhead's father and Lockhead, under Jiang Mohan's careful explanation, finally finished making all the parts. When the villagers heard the news, they rushed to Lockhead's house in a crowd. The old village chief led the way, stopping people outside the yard. "Bring 10 strong young men. Don't all come in at once. If you accidentally break the water wheel parts, it will cause trouble." The old village chief's grandson selected 10 people to enter the yard. Facing the scattered parts, they looked somewhat confused and focused their attention on Jiang Tongsheng. Jiang Mohan calmly directed them, and only then did the young men start moving. They lifted, carried, and held the parts carefully, as if they were treasures, transporting the water wheel parts up the mountain. Near the mountain's water pond, Jiang Mohan and Lockhead's father were surrounded by a crowd of people. The moment everyone had been waiting for was about to arrive. The villagers tried to stay calm but watched eagerly as Lockhead's father, with Jiang Tongsheng's clear voice, slowly assembled the parts. Among the crowd, there were elderly people supported by their children, young children, pregnant women being helped up the mountain, and many strong young men who had dug the water channels. No one wanted to miss this exciting moment. Finally, Lockhead's father and son set up the water wheel. The tall frame had a long tail that extended into the water pond, looking like a giant dragon skeleton. No wonder ancient people called it a dragon bone water wheel. Lin Weiwei watched nearby with a smile. Lockhead was so excited that he hurried to step onto the pedal. The pedal moved the wooden chain, which in turn moved the scraper attached to it. The scraper drew water from the river into a bamboo container that looked like a funnel. The bamboo was connected to a bamboo pipe, and the water rushed down inside it. Water is coming out. The water wheel is really working. The villagers cheered loudly. Their excited expressions made it seem like they were expecting a bumper harvest next year. A few older children ran downhill, with their legs apart. Soon, Lu Dashwan, who was guarding the other end of the bamboo pipe at the bottom of the mountain, climbed up breathlessly, shouting, "Water's here. The water is flowing down the mountain. Hey kid, get down so I can try it." Lockhead's father was the most excited. He had worked tirelessly day and night for this water wheel, enduring Jiang Tongxing's disapproving looks that said, "You're so clumsy." It was truly overwhelming. Fortunately, he finally completed the water wheel as promised. He had planned to be the first to step on it, but unexpectedly, that stubborn kid Lockhead beat him to it. How unfair. Lockhead's father pulled his son down, then climbed onto the water wheel himself, happily stepping on it as if it was a great honor to do such work. The other villagers looked on with envy, waiting for a while before some of them started to ask to try it. There were too many people wanting to try, and the old village chief worried that these rough men might damage the water wheel. He stepped forward and loudly said, "What's the rush? You'll get your turn when you're tired of it. Starting today, everyone takes turns one by one." Since this plan was suggested by Lin Weiwei, and the drawings were also made by Jiang Tongxing at her request, the pipeline down the mountain was built on her family's land, and everyone agreed without argument. The people of Shirley Go knew very well that if it weren't for Lin's family's connection with Jiang Tongxing, a proud person like him wouldn't have set aside his studies to work on a water wheel. The Jiang family owned no land, so building the water wheel didn't benefit him at all. Everyone in Shirley Go believed that Jiang Tongxing was doing this for Lin's family, or rather, for Lin Erlin's face. Tiske, when has Jiang Tongxing ever cared so much about anyone? Could it be that this bright moon-like person was finally caught by a big fool? The old village chief knew about Lin Weiwei's admiration for Jiang Tongxing. Of course, Jiang was considered the best match in everyone's eyes, but he was also proud and aloof, making him seem unreachable. Jiang Tongxing had never looked at the village girls, except for Lin's simple second daughter. Is this what they call foolish people have foolish luck? Today, let's water Ulin's land first. The old village chief looked at Lin Weiwei, who was smiling nearby. Does everyone agree? Yes, that's right. Ulin's girl worked hard this time, so she should be the first to water her land. The villagers nodded in agreement. Lockhead saw his father come down from the water wheel and happily ran up, saying, "There's no older kid in the Lin family, so I'll help Erlin's little sister."
Oh.
Lockhead, what right do you have to help her? A nosy woman teased and laughed. Lockhead's face turned slightly red as he secretly glanced at the elegant Lin Weiwei, who looked as beautiful as a thorny rose. Feeling a bit shy, he said, "My mother and Aunt Huang are good friends. The two families help each other, so what kind of status do I need?"
Oh.
Lockhead, you're not guilty of anything, so why are you blushing?
Could she be
interested in someone? A close friend who plays with locks, nudging him with his shoulder and winking at him. Don't say nonsense. You're ruining someone's reputation, Lockhead said nervously, glancing at Lin Weiwei for her reaction. In her past life, Lin Weiwei had seen such jokes many times. They were harmless teasing, so she didn't take it seriously. Seeing that Lin Weiwei's expression didn't change, Lockhead thought she hadn't heard him. He relaxed but also felt a little disappointed. Jiang Mohan saw through Lockhead's thoughts instantly. Young love, just beginning. Even the neighbor's cabbage patch has a pig coming to root around. But this pig doesn't match the cabbage. Wait, I mean the neighbor's cabbage, my mistake. Lin Weiwei smiled and asked Lin Zian, who was eager to try. What? Do you want to try? Pumping water is hard work. You can go up and experience it. If you're tired, tell your sister. Don't force yourself. You're still young, and if you get too tired, you might not grow taller. Second sister, do you know? Your tone now makes me think you're talking to me like Mom does. Just so you know, you're only a year older than me. Lin Zian rolled his eyes at her. Ignoring his protest, Lin Weiwei rubbed his head and said, "You little rascal, making fun of your second sister. Even though I'm only a year older, I'm still your sister." She called Lockhead down and pushed Lin Zian. "Go ahead. If you start teasing again, think about whether you can handle your sister's punch." Lin Zian made a silly face at her. This kid was becoming more playful and mischievous at 13. He was just a first-year middle school student, full of energy and vitality. Your look at Zian now is like a mother watching her child, very kind and proud. Jiang Mohan, who had somehow come to stand beside her, attracted the villagers' curious glances and whispers. Lin Weiwei turned to look at him. Her smile looked especially strange in Jiang Mohan's eyes. What crazy thoughts was that girl having now? She looked at the young scholar beside her, who was even more annoying. A 15-year-old boy, in her past life, was like a middle school or high school student, always acting mature and wise, which was really irritating. That's why she liked teasing him. Seeing his calm, handsome face break into a smile made her feel so happy, like eating a big bowl of ice cream on a hot day. The young scholar frowned even more. This girl, with her sneaky smile, what mischief was she hiding? I don't know what happened. His usual pride and self-control always break down in front of this mischievous girl. Could she be naturally bad luck for him? Lin Weiwei slightly parted her red lips and slowly spoke. "Little scholar, don't act like an old man, always frowning. Such nice eyebrows and eyes. If you keep frowning, you'll get worry lines, and that looks terrible." Jiang Emo Han glanced at her calmly. "Men care about talent, not looks. I admit, I am this superficial. No frowning, no tight lips. Just smile more." Lin Weiwei poked her cheeks with her index fingers, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Childish." Jiang Emo Han looked a bit conflicted but finally asked, between a useless, spoiled girl and a talented, promising young man with an ordinary appearance, which one would you choose? "Choose what?" Lin Weiwei looked at him confused. "Of course, your husband. What else would you choose?" Jiang Emo Han was defeated by this girl. He really wanted to open her head and see how she was different from others. If it were another girl, she would blush and feel shy when talking about choosing a husband. But Lin Weiwei was not like others. She didn't blush or get nervous. She smiled happily and said, "Little scholar, why are you caring about my lifelong happiness? Are you afraid I'll cling to you? Don't worry, I've already said I don't plan to marry in this life. If you're worried about getting too close and affecting your reputation, I'll be careful and try not to get too near you. Why don't you plan to marry? A person's life isn't very long or very short. Are you really planning to stay lonely forever?" Jiang Emo Han looked at her with a side glance. Was this her true feeling, or was she just teasing? Lin Weiwei's eyes curved into a smile, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. "Would you choose a woman who's unconventional and rebellious in others' eyes to be your wife?" Jiang Emo Han thought seriously for a moment and said, "Maybe not impossible." "Ha!" Lin Weiwei chuckled. "Little scholar, aren't you afraid I might have wild thoughts about you and cling to you? Would you?" Jiang Emo Han looked at her and asked back. Lin Weiwei shook her head with a smile. "If you're unfeeling, I'll stop. Forcing a melon to be sweet doesn't work. Don't think I always act cheerful and carefree. I have a sense of purity when it comes to feelings." "What do you mean by sense of purity and feelings?" Jiang Emo Han had heard some strange words from her more than once. "I am curious about her background. What kind of environment shaped such a strange yet interesting person?" People who are extremely clean, almost to the point of obsession, are called germaphobes. When it comes to feelings, being a germaphobe means not tolerating any impurity, whether physical or emotional. Lin Weiwei thought about the era of male dominance and superiority, and she couldn't help but smile at her own sarcasm. Jiang Mohan looked up at her. "I understand what you mean. It's like a lifetime, a pair of people." Yes, that's a nice way to put it. Not so nice, it means narrow-mindedness, jealousy, and a lack of virtue in women. In this environment where even a little more grain makes people want to take a concubine to serve them, how many can meet my standards? Lin Weiwei smiled and sighed, then slowly turned and walked down the mountain. Jiang Mohan paused for a moment before following her down the mountain path. The villagers watching the water wheel exchanged glances and nudged each other. Look, these two are probably about to get serious. Have you ever seen Jiang Tongxing talk so warmly with someone? Exactly. I thought I was pestering Jiang Tongxing, but now it seems not. Look, as soon as I left, Jiang Tongxing followed her. See. Jiang Tongxing caught up and started talking to I. That cold, aloof Jiang Tongxing actually likes someone like I. What's wrong with I? She's capable, hunting on the mountain, farming down the hill, cooking well, and even doing business with the town folks. Jiang Tongxing loves the food I makes the most. Aunt Ho-Hot patted her daughter's forehead. You can't compare to I. When it's Jiang Tongxing's turn to marry, it definitely won't be you. Give up. Marrying I, Jiang Tongxing wouldn't lose out. To become a scholar, he needs to go to the county city. To take the imperial exam, he'll stay in a farther prefecture, and if he wants to go further, he'll head to the capital. It's hard for a woman like Lady Feng to support Jiang Tongxing. Look at the Lin family now. Everyone relies on I. Mrs. Huang takes medicine every day. The eldest son studies in town. The second daughter focuses on weaving with the daughter of the crooked woman. All of this is thanks to I. If she marries out, supporting Jiang Tongxing's studies and exams, they won't have any worries. Don't say that. Jiang Tongxing, so proud, wouldn't marry Lin I just because of this, right? His talent and appearance are so remarkable that the young ladies in town all cry out and eagerly wish to marry him. It's clear that Lin Ernie has something truly special about her that attracts him. What's so special about her? Is she particularly rude? Or just shameless? A young girl sneered. Look at how sharp-tongued you are. No wonder Jiang Tongxing doesn't like you. Luo too looked at the mountain path where the two had disappeared, a sense of regret slowly spreading in his heart. Lin Weiwei heard soft footsteps behind her. She turned to look and smiled. What? Still want to discuss my views on marriage? Jiang Mohan awkwardly comforted her. Don't be too sad. In a few years, I'll find someone suitable for you. You'll find someone for me? Lin Weiwei pointed at herself in surprise, then looked him over and smiled. Are you sure your judgment is so accurate? That person must be very loyal? Of course. Anyone who wrongs a silly girl will face the consequences. All right then. I don't have many requirements. I'll just go with your standards. Lin Weiwei forced a smile, pretending to accept. Jiang Mohan tilted his eyes at her. That's called having no requirements? Do you? Like me? He tried to hide his nervousness, but with a hint of hope. Of course I like you, Lin Weiwei said confidently, with that devilish face of yours. Who wouldn't like it? Plus your proud personality makes it hard not to tease you. Hearing her words, Jiang Mohan's expression flickered briefly, and his handsome face remained emotionless. Are you only looking at appearances? Of course, my standards follow my looks. Lin Weiwei thought of those handsome villains in TV dramas. If they look good, they tend to be popular. Even if that person is ruthless and kills without mercy? Jiang Mohan remembered his past life. Lin Weiwei paused, staring at his handsome face for a long time before shaking her head with a smile. Someone like you, if I were told you'd become a heartless, ruthless villain, I wouldn't believe it. Even if you did become that way, it would be due to unavoidable reasons. Jiang Mohan suddenly looked away, a flicker of emotion crossing his heart. Yes, in his past life, those who scorned him never wondered why he changed. He was once a spirited young man full of passion, but fate and circumstances had their own plans. All right. With a face like yours, you can't play the big villain. It's better to study honestly and participate diligently in scientific research. After becoming an official, let's work to benefit more people. Come on, let's see how our water engineering projects are doing. Lin Weiwei playfully winked at him. Her mischievous look eased the sadness that had just arisen in his heart. I really don't know what kind of family could raise someone like her. So optimistic, cheerful, kind, and lovely. It must be a warm and happy environment, right? Jiang and Mo Han looked at the young girl walking ahead with a look of gentle pity. He silently watched her back. How did she overcome her nervousness and fear when faced with such a big gap here and still keep a lively and positive heart? Little scholar, you're staring so obsessively at my back. The village women will be weaving their little pink stories about us again. Lin Weiwei giggled and pointed at a few gossiping women in the distance. Jiang and Mo Han's face immediately turned cold. He snorted and said, "Ignore those gossiping women. Second sister, second sister. The water's coming out, and it's so strong." A group of children gathered at the bamboo pipe outlet. Clear, transparent water was rushing out, forming a shallow layer in the canal, and it was rising higher and higher. The village chief said to water the second girl's field first. "I've already blocked both sides of the ditch. When the water rises a bit more, I'll open a gap so the water can flow into the fields. Your corn won't need to be watered by hand anymore." Lu Yizi had been quite active these days. Every morning before dawn, he went to the town to deliver goods, checked the warehouse at the dock, then hurried back to repair the water ditch. The ditches on the Lin family's land were mostly dug by him and Lu Erlai. The villagers had a much better opinion of him now, and many praised him in front of YZ's mother for his progress. Currently, Lin Weiwei was quite satisfied with Lu YZ. The Arabic numerals she taught him he could now use skillfully. He could do addition and subtraction within 100 easily. He was also learning to do vertical calculations, and his record-keeping in his account book was quite organized. At least Lin Weiwei could understand it. "Uncle YZ, the warehouse at the dock is almost finished. Keep an eye out for passing merchant ships that might want to rent the warehouse. Young Master Ning is very pleased with your performance. I'll speak well of you in front of him. See if I can help you get the position of warehouse manager." Lin Weiwei dangled a carrot in front of him. Hearing this, Lu YZ almost jumped with excitement. Warehouse manager. The person in charge of those warehouses? The warehouse originally had only 8 rooms, but after expansion, it now has 16. From now on, he will be in charge of these 16 warehouses. Stay calm, stay calm. Don't get carried away. Otherwise, happiness might turn into trouble. Second niece, please tell Master Ning that I will work hard. If I get this chance, I won't let him down or betray his trust, Lu YZ said, patting his thin chest loudly. Lin Weiwei glanced at Lu Erlai, who was sneaking around nearby, and smiled as she said to Lu YZ, "Manager Lu is only responsible for the inventory and records of shipments. We also need some people to guard the warehouse." Lu YZ's eyes lit up. Second niece, does Master Ning have any arrangements for these guards? Lin Weiwei shook her head gently and smiled. Master Ning is so busy, he can't handle every detail. He said if I know trustworthy people, I should recommend a few. The guards must be honest and reliable. If they steal, I can't take responsibility. Forget it. I'll let Master Ning choose himself.
Don't.
Second niece, think about it. If you recommend someone from our 10 miles gully, he'll surely remember your kindness. This is your chance to build your reputation in the village. If it works out, who wouldn't respect you? It'll prevent others from causing trouble for you later. Lu YZ was genuinely thinking from Lin Weiwei's perspective, but he also had his own small motives. If the person he recommended was chosen by Air and Air, it would prove he had influence over her. Those who looked down on him before would have to respect him now. That would be quite impressive. But we still need to find the right person. Let's not decide now, let's see how things go, Lin Weiwei said deliberately, sighing softly. She held Xiao Erwa's hand and walked away. Jiang and Mo Han turned to look at Lu YZ, who was pulled aside by Lu Erlai and said to Lin Weiwei, "Are you really planning to use him? Aren't you afraid he might relapse?" So far, I'm quite satisfied with his performance. Of course, I'll keep testing him for a while longer. Lin Weiwei watched the water level in the ditch beside her field gradually rise, then dug a small opening to let the water flow along the furrow into the cornfield. The villagers watching couldn't help but cheer. It's done. No more carrying water from the mountain in buckets to irrigate the crops. Jiang Tongsheng and Lin Er and Ier have done something that benefits the whole village. The villagers looked at the two with gratitude and emotion. Lin Weiwei checked the bamboo pipe again and found no problems, then happily returned to the village. Most villagers were still immersed in joy, gathered around the water wheel or the field furrows, reluctant to leave. The young men on the mountain took turns trying to turn the water wheel. Before they knew it, the Lin family's land was soaked through. As soon as she entered the yard, Lin Weiwei saw Li Qing rolling up his sleeves high and chopping firewood. She stepped back outside the gate and checked the big door next door. It's locked tight. Stop looking. Do you think your little wall can block my way? Li Qing swung his axe, splitting the firewood in two. TSK. Honestly, tell me, are you a thief on the run from the authorities? Lin Weiwei thought to herself, is this person like a cockroach? So badly hurt, yet just a few days later, he's bouncing around again? Li Qing finished stacking the firewood, then grabbed a wooden stake, raised his axe, and said, if I were a thief, I would have cleaned out all your valuables long ago and gone off to enjoy life. Why would I stay here working as a laborer? I haven't exploited the injured. Being a laborer is your own choice. Since last time, the soldiers came twice more, even offering a reward of 50 taels of silver for information about Li Qing's whereabouts. Luckily, when Lin Weiwei rescued him, no one saw, and he stayed hidden in the empty room next door, healing. She brought food and medicine by climbing over the wall. Li Qing stayed here for over 10 days, and no one knew. Listen to the mountain sounds. Has the water well been fixed? Li Qing finished chopping the firewood, scooped up a cup of water, and gulped it down. Then he poured the rest over his head. Lin family folks are kind-hearted. Even their water tastes sweeter. What logic is this? Lin Weiwei patted Jiang Maxian's chest with the back of her hand. Is there anything I can't do with the little scholar? Jiang Maxian took a step back, avoiding her restless little hand. Li Qing saw this and glared unfriendly at Jiang Maxian. If the young lady praises you, it's because she respects you. If you weren't so handsome, who would bother with you? Don't be ungrateful. The young lady is kind and pure. If you dare hurt her feelings, just try. Jiang Maxian glanced at him calmly. He knew Li Qing's temper well. Kindness should be repaid with gratitude, not just a little. He would risk his life for her. Clearly, he was standing up for the little girl. The little girl said she had no romantic feelings for him, so why do everyone around treat him like a heartbreaker? Who did he offend? Isn't that unfair? Little scholar, what do you want to eat at noon? You've worked hard making the water wheel these days. I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Weiwei was thinking about what ingredients were in the cellar and what delicious dishes she could make. Can you really make anything I want to eat? Jiang and Mo Han saw her happily wagging her tail and nodding, and deliberately teased her. I want to eat dragon meat from the sky. You make it. Dragon meat from the sky? Easy. Brother Li Qing, it's time to test your martial skills. Go ahead, catch some flying dragons and bring them back. People say dragon meat from the sky, donkey meat from the ground. Both are delicious treats. Lin Weiwei remembered eating donkey meat in her past life, but flying dragons are now protected animals, so they can only be admired from afar. Li Qing glared at Jiang and Mo Han and then went through the backyard into the mountains. Jiang and Mo Han, who was caught in the middle, felt helpless. Clearly, it was that naughty girl who was ordering you around. Why are you glaring at me? He said irritably. Are you just going to fool me with hazelnuts? You said it yourself. Dragon meat from the sky. Flying dragons are from the sky, right? Don't expect to see real flying dragon meat. It's a famous delicacy. Don't be quick to dismiss it. You might regret it later. Lin Weiwei was busy washing the clay pot used for cooking soup. Not long after Li Qing left, he returned carrying 3 hazelnuts. Lin Weiwei cleaned the 3 flying dragons, rubbed them with salt, and waited for the water in the clay pot to boil. One hand lifted a flying dragon onto the water surface, while the other used a spoon to scoop boiling water from the pot and pour it over the dragon meat, rotating it continuously. When the dragon was about 60% cooked, she added the meat and chopped green onions into the pot to cook briefly before serving. Jiang and Mohan had never seen such a method and was a bit hesitant to try this so-called delicacy. Lin Weiwei smiled, thinking he didn't know good food. It was already late for lunch. The family members who went up the mountain to watch the fun finally returned, driven by their hungry stomachs. As soon as they approached the door, they smelled the delicious aroma from afar. Little second boy's friends, all drooling and envious, looked at him. Despite it not being a festival, they were willing to eat meat, and besides the Lin family, no one else. Erwa, what delicious thing is your family making? It smells so good. Dog Egg, 2 years older than little second boy, wiped his nose, licked his lips, and eagerly inhaled the fragrant air. Little second boy thought for a moment and said, "It should be wild chicken caught by my second sister yesterday when she went up the mountain to cut bamboo. My second sister made chicken soup, and it's incredibly tasty. If only I had such a talented second sister." Dog Egg barely remembered the last time he ate meat. Little second boy considered and said, "If you help me cut rabbit grass for 10 days, next time I cook meat, I'll give you 2 pieces.
How about that?
There are 2 pairs of big rabbits at home. They had a litter of babies just over a month ago. Now there are a total of 60 rabbits in the rabbit house. If he were to feed and care for all of them alone by cutting grass, it would be quite busy." This little guy saw his second sister asking someone to help make jerky and got an idea. He could use the tasty meat that his friends envy to attract their help in cutting grass. "Second brother, if I help you cut a basket of rabbit grass every day, can I get 2 pieces of meat too?" Blackie raised his dark paw. The other 5 friends also said they would help. Second brother grinned and said, "Actually, we don't need that much rabbit grass at home, but since we're all good friends, I won't favor some over others. I'll take all the grass you cut. The daily harvest of rabbit grass is enough for the rabbits to eat, and if there's extra, it can be dried and stored for winter."
But
there seem to be too many adult rabbits at home, and their appetite is quite large. Maybe it's time to sell some? Second brother quickly said goodbye to his friends and rushed into the kitchen like a small cannonball. Lin Weiwei turned her head and teased, "Our second brother's nose is quite sharp. The dragon soup is just ready, and he's already waiting here. Wash your hands, and I'll cook 2 more dishes, then we can eat." Second brother didn't rush out immediately. He said to Lin Weiwei, "Second sister, I want to sell half of the rabbits in the rabbit house as mature rabbits. Is that okay?" "Of course, you're rabbits, you decide." Lin Weiwei was a bit surprised that he suddenly thought of selling rabbits, so she asked, "Do you want to sell the rabbits directly or process them into food first?" "Processing and then selling? How would you process them? Make rabbit jerky too?" Turning pig meat into jerky can increase profits significantly, aside from costs. Second brother knew this well. His purpose in raising rabbits was to make money and help the family. The more he earned, the better. Lin Weiwei smiled and shook her head. "We won't make rabbit jerky. We'll make 5-spice rabbit strips. The taste will definitely be just as good as jerky."
then,
"Can 5-spice rabbit strips sell for a good price like jerky?" Second brother wasn't worried about the taste. If his second sister said it was good, it must be. Right now, he only cared about how much money he could make from the rabbits he raised for over 4 months. Of course. Lin Weiwei pinched his little nose and smiled. "Our second brother can even help the family make money now." Second brother shyly scratched the back of his head. "I haven't earned any money yet. I can't compare to second sister." When everyone at home had returned, they all sat around a stone table. There was a pot of fragrant flying dragon soup, clear and shiny white rice, and 2 dishes of stir-fried vegetables, delicious and plentiful. Lin Weiwei served each person a bowl of flying dragon soup. The meat of the flying dragon was snow-white and tender. The soup was clear but full of rich aroma. She gently brought it to her nose, inhaling the strong, fresh scent. After blowing on it softly, she sipped a small amount. The soup lingered briefly in her mouth, allowing her taste buds to enjoy its flavor, an indescribably delicious experience. The entire pot of flying dragon soup was soon finished. To get the last bowl, Jiang Mohan and Li Qing nearly started a fight. Li Qing glared angrily with his bell-like eyes and said loudly, "The flying dragon was caught by me, so this bowl of soup should be mine. Jong Mohan looked calm but refused to give in. This flying dragon soup was made for me by Wei Wei. Li Qing had long disliked him. What kind of status do you have? What right do you have to let Xiao Wei do things for you? Enjoying others' efforts while being stingy with your own? Even a little servant in a brothel is better. At least they smile at their patrons. Suddenly, a loud bang made the dishes on the stone table shake, startling everyone nearby, including the two who were arguing. Seeing someone slam the table, everyone looked nervously at the table, worried that Wei Wei might break the only table in the house.
Stop arguing.
Is it really worth fighting over a bowl of soup? Wei Wei signaled to Li Qing, telling him to stop. The young scholar was proud and got annoyed easily, hard to calm down once upset. Jiang Mohan's handsome face turned pale. He sat there expressionlessly, his little heart was hurt, and one bowl of flying dragon's soup couldn't fix that. Little Ernie, you handle it. Little Ernie looked longingly at the last bowl of flying dragon soup. Unfortunately, his small stomach couldn't hold it all. If he could, he'd also fight with Li Qing and Mohan Gij for it. The little guy stared at the soup and innocently asked, "Second sister, what is a brothel? Is a little servant a government official?" Lin Weiwei glared angrily at Li Qing. "Look at you, spoiling the kid. No dinner tonight, go next door and reflect. Young scholar, later I'll make 5-spice rabbit strips for you to snack on while studying tonight." Jiang Mohan looked at her with his deep, dark eyes and said calmly, "What kind of status do I have? What right do I have to enjoy your efforts without guilt?" Lin Weiwei looked at Feng Yangzi, who was happily watching the scene, and asked for help. "Aunt Feng, please say a few words to comfort your young scholar's fragile pride." Aunt Feng chuckled awkwardly and said to Huang, "I just remembered, I haven't finished making the dried fruit today, and I can't delay the delivery." She winked at Huang. "Young people's matters, let's not interfere too much." Huang hadn't fully understood what was happening, but Aunt Feng pulled her away. Lin Weiwei was defeated by her two unscrupulous elders. She turned back to see the young scholar still stubbornly waiting for her answer. She touched her nose, awkwardly smiled, and carefully asked, "So, what kind of status or qualification do you need?" Jiang Mohan looked at her silently. Was that his way of saying he was unhappy with her answer? Status or qualification, who cares? Such fuss. Our families are like one big family. Why should we talk differently? Lin Weiwei frowned, showing a hint of impatience. Annoying scholar. So hard to please. Jiang Mohan looked away slowly and said calmly, "Do you really think we are one family? Then why don't you give good things to your own family members and instead sell cheap to outsiders?" After all the fuss, it was all caused by a mishap over a bowl of flying dragon soup. Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes in annoyance. Who did she offend? Why this unnecessary trouble? You're right. Once I make the 5-spice rabbit meat strips, I'll only give them to our family. Is that okay? Lin Weiwei shot a glance at the young scholar's back of the head. Are you being childish? Jiang Mohan returned to his study in the neighboring courtyard, took out a stack of papers, and said to Lin Weiwei, who was tidying up the dishes, "This is the accounting method I organized. Take a look and see if you want to add anything." Huang saw this and quickly told her second daughter, "Go handle your business. I'll take care of the cleaning here." Lin Weiwei said, "Me, a village girl who can't read much, looking at your long-winded writing, you're overestimating me." Even so, she wiped her hands on her apron and took the papers from the young scholar, carefully reviewing each line. The handwriting was truly beautiful, perhaps even surpassing the calligraphers of her past life. As she read, she pointed out the traditional characters she couldn't understand and humbly asked the young scholar for advice. Jiang Mohan looked at her focused side profile, her straight nose, delicate features, and long eyelashes casting shadows on her lower eyelid. When the mischievous girl wasn't talking or scheming, she looked quite pretty and gentle. No wonder others' crooked melons and rough jujubes always want to be bitten. The crooked melon and rough jujube pig. Jiang Mohan's eyes are full of complicated feelings. He appears to be a 15-year-old on the outside, but inside, he's a ruthless official almost 50 years old. He actually feels like a proud father watching his family's cabbage grow up. In his past life, he never married, and even the concubine who had been with him for over 20 years was just someone sent to spy on him. In the end, he doesn't even know if anyone was there to see him off. Luckily, he has no children or relatives to worry about, or he might have been executed for his mistakes. His lifelong caring attitude as a father is actually because of a stubborn girl who can make him so angry. His feelings are quite complicated. When Lin Weiwei asked him for a simple character again, he couldn't help but scold her like a caring father. Have you read the 1,000-character classic? That's the Zheng in Pearls Shining in the Night. I already told you I don't know how to read. You forced me to look at it. Lin Weiwei said confidently, giving him a big eye roll. She was just asking about a few characters. No need for such patience. Old Father Jiang Mohan cursed silently in his heart. Insolent girl. From now on, you spend an hour every day learning characters and writing with me. Jiang Mohan declared with a stern face when she asked him about a common character again. Lin Weiwei finally finished reading the few pages, pointed out a few places she thought needed improvement, and returned the paper to him. She said, "Forget it. I'm busy every day. I don't have time to read or learn characters." Seeing her stubborn face, she continued to argue. "I know the 1,000-character classic. I can recite it for you. Heaven and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and ancient." Do you know how big the universe is? I'll tell you, the universe is made up of many star systems, and the star system we live in is called the solar system. The planet we stand on is called Earth. Earth orbits the sun, which is why we have 4 seasons. Jiang Mohan listened silently as she explained her seemingly absurd, but not entirely nonsensical universe theory. In the end, he couldn't ignore her playful tone. It settled then, 1 hour every day. As he turned to leave, holding the papers, he looked back at Lin Weiwei, who looked like a bruised eggplant, and couldn't help but remind her. In the future, don't talk about the universe, star systems, or planets in front of outsiders. Remember that. Lin Weiwei puffed her cheeks, like a little frog in anger. What if I do? Will I be burned alive as a monster? Jiang Mohan's brow suddenly furrowed. Don't worry. No one will burn you alive. Unless I die. Lin Weiwei's eyes curved into small crescent moons. Don't you think I am quite unusual? Fools can't be judged by normal rules. Some things I just consider as foolish talk, Jiang Mohan said with a raised eyebrow. Are you planning to confess something to me? Lin Weiwei's eyes widened in anger. Who are you calling foolish?
I'm smart.
I don't hit faces or reveal secrets when I scold people. Where's your gentlemanly grace? Gentlemen? No matter how good your manners are, they disappear when I see you. Jiang Mohan replied, and then gracefully returned to the next room to work on his statistics theory. Lin Weiwei, like a young leopard robbed of its food, pouted and pretended to threaten him behind his back. After autumn began, the weather remained hot and dry. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, with no sign of rain. Since the water wheel and irrigation ditches were built in Shirley-go, families who didn't plan to grow autumn crops also hurriedly planted vegetables overnight. The village elder arranged the irrigation schedule for each household from the water source outward. When it was a family's turn, they would send someone to operate the water wheel and water the fields thoroughly before passing it to the next family. The water wheel in Shirley-go became a local attraction, drawing visitors from nearby villages. Though they admired it, they couldn't help feeling envious. Unlike the mountain pond in Shirley-go, which never dried up, the drought was severe this year, and all the ponds and streams were nearly dry. Without water, the water wheel was useless. Nearby villages often had intermarriages, and many daughters who married or mothers-in-law borrowed grain or money from relatives in Shirley-go. However, with the poor harvest this year, many families couldn't even pay their land taxes. They could only manage 2 bowls of wild vegetable soup a day, let alone lend grain to others. The Lin and Jiang families had fled from elsewhere and had no relatives here, so no one borrowed from them. Still, the matchmakers from the Lin family increased in number, trying to find marriage prospects. In the past, the Lin family had lost their main pillar and was left with only a mother and her orphan daughter, along with a simple-minded son who held them back. Lin Danny was already 15, but no one had come to propose marriage. Lin Danny was not ugly. Her father and mother had good genes, and although her 4 siblings didn't look as good as Jeong Mo-hun next door, they were considered above average among the village children. Many said that her appearance and character were better than her younger sisters, but no one wanted to marry her. The main reason was that people worried she might give birth to a child like her sister, simple-minded and slow. This was also the reason Lin Danny disliked her second sister. Lin Weiwei came down from the mountain, threw the deer into the cellar, and entered from the backyard. She saw Mrs. Huang happily seeing off a woman dressed in bright red and green. Curious, she asked Mother, "Who is she?" "She's so brightly dressed." Mrs. Huang smiled and said, "That's her. You should call her Manhwa. She's a well-known matchmaker nearby." Matchmaker? Coming to suggest a marriage for Danny? What kind of family are they? Tell me, I want to see for myself. Lin Weiwei casually picked up a piece of dried fruit and chewed it loudly. At this moment, Xiao Erwa led Lin Danny in. Mrs. Huang told the sisters to sit beside her, smiling gently. The family that Aunt Hua mentioned is from the next village. The boy is a year older than Danny, with 3 older sisters. He's an only son. Their family is quite well off, with 10 acres of good land. Aunt Hua also said the boy has a good temper. They want a hard-working girl like Danny. Danny lowered her head, blushing shyly as she listened, seeming to have no objections. However, Lin Weiwei instinctively didn't think this was a good match. 3 sisters and only 1 younger brother? They must spoil him silly. Mother, we should find out more. Maybe he's someone who can't lift a finger or do anything at home. If we marry her to someone who's lazy and dependent, they'll just keep spoiling him, right? 10 acres of land? As far as I know, the neighboring village had a poor harvest this year. That 10 acres probably won't produce enough grain, and they'll be short during the famine. If Danny marries into that family and can't get enough to eat, wouldn't that hurt? Shouldn't we help out a bit? Good temper? Maybe he's someone who has no opinions and just follows his parents. That's a big problem. Danny's shy expression faded, and she frowned. How do you know they're lazy and without opinions? They have over 10 acres of land, so they're not poor. Why would they need help during a famine? If you don't know the situation, don't talk nonsense. Exactly. Because we don't know the situation, we should find out more. The matchmaker's words can be lies. Don't believe everything she says, Lin Weiwei said with a shrug. Are you so eager to get married? Danny, embarrassed and annoyed, said, "Who's in such a hurry to marry? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Mrs. Huang sighed and said, "In the village, young girls often get engaged as early as 12 or 13. But girls like your eldest sister, who's 15 and still not engaged, are rare. It's mostly because mothers are careless, and Danny's marriage has been delayed." Just 15? I'm not 25. Why rush? Lin Weiwei hurriedly comforted her tearful mother, saying, "Our family's life is getting better every day. Big sister is learning to weave cloth with Grandma Lu. Once she finishes her training, she can earn quite a bit of silver in a month. We can add more dowry gifts, so why worry about her not getting married? She's already 15, not a little girl anymore. Ding's second daughter is about the same age as your sister, and the children already call her mother." Huang Shi also felt worried, but after hearing her younger daughter's analysis, she thought the family that Xiao Nuer mentioned didn't seem very reliable. 15 is still a young age. She's not fully grown yet. Giving birth can be difficult, and raising children is hard. I've heard Dr. Liang say this. Many girls from medical families wait until they are over 18 to marry. Some families marry their daughters early to save food. Our family situation isn't so good that we can't wait for Big Sister to eat her fill. But Big Sister, your appetite is really big. Not everyone can afford to feed you. Lin Weiwei finally teased her. Do you have the nerve to say, "I eat a lot"? Don't you eat more than me at every meal? Linda Newer was so angry her head was steaming. The reason she's still not engaged is because of your foolishness dragging her down. How dare she complain about her eating too much? Who has been eating her family's food into poverty? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, I eat what I earn myself, so I feel at ease. You've only been contributing silver to the family for a few months. For the past 10 years, Mother never complained about how much you ate. Now that I've only earned silver for a few days, you look so proud of yourself. In a few months, once I finish weaving cloth, I'll have eaten so much rice and grains. I'll pay you back double then. Linda Newer was so angry her eyes turned red. Lin Weiwei stopped teasing her. Let's get to the point. Big sister, this marriage proposal needs to be carefully looked into before making a decision. Mother, think about it. During hard times, who isn't tightening their belt? Marrying a wife now would just add another mouth to feed. The families talking about marriage either have good conditions and don't need more mouths, or they have other plans. Big sister still looked upset, feeling that Lin Weiwei didn't want her to be happy and was deliberately making sure the marriage didn't happen. Huang Shi was convinced by her. Second sister is right. We need to find out more. I vaguely heard Aunt Ho-Hot say that her sister married into that village. I'll ask her to find out more. In the afternoon, Aunt Ho-Hot came to work. After hearing Huang Shi's words, she took half a day off the next day, packed a few pounds of grain, and went to visit her second sister's family in Xiaotong village. At noon, Aunt Guohua didn't stay to eat with her sister and returned angrily. Huang family girl, luckily you asked me to find out. Mrs. Huang asked seriously what happened. Is that family a bit problematic? Not just problematic. That family doesn't treat girls like people. They originally had more than 3 daughters, but they drowned at birth and were thrown on the back mountain. Only these 3 remain now. Since they were young, they've been working like beasts for the family. When they grew up, to get more bride price, they married into different families. Widowers? Disabled men? All married out, and they even forced their daughters to carry things from their husband's home back to their own. Not a single one of the 3 daughters is living well. Aunt Guohua spoke quickly, then picked up the cup Lin Weiwei handed her and took 2 sips before continuing. Things are even worse in Xiaotong village. The crops failed completely, and they dare not go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. The bark and roots of the trees around the village have all been eaten. My sister's family hasn't had food for 2 days. The matchmaker said that family isn't starving. Do you know why? Because the mother-in-law there forces her own daughter to sell her children to support the family. Mrs. Huang looked very upset. Can her in-laws agree to that? If they don't agree, they go there every day to cause trouble, making it impossible for the family to live normally. Since that mother-in-law was raised to believe that girls are just a burden, her daughters also think girls are just money losers. With the current situation, selling children isn't just happening in 1 or 2 families. She sighed heavily. Lin Danny, who had entered the house silently, looked pale and was secretly thankful that Lin Weiwei had asked someone to find out. Otherwise, being in such a family would mean working like a beast for them, or worse, being like a leech, sticking onto her and her family.